Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 38. The next day arrived faster than expected as Fuyona slowly pulls himself out of bed. Today was the first day Haku and Kimimaro would be attending the academy, and they had been up late with excitement. Fuyona pulled his clothes on and walked down the hall to open their bedroom doors to wake them. However, they weren't there. Where the hell have they gone? He thought as he walked down the stairs. Haku and Kimimaro were sat at the table to his surprise. Each of them sitting quietly with an empty plate in front of them. "Good morning, Fiona-sensei." They both greeted with a slight bow. "Good morning, boys. Have you eaten already?" he asked, noticing the empty plates. "No. We were waiting for you, sensei," Haku said with a sheepish look. Fuyona gave a big chuckle as he walked over to him and patted his head. "Don't be silly. While you stay with me, you can eat as much as you like. No more starving," Fuyona said with a severe tone. Both of them seemed as if they were about to cry, and Fuyona quickly changed the subject. "Now who's hungry?" he said, getting a cheer. After Fuyona cooked them all breakfast, he told them to go and get ready for their first day as it was almost time to head out. They did just that, and Fuyona walked them down towards where they would be spending a lot of time. "All right, boys, remember. Try not to use your Keki Genkai as best you can, and don't kill any of the teachers or other kids, all right?" Both Kimimaro and Haku looked at him and gave a nod. "We promise, Fiona-sensei," they both said. "Good. Now go and have fun," he said as he patted both of them on the shoulder, sending them inside the academy. Fuyona watched as they went in with the other kids, and he couldn't help feeling like a proud father. "I will do my best to make you strong," Fuyona thought to himself as he watched them vanish inside. He didn't linger for long as he turned around and walked away. After all, he had more pressing matters to attend to. Today was the day he had arranged a meeting with Ao and as many followers they could gather within the village's ranks. It was tough as they had to choose those that would be willing to fight and those that would not betray them. That left mostly only the subordinate of the leading members of the coup. Hopefully, Ao would work some magic, but Fuyona doesn't want to get his hopes up. Fuyona headed to the secret location that the two of them had set. It was an old warehouse that had been abandoned and boarded up. Ao had scouted it out using his Byakugan, finding it had a large underground storage area that was empty. Fuyona had already placed a ceiling tag inside it and entered an ice mirror, slipping out onto the platform as he joined Ao and the others. Everyone was a little shocked at his entrance and suddenly went quiet at his arrival. Fuyona hadn't realized there would be so many here, and at a glance, he counted around 60 shinobi. "Sorry, I'm late," he said to Ao. "It's no bother," Ao said as he walked over to address the crowd of shinobi. "Better late than never," Fuyona, May said, giving him a little wink as she walked over to greet him. He hadn't seen her since their night together. And morning, and he felt a little bad. "Hey May, good to see you're here," he said, not letting himself feel awkward. May smiled and crossed her arms over her chest, doing the same. After all, they were both adults. "Fuyona." A male voice that Fuyona recognized called out. Fuyona turned around with a smile on his face as he greeted Hatsu. "Hatsu, glad to see you got my message about the meeting," he said with a smile. Hatsu nodded. "That's right," he said as he pointed his hand to a man behind him. "You remember Kaga?" he said as the blonde-haired man greeted him. "It's good to see you again, Captain Yuki," he shouted with a razor-sharp smile on his face. Fuyona remembered that the last time he had seen Kaga was just after the whole Kazekage battle. He was glad to see he was still alive and well. "Good to see you too, Kaga," Fuyona said with a smile. Ao suddenly spoke up as he got everyone's attention. "All right, you lot, settle down," he shouted. "Now, I have asked you all to gather here at the wish of a good friend of mine," he said as he stepped aside, allowing Fuyona to take center stage. Everyone in the crowd started to whisper amongst themselves as they recognized who he was. Fuyona let them chat for a moment longer before he allowed his presence to spread, demanding respect and authority. "Thank you, Ao," he said as he took center stage. "My name is Fuyona Yuki," he said, letting it sink in. "I have asked Ao and the others behind me to gather you here today to speak about something that may seem hard to believe." He paused for a moment as he let his words sink in. "It has come to my attention that our Mizukage is under a powerful genjutsu," he said, getting a hasty reaction. Everyone suddenly burst out into murmurs as they couldn't help contain their thoughts. "I know this is hard to believe. But he is being controlled, doing the bidding of another who is using him and our village for their own gain. Everyone was talking louder and louder now as they couldn't believe the news. Why should we believe you? A voice shouted. Yeah, you're one of those tailed beast monsters. Another man shouted. Fuyona didn't respond as everyone else in the crowd started to shout at him. That's enough. A voice shouted over them all, coming from the center of the crowd. Fuyona looked to see who it was, surprised when he saw Ganryu, who was the team leader of the team Swearin was a part of. Those of you who know me know that I don't allow myself to follow others blindly. He said, getting their attention. Ganryu was a respected member of the Umbu tracking unit and had completed many missions, holding a high success rate. I have worked with Captain Yuki here before. If he says, it's true. Then it is. He said, daring anyone to challenge him. Ao also stepped forwards. It is true. I have seen it with my Byakugan. He said, getting a shocked reaction from everyone there. That's right. Fuyona here is the only one of us who noticed it. Now you had better listen to what he has to say. Mei said as she flicked her hair, getting a glance from all of the men in the room. Fuyona waited for it to go quiet again before he spoke. I have reason to believe that the one controlling our Mizuki is Madara Uchiha. He said, this time getting a seriously shocking reaction from everyone and not just the crowd. Even Ao was shocked at the news as he looked to Mei to see if she knew this. She shook her head and looked just as surprised as he did. I know this is hard to hear. But we must act. We must act before it is too late for our village. Before this, oppressor uses our Mizuki to start another war. Fuyona said. This time no one spoke up against him, and they all eagerly awaited him to continue. Myself and the others here. He said, jesting to Ao, Mei, Hatsu, and Kaga behind him. Have come up with a plan to break the genjutsu and hopefully save the Mizuki. If we can help it, we wish to avoid a battle at all costs. This time Ao took the center as he spoke. Our plan is to lure the Mizuki out of the village as far as we can get him so that if things get ugly, we can limit the destruction and number of casualties. He said, crossing his arms behind his back. It will be your job to stop any who remain loyal to the Mizuki through blind trust, from attempting to intervene in the battle, if it comes to that, Ao said. We wish to avoid a civil war if we can help it. But if not, we will need every able-bodied man and woman to help fight for our village's freedom. Mei said, stepping forward. The crowd of shinobi were starting to feel motivated as Ao and Mei stepped up, telling them the plan. Fuyona had counted on this, as the two of them were high in the ranks and held a lot of respect among the village forces. Kaga and Hatsu had also risen in the ranks, making it to unit captains and held a lot of respect from their own troops. Fuyona felt lucky to have made so many allies along his journey up until now, and he stepped forwards as Ao moved aside for him. Fuyona Yuki will lead this operation as the strongest here. He is the only one who can break the genjutsu on the Mizuki. His word will be law for this mission. No one said a word as they already knew his reputation. Being hailed as a Kage killer at the age of 14 was no joking matter. All right. The mission will take place 2 days from now. There will only be one signal if things don't go to plan. I think you all know what it will be. He said. The plan's full details had been laid out, and the crowd of shinobi was dismissed, leaving only the leaders on the stage and Ganryu left in attendance. Ao turned around to Fuyona and asked what was on everyone's minds. How do you know it is Madara Uchiha? Fuyona was expecting the question from one of them and crossed his arms. I thought he was long dead by now, Mei said. Fuyona nodded in response to their questions. It is true that I didn't tell you at first. I wanted to gather a little more information before we made a move. But now, my suspicions have come true. Do you remember hearing about the attack of the nine-tailed fox on the hidden leaf 5 years ago? He said. They all nodded as they came closer to listen to him. Well, it is beloved that Madara took control of the Nine Tails and battled the fourth Hokage. The others gasped as he told them. How do you know all this? Kaga asked. While I was away for 3 years, I wasn't just training. I was gathering as much intel as I could about the current events of the world. That is how I stumbled upon this information. Fuyona said, telling an excellent lie. He didn't want to lie to them, but he had no choice. After all, they would never believe the truth, even if he told them. If it comes down to it, I will be the one to battle against Madara or the Mizuki. He said. But Fuyona, I can, Mei said. No. He said, cutting her off. If the mission goes south and we have to fight, I will need you and Ao to keep the others busy. We still have a few members of the Seven Swordsmen who remain loyal to the Mizuki and could pose a problem. Mei didn't like it, but she backed down, knowing she wasn't as strong as he was. Ao agreed with Fuyona and listed the potential best matchups in case it came to a fight. Lord Fuguki and Kisame will pose a huge danger. Mei is the only one here other than Fiona who would stand a chance against them. Ao said. Don't forget about that kid, Mangetsu Hozuki. Hatsu said, reminding them. He was one of the only members of the 7 who had mastered all of the swords he had used and was considered an S-rank ninja, not to be taken lightly due to his age. Fiona remembered who he was and had yet to cross paths with him just yet. What about Zabuza? Mei asked, noticing he wasn't here today. Fiona sighed as he turned to look at her. We found out that Zabuza has gone rogue, leaving the village. I doubt he will be a problem. Fiona said, surprising those who didn't know yet. He went rogue. Mei said in a surprised manner. I never thought he would do that. That should be the only other ninja in the village we will have trouble with, Ao said, unable to think of any more else who would get in their way. That settles it then. I will take the Mizukage. Mei and Ao, you will handle Fuguki and Kisame. Fiona said, knowing it wouldn't come down to that as Fuguki would be dead, and Kisame will have left the village by then. That just leaves Mangetsu. Ao said, sounding worried as he looked at the others. Even if all of you fight him at the same time, it could be a close one. He said. Fiona placed his hand on Ao's shoulder, calming him down. Don't worry, Ao. I can vouch for Hatsu and Kaga's strength. Besides, I don't think they will be alone. He said. Everyone nodded and agreed on the plan that had been set out. Fiona, knowing that Mei and Ao would also be able to deal with Mangetsu if needed, and against all of them, he wouldn't stand a chance. They ended the meeting, and each of them left, going their own way. Mei, however, ran over to Fiona, trying to see if he wanted to hang out for a little while. You haven't called around in the last few days, Fiona. Should I be worried? She asked playfully. Fiona gave a nervous laugh as he couldn't help notice her large breasts getting closer and closer to his face. Well, you see. You can touch them if you want, Fiona. She said, saying his name slowly in a sexy manner. He had to admit he was very tempted and had to stop his hand from reaching out to grab them. I'm sorry, Mei. He said as he placed his hands on her shoulders instead. Mei had a puppy dog expression on her face and pulled her lip down with her little finger looking sad. What's the matter, Fiona, don't you want me anymore? She said, clearly teasing him. It's not that, Mei. I just think we should focus on the next few days before we decide to, well, fool around. Mei sighed and pulled away. You're no fun, Fiona. She said, crossing her arms. She turned back to face him quickly, though, as her expression changed again. But you are worth the wait. She said with a wink as she blew a love heart-shaped vapor cloud into the air at him. Fiona smiled nervously and realized she could melt him if he upset her and decided now was a good time to say goodbye. With that, he gave her a wave before slipping into another ice mirror and stepping out into the kitchen of his new house. It was already late afternoon, and Fiona hadn't realized how long that meeting had gone on for. He still had a lot to plan and think about. He was sure he could take the Mizukage. The only question was, could he do it without killing him? Yagura was also a perfect Jinchuriki and could cause a lot of damage if he got the chance. Fiona pushed his thoughts to the back of his mind, trying not to think about it anymore. He would do what needed to be done, and that was that. As if on Haku and Kimimaro walked through the door into the house. Sensei, we're home. Haku shouted as he ran into the kitchen, hoping he was there. To Haku's disappointment, Fiona wasn't there. That's strange. I thought I could hear him. Haku said, turning to Kimimaro, who also walked into the kitchen. Kimimaro suddenly turned around and blocked an attack from a bone club. Haku hadn't been so fast to react, and he got hit on the head. Ouch. Haku shouted as he grabbed his head with his hands. Fiona gave a small chuckle as he took a step back. Haku, what did I tell you about always being aware? He said as he crossed his arms. Kimimaro lowered his arm and smiled at the sight of his sensei. Well done, Kimimaro. Your reactions are already impressive. I expected nothing less. Kimimaro couldn't help but smile. Thank you, sensei. No fair. Haku said. Now. How was your first day at the academy? Fiona asked as he rubbed Haku's head to make it feel better. Haku forgot all about the pain and smiled instantly. It was really fun, sensei. We got to practice with some shuriken today. He shouted. Fiona raised an eyebrow in interest. Is that so? He asked, amused. Fiona took both of them outside into the large garden. He had placed a couple of targets around the area and even put one behind a barrier of ice so that it was protected by it. Show me what you have learned, Fiona said as he laid out a bunch of shuriken, kunai, and senbon needles for them to use. Both of them quickly grew excited as they took some of the weapons, ready to show Fiona what they could do. All right, Kimimaro. You're first. Fiona said as he crossed his arms. Kimimaro eyed all of the targets, including the one behind the layer of ice. He concentrated and suddenly let loose the projectiles one after the other. They all hit the targets as his shuriken made a thumping sound as they hit the wood. Kimimaro had tried his best to throw his last shuriken at a curve so it would glide down to the last target, but it failed and hit the ice. Kimimaro's expression dropped a little as he missed, clearly disappointed with himself. "Well done, Kimimaro, not bad at all," Fuyona said. "Alright, Haku, you're up next. Think you can hit that last one?" Haku nodded his head with a smile and prepared his shuriken. Fuyona noticed that in one hand, he held shuriken and the other senbon needles. Haku started throwing them at a good speed as each of them hit dead center into their targets. Haku did the same as Kimimaro with his last shuriken, sending it off at a curve to get it to spin, however. Haku threw a senbon needle at the last second. The needle hit the shuriken and chanced its trajectory, sending the shuriken crashing into the target behind the ice, hitting the bullseye. The senbon needle also bounced off and struck one of the other targets, not going to waste either. Fuyona was beyond impressed at Haku's display of shuriken jutsu and couldn't believe how naturally he took to it. "Well done, Haku, that was very impressive," he said, walking over to him and patting his head. Haku smiled with his checks going red from Fuyona's praise. "While we are here, Kimimaro, I would like to show you a jutsu that only you can use," Fuyona said, getting his attention. Fuyona extended his hand and let them both watch as small bones started producing out of his fingertips. Kimimaro's eyes went wide with amazement as well as Haku's. Fuyona suddenly turned around, spinning at a rapid rate as he fired the bone bullets, hitting all of the targets and ripping through them. Both of the boys were speechless at the demonstration, and Fuyona turned to face him. "Remember, Kimimaro? With our Keki Genkai, every bone in our body can be used as a weapon," he said, getting a nod from the boy. "Wow, Kimimaro, that's so cool," Haku shouted. Kimimaro looked at his hand and did the same thing before throwing the bone bullets at the ice, shattering it. "That's it, Kimimaro. Maybe one day, I will teach you how to add an element to that," Fuyona said. "What about me, sensei?" Haku asked. "Your Keki Genkai is Hayatan, ice release. It doesn't work like that for you, I'm afraid," Fuyona said, trying to explain it to him. He had already told them about their abilities and Keki Genkais, but they still had many questions. "Don't worry, though, Haku. I will teach you how to use it for something like this," he said as he patted the boys on their heads again. "Now on to the next bit of training," Fuyona said as he took them over to a large tree. "This next exercise will involve the control of your chakra. You must learn how to do this as it will help in everything you do. That goes for both of you," he said, looking at them. "Now pay attention," he said as he placed his hands together for effect and started walking up the tree. Both of their mouths were open wide as they watched Fuyona walk all the way to the top of the tree. "The trick is to focus your chakra into your feet and let it hold you to the surface," he said before he dropped back down to the ground. "If your concentration breaks, you will fall. This is an essential skill, and one I want both of you to master." Both Haku and Kimimaro looked at each other as they nodded, placing these hands together to focus their chakra as they tried to walk up the tree. To Fuyon's surprise, they both stuck to the tree line and started walking up, getting about halfway. "Well, I'll be damned," Fuyona said, almost not believing they were doing so well on their first time. Suddenly both of their concentration slipped, and they fell back down to the ground. Kimimaro landed on his feet like a cat, while Haku flipped last second, managing to catch himself on a branch to slow his fall. "Not bad at all, boys, not bad at all," Fuyona said, impressed. "Now, let's see if you can do it under pressure," he said with a smile. The boys looked at him in surprise as he threw them each a kunai. "Now walk back up the tree and mark how high you can get before you fall. Make sure not to lose your kunai and watch out for projectiles." "Projectiles?" Kimimaro asked. "That's right," Fuyona said as he crossed his arms. The boys started to walk up the tree again, each of them trying their best not to lose focus. Fuyona let them get back to about halfway as he threw a small number of shuriken at each of them as a surprise. Haku noticed the projectiles and tried not to panic as he blocked them. However, his ability to multitask was still lacking, and his left foot lost its connection. "Arg!" Haku shouted as he slipped a little further down the tree before managing to catch himself. Kimimaro noticed the shuriken, and instead of blocking them, he simply ducked. Fuyona had already expected that, and he threw another set that was coming from behind the boy. Kimimaro didn't notice them until the last second and allowed two large bones to spike from his back to stop them. "Not bad, Kimimaro. But can you do both?" Kimimaro also felt his concentration lapse as he had focused his chakra on using his Keki Genkai. Both of his feet slipped, and he fell down through the air flipping around before he landed in a Spider-Man pose. Haku started to run as fast as he could to try and reach the top, taking advantage of Kimimaro's fall. At this rate, I will get there first, he said. Fuyona watched him go and was impressed to see how fast the boy was improving. Kimimaro didn't look impressed, and suddenly, he burst up onto the tree with impressive speed. Looks like they are getting competitive, Fuyona thought as he let loose another bunch of shuriken. Haku could see the top of the tree and set his sight on it, running as quickly as he could to reach it. Suddenly a shuriken hit the tree just above from where he was, and a layer of ice spread on top of the bark. Haku stepped onto the ice, unable to react to it, and slipped as soon as his foot touched it. Kimimaro was halfway now, and this time, he quickly deflected the shuriken that came his way, not even taking his eye off his goal. Another shuriken hit the tree and created a layer of ice over it just as it had done for Haku. Kimimaro didn't care and stepped onto it using the bones in his feet to act as studs, so he didn't slip. "You crafty little bugger," Fuyona said as he couldn't help be impressed. Haku noticed Kimimaro quickly gaining on him and knew if he fell now, he would lose. As the boy fell back, he placed his hands on the tree, using his chakra to grip onto it like his feet. Pulling himself back down, he pushed off, and both he and Kimimaro raced to the top neck and neck. Each of them slammed their kunai into the top of the tree as they each grabbed the top branch at the same time. They gave each other a hard look before they smiled and looked down at Fuyona. "I win, sensei." They both shouted at the same time, looking at each other again as they laughed. "Good work, boys, but I'm afraid you are wrong," he said as he suddenly melted into water. "I'm afraid that I won," he said from above them as he was already stood at the top of the tree. "Wah!" They both shouted in amazement as they turned to look at their sensei. "When did you?" Kimimaro said, shocked that he hadn't noticed Fuyona there at all. "Wow, sensei, that's so cool," Haku said as he jumped a little. Fuyona smiled as he crossed his arms. "Now, how about we have some food? Also, if you like writing, please check out original story. Tales of Asteria. Chapter 39, Naruto Chapter 39. The next day passed quickly for Fuyona as he laid out his gear and made the preparations for the mission at hand. He took the boys to the academy as usual and went about his day to focus on the task. Fuyona had picked up some new gear and clothing that he had placed on order with one of the village tailors. His new gear consisted of black trousers and black shinobi boots, with white wrapping from his ankles up to his shins. He had a purple mist flak jacket on with a new short-sleeved long blue haori over his usual attire that had a lighter blue-like flame pattern along the bottom of it that represented the Yuki clan's ice. He also had long black sleeves that stretched onto his hands, with them cutting off at his fingers like fingerless gloves. Cover picture clothing. He put it all on to see how it fit, taking a look in the mirror before he pulled the haori on to see how it looked. Fuyona had styled it like the fourth Hokage's jacket but had changed the color to blue rather than white. It was a great fit, and Fuyona couldn't help but feel a little more badass wearing it. For the time being, Fuyona had taken his headband off, no longer feeling the need to wear it as his fame spoke for itself. Once Fuyona was done with his new gear, he decided to head out and do some food shopping as, of course, the boys and himself ate a lot of it. If anything, he hadn't quite had a day like this since before he had died. Everything just felt so normal, and he had to admit it felt odd. He had a lot of free time to sit and plan for every possible outcome and scenario, yet all he could think about was what he wanted to do with his life and the responsibilities that were slowly being thrust upon his shoulders. The day passed quickly, and now both Kimimaro and Haku had returned home from the academy. They were very excited and seemed to be enjoying their new lives with him. Something that made Fuyona happy. After all, he had acquired two very powerful appreciates. They did the usual training, which involved some physical as well and mental exercises. Movements that they were yet to teach in the academy, but things Fuyona felt were necessary for each of them to achieve. Haku was made to concentrate a lot more on his chakra control to master his abilities more effectively. Kimimaro already had that down and could control his Keki Genkai with great authority. Fuyona had him focus on its application in taijutsu, honing his combat prowess against one of his ice clones that the boy was yet to defeat. Haku had already learned to control his chakra and from ice into shapes as he molded it. Fuyona had observed him as he did this. After all, it was the first step to mastering his abilities as well as an essential milestone to achieve first. Each had fantastic potential, with both of them showing fast progress in everything Fuyona had shown them. Before he knew it, the night had come to an end. They had all sat at the table and eaten plenty of food as Fuyona told them some wild story of his past life. After all of that, it was time for bed. Both the boys were exhausted from a full day at the academy and extra training with Fuyona. They had both passed out once their head hit the pillow without a second thought. Fuyona left them to it and finished checking over his gear one last time before he sat down and crossed his legs. A moment later, he opened his eyes and found himself inside his inner world with Saiken, the Six Tails. "Is everything all right, Fuyona?" Saiken asked. "Just checking you are ready for tomorrow, my friend," Fuyona said, crossing his arms. Saiken nodded. "I am ready. I will follow your lead, Fuyona, no matter where you go." the tailed beast said. Fuyona couldn't help but smile as he looked at the giant slug. Thank you, my friend, he said before retreating to reality. The next day came around fast. Fuyona woke the boys and gave them some breakfast before accompanying them to the academy. The village was quiet as usual. The ever-present mist hanging in the air. Fuyona said farewell to Kimamaro and Haku, each of them unaware of what was happening today. Now that both the boys had been dropped off, it was time for him to meet with the other generals to start the mission. Fuyona arrived in the meeting place, a small dark place in town where no one wanted to go. Fuyona was the last person to arrive, and the others were waiting on him. Ao, Mei, Hatsu, Kaga, and Ganryu were all waiting for him as they chatted amongst themselves. You made it, Ao said as he noticed his presence. Mei also smiled as she took in Fiona's new appearance. Oh my. Look at you, she said, licking her lips. The others also acknowledged his presence and greeted him accordingly. Is everything in order? Fuyona asked. Ao and Hatsu nodded. The plan is in motion as we speak, Ao said. As they spoke, Ganryu's and Kaga's men were busy setting up a battlefield far enough away from the village that if a battle did break loose, the village would be safe from any destruction that might take place. The idea was to make it look like a battle between the hidden mist and the hidden sand. Something worthy of the Mizuki's attention that would draw him out of the village and into the trap. My men will handle it, Kaga said with confidence as he flashed a smile. Mine too, you can count on them, Fuyona, Ganryu said. Fuyona nodded as he turned his attention to Mei. You know what to do, he said. She smiled, licking her lips before disappearing. Mei's job was to be the first response to the makeshift battleground, giving a false report to the Mizuki upon his arrival. She was well respected in the village for her ability and strength, and Fuyona knew Yagura would not ignore a report if it came from her. Hatsu, Kaga, and Ganryu also took their leave as their job were to place squads to ambush the Mizuki's men, keeping them trapped and unable to call for reinforcements. Fuyona and Ao now had to convince the Mizuki of the attack and bait him to the battlefield. It was a risky move, but a safer one. If it came to a battle, they couldn't risk putting the village and its people in harm's way. Both of them arrived at the Mizuki's officer and burst through the door, showing urgency. Yagura was shocked at their behavior but quickly brushed it aside as he realized it was an emergency. Lord Mizuki, we are under attack, Ao said as he took a knee, bowing to him. Fuyona also did the same as they reported to him. It's the sand. They have attacked our lands not far from the village. We have reports that a large force of elite sand shinobi have appeared and attacked. Captain Mei is currently facing them and was able to get a message to us, Fuyona said, looking the Mizuki in the eyes. Yagura was outraged and stood to his feet as he slammed his hands down onto his large mahogany desk. They dare attack my village. They dare attack me, he shouted, letting his anger build. Fuyona waited a moment to let his rage boil even more before speaking. What are your orders? Shall we send a counter-strike force? No. Yagura snapped. I will go personally. Assemble my personal guard. Both of you are coming with me, he said as he grabbed his staff. Ao bowed his head a little lower, and Fuyona stood to his feet as he summoned the Mizuki's personal umbu. What about Lord Fuguki and Kisame? Shall I make them aware of the situation, my lord? Ao asked, raising his head. Yagura suddenly bit his lip, and his expression changed. Fuguki is dead, he spat. Ao was shocked as he waited for more information about how Kisame killed him for being a traitor. He then took Samahata and has fled the village, becoming a rogue ninja. Ao was extremely surprised while Fuyona had been confident that it would happen. However, he tried to act surprised so as not to give anything away. Never mind that, we must hurry, Yagura said as he slammed the bottom of his hook staff on the floor. Signaling, it was time to move out. Fuyona was pretty confident that whatever genjutsu Obito used to control Yagura was one where he still acted as usual unless directed otherwise, cutting memories out when and as needed. It was a powerful genjutsu indeed, and he knew he would have to enter his inner world if he had any chance at undoing it. With that said and done, Yagura asked Fuyona and Ao to lead the way as he and his umbu guard followed. Yagura was, of course, the most powerful person in the village other than Fuyona and would pose the greatest threat. His personal guard consisted of elite umbu members and, of course, the young Mangetsu Hozuki, who was a new addition to the 7 ninja swordsmen along with Amiri Ringo, who had also just become the first female member of the 7 swordsmen. Both of them could easily pose as a considerable threat to everyone apart from Fuyona and, hopefully, Mei. Fuyona and Ao lead the Mizuki and his men to the designated battle site they had chosen to ambush them. It was far enough away from the village that a battle wouldn't reach it. As they arrived, the battlefield was a mess showing the aftermath of a battle, just as planned. Mei, Kaga, and Hatsu were all stood around with their units. All of them coming to attention as the Mizuki and others arrived. What's the situation? Yagura asked as he took a good look around. Where are the hidden sand's forces? He added as he turned to look at Mei. The sand has retreated, my lord, but we expect them to return with reinforcements. She said, bowing her head. Yagura took a good look around as he noticed how many of his elite shinobi were gathered around him. Can you confirm any other of the shinobi? He asked, assuming they must be powerful if he was asked to come by Fuyona and Ao. Fuyona could tell Yagura was getting suspicious and gave Kaga a nod to take his men back. His and his unit's job was to prevent anyone from getting a message back to the village to ask for reinforcements. It was also to help keep a perimeter around the outside of the village to keep it safe, if possible. Yagura didn't miss the nod and wondered what was going on. He wasn't the only one, as Mangetsu could also feel something was off. Fuyona had already noticed his genius and knew he was a powerful adversary. He had to act fast, and he had to act now. Sorry about this, Fuyona said as he burst forwards faster than anyone could even see, striking the Mizukage in the center of his stomach as he attempted to enter his inner world and break the genjutsu. Time suddenly stopped as Fuyona entered Yagura's inner world. It was dark and wet, completely different from his own. Fuyona walked for a while before he found the central area, finding the three tails inside. The beast was a massive turtle-like creature with 3 large tails. He could tell the tailed beast was under control as it was wrapped in large chains, unable to move. So this is how he is being controlled, Fuyona said as he took in the sight. I must say, you deserve more credit than you have. Fuyona Yuki, a deep voice suddenly said from the shadows. Fuyona turned to face who it belonged to, not surprised when he saw Obito's mask appear from the shadows. Fuyona smiled as he looked Obito in the eye. His hair was currently long and black, much younger than he was in the anime. So you are the one controlling the Mizukage? He said, deciding to play along for now. Obito crossed his arms over his chest as he studied Fuyona with a heavy gaze. You really are a clever one, Kage Killer. Fuyona took a step closer this time. Release your genjutsu and leave my village. Obito. Obito had turned his back on Fuyona as he spoke to him. However, once he said his real name, his head snapped back around almost too quickly. How do you know that name? He asked, not impressed. I know more than you think. You are impersonating Madara Uchiha, taken control of the Mizukage and even attacked the hidden leaf. Fuyona said, this time really taking Obito off guard. Obito was honestly shocked that Fuyona knew so much. He remained silent for a moment before he took a step closer to the three tails, placing his hand on its body. You certainly know a lot about me, Kage Killer. He said, turning back to face him. For that reason, I cannot allow you to live. He suddenly shouted as he clapped his hands together, activating the genjutsu that controlled the three tails and Yagura. Now you will face my wrath. He said as the three tails suddenly let loose a mighty roar, one that banished Fuyona from Yagura's inner world, forcing him out. Fuyona opened his eyes and was quickly forced to dodge an attack from Yagura himself as he spun his hook staff around in an attempt to strike him. Of course, he managed to jump back to safety and avoided the attack, taking a ready stance. Everyone else had been so shocked at the moment that they had failed to act. However, they now knew what was transpiring. Treason. Yagura shouted as his eyes faded, showing he was now entirely under Obito's genjutsu. Mangetsu and Amuri drew their blades, each wielding one of the village's 7 great swords and each being extremely deadly with them. Mei, Ao, and Hatsu also took their own battle positions on Fiona's side as they all faced off. What happened? Ao asked as he activated his Byakugan. I was forced out by the masked men and the three tails. He has them entirely under his control. Fuyona shouted as he eyed up all the potential threats. So, now what? Mei asked. I need to get him still enough again to re-enter his inner world and break the genjutsu. Hatsu sighed. Looks like it's a fight then. I want them all dead. Kill them all. Yagura shouted as he grew more outraged, seeing that they had all betrayed him. Mangetsu and Amuri gave an evil smile as they readied their blades, as if they were itching to test them against a worthy opponent. Kaga had done as he was told, and he and his men had managed to retreat so that they could hold back and prevent anyone from getting back to the village. Ganryu held the last of their reinforcements, and they were currently holding the area ready to ambush Yagura's Umbu unit at Ao's command. Mei, Ao. I want you both to handle Mangetsu and Amuri. Think you can handle it? Fuyona said. They both weighed their opponents up and nodded. No problem, dear, Mei said with a confident smile. Ao simply nodded, knowing how strong Mangetsu was, not sure if he could match his abilities. Hatsu, back them up if you can. Have you got anyone among your units that can match these Umbu? Fuyona asked, almost sounding worried. After all, the Mizukage Umbu guards were elite ninja and no pushovers. Most of them Fuyona didn't know about as he had been away for 3 years, meaning that they could have skills or abilities he didn't know about. Actually, there is one that comes to mind who will be able to hold his own, but, Hetsu said as he drew his sword. But? Fuyona asked. Well, he's Mangetsu's cousin. Kogetsu Hozuki. Yagura was getting tired of talking and pointed his staff towards them. Kill them all. He shouted as his squad of Umbu charged forwards, going in for the attack. Now. Ao shouted as he gave the signal for the ambush. Suddenly Ganryu and his unit of 30 shinobi appeared from all over the area and attacked the squad of 15 Umbu, taking them on with twice the numbers. Clashes between steel broke out, water and fire clashed in the air as ninjutsu was unleashed, and the scarring of the land was set as the cries of battle erupted. In the middle of it all stood Yagura, the fourth Mizukage, and Fuyona Yuki, the Kage killer of the hidden mist. Fuyona already knew he couldn't talk to Yagura as Obito's hold over him was too strong. I'm going to put an end to this quickly. Fuyona shouted as he quickly charged towards Yagura, allowing his bones to spike out, ready to attack. Yagura quickly countered by extending his arm as he created a large water mirror. He then grabbed it with the hook at the end of his staff and pulled it, realizing a clone of Fuyona who charged to meet his own attack. Fuyona was matched strike for strike by his mirror image and was forced to jump back before he fired a barrage of lightning-style bone bullets. The clone didn't react to his second attack and was shredded by the lightning bullets, along with the water mirror. Yagura jumped out of the way as he started to form hand signs quickly before releasing a huge water-style dragon. Fuyona smiled as he was impressed by the jutsu. Not good enough. He shouted as he, too, made a few quick hand signs. Quickly releasing a massive ice-style dragon from his body, letting it consume Yagura's water dragon before crashing down on him. That's not all. Fuyona shouted as he clasped his hands together. Secret jutsu, ice mirror trap. He shouted as he formed ice mirrors all around the Mizukage, allowing the razor-sharp ice spikes from the dragon to explode and cause an almost never-ending rain of projectiles. The second Hokage's infinite exploding paper bombs inspired this jutsu. Fuyona had just tweaked it over the years until he had come up with a cool name. Fuyona could sense that Yagura had been unable to avoid the attack and now was his chance to hold him. If I can trap him in my ice style, I should be able to hold him for just long enough to break the genjutsu. He thought to himself as he rushed towards Yagura, forming hand signs. Wind style. Gale storm. Yagura shouted as he unleashed a massive blast of wind-style chakra, waving his staff around with expert skill, blasting all of the ice away from him with ease. Fuyona stopped in his tracks and smiled, realizing that this battle wouldn't be a walk in the park. Looks like it won't be that easy, Fuyona said as he waited and watched to see what Yagura did next. I'm done playing around. Yagura shouted as he struck his staff into the ground before he clapped his hands together to focus his chakra. Yagura suddenly became covered in a cloak of red chakra as three tails formed behind him. He had entered stage 1 and was now getting serious. Fuyona was almost excited to test his new strength against another Jinchuriki, but he had to remain serious and handle this without killing him. Meaning he would mostly be fighting while holding back. Yagura charged towards Fuyona, raising his fist as he intended to attack with all the chakra cloak's force. Fuyona was prepared for this and quickly allowed his bones to spike out from all over his body. Fuyona attacked with his body and countered Yagura as he tried to attack him. Flipping and spinning too fast for Yagura to keep up with, he was unable to dodge any of Fiona's attacks, realizing he was seriously outmatched. If not for his chakra cloak, he would have been filled full of holes already, but Fuyona didn't intend to kill him from the start and was just trying to damage him enough so he could break the genjutsu. Time to test out my new jutsu. Fuyona thought as he dodged into a back handspring before he lunged forwards with a thrust of his arm, letting a bone blade appear when and where he needed it to. The bone blade hit Yagura in the stomach and was a clean blow, proving that Fuyona was too quick for him. Suddenly ice started to form from where the attack had landed, blossoming like a flower petal until it covered almost half of Yagura's body. I call it the frozen flower dance, Fuyona said as he flicked his blade down through the air for effect as he watched the ice fully cover the Mizukage's body head to toe. Fuyona took a moment to look at his handiwork and walked over to the frozen Mizukage, placing a hand on the ice to try to concentrate. Did you think it would be that easy? A deep voice said. Fuyona quickly recoiled back in surprise as the ice exploded from the force of the chakra that Yagura suddenly let out. His body had turned into a mini version of the three tails, covered in a thick red and black chakra. He's already resorting to stage 2. Fuyona said as he covered his face from the intense chakra blast. Yagura suddenly let loose a blast of concentrated chakra and Fuyona was forced to go on the retreat. Not good. He shouted as he dodged the first one. The explosion it created caused a colossal shockwave that even affected the battle between the Umbu and the rest of Fiona's forces. Fuyona turned to look at Yagura as he was starting to get ready to create more mini-tailed beast bombs. I have to stop this. He said as he formed the hand signs, creating ice mirrors in an attempt to absorb the attacks. Yagura fired all of the mini-blast bombs at once as he was trying his best to kill Fuyona in one hit. Fiona's ice mirror was able to hold as it absorbed the full-tailed beast bombs. Yagura was very confused as he watched on in shock, wondering how Fuyona had done it. A huge explosion suddenly shook the ground from the distance as the blast bombs had been sent far away so that they would not harm any of his men that were currently battling Yagura's forces. "I can't let this go on," he said as he watched Yagura growling on all fours, clearly enraged that Fuyona had stopped his attack, making it look easy. "Are you ready, Saiken? I'm going to borrow your power," Fuyona said to his own tailed beast. "I'm ready, Fuyona, take as much of my chakra as you need," the six-tailed said. "All right. Time to go a little wild," he said as he let the red chakra cover his own body. "I won't hold back anymore." Thank you for reading. I do hope you are enjoying the story so far. Also, how would people feel if this was turned into a fan manga/comic? Let me know if you have any drawing skills. If you enjoy my work, please check out my original novel Tales of Asteria. It is a high D&D style fantasy with a very real emotional twist. Chapter 40, Naruto Chapter. The battle between the Mizukage Umbu and Fuyona's forces continued to rage as the sound of steel echoed through the air. Even though Fuyona's forces outnumbered the Umbu unit 2-1, they were outmatched. Most of Fuyona's troops were at Chunin level, with a small handful being Jonin. Meanwhile, the Umbu were all elite shinobi who had been tried and tested, forging their skills on the battlefield over and over again. "It's no good. They are too strong," one of the ninjas shouted as he fell back with the others. The Umbu had formed four-man teams that kept a tight circle formation to cover every blind spot. The Umbu attacked with perfectly timed taijutsu and ninjutsu combinations, leaving no time for a counterattack. "Look out!" someone shouted as a large fireball and showers of shuriken rained down upon them. The explosion shook the ground, and bodies dropped to the floor as the deadly missiles showered them. The men's morale was dropping rapidly as they quickly realized the Umbu shinobi outclassed them in almost every way. "No surrender!" Ganryu shouted as he pulled his men back from the brink, forming a rapid counterattack. The others followed his lead, and were able to hold their own, surviving another attack from the Umbu units as they continued to blast them. "We can't hold out much longer. We need reinforcements," Ganryu thought as he blocked an attack with his sword, pushing the Umbu back before cutting him down. "You!" he shouted at the first ninja he could find on his side. "Why yes, sir," the lad said. "Get yourself back to Captain Kaga's squad and request for reinforcements," Ganryu shouted at him. He didn't need to tell him twice as the lad gave a swift nod and turned on his heel to retreat. The Umbu, however, were no fools and noticed their plan right away. "Kill that one," the leader shouted as he pointed to the messenger. "Don't let them attack," Ganryu shouted. Another battle broke out as his forces tried to defend their messenger, and the Umbu wished to kill him. Meanwhile, Mei was in a standoff with the young Mangetsu. She was amazed at his ability and could see why he had climbed the ranks so swiftly. "Give it up, kid. The Mizukage is being controlled. You are fighting for the wrong side," Mei shouted as she ducked under one of his attacks. Mangestu was quick, though, and countered with a spinning kick that Mei was forced to block with her arm. "I follow Lord Mizukage's orders," he simply said as he placed his sword over his shoulder. Mangestu was wielding Hiramakerii, the twin swords, and it was still wrapped in bandages, meaning he hasn't even gotten serious yet. Mei knew her best bet was keeping her distance and using her ninjutsu to overcome his superior close combat prowess. She already knew that taijutsu wouldn't work, thanks to his Hozuki clan ability, and she would have to be careful when he got close. Ao and Hatsu were also having trouble battling Amuri. She was the newest member of the Seven, and its first female member, making her even more deadly. She held the Kiba blades and wielded them with deadly skill. The blades were thought to have been lost when Raiga became a Rouge ninja. However, the blades had been stolen from him thanks to Hatsu and a team of Tracker Nin. Raiga had gotten away, but the swords had been recovered, allowing Amuri to master them with her powerful lightning chakra release. Something Hatsu was currently regretting. Amuri was a fierce opponent with her skill and wild attitude for battle, making her a severe threat to Ao and Hatsu even together. "What's the matter, boys? Can't handle me 2-on-1?" she said as she licked her blade, giving them a toothy smile. Ao had already activated his Byakugan, yet for all its power and vision it offered, it was no help against Amuri's ferocious attacks. Amuri raised her swords into the air and summoned a huge lightning ball that she fired towards both of them. Hatsu and Ao jumped out of the way, avoiding being electrocuted. "We need to counter with a wind style," Ao shouted. Hatsu landed but didn't have any time to react as Amuri appeared behind him, slashing with each of her blades in smooth succession. Hatsu blocked each attack with his own blade as he was forced on the defensive. Quickly Hatsu ducked and spun around in an attempt to counter. Amuri was too fast and ducked under his blade as she opened her arms wide, bringing both her blades overhead and crashing down with a powerful attack. Hatsu raised his sword to block, and his shoulders felt the pressure as they trembled from the force. Not so simple, Amiri said as she suddenly realized a massive burst of lightning chakra from her swords. The Kiba blades easily cut through Hatsu's sword and tore through his torso like butter. Amiri smiled at her handiwork. However, Hatsu's body suddenly turned into a log. Substitution, Amiri growled as she turned around to dodge a thrust attack from Ao. You dare try and fool me? She roared as she suddenly jumped off her back foot, spinning rapidly, creating a tornado of lightning that would shred anything it touched to pieces. Ao dashed back as he made a few quick hand signs before he fired a high-pressure stream of water about his mouth in an attempt to halt Amiri's attack. It was just enough to push her back and Ao to get out of the way. Wind-style, pressure slice. Hatsu shouted as he quickly blasted 2 large blades of wind-style chakra from his mouth. Amiri saw them coming from inside her jutsu and slashed her blades, cutting them across each other to release a bolt of lightning style to meet the wind blades. Both of the ninjutsu clashed in the air and exploded as they cancelled each other out. Blast, it wasn't strong enough. Hatsu shouted, realizing Amiri's lightning style was more potent than his wind style that held the advantage. We need more firepower, Ao said as he regrouped with Hatsu, both of them facing off against Amiri as she slowly twirled her blades. She is indeed a powerful foe, Hatsu said, noting she was worthy of the 7 swordsmen. Meanwhile. Alright, Saiken, it's time to power up. Fuyona said as he allowed Saiken's chakra to envelop his body, sprouting all 6 tails from the get-go. Yagura was currently in version 2 of his tailed beast state and was doing his best to eradicate Fuyona. Do you not think you should also enter version 2? Saiken asked. I don't want to kill him if I can help it, Saiken, Fuyona said as he readied himself for the Mizuki's next attack. Yagura suddenly burst forward off all fours as he lunged at Fuyona, attacking him with all of his might. Yagura was little more than a beast now, and his attacks proved it. Swiping with his claws as he tried to rip them into Fuyona, over and over again. Fuyona was too fast for him as he jumped back to avoid all of his attacks. He must be trying to use his coral palm. He thought as he decided to go on the counterattack. Fuyona stopped a right swipe from the Mizuki with his arm and countered-attacked with a massive punch amplified with wind-style chakra. The blast sent Yagura flying back through the air and crashing through the trees. Fuyona could see the coral growing up his arm as it had taken effect. So, even if you touch him anywhere, it still gets you. Interesting. Fuyona thought as he stopped the spread by growing bones out of his arm that broke it away from his skin. Unfortunately, I have the perfect counter to it. Fuyona thought as he looked towards where Yagura had been sent flying. 3 large red and black tails shot out of the tree line as they headed right towards Fuyona. With rapid reaction speed, he jumped into the air and formed hand signs that summoned large ice spikes in a large circle around his body. The tails acted like whips as they changed direction, trying to rip Fuyona to ribbons, ripping the surrounding terrain apart. Fuyona flipped and used a blast of wind style to propel him through the air to avoid the tails, one after the other. Now. He shouted as he fired a load of ice spikes at the tails in an attempt to pin each of them to the ground. The ice hit but shattered as the 3 tails' hide was too strong for them to penetrate. The tails reacted and smashed Fuyona through the air as he was forced to block with his arms. Even with his own tailed beast chakra cloak and his bone defense, he could feel the force behind the attack as it broke both of his arms. Damn, he's stronger than he looks. Fuyona thought as he flipped backwards and landed on the ground, skidding from the force. The tails hadn't stopped, and they darted after him like a homing missile. Fuyona was ready for this, though, and summoned an ice mirror with one hand as he had already regrown the bones inside it. All 3 of the tails went right into the mirror as it absorbed them. Fuyona had created another mirror for them to pass out through, causing them to crash into themselves, getting tangled up from the force. Now. Fuyona thought as he saw his opportunity arise. Ice style, flash freeze. He shouted as he created the hand signs, pumping a massive amount of chakra into the jutsu. Fuyona quickly unleashed a massive frozen wave that froze everything around it. All 3 of the Mizuki's tails froze in almost an instant. This way, the Mizuki couldn't retract his tails, and they would be stuck there, giving him time to get close. Fuyona had used a massive amount of chakra for the jutsu, and he was now down to 3 tails in his first form. Yagura let out a wicked howl of pain as he could feel his body freeze almost instantly. Instead of pulling his tails back to him, he was pulled back to them like a yo-yo as he crashed through the forest, uprooting any tree he crashed into. Fuyona waited for him to get closer and fired a barrage of lightning-enhanced bone bullets to distract him. They did the job and hurt him before he stopped dead, crying in pain at his frozen tails. Now. Fuyona thought as he flipped over his body and reached his hand out, trying to place a seal on his body so he could enter his inner world once more. However, the Mizuki wasn't so succumbing. At the last moment, Yagura grabbed Fiona's arm, stopping him in his tracks. Fuyona was face to face with the 3 tails as it growled in his face, preparing to do something drastic. Suddenly the beast ripped its frozen tails off to gain its freedom. Fiona couldn't pull his arm free and quickly formed a few one-handed hand signs in an attempt to free himself from its grasp. Ice shards suddenly rained down on Yugura, and razor-sharp bones cut into his hand, forcing him to release his grip on Fiona's hand. Yugura let his jaw break as it opened as wide as it could, getting ready to unleash a massive blast of concentrated chakra, even being prepared to hit himself to take Fiona out. If he fires that thing, he could die. Fiona thought as he was left with no other option. Fiona closed his eyes for a moment and suddenly burst full of crimson chakra as he entered stage 2. His body had become enveloped in red and black chakra, and all 6 tails were waving about as his powerful aura flared to life. Moving at speeds far greater than before, Fiona wrapped his body around Yugura like a coil as he started to squeeze. Yugura's body was solid indeed but not indestructible, as Fiona released his acid from all over his body, making the 3 tails more compliant due to the burning pain. Yugura lost his concentration, and the chakra bomb dropped, causing an explosion that sent both of them flying through the air. Fiona had managed to stop him from trying to blow both of them up with a last resort move. Now he needed to stop him before he went any further. Fiona glanced as Yugura flipped in the air and opened his arms in an attempt to steady himself midair. He had a look on his face that said 1,000 words, and Fiona didn't like any of them. He's going to transform again, he said to Saiken. Not good. You have to stop him before he does. Otherwise, this whole area will be destroyed. The 6 tails said. Just as Fiona had said, Yugura suddenly transformed, turning into the fully giant body of the 3-tailed beast. It was an enormous turtle-like creature with a crab-like shell with spikes all over its body and 3 giant shrimp-like tails. This was the 2nd-tailed beast Fiona had seen up close now. But he had no time to be impressed. He had to act fast if he wanted to stop the Mizukage from trying to destroy the entire area. I guess I have no choice. Let's do it, Saiken. All right. Saiken shouted back. Suddenly Fiona transformed into the full version and all its glory of the 6-tailed beast. You know what it looks like. Now the 2-tailed beasts were at a standoff, and everyone around them had been blown back from the power of their transformation. Meanwhile, Mei had been battling against Mangetsu in a serious life or death contest. Mangesta was currently around 15 years old, but there was a reason he was called the second coming of the demon. His ability with the sword was genuinely unique. Along with his control over water release, he was a deadly adversary. However, Mei was just as much of a threat. Mei possessed water, fire, earth and lightning release as well as 2 Kekii Genkai, lava and boil release. She was indeed a deadly opponent, and she was about to prove why. I have to say, Mangetsu, you really are something. But, if you don't surrender now, I won't hold back any longer, she said. Mangetsu lifted his sword onto his shoulder. He could tell that she had been holding back up until now, but then again, so had he. Mangetsu dropped his blade from his shoulder as he unwrapped the cloth that was around it. Mei took note, knowing that this fight was about to get dangerous. So be it, she said as she formed a few hand signs before spitting a large amount of lava towards him. Mangetsu reacted swiftly and swung his blade with such skill that he cut through the lava style like butter. Mangetsu darted towards Mei and let his chakra surround the edge before it took the shape of a massive hammer. Mel was shocked he had easily avoided her lava and was on her in an instant. Mei had nowhere to go and rapidly formed a few hand signs in an attempt to stop his attack. Earth-style, mud wall. She shouted as she raised an earth-style wall in an attempt to absorb the blow from his sword. Mangetsu's blade smashed the earth-style wall to pieces as he passed right through Mei's defenses. However, he had fallen right into her trap. Lightning-style, lighting trap. She shouted as she let her chakra surround Mangetsu in a circular lightning barrier. With his Kekii Genkai and weakness to lightning, Mangetsu was left helpless and trapped like a rat in Mei's jutsu. I know all about your Hozuki clan's ability. I'm afraid this time it wasn't enough to save you, Mei said as she formed a few more hand signs. Such a waste to kill a handsome man, but I'm already taken, she said as she opened her mouth and released her acid mist. This mist will melt even you alive, Mangetsu. Mangetsu couldn't move due to the lightning-style trap he was in. He couldn't even liquefy due to the electricity running through his body. He could feel the acid vapor start to burn his skin as its effects got stronger and stronger. With one final attempt to save his life, Mangetsu pumped all of his remaining chakra into his sword, trying to get it to attack Mei. It was no good. Mei had already seen this coming and stopped his attempt with lighting style that hit his wrist, preventing him from gripping his sword. Now melt away, Mei said as she blew a kiss of deadly acid vapor. Suddenly an explosion not far away gave off a shock wave that cleared the acid mist and disrupted the ground, ending the lightning style on Mangetsu, freeing him. Both Mei and Mangetsu were blown back by the shock wave, but Mangetsu did his best to seize the opportunity by firing a clip of water bullets at Mei. Mei was so shocked by the sudden explosion that she had lost her footing even before the shock wave had knocked her back. She flipped in the air and watched the water bullets head her way to late. as one of them ripped through her left shoulder. Mei screamed as the pain set in before she crashed to the ground, rolling into a heap, clutching her wound. Mangetsu landed smoothly and regained his sword, splitting the blade into two halves this time as he intended to finish Mei with one blow. He had already learned his lesson and didn't intend to give Mei another chance to use her lightning style or acid mist. Time for you to die. Mangetsu shouted as he raised both of his blades, covering them in chakra. Suddenly another huge shock wave hit as this time two huge-tailed beasts suddenly appeared, ripping the terrain close to them to shreds and blasting everything away, including Mei and Mangetsu. Further away, Hastu and Ao were facing off against Amuri. The female swordsman proved to be a mighty foe as her control over lightning style was too strong for them to handle. Amuri could wield lightning style from her body and swords without the need for hand signs. She could even summon lightning from the clouds above. Lightning style, Thunder Gate. She shouted as she struck her swords into the ground. Thunder and lightning crackled and roared, blasting down from the sky towards Hatsu and Ao. Look out! Ao shouted as he jumped back to avoid the lightning bolt. Hatsu did the same, and both of them took cover in the trees, hoping she wouldn't be able to see them. Ao was smart, as a leader of Tracker Ninja and Umbu Captain. He had dealt with all sorts of foes. However, he had never fought such a proficient user of lightning style and struggled to develop a plan. Hatsu could use wind style, but as shown, he wasn't skilled enough in its use to combat her lightning. Their only option was to set out a trap that would either disarm her or trap her movements long enough to get a counterattack in. Ao started forming hand signs and created 3 water clones. A water clone was a basic jutsu, yet more advanced than the ordinary clone jutsu, as a water clone had psychical mass. However, it was only 1/10 as potent as the user, meaning they were only good as a distraction. Hatsu caught on to what Ao was doing and decided to play along as he created 3 water clones himself. Ao allowed his clones to run off into different parts of the forest, with Hatsu doing the same. The clones would cover the tree line trying to confuse Amuri as to where their actual whereabouts were, becoming a valuable distraction. Hatsu's clones did the first part as they rained kunai down upon Amuri. The projectiles served as nothing more than a pest to her as she blocked them with her swords. There you are. She shouted as she let loose a lightning strike towards Hatsu's clone. She wasn't sure if she hit her target and tried to get closer to confirm it. You won't get away from me. Ao quickly darted out of the bushes and attacked, aiming for her vitals with his Senbon needles. Amuri turned around and blocked his first strike before dodging his second attack. Amuri slashed with both blades in a counterattack and cut Ao in half with ease. Why you? No one tricks me. She shouted as she watched his body turn into a water clone. Now. Wind style, air bullet. Water style, water bullet. Both Ao and Hatsu shouted as they fired a combined jutsu mixing wind and water together. Amuri raised her swords in defense. Lightning style, depth charge. She shouted as her body became enveloped in lightning, protecting her from the blast of water and wind. The force of the jutsu blew her back and both Ao and Hatsu retreated back into the forest, taking cover once again. How dare you? Amuri shouted as lightning crackled off her body in her rage. I never lose my prey, she said as she crossed her blades over each other, taking a kneeling position. Amuri suddenly rushed into the forest, letting lightning bolts shoot out all over the place in an attempt to hit anyone who might be hiding. Ao noticed this and was becoming worried that his trap might not work now. Only one option left, he thought as he gave Hatsu a nod. Both of them had laid out an explosive trap that would result in her capture with conductive metal wire. But the entire plan counted on whether or not they could disarm her. Ao jumped from his cover and threw a handful of shuriken to distract her. There you are. She shouted as she let her lightning loose, zapping him on the spot as well as stopping the shuriken. Ao's body burst into water, and another him appeared further away. Over here, he shouted as he made some rapid hand signs. Water style, high pressure arrow. He shouted as he blasted arrow-shaped water blasts from his mouth. The blast's pressure was strong enough to rip through a tree trunk, and Amuri didn't want to chance it by trying to block them. She swiftly jumped out of the way of the attacks and spun around rapidly in a circle towards Ao, ready to cut him in half. Die, traitor! She shouted as she zapped him with a massive blast of lightning style from her swords, dropping his body toward the ground. Another clone. She shouted as she looked up, getting ready for the next attack. Not this time, Ao said as he fired another water arrow from his mouth. The blast was no way near as powerful as the others, but it caught Amuri off guard. What? He wasn't a clone. She shouted as she had no choice but to cross her swords across her body in an attempt to block the attack. The water arrow was a direct hit, and it knocked Amuri into the air from the force. She was stunned from the blast just long enough for Hatsu to get behind her as he wrapped the metal wire around her body. Amuri realized what was going on and slashed one of her blades behind her in a desperate attempt to get Hatsu away from her. It worked as she cut his left arm, leaving a large gash in his bicep. Hatsu bit through the pain and quickly kicked Yuri in the ribs before wrapping the wire around her wrist. Yuri had failed to defend against his kick and fallen for his plan, but with a quick burst of lightning, she zapped Hatsu and sent him flying before he smashed into a tree. Yuri landed on the ground and tried to undo the wire that had been wrapped around her waist and left hand, but it was no good as Ao pulled it with all his might. Yuri was pulled through the air while her left sword was ripped out of her hand and stuck into the ground. "Now, Hatsu, do it now," Ao shouted. Hatsu pulled himself up best he could and pulled out an explosive tag that was wrapped around a kunai. He threw it as hard as he could, and it landed on the target, just making the mark before he fell back against the tree. Yuri had been pulled by the wire through the air, and from what she could see, was towards an explosive tag-filled trap. She couldn't cut the metal wire, and even her lightning style couldn't break it. With little to no time to react, she did the only thing she could. "Thunder Gate!" She roared as she summoned a massive amount of lightning style, pumping as much chakra into it as she could. The lightning struck the ground just as Hatsu's kunai hit its mark, and the two created an explosion that covered the entire area, taking all three of them out together in the consuming light. That's the end of this chapter. I do hope you enjoyed it. Also, check out my original novel Tales of Asteria. Chapter 41, Naruto Chapter 41. Ganryu and his men had managed to hold their own amidst the explosions and shock waves that littered the landscape as battles raged all over. Most noticeable was the enormous tailed beasts in the distance. The men knew that things were getting serious now and the battle was reaching its peak. General Fuyona is battling with all his might. We have to hold on until reinforcements arrive, Ganryu shouted, trying to keep their morale up. The Umbu had also noticed that the surrounding battlefield had been very lively and had to wonder what had happened to both Mangetsu and Yuri. We have to hold strong until Lord Mizuki kills these traitors, the Umbu captain shouted. Attack! Each group shouted as they charged in for a battle. Both groups gave it their all, but the Umbu were just too skilled and quickly gained the advantage. Ganryu was equally as skilled, but alone he was no match for them. His unit's numbers had been reduced to equal theirs, and the odds were not looking good. Reinforcements! One of the men shouted as about 40 shinobi came charging out of the trees and ramming themselves into the Umbu flanks. Shit! How did they get the drop on us? The Umbu captain shouted as he blocked an incoming attack. The Umbu's unit had been taken by surprise, and at least half of their numbers had just been cut down. Push through, men. We can do this. Ganryu shouted as every one of them gave it their all. The Umbu were getting desperate as they huddled together, trying to fire a combined jutsu. Garyu had already seen this and was quick to counter as he barked orders at others to do the same. Water, fire, wind, and lightning all crackled in clashes in the air and roared over the never-ending screams of battle. Captain, we need to fall back, one of the survivors of his unit shouted. The Umbu captain could count only 4 of his men left. Himself included made 5, while the enemy numbered over 50. I hate to admit it, but we have no choice, he said, keeping his sword raised. They had been surrounded on all sides by Ganryu's forces. Ganryu stepped forwards amongst the standoff. Give it up. You're outnumbered and don't stand a chance. If you surrender now, we will let you live. No more missed shinobi blood needs to be spilt. The Umbu seemed as if they would be willing to do as he asked, each of them slowly lowering their weapons. Never. We will never surrender to traitors, the Umbu captain barked, snapping his men back to their senses. We follow Lord Mizuki, even to the death. Ganryu nodded his head. I can see that nothing I say will change your mind. Have it your way. Men, attack! He shouted as he pointed his sword. Suddenly a burst of chakra hit one of Ganryu's men's flanks as they were sent flying into the air from the blast. What the hell was that? Someone shouted among the screams. It's him. Another shouted as another group were smashed through the air. Ganryu could see what was going on and was forced to watch as wave after wave of his men dropped from what seemed like a machine gun fire of water bullets. It's Mangetsu Hozuki. Someone shouted as the area around the teenager cleared so he could be seen. Don't tell me this group of insects are giving your men trouble, Mangetsu said to the Umbu captain. The Umbu all stood a little taller as their morale lifted, seeing that one of the 7 ninja swordsmen had joined them. Already men, no mercy, he shouted as he gripped his sword tighter. Mangetsu joined the Umbu and pulled his blades apart, so he had one in each hand ready to unleash his power in full. All of Ganryu's men took a step back as they knew precisely what Mangetsu was capable of. We can't beat one of the 7 swordsmen, someone whimpered. We are all going to die at this rate. Where are our leaders? Someone else shouted. Ganryu couldn't blame them. He knew they were no match for Mangetsu, even with their numbers. He knew he needed to say something. Anything. He just couldn't form the words. Water style. Hozuki scattershot. A voice suddenly shouted as its owner fired a rapid fire of water bullets that hit the ground in front of Mangetsu and the other Umbu. The owner of the jutsu landed in front of the others and faced off against Mangetsu, and he stood to his full height. Ganryu didn't recognize him but differently recognized the Hozuki clan symbol on the back of his blue robe. Kogetsu. Mangetsu said as he snarled a little. The boy was about the same height as Mangetsu, with his hair around the same length but dirty blonde in color. Kogetsu had a dark blue robe on with black baggy trouser, the standard black shinobi footwear and fingerless gloves on. He looks about the same age as Mangetsu, and his eyes had a different color in each of them, one being hazel green and the other being a light blue. Everyone was confused about who he was but could tell that he and Mangetsu knew each other and they waited to see what would happen. "What are you doing here, Kogetsu?" Mangetsu said with a snarl. "I am part of the rebellion against Lord Mizukage. I'm here to stop you," he said as he pulled part of his hair back. "You can't defeat me, Kogetsu. Get out of here before I kill you too," Mangetsu said as he pointed his sword at him. Kogetsu took a ready stance and weighed all of the Umbu around him as well as Mangetsu. "I don't know how you can follow the Mizukage after what he did to our clan, Mangetsu, but I won't sit by any more and let that tyrant rule us." Mangetsu looked angry and let his chakra flow into his swords. "Last chance, Kogetsu. Go home." "No," he said as he pulled his own sword from his back. "As the next head of the Hozuki clan, I refuse to back down. Then die," Mangetsu shouted as he rushed in with his blades held high as he cut Kogetsu in half. Kogetsu's body turned to water as Mangetsu's blades passed through his body and everyone suddenly grew tense as the battle had begun. "A clone," Mangetsu said as he tried to sense where Kogetsu would attack from. Suddenly the earth under all of the Umbu cracked, and they fell into it before it sealed around them, trapping all of them from the middle of their arms upward, leaving only their shoulders and heads exposed. Mangetsu had jumped into the air and avoided the attack, as he looked down to see what was going on. Water suddenly started to flow within the cracks of the earth and slowly took the form of Kogetsu as 5 clones of himself appeared next to each of the Umbu. "I'm sorry it had to come to this," he said as he pointed his index finger at each of them like a gun. "Secret Hozuki clan jutsu, earth trap water bullet," Kogetsu said as he fired the water shot at each of them, blowing all the Umbu's brains out at once, making it look easy. Mangetsu landed and charged in to attack Kogetsu. However, he was too late as Kogetsu suddenly turned back into water and slowly disappeared again. "You can't hide, Kogetsu," he shouted as he turned to look at the others. "I'll kill all of them if it means drawing you out," Mangetsu shouted as he charged at Ganryu and his men. Kogetsu suddenly burst out from the group and stopped Mangetsu in his tracks as the two of them clashed swords. Both of them pushed each other away and took a ready stance as they slowly circled each other ready for the next assault. "I didn't know you could use earth style," Mangetsu said with a toothy grin. "You know me, Mangetsu, expect the worst plan for the best. I'm afraid even your greatest plan won't work against me, dear cousin," Mangetsu said as he suddenly let his chakra burst into both his blades. Mangetsu could let his chakra flow freely and store inside the blades, allowing it to change to any shape he wished. "We will see," Kogetsu said as he readied his sword. Ganryu and the others all looked on from behind Kogetsu as he single-handedly took out the remaining Umbu and held Mangetsu at bay. "Who the hell is that kid?" someone asked. Ganryu had to think hard before it came to him. He is the youngest son of the Genjutsu line. Currently the only living heir to the Hozuki clan. His brothers were all killed during the war and the Civil War. Gabriel said, informing everyone. "Should we help him?" Another asked. "No. I think this battle is beyond our abilities. We would only get in the way," Ganryu said as he ordered his men to stand down. Meanwhile, Mei found herself trapped under some debris from the shock wave that had sent her flying. Her shoulder was severely damaged, and she was lucky Mangetsu hadn't hit a vital point. "How long have I been out?" she asked herself as she got free and stood to her feet, taking a look around. Mei couldn't see anything around her and guessed she had been blown quite far from the battle. "I need to get back in the fight," she said as she winced at the pain, gripping her arm. "I don't know how much use I will be with my arm like this, but I have to try." Kogetsu and Mangetsu were locked in a vicious battle, and Mangetsu clearly held the advantage. Kogetsu was good with a sword, that much was clear. However, Mangetsu was next level and outclassed Kogetsu with his ability. Kogetsu blocked and blocked, dodging when he could, but Manjita was too fast as he landed blow after blow. If not for his clan's Kekkei Genkai, he would have been dead over and over again. Mangetsu was using each blade as a perfect weapon and shield as he could change the shape of the blade at will. He would attack with one and defend with the other, consistently switching between offense and defense when he felt like it. Mangetsu was finished playing around as he knocked Kogetsu's sword from his hand before turning his other sword into a giant hammer. "Let's see your body recover from this," he shouted as he swung his attack. Kogetsu couldn't defend, and the blow smashed him flying through the air. If not for his Kekii Genkai that allowed him to liquefy, his body would have broken from the force of that blow. Kogetsu allowed his body to turn solid midair so he could flip around and get his footing as he hit the ground. I don't think so. Mangetsu shouted from behind him. Kogetsu turned around and formed a water blade from his arm to block one of Mangetsu's attacks. But his mighty hammer-shaped chakra broke through it and smashed Kogetsu again, sending him flying. If I can't cut you, then I will smash you to pieces until you are too dehydrated to turn to water. Mangetsu shouted as he smashed Kogetsu over and over again. Kogetsu may not have been taking any damage just yet, but Mangetsu was also part of the Hozuki clan and knew how to counter their ability quite well. Water style, drilling bullet. He shouted as he fired his water pistol. Mangetsu saw the attack coming a mile away and turned one of his swords into a large shield as he let his chakra change form, blocking the water bullet with ease. I don't think so, cousin. Kogetsu was starting to get out of breath now, and he could tell his body was becoming dehydrated quickly. Not good. I knew I should have packed my water bottle. I always do this. He said to himself as if he was scolding himself for not planning sufficiently enough. I think it's time we finish this, Mangetsu said as he took a fighting stance preparing his swords for an attack. Alright, everyone, we need to attack together, on my signal attack with all your might. Ganryu said to his men. All of them agreed as they could see that Kogetsu was starting to struggle against his older cousin. Mangetsu had started spinning his blades before joining them back together, letting the chakra in each of them grow even more powerful. Time to finish it, traitor, Mangetsu said as he hoisted his sword straight into the air. Now. Gabriel shouted as himself, and all of his men unleashed their most powerful long-range attack. Shuriken and kunai, water, fire, and wind ninjutsu, as well as other projectiles were launched towards Mangetsu in a surprise attack. Mangetsu turned around with a shocked expression on his face at the attacks coming his way. You dare. He shouted as he turned to face them head-on before swinging his sword as hard as he could, letting his chakra explode in a massive burst of power. However, his attack was not strong enough to stop the large assault of ninjutsu, and he was consumed by the combined attack, which exploded, creating a large shockwave that kicked up a massive vapor cloud. All of them started cheering as their combined attacks hit the mark. We did it. All right. Everyone cheered as they watched the dust from their attacks settle, leaving no trace of Mangetsu. Ganryu also breathed a sigh of relief as the dust settled, but his gut was telling him it wasn't over. Look out. Kogetsu shouted. Suddenly a group of men and women were blown into the air by a chakra blast. Everyone turned to see Mangetsu, who was crouched down, holding his sword, not looking happy. His body looked as if it had half melted, but it was only his liquefied state. His body slowly returned to its solid state, and Mangetsu went on an aggressive counterattack. Did you really think you could stop me with that? He shouted as he jumped into the air and slashed his sword into the ground, crushing a handful of shinobi who failed to get out of the way of his massive chakra blade. Counterattack. Ganryu shouted. Several shinobi tried to engage Mangetsu in combat, but he quickly cut them down, making it look easy, showing just how powerful he was. Others tried to throw shuriken at him, but the metal stars simply passed right through his body like water. It's no good. We can't even damage him. Ganryu thought as he tried to think of a way to counter his abilities. He was put on the defensive, though, as Mangetsu set his sights on him and attacked. You're the leader, so you can die. Mangetsu said as he appeared behind Ganryu, slashing at his head. Ganryu only just got his sword up to block the attack and was taken back by his speed. Mangetsu quickly spun around and kicked Ganryu in the stomach, knocking him flying before he crashed into his men. Die. Mangetsu shouted as he raised his sword, getting ready to unleash another chakra blast at them. Reizuriuden. Lightning Water Dragon. A massive water dragon coated with lightning release suddenly roared as it smashed into Mangetsu with such force that it destroyed everything in its path until it crashed into the ground and burst, expelling a massive amount of water that crackled with lightning. Everyone turned to see who had unleashed such a powerful jutsu and found Mei stood there clutching her shoulder as it was severely injured. That should stop him, she said through staggered breaths, having used a lot of chakra. Everyone was amazed after seeing such an amazing jutsu and stepped aside as Mei walked towards her target. Mangetsu was still alive but was severely injured and unable to move due to the high voltage running through his body. It's over, Mangetsu, give up, or I will be forced to kill you, Mei said as she stood over him. Kogetsu joined her side and looked down at his cousin. Please, Mangetsu, just hear her out. Ao slowly woke up after losing consciousness due to the explosion that Amuri had set off, thanks to her Thundergate ability. He sat up and tried to take in his surroundings. His head was still ringing from the blast, so he took his time. Hatsu. He shouted out, trying to find his ally. Did he survive? Ao thought as he looked around. Ao caught a rustling sound coming from some of the bushes and put his guard up. Good job, too, as Amuri appeared. Ao noticed she was hurt and only had one of her swords. "You asshole," she said, clearly pissed off. She had taken damage along one side of her body more than the other, most likely because she could only protect one side of her body with one sword. "I'm going to kill you if it is the last thing I do," she screamed, pointing her sword into the air. "It's over, aim Yuri. You're fighting for a lost cause," Ao shouted, trying to get her to stop. It was no good, though. Aim Yuri had gone mad, letting her lust for revenge take over her, abandoning all reason. "I will kill you if it's the last thing I do," she shouted, letting her rage spill out. "Thunder Gate!" Aim Yuri shouted as she let as much chakra as she could muster pour into the attack. Ao looked up in horror as he could see the thunder clouds forming. "Not good, I can't dodge it," he thought. Aim Yuri laughed as she got ready to drop the wicked thunderbolt from the sky when suddenly a sword burst through her chest, causing her to cough up some blood. Ao was also shocked and realized that it was Hatsu. He had somehow gotten behind her and stabbed her through the chest in an attempt to stop her. Aim Yuri turned her head a little as the shock set in. "You bastard," she spat out through the blood. "It's over, Aim Yuri. You have lost," Hatsu said, digging his sword deeper into her back. Aim Yuri winced from the pain and lowered her sword in defeat before coughing up more blood. Ao breathed a sigh of relief and dropped back onto his butt, taking a well-needed rest. "Your prick isn't big enough to stop me," Aim Yuri suddenly shouted as she used the last of her strength to lift her sword into the air. "No, don't," Ao shouted as he watched, extending his arm. "Thunder Gate!" Aim Yuri screamed as she summoned one last lightning strike that hit her and Hatsu, engulfing them in the binding light before the explosion sent Ao flying back. While all this was going on, Fuyona and Yugura had been engaged in a stare-off that was about to turn into a fierce clash of titans. Both of them stood ready, each waiting for the other to make the first move. Both in full-tailed beast mode with their tails waving in the sky. Yugura moved first as he jumped into the air, curling into a ball as he rolled tenaciously towards Fuyona. The sheer size of his body was enough to uproot the terrain as he rolled forwards, attacking with the total weight of his body. Saiken's body only had small arms, so Fuyona was forced to use two of his tails to block the attack. Yugura continued to roll and flipped into the air before Fuyona smashed him away with his other tails getting some distance. Quickly he covered the latitude between them and smashed the three tails on top of the head with his tails before unleashing a huge amount of water bubbles that exploded on its hide, causing massive damage. Yugura flinched from the explosive bubbles, and Fuyona quickly used the opportunity to wrap his flexible body around his, holding him in place. The three tails roared as its movements became halted, and in a desperate attempt, it tried to fire a tailed beast bomb that would hit the ground, damaging both of them. "Look out!" Saiken shouted, trying to warn Fuyona. Fuyona saw the attack at the last second and was quickly able to wrap one of his tails around Yugura's leg, pulling him off balance and knocking him over so that the blast flew into the sky. Both of the tailed beasts wrestled on the ground as they fought for dominance over each other. Their tails clashed and destroyed anything they hit as the landscape around them was shredded to pieces, sending shockwaves through landscape. "We have to be careful not to let our battle get too close to the village," Fuyona shouted to Saiken. "I know," the six tails replied as he was doing his best to control the three tails. The three tails suddenly stopped wriggling, and Saiken figured out why when his coral palm started to take effect, covering his body in the tough substance enabling him to move. It's his coral palm technique. "Look out!" Fuyona shouted as Saiken was forced to release the three tails. Quickly Saiken created as much distance as he could before the coral palm froze his movements. "I guess it's time for that jutsu," Fuyona said as he watched from his inner world. Saiken's body suddenly unleashed a massive amount of bones that took the shape of a large exoskeleton that formed around the six tails' body like armor, smashing all of the coral that had formed. The sight was monstrous, and Saiken looked like a demon with two large horns forming on its head. Everything, including its six tails, was covered in the bone armor that acted as defense with spikes all over, making it even more forbidding. The three tails growled, showing it wasn't intimidated as it fired a barrage of tailed beast bombs that smashed into Saiken's bone armor. However, they hardly left a mark and Fuyona decided to counterattack. "Ice style, freezing bubble jutsu," Fuyona shouted as he let loose a barrage of water bubble towards the three tails. The bubbles hit their mark and, this time, froze on impact instead of exploding. They kept coming, and the three tails was quickly overwhelmed by the amount as they trapped its large body in a layer of ice. "If I can freeze him for long enough, I should be able to undo the seal," Fuyona shouted. Yugura was having none of it, though, and smashed the ice away with his tails before he jumped back into a ball and rolled out of the way of Fiona's attack. He was rolling around Fuyona in a circle as he fired small blasts of chakra at him, trying to chip away at his armor. The attacks were no way near strong enough to break through his defense, though, and Yugura decided to attack with his own shell that was as strong as armor, becoming impatient. Fuyona did the same thing as last time and stopped the three tails with his tails. This time though, his bone defense acted as a weapon as the bone armor came to life and attacked the three tails from all angles. 1,000 bones counterattack. Fuyona shouted as the bone armor continued to hit the three tails with powerful blunt strikes not to kill him. The constant barrage of attacks was too much for even the three tails body to handle as Fuyona held him close. He was continually attacked by the bone armor as if it had a mind of its own. Finally, Fuyona released the three tails, looking as if the beast had been knocked out from the onslaught. Now is my chance. Secret-tailed beast jutsu. Ice mist. He said as Saiken unleashed a fog that looked like dry ice over the three tails. Saiken could release a poison cloud or an acid cloud that could melt almost anything. Fuyona had been able to combine his own Kekkei Genkai with Saiken's ability and create an ice fog that would freeze anything it came into contact with. He watched as the ice fog made its way through the surrounding terrain, freezing everything before it made its way to the three tails. The mist enveloped the three tails body and started to freeze it, instantly trapping the beast inside a solid block of ice. It worked. All right, Saiken, you know what to do, he said. Saiken nodded its head, and its large body suddenly started shrinking until it turned back into Fuyona. Hopefully, that holds for a while, Fuyona thought as he rushed over to the massive frozen body of the three tails. Fuyona placed his hand on the ice and slipped inside of it. Being able to move around freely, he traveled up towards the three tails head and could see its eye movements to look at him. You are a tough one. I'll give you that, Fuyona thought as he placed his hand on the beast's head, concentrating. Fuyona was able to enter Yagura's inner world. Hopefully he wouldn't have any interruptions this time. He made his way to the same place he had last time and once again found the three tails that was still chained up and trapped. Yagura was also led on the floor unconscious, and stood over him was Obito, who didn't look pleased. You again. What use is this fool if he can't even beat you? Never mind, I will deal with you myself, Obito said as he stood over Yagura's body. Fuyona realized that Obito was about to kill him and had to act fast. Stop, he shouted as he appeared in front of Obito and tried to kick him in the face. As expected, though, his foot passed right through his head, and Obito went to grab him so he could attack. Fuyona quickly let his bones shoot from his body, and Obito was forced to use his Sharingan to avoid the attack. Fuyona took the opportunity to grab Yagura quickly and get some distance from Obito. What a nuisance you are proving to be, Obito said as he weighed his options up. It's over, Obito. Release the Genjutsu, Fuyona shouted. He was thinking very hard about what he should do right now. If he could kill Obito here and now, he would stop the war and everything he would do in the future. The only problem was he wasn't sure he could kill him here. Most likely, he was just a part of the Genjutsu, and his physical body was elsewhere. And if I don't? Obito asked. Then I will push you out and break the Genjutsu by force, Fuyona said as he allowed his bones to sprout from his body, including the horns on his head. Obito chuckled a little before speaking. You fool. You can't kill me here, and I wouldn't force the Genjutsu if I were you. Fuyona expected as much and decided to play along. Why is that? You see, I have rigged the Genjutsu so that if anybody but me breaks it, then the seal will self-destruct, killing the Mizukage, Obito said, smiling behind his mask. Fuyona hadn't realized that he had rigged the Genjutsu so that it would kill Yagura. Do it, Yagura shouted as he was trying to sit up. Do it, Fuyona. I refuse to be a puppet, he shouted. That's enough from you, Obito said as he raised his fingers, taking complete control of him once again. This time, I will have him destroy the entire Mist Village and everyone you care for, Obito shouted as he pulled out 2 chains from his black cloak. But first, it's time to deal with you. 6 Tails. Also, if you haven't already, check out my original work Tales of Asteria. Chapter 42, Naruto Chapter 42. Time to take care of you, 6 Tails, Obito said as he let 2 chains drop from the sleeves of his robe. Fuyona recognized he was dressed the same way when he battled against the 4th Hokage, chains and all. So be it, Fuyona said, having had enough of holding back. Obito was a little shocked by his speed as Fuyona almost ripped through his body with a quick slash of his arm that was covered in razor-sharp bones. Obito had managed to avoid the attack with his Sharingan ability and turned to trap Fuyona in his chains. Fuyona wasn't impressed and grabbed the chain with his free hand, freezing the metal before snapping it in 2. Obito was flung into the air and landed swiftly before being forced on the defensive. He had had to let his entire body slip into another dimension to escape Fuyona's onslaught of attacks before he reappeared at a safe distance. You are indeed strong, Kage Slayer, Obito said. I will have to pull him in as fast as I can. Obito then thought as he took a ready stance. It's time to end this, Fuyona said as he started to create hand signs. Obito smiled behind his mask as he vanished and reappeared, ready to grab Fuyona, sucking him into another dimension. You fell for it, Fuyona thought as he suddenly allowed bones to shoot out from all over his body. Obito was forced to let them pass through him again and couldn't grab Fuyona as there was nowhere to hold. Obito jumped back, and as soon as his foot touched the ground, it froze. Ice traveling halfway up his body. How did he? Obito shouted in shock as he couldn't move. Now. Ice mist. Fuyona said as he let loose his ice mist jutsu, knowing that it would follow him into his jutsu as ice mist froze the very air itself right down to the atoms. Obito slipped into his dimension to avoid the jutsu. However, his cloak and body started to freeze over anyway. He quickly tossed the robe off his body and was even forced to rip his white Zetsu arm off to stop the spread. How did his jutsu reach me here? Obito asked, confused. I thought I slipped away in time. It would seem this battle is lost. I can't fight him at half strength and with only one arm. Obito said to himself. Suddenly to Obito's surprise, an ice mirror starts to form from the ice on his cloak, and Fuyona dashed out of it kicking him in the chest. Obito hit the ground hard and slid along the floor before he flipped over, landing back to his feet. How did you? He said, clutching his chest from the blow. Fuyona played with a bone blade in his hand as he twirled it between his fingers. Looks like I figured out how to counter your jutsu. Now you can't run. Fuyona said as he fired round after round of lightning-style bone bullets. Obito did his best to dodge and block each barrage, but with only one arm, he was unable to. The bone bullets shredded him to pieces and soon enough, he fell to his knees, exhausted and out of options. Why you? I will make you suffer for this. Obito said, extremely angry. Fuyona walked over to him and placed a hand on his forehead. This should release the genjutsu. He said as he slapped his hand onto Obito's head, breaking the seal and stopping his genjutsu. Obito's body started to fade away as the genjutsu faded. Fuyona had been right. He couldn't kill him here, hell he was pretty sure he wasn't even fighting Obito at half his power, but it didn't matter. We will meet again. Kage killer, Obito said before he entirely faded away. Fuyona slipped back into the ice mirror and returned to Yagura's inner world. It was all one big complex genjutsu and inner mind battle, but it had been real. If Fuyona had lost his real body would have suffered the same as his mind had. Fuyona let the deeper thoughts of what had just happened or how it had passed over his head. No good would come of overthinking it. Now he had to attend to the Mizukage. Obito had been right, the seal had been rigged, and now he was dying. Yagura was awake and taking slow yet deep breaths. Fuyona. You did it. He said, clearly weak. It's over, Lord Mizukage. The genjutsu has been broken. Yagura smiled. I knew I could count on you, Fuyona. He was too strong for me to defeat, and now I must leave the rest to you. He said as he started coughing. I'm sorry I couldn't save you, Fuyona said with a heavy heart. No. I'm sorry it had to come to this. I let you down. I let my village down, and I failed as the Mizukage. He said, tears coming to his eyes. Promise me, Fuyona. Promise me you will do better than I did. Promise me you will lead and protect the village. Fuyona nodded as he looked Yagura in the eyes. I will. I think knowing that the village is in your hands means I can rest easy. He said with a small smile. Fuyona noticed that the Three Tails was also waking up now, and the chains that had bound it fell away. I have one last favor to ask of you, Fuyona. I know it is selfish of me, but please. He said as the light was starting to fade from his eyes. What it is? Fuyona asked. Please look after my daughter. She is only young and will face so much hardship for what I have done. Please look out for her. Yagura asked with his final breath. I will, Fuyona said. With that, Yagura took his last breath, and the life faded from his eyes, yet the smile remained on his face. Suddenly the Three Tails roared and attacked Fuyona with pure rage as it smashed its tails down at him. This was his warning to leave, and in doing so, Fuyona opened his eyes, taking in his surroundings of the real world. He was still inside the ice that had trapped the Three Tails. But, now its body started to shrink, and it soon returned to Yagura's structure. Fuyona knew now that Yagura had passed, the Three Tails would also die. But he also knew it would come back soon enough. The only problem would be getting to it before anyone else did. Fuyona released his jutsu, and the huge block of ice simply burst, turning into snow that blew away in the wind. It's over, Fuyona said as he looked at Yagura's body lying on the ground. You did everything you could, Fuyona, Saiken said. He knew that, yet he still felt as if he had failed. I had better let the others know it's over. He said as he made the hand signs to create some clones. The clones burst off in different directions to locate each group and relay the news to them. He hoped that they had all survived the battle, and he also hoped with the news of Yagura's death, it would stop the fighting. Fuyona let his clones scatter as they went off to find the rest of his allies who had been fighting their own battles. Fuyona could only hope that they had survived and waited for his clones to make contact. Currently, Mei, Kogetsu and Ganryu were resting as they had defeated Yagura's Umbu and Mangetsu, who was now restrained so he could do no further damage. He had already killed 3/4 of Ganryu's unit, including the reinforcements from Kaga's. He had been able to wound Mei and even defeat his own cousin Kogetsu, who was the next head of the Hozuki clan. You won't get away with this. I'll kill you all. Mangetsu roared, even though his body had an electrical current running through it so that he couldn't move. Give it up, Mangetsu. The battle is over. Mei said. Shouldn't we take more precautions and restrain him more? Kogetsu said. Mei was starting to get the impression that this kid was a real worrywart. It's fine, he can't move like that, and besides, the battle is over now. She said. Mei was sat down with her back to a tree as she let her shoulder rest. It would need medical treatment, but for now, rest was the next best thing. Ganryu was busy tending to his fallen troops, and the number was fast approaching 100. We should kill him. He's too much of a threat to be left alive. He said, letting his anger take over. Calm down, Ganryu. Our orders are to keep as many alive as possible, remember? Mei said, standing to her feet. He single-handedly killed 100 of my men. I can't just let this go. Ganryu shouted as he drew his sword. Kogetsu stood in his path along with Mei. I can't let you kill him either. I am sorry for what he has done. He was fighting for the village, not knowing why. You can't blame him for following the Mizukage's orders even if they were wrong. Kogetsu said, actually making sense. I don't care. He must pay. Ganryu said. He wasn't the only one who agreed, as the others that had survived the battle took his side. The odds for Mei and Kogetsu were looking slim now, as it was the many versus the few. Just calm down, otherwise. Mei started. Otherwise, what? You will kill us. Ganryu said, raising his sword. Yeah, get out of our way. Someone else shouted with more joining in. Mei knew this wasn't looking good, and unless she wanted to kill her own men, she would have no choice but to let them have Mangetsu. No. Kogetsu shouted as he took a battle stance. If you want Mangetsu, you will have to kill me first. He shouted. Ganryu and his unit of 20 others didn't seem too bothered with that, and all got ready to charge. No, you can't, Ganryu, stand down. Mei shouted. Kogetsu didn't like his chances and decided he had no choice. Turning around, he shot a water bullet at the sword that was holding Mangetsu in place. Mangetsu had remained silent this whole time, and now he was free. He jumped up into the air and faced Ganryu and the others without fear. Not so tough now, I'm free, are you? If you want me dead, come and get me. He shouted as he pulled his sword from the ground, taking a battle-ready position. Kogetsu, what have you done? Mei shouted as she jumped back away from Mangetsu. We don't have to fight anymore. It's over. Kogetsu shouted, trying to calm both sides. It's too late for that kid. Ganryu shouted. Attack. He shouted as he charged forwards, his men following him. Mangetsu let his chakra flow into his sword, allowing it to grow and grow until it became so large that it could wipe all of them out in one swing. I should have done this in the first place instead of toying with you. Mangetsu shouted as he swung his sword. All seemed helpless to Mei and Kogetsu as the two groups were determined to kill one another. That's enough. A voice shouted as the owner moved too fast for anyone to see. A forceful gust of wind blew Ganryu and the others back so hard that they flew through the air a good 6 meters before falling to the ground. Mangetsu had also been unable to see what was going on but had launched his attack anyway, intent on killing all of them in one blow. However, to his and everyone else's shock, Fuyona could be seen as the dust settled. He was in his tailed beast cloak with 6 tails as he had stopped Mangetsu's attack with one arm that was protected in a layer of bone, while with the other, he had pushed everyone aside to create room. Mangetsu was shocked to see that Fuyona had stopped his attack with just one arm, and if anything, it pissed him off. Why you? Mangetsu shouted as he split his swords in two and went for the attack. Fuyona gave him a stern look as he closed the gap too fast for Mangetsu to see, striking his chest with a palm strike. His hand went right through Mangetsu, and he smiled. That won't work on me. But to his horror, he found that he couldn't move. What have you done? He shouted as he managed to look down to see that his body had been frozen from his chest down, unabling him to move. It's over, Mangetsu, Fuyona said as he simply took his swords out of his hands before stabbing both of them into the ground. Everyone was amazed at his display of power, and Fuyona let the tailed beast cloak fade away into the wind. The battle is over. Lord Mizukage is dead. He shouted, getting everyone's attention. Mangetsu was now extremely shocked, but despite his best efforts, he still couldn't move. So it came to that? Mei asked. I want all of you to come to my location here. He said as he shouted them. Ganryu then realized that this Fuyona was only a clone, yet he had still been able to stop Mangetsu as if he were a child. And no more fighting. This war is over. He said, looking at Mangetsu and Ganryu. Gabryu bowed his head in agreement, but Mangetsu spat on the ground. You think I will follow you after this? He shouted. Fuyona thought it might come to this and walked over to him, placing his hand on his head. If you don't believe me, then watch. He said as he placed a seal on his head, allowing Mangetsu to see what he had seen. Mangetsu couldn't believe it, but after seeing it with his own eyes, he gave in. So you were telling the truth? But how? Why? He said, still not understanding. Come with the others, and I will show you, Fuyona said as he undid his jutsu and handed back his sword. Mangetsu took it and, after a slight pause, clicked his blades back together and placed it on his back. Very well. He said, falling in line. I will see you all there, Fuyona said before his body turned to ice and broke into pieces as the clone jutsu came undone. Mangetsu watched as Fuyona turned into a clone, and he couldn't help but feel weak. A clone, even physical, was not even as strong as half of the power of the original. He did know that a shadow clone jutsu of the hidden leaf was different, and just one clone would be at half the original's strength. But that still didn't answer his question of just how strong Fuyona was and how he could stop his attack with just one arm. Meanwhile, one of Fiona's other clones had found Kaga's group, who had been stationed along the village's border to protect it. They had also provided reinforcements to Ganryu and had even had to fall back from the aftermath of Fiona's battle with Yugura. Captain Yuki. Kaga shouted as he greeted him with a bow. Good to see you, Kaga, Fuyona said with a smile. You too. Everything is good on our side, is the battle over? He said. Yes. I want you and your men to report to this location, where I will brief everyone at the same time. At once, Captain, Kaga said, not wasting any time. See you there, Kaga, Fuyona said as his body turned to ice and his clone crumbled. All right, men, let's go. Kaga shouted as he leads the way. Fiona's last clone was currently making its way to find Hatsu and Ao. If he wasn't mistaken, he had last seen them in a battle against Amuri. Fuyona could feel Ao's chakra and watched as a massive thunderbolt hit the ground. Fuyona rushed in to try and see what had happened, and he found Ao lying on the ground, hurt severely. Ao. What happened? Fuyona asked as he knelt next to him. Well, look who decided to show, Ao said through the pain. He slowly sat up and pointed over to where the thunder had struck. It's not good, Fuyona. Amuri tried to take us all out in a last-ditched effort. I'm not sure if Hatsu made it. Ao said. Fuyona turned around to get a better look. He was growing impatient and, with a wave of his arm, blew away the smoke with a gust of wind chakra. Amuri was on her knees, still breathing somehow. However, to Fiona's atrocity, Hatsu was laid on the floor, lifeless. No. Fuyona said as he walked over to take a good look at his body, seeing if there was anything he could do to try and save him. He's dead. Amuri said through heavy breaths. The fool thought he could stick me and get away with it. She said, laughing at her own joke. This wasn't supposed to happen, Fuyona said quietly to Hatsu. Apologizing to his friend who had given his life for the sake of the village. I'm sorry, my friend. I wasn't able to protect you. He said, biting his lip. All of you are traitors and deserve to die. Hell, if I weren't so tired, I would do it myself. Amuri said with a wicked smile. Fuyona ran his fingers down Hatsu's eyes to close them before he made a few hand signs and placed his hand on his chest. I promise I will do what is right, just like you wanted me to, Hatsu, Fuyona said, allowing his eyes to cover Hatsu's body so it would preserve it. So what now, boys? Amuri said as she looked to Fuyona and Ao, who was back on his feet clutching his arm. Ao, report to this location with the others. I want to brief everyone at the same time. Fuyona said. Is it done? Ao asked. He's dead, Fuyona said bluntly. Ao nodded and decided it was best he do as he was told, leaving Fu and Amuri alone. Amuri was shocked to hear that Yugura was dead and looked at Fuyona, trying to gauge him from head to toe. You killed Lord Mizukage. She spat, still unable to move. Her attack had done a number on her, and from what Fuyona could see, she had used her lightning style to keep her wound from killing her, for now. I did. Just like you killed my friend. Hatsu. Fuyona said as he slowly kneeled down in front of her, so they were face to face. He was your friend. Well, sorry about that. She said as she coughed up more blood. I could save you. Your wounds are still within the realm of being able to save your life. By all rights, you are a strong kunoichi, the second strongest in the whole village. Fuyona said with his eyes closed as he was deep in thought. Just get on with it, will you already? I hate long drawn-out speeches. She said. Fuyona opened his eyes and placed a hand on her chest. He let his ice spread and stopped the bleeding in her chest. It was a little painful, but she soon found relief. Why? She asked, confused. I think you have the wrong idea, Amuri. I'm not saving your life. I am merely extending it so I can make you suffer. Fuyona said as he suddenly drove a frozen knife hand into her stomach. Amuri flinched as she could feel his hand inside her, and she coughed up some blood as he pulled it back out. Her face suddenly went pale as the pain started to become unbearable. What have you done? She screamed all of a sudden as she doubled over from it. Amuri curled up into a ball as she screamed in agony from whatever Fuyona had done to her. Arga. She screamed as she kicked her legs out from the pain. Fuyona remained knelt down Japanese style as he watched her squirm. What I have done to you is something I created for my worst enemies. I call it subatomic cryonic jutsu. Fuyona said. It took me a long time to get it down. You are the first living person I have tried it on. Arga. Amuri screamed again as she rolled and jarred around from the pain. What it does is it freezes your body at a subatomic level. I don't know what your knowledge of physics is like, but subatomic means something smaller than an atom. Fuyona said. It's not something your world would know much about, but in mine. Well, where I am from, we knew about these things. He said with a small smile coming to his face as Amuri started to spasm from the pain. It is the scale at which the atomic constituents, such as the nucleus containing protons and neutrons, and the electrons, which orbit in spherical or elliptical paths around the nucleus, become apparent. In layman's terms, your body is freezing from the inside out, from the very inside. The inside that you didn't even know you had is freezing, causing such severe pain that you will most likely die of a heart attack before you freeze to death. However, that's where I come in. Every time your heart is about to give out, I will kickstart it with a jolt of electricity, like a defibrillator, if you will. Bringing you back so that you can endure more and more pain every time. He said. Arg. Amuri screamed as she experienced her first heart failure. As promised, Fuyona jolted her with a weak lightning style, restoring her heart after a moment, letting her feel the pain all over again. He continued to do this over and over so that she would suffer. This torture would continue in secret while everyone else met up with the real Fuyona so he could brief them on what had happened until he was satisfied with his revenge. So that's the end of this chapter. A little bit deep towards the end, but a fate that she deserved for killing the MC's best friend. Also, check out my original novel. Tales of Asteria. Chapter 43, Naruto Chapter 43. Fuyona waited by Yagura's body for the others to arrive. His clones had relayed the information to him once he had released the jutsu, and his heart was saddened by the news of Hatsu's death. He felt no remorse for what he had done to Amuri, and he pushed the thought to the back of his mind as the others started to arrive. Mei and Ganryu's group were first. They gave Fuyona a nod, and their unit fell in line at the sight of the dead Mizukage. Soon Kaga and his unit also arrived, and they did the same. The goal had been to stop the Mizukage, either by freeing him or killing him. Everyone was surprised that Fuyona had been able to kill him without a scratch. Yagura had seemed invincible to most, and the thought that he could be killed was far-fetched. Ao was the last to arrive and gave Fuyona his respects, and he saw Yagura's body lying next to him on the ground. Now that everyone was here, Fuyona was ready to brief them on what had happened. There was easily 100 shinobi present, and Fuyona gave them all a heavy gaze before he took a breath. As all of you can see, the Mizukage is dead. Fuyona said, letting his voice echo over all of them. Our goal here was to break the genjutsu that was controlling him and hopefully save his life. That wasn't an option. Due to the circumstances and events that transpired along the way, I was forced to kill him. Fuyona said, letting his words sink in. No one said anything as they all waited for him to continue, remaining silent. It is with a heavy heart that I report to you that our mission is complete. Let us remember the Mizukage, not for the things he was forced to do, but for the things he wanted for the village. Everyone fed off of Fiona's words and let the emotion set in. Where the mist falls, one shall find its people. Ever-changing like water, they will give rise to more mist, that will forever preserve the village. Fuyona said, quoting the words of the first Mizukage and lifting the spirits of his men. Let's hear it for General Fuyona. Someone suddenly shouted. Everyone burst out into cheers as they started to chant his name, and even his captain started to join in. Mei couldn't help but smile as she looked at the men standing before her. He was a hero, and his strength was second to none. Fuyona raised his hands for everyone to settle down, and after a moment, they did. Thank you, everyone. Let us remember those who gave their lives for our village today. Forever encompassing their names into the history of our village. Everyone nodded and paid their respects in a moment of silence before Fuyona spoke again. What we have achieved here today will mark the start of a new future for all of us. The hidden mist will shed its dark and bloody past, and with the help of all of you, we shall lead her down a righteous path, protecting our own and doing what is right for our people. We still face dark days ahead. But in time, our village will heal, and its people grow. Fuyona finished as he summoned Mei and his other captains to the front, including Mangetsu. Together, we will make the hidden mist great once more. He finished, getting cheers and applause for all of them. Fuyona watched as all of the men and women surrounding him cheers and celebrated as they had completed their mission. Everyone was thankful that the dark reign of Yugura had come to an end. But Fuyona knew it would take time to heal. First, he would have to confront the village elders and then the villagers themselves. There was much work to be done and little time to do it. As the threat of the sand remained a high priority, the mist would be forced to elect a new leader, so as not to look weak in the face of her enemies. Fuyona turned to his captains and decided to include Mangetsu, who had become compliant with Fuyona. You all know what is still to be done, he said, looking all of them in the eye. Kaga, take Mangetsu with you. Having the last member of the 7 ninja swordsmen will aid our cause, he said. Kaga agreed and turned to Mangetsu. I'll fill you in the details along the way, Kaga said to him. Mangetsu nodded and decided to stay quiet for now. All right. Ayo, Mei, with me. Everyone else, you know what to do. As planned, Fuyona and the others returned to the village to sort out the affairs that would now need tending to. Kaga and now Mangetsu's job was to take a large scale of shinobi and prevent any unrest or possible uproar about what had happened. After all, the shock waves of the battle had not gone unnoticed, and people were starting to ask questions. Fuyona now also hoped with Mangetsu's help, they would be able to recruit more shinobi to their side to help with the unrest. Ganryu and Kogetsu were to patrol the borders to make sure no one left. Until this whole thing was cleared up, the village was on total lockdown as of Fiona's and Ao's orders. That left Fuyona, Ao, and Mei to brief the village elders and summon all of the appropriate heads of state, including the daimyo. After they had finished tending to Mei and Ao's injuries, of course. Fuyona and the others entered the Mizukage's office and now waited for the elders to arrive. They had made a stop to the medical bay to tend to their wounds, giving Fuyona enough time to make the arrangements. Sure enough, it didn't take them long to respond to his summons and arrived all at once. They were not alone as the remaining clan heads of each clan also started to arrive. The head of the Hozuki clan who was Kogetsu's father. The other was the Hoshigaki clan, the only other clan to remain as the Karatachi was led by Yugura, and the others had all succumbed to genocide over the dark history of the village. They all looked surprised to see Ao, Mei, and Fuyona waiting for them and didn't wait for answers. What is the meaning of this? One of the elders spoke. Where is Lord Mizukage? Another asked. Fuyona had been looking out of the large window like Yugura had used to. He turned around slowly and stepped forwards to address everyone in the room. Welcome, everyone. Elders. Clan heads. Please, everyone, take a seat. I'm afraid I have some rather terrible news to relay. They all did as he asked as they recognized his power. What is going on here, Fuyona? The head elder said. Fuyona waited for all of them to sit down around the large desk before he took his seat. Fuyona was sat at the head of the table where Yugura would usually sit while Ao and Mei sat on either side of him. He had also left the chair at the other end of the table empty, yet no one had questioned why. Yugura is dead, Fuyona said. Everyone in the room showed their surprise at the information, and Ao could see some were happier than others. You mean to tell us that you killed him? One of the elders shouted. It's about time we got what was coming to him. The head of the Hozuki clan said. I don't disagree. The head of the Hoshigaki clan also spoke. This is an outrage. Another of the elders said. It's treason. Fuyona didn't say anything as they all started to shout it and bicker with one another. Letting them get their thoughts out on the table before he continued. That's enough. Ao finally shouted, getting all of them to be quiet. Fuyona stood from his seat, and everyone looked at him in surprise. Suddenly the doors opened, and a small man entered dressed in robes. Lord Fuyona, his lordship the daimyo and his daughter, Princess Mizuko have arrived, he announced. All of the elders had a sudden sense of urgency as they stood to their feet so that they could adequately greet the daimyo. Everyone was now standing, and the daimyo walked in with his daughter not far behind him. Everyone bowed their heads in a show of respect and waited for him to sit down. Fuyona also noticed his daughter Mizuko, who sure had grown since the last time he had seen her. She also noticed him and bowed her head a little, smiling at him. Fuyona returned the bow and the smile. After all, she was the reason he had been able to summon the daimyo in the first place. Welcome, my lord. We were not expecting you to grace us with your presence, one of the elders said. Thank you, the daimyo said as he leaned back in his chair a little. I summoned him, Fuyona said as he took his seat last. What I have to tell you involves not just us, but our entire nation, Fuyona said, getting everyone's attention. I start once again by welcoming you all, including yourself, my lord and lady, Fuyona said, paying his respects to the daimyo. As I said. The fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, is dead. Everyone remained silent this time apart from the daimyo. He's dead. How? Who? He asked, just as shocked as everyone else had been. I discovered that Yagura was under the manipulation of another, through a powerful genjutsu. He was forced to act to their will like a puppet, carrying out all the atrocities over the years. Fuyona said. That is correct. I am here today to vouch for Fuyona. I confirmed this information with my Byakugan. Ao said, showing his support. I too stand by Fuyona that this information is correct. Along with the signature of several other Umbu captains and one member of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Mei said, producing the sheet of paper. We had no choice but to lead a rebellion against him, to break the genjutsu and free the Mizukage. We tried our best to do this in secret so not to drag the village into this mess. However, I was unable to save him, and in the aftermath, he was killed. Fuyona said. Everyone in the room was shocked by the news and held their tongue as they waited for the daimyo to speak. I can't say I don't believe you. He started. I have watched as Yagura carved a blood-soaked path for a long time now, unable to do anything about it as the leader of my own nation. He said as he stood to his feet. You have my thanks, Fuyona Yuki. He said as he bowed to him, showing his gratitude. The elders were shocked, and Fuyona returned the bow. I assume you don't know who the man responsible is? The daimyo said as he sat back down. Fuyona also sat back down. I do. He said. Everyone, including Ao and Mei, looked at him as they waited for his answer. I believe the man responsible is Madara Uchiha. He said bluntly. Everyone gasped, especially the elders who were old enough to remember that man's terror and power. That can't be. He died long ago. One of them protested. Fuyona had decided rather than complicated things by dropping Obito's name. He would use Madara's and keep it simple. After all, no one would know who Obito was, and that was the name he was using for himself. I was able to defeat Yagura while under his control and break the genjutsu, but Madara had rigged it so that it would take Yagura's life in the process, Fuyona said. We must act. We cannot let this go unpunished. The Hidden Leaf must be held accountable for their own Ru shinobi. One of the elders shouted. You fool. If it really is Madara Uchiha, then there is no one left who can stop him. Another said, clearly remembering his power. Everybody, just hold on a minute. Are you also forgetting our problems with the sand? One of the female elders said. Everyone started to mumble again, and Ao was left with no choice but to speak over them. I can assure you that Madara will not be a problem anymore. As for the sand, well, we must elect a new Mizukage, someone who is strong enough to show them our strength. Ao said, crossing his arms over his chest. Everyone remained silent but agreed as they nodded their heads. The looming threat of the hidden sand was drawing closer, and a meeting with their Kazekage was due soon. You know the rules, only the strongest among us can be granted the title of Mizukage. The head elder spoke. Everyone was looking at Fuyona now. After all, he was the one who had defeated Yagura and had led the rebellion to begin with. Ao stood up to speak. I purpose that. He started. That may Terumi be the next Mizukage. Fuyona suddenly shouted over him. What? Mei shouted unintentionally. Ao also looked surprised at Fuyona, and the others all looked at each other, mumbling. Mei is the strongest kunoichi in the village and a perfect fit to be our next Mizukage. Fuyona carried on to say. Fuyona, what on earth are you doing? Mei said to him quietly. It's all right, Mei. You will make a great Mizukage, I'm sure of it. Fuyona said with a smile. The daimyo crossed his arms and nodded his head. If she is coming as a recommendation from you, Fuyona, then I accept. He said, shocking everyone. Mizuko also smiled at Fuyona, locking her brown eyes with his. He stared for a moment and then looked away. It's settled then, what say you? He said, asking the others. The elders all looked at each other before they got ready to cast their vote. Agreed. They all said. Fuyona then looked to the clan heads and waited for their response. The Hozuki clan agrees. The Hoshigaki also accepts. Fuyona nodded and stood up, offering Mei his hand. She took it after a slight pause, letting the shock settle. Fuyona pulled her to her feet and stood her at the head of the table while he took her spot. I give you the Godame Mizukage, Fuyona said, letting everyone's attention fall on her. Mei was so surprised that she almost turned red in the face, but with a quick breath, she regained her composure. After all, she was a highly skilled shinobi. Not one to succumb to pressure easily. I thank you all for your consideration. She said. It's settled then. Mei will be sworn in as the next Mizukage. The daimyo said, clapping his hands together. Everyone agreed and rose as the daimyo stood to his feet. I trust you can handle the rest. He said, looking at all of them. Yes, my lord. The head elder spoke. Very well, my presence is no longer required. I shall head back to the capital, he said, turning on his heels. Mizuko also bowed to everyone and winked at Fuyona, catching him off guard a little. Everyone bowed to them as they left the Mizukige's office, and they turned back to Mei and Fuyona. So be it. We shall make the preparations for the ceremony at once, the elders said as they excused themselves. Both the clan's head for the Hozuki and Hoshigaki clan gave a slight bow to Mei and Fuyona before they too took their leave, leaving Ao, Mei, and Fuyona alone. What the hell was that? Mei suddenly shouted as the door closed. Fuyona was expecting as much and sat back down with his arms crossed over his chest. Calm down, Mei. It's as I said. You will make a better Mizukage than me, he said with a small smile. Mei didn't seem impressed as she was about to say something. However, she fell back onto her chair, clutching at her shoulder. Mei, Fuyona said as he went to catch her. He didn't need to as the chair did all the work, but he was worried. You don't look good, Mei. Your shoulder still isn't right. It would help if you got back to the medical corps at once. Our new Mizukage should be at full health before taking office, after all, Ao said, looking at Fuyona. Fuyona agreed, and once Mei was ready, he helped escort her to the village hospital, where she was checked in for another healing session. Fuyona and Ao left her there for the time being and made their way outside, now that they were finally alone. Fuyona guessed that Ao had questions for him. Why did you do that? Ao asked, deciding to take the blunt approach. Do what? Fuyona asked. Don't play dumb, Fuyona. Why did you pass on the responsibilities of the Mizukage to Mei like that? It should be you, he said, almost shouting. Calm down, Ao, Fuyona said with a sigh. The truth is, I'm not ready to become the Mizukage. And I'm pretty sure our next Mizukage shouldn't be the men who killed the last one, he said. Besides, I don't have time to run the village. I think I will best serve it outside of the spotlight. Ao crossed his arms in protest. I'm not doubting Mei's ability. She is the obvious choice after you. But it should be you. You're the reason all of this was possible, Fuyona. It should be you who leads us now, Ao said. Fuyona placed a hand on his shoulder and gave him a friendly smile. Thank you, Ao, for trusting me this far, Fuyona said before he removed his hand. Mei will make a great Mizukage, and both of us will be there to support her from the shadows, Fuyona said with a serious tone. Ao decided to stay quiet and give up the argument for now. If you say so, he said. Good, it's settled then. Now, if you don't mind, I have some matters to attend to, Fuyona said, bidding him farewell. Ao nodded. I will keep an eye on things and report to you if anything happens, Ao said. Thank you, Fuyona said. With that, Fuyona turned around and slowly walked off into the mist. It was dark out now, and Fuyona hadn't been home yet. He hoped that both Haku and Kimimaro weren't slacking while he had been away. He couldn't help think that soon everything would change. Soon, everything would get better. It had been a dream of his for this village for so long now, and finally, he had become strong enough to turn it into a reality. He stopped dead in his tracks for a moment as he remembered he still had one place to go before he went home. He had gotten so caught up in the village elders' meeting that he had almost forgotten about his friend Hatsu. This can't wait until morning, Fuyona said as he turned right at the crossroads, heading away from his house and towards Hatsu's. Fuyona had sworn to himself that he would be the one to break the news to Hata's wife, Yua. Fuyona finally arrived at his house and raised his hand to knock on the door. For some reason, he hesitated for a brief moment before knocking. Fuyona wasn't waiting long before the door opened about an inch as Yua answered. Why yes, she said, trying to see who it was. Fuyona, she said as she recognized him instantly and unlocked the door, opening it to its full extent. She looked a little surprised that her husband wasn't with him, though. Fuyona, where is Hatsu? She asked as she looked into his eyes. Fuyona remained silent as he couldn't form the words. Not after looking her in the face. Not after her husband had died for him. No, she said as she realized the look in Fiona's eyes. It can't be, she said as the shock set into her delicate features. Fuyona had never had to tell someone's loved one that they had died. He had never seen the pain of a wife that had lost her husband. No. She screamed as she fell to her knees, no longer able to hold back the tears. Fuyona didn't know what else to do other than to pick her up and hug her. Yua sobbed and sobbed, hitting Fuyona with her fists in anger before nuzzling into his chest as her emotions ran wild. Hatsu! She screamed as her tears continued to fall. Fuyona didn't say or do anything as he let her get it all out of her system. He must have been stood there for at least 5 minutes before Yua finally pulled away from him as she tried to check her emotions and calm down. How? She asked as she allowed Fuyona to enter her house. He died in battle, Fuyona said as he cleared some space on the large kitchen table. Yua looked a little surprised at what he was doing, but she didn't have the mental energy to question him. Fuyona made a few hand signs, and suddenly, an ice mirror formed. Out of it slowly slipped Hatsu, who was frozen in an ice coffin. Yua could see her husband frozen at peace as the coffin slid into the table. Hatsu, she said as she placed her hand on the ice to look at his face. I'm sorry, Yua. I couldn't save him. I couldn't. No, Yua said, interrupting him. Hatsu believed in you, Fuyona. He believed in you so much that he was willing to die for you. She said as she slowly looked up at him. Fuyona still couldn't shake the guilt and lowered his head at Yua's gaze. You must not blame yourself. Please. She said, taking his hand. If he died for your cause, then I can be at peace with that. He would have wanted it this way. He always spoke so highly of you, saying you would be the one to save this village. Yua said. Fuyona looked into her eyes and could see that she meant every word. Thank you, Yua. He said, giving her a faint smile. If there is ever anything you need, please, don't hesitate to ask. Fuyona said, taking her hand in his. Yua gave a small smile as her tears started to run down her cheek again. I will, Fuyona. She said as she took a step back and bowed to him. Fuyona felt his heartstrings twitch, and he bowed lower than he had ever done before. Fuyona didn't stay any longer and left Yua with Hatsu's body. It was frozen as a special kind of ice that would never melt. Not until the caster died or released the jutsu, that way his body would be preserved forever. Fuyona slowly made his way back home, reaching the crossroads in the village that he had done before. It wasn't far to his house from here. Of course, he could simply use an ice mirror if he wanted, but something made him feel like walking tonight. Fuyona took a deep breath and placed his hands in his pockets as he continued in his stride towards his home. His thoughts had gone quiet for the time being, and he simply enjoyed the fresh air, taking as much in as he could. As Fuyona approached the last turn to his house, he caught a slight scent of perfume. Turning around the corner, he was greeted by long blonde hair, brown eyes, and turquoise earrings. Suiren. Fuyona said in surprise as the woman turned to face him, letting her hair blow gently in the wind. I've been waiting for you. Fuyona. She said as she brushed her hair behind her ear, exposing her heart-shaped face. Also check out my original novel, Tales of Asteria. Chapter 44, Naruto Chapter 44. Suiren was waiting for Fuyona outside of his house. Her hair was blowing in the gentle breeze of the night. Her brown eyes fixed on him as he slowly approached her. Fuyona remembered that the sealing jutsu he had placed on her had been on a timer, which meant that the jutsu would undo itself after a specific time. Now that it had been undone, all of her memories would have returned, and of course, she would come seeking answers. He watched as she stood there in silence, looking between him and the floor. Suiren moved her hair out of her face once more and gave him a small smile. You saved me again. She said. I'm sorry about your teammates. He responded with a heavy heart. Suiren's face turned heavy as she slowly squeezed her first to her chest. How did you know? She whispered. How did you know that was going to happen? She said again louder. Fuyona sighed a little as he thought about his answer. Should he tell her he knew all along? Should he come clean about who he really was? I didn't. He said. Deciding to lie. I just had a bad feeling. He said, looking her in the eyes. Suiren looked away, almost ashamed of herself to meet his gaze. I spoke to Ganryu. He told me everything. Everything that has happened, everything you have done to help save our village. She said. Why save me? Why does my life mean more than the others? She shouted as tears started to cultivate in her eyes. I wish I could save everyone. I wish I had enough power to protect everyone in the village. But I don't. I try, but I can't save everyone. But I could save you. Your life means more to me, Suiren. You. He said, struggling to think of the words. You're special to me. He finally said. Tears were flowing from Suiren's eyes now as she looked Fuyona dead in his. Why does my life mean so much to you? You saved the whole village. You stopped the Mizukage and saved everyone. Why go out of your way to save me? She shouted, tears flowing freely from her eyes now. Fuyona didn't know what else to do now and walked over to her, embracing her in a hug as he wrapped his arms around her body, pulling her closer to him. Suiren was shocked but returned his embrace as she squeezed his blue cloak, nuzzling her head into his chest as she let out her cries. You are special to me, Suiren. I would do it all over again if it meant saving you. Fuyona said as he rested his chin on her head, holding her tightly in his arms. Suiren had stopped crying and just held him, never wanting this moment to end. I'm such a mess. She said, still resting her head against his chest. I don't think so, Fiona said as he slowly pulled her off him so that he could look into her eyes. He wiped away her tears with his hand and smiled at her. Everything is going to be okay now. Everything will get better for all of us soon, I promise. Fiona said, looking deep into her eyes. Swayerin could feel herself getting lost in his intense dark blue eyes. She couldn't think straight anymore. All she knew was that she felt safe with him and that there was nowhere else she would rather be. Swayerin could feel herself slowly moving forwards. She could no longer contain her feelings for him. The man that held her now was someone she knew she could give herself to forever. With that, Swayerin pressed her lips against his softly, kissing him and closing her eyes, deciding to take a leap of faith with her feelings. Fiona was shocked at her sudden advance, but after a short pause, he returned her kiss, pulling her closer. The kiss grew more intense as the passion both of them felt showed more and more, until finally, Fiona broke it. Swayerin, are you sure? He said, almost panting as if out of breath. She looked into his eyes without hesitation and placed her hand on his chest. Yes. I've never been so sure in all my life. She said, kissing him again, starting the whole thing over. Before Fiona knew it, both of them had stumbled through into his bedroom and fell onto the bed, still locked in a deep passionate kiss. Fiona couldn't contain his emotions any longer. He had been through so much in the last 24 hours, and he was now lost in her embrace. Swayerin felt the same way. She wasn't thinking straight. The only thought on her mind was an impulse of need. A need for him and no one else. Each of them wanting nothing else at that moment. The kiss that had started everything quickly raged and turned into so much more. Both of them couldn't stop as they began to pull each other's clothes off, needing more of each other minute after minute. Their night became one filled with wild and intense passion as they made love, lasting all throughout the twilight. Use your imagination. Fiona woke up slowly to small voices coming from outside his door. After a moment, he realized it was Haku and Kimimaro who sounded too afraid to knock. Don't wake him. We know the way. Let's just go. Kimimaro said. But we haven't seen him for 2 days now. We should at least say hello. Haku said. Fiona could see that Swayerin was still fast asleep wrapped up inside the blankets. Well, I guess it's time to get up. He thought as he slowly got out of bed and pulled his trousers on. Oh no, now you've woken him up. Kimimaro said to Haku as they could hear movement. No, I didn't. Haku said back. Fiona opened the door and could see them both stood there in surprise. Well, hello, boys. Having fun, are we? He said as he crossed his arms over his chest. Master. Both of them shouted as they dived in to hug him. Where have you been? Haku said as he squeezed him tightly. Kimimaro let go and smiled, nodding his head. Good to see you both, Fiona said as he patted both of their heads, smiling at them. I've been working. You'll understand when you get older, though. He said with a slight laugh. Are you taking us to the academy today? Haku asked. Kimimaro also looked excited for his answer but waited, being more patient than Haku. Wait for me downstairs, okay boys, Fiona said as he saw Swayerin wake up. Okay, let's go, Haku, Kimimaro said, noticing that Fiona needed to do something. Haku nodded and got dragged downstairs by Kimimaro, leaving Fiona and Swayerin alone. Good morning, Fiona said as he sat on the bed next to Swayerin. Good morning. She said, her cheeks a little red from the memory of last night. Would you like some breakfast? Fiona asked. Swayerin calmed down as she looked into his eyes. His strong and calming presence relaxing her. Yes, that sounds nice. She said, pulling the blankets a little higher to her chin. Fiona smiled. All right, make yourself at home. I'll take the boys to the academy and pick us something up, okay? He said. Swayerin nodded. Okay. She said with a smile. With that, Fiona grabbed the rest of his clothes and made his way downstairs to Kimimaro and Haku, who were already packed and ready to go. All right, you're both ready, then I see. Fiona said with a chuckle. Both of them nodded with excitement, and Haku rushed to the front door. Let's go, he shouted. Fiona couldn't believe how happy both of them were. It warmed his heart to see them both full of joy like this. He could only imagine the hardships they would both be facing now if they had stayed on their intended path. Fiona finished taking them to the academy and watched them go inside. As he did, he could see Junsai, who was the boys' instructor at the academy, waving him over. Fiona noticed him and decided to go over to see what he wanted. Fiona. Good to see you. How have you been? Junsai asked as he rubbed the back of his head. I'm good, thank you Junsai, is there something I can help you with? He asked, not sure what he wanted. Well, you see Fiona. He said, a little nervous. It's your boys. He said. What about them? Fiona asked. Well, it's just that they are progressing so fast. I feel as if they will no longer need to stay in the academy. Junsai said. Fiona gave a slight chuckle. I expected as much. After all, they get so much training at home. Junsai looked a little nervous as he didn't know what to say. Yes. They far outclass every other student in their class, and I fear they will soon become unchallenged. Don't worry, Junsai. Grade them as normal. Once they pass, I will take it from there. Fiona said. Junsai gave him a nod. Leave it to me. He said. With that, Fiona headed off into the village to find something for breakfast. He instantly noticed that more shops were open and more people were wandering the streets. What he didn't expect was that everywhere he went, people bowed to him and hailed him a hero. Good morning, Lord Fiona. The old lady at the sweet shop said with a bow. Fiona returned her greeting with an awkward smile. Good morning. He said. Can I get 2 of those, please? He said as he pointed to some large sweet buns. The woman packed 2 of them neatly and handed them over. How much? He asked. The lady shook her head from side to side. No charge for you. She said. Fiona looked confused. Why? Please let me pay you for them. He said, feeling as if everyone was watching him. You are a hero. You saved my shop and business. Please take them. It is the least I can do to thank you. She said, bowing. Fiona took the bag slowly and looked around. Everybody was watching him and whispering. They were all good things too, which shocked him even more. Thank you, Fiona-sama. Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted. Yeah. You're a hero. Someone else cheered. Fiona was suddenly caught in the middle of a crowd of villagers that were all cheering for him, each of them praising him like he was a hero. Once he finally slipped away, he returned home with the food for him and Swayren when he was greeted by Ao, who was waiting for him at his door. Ao. Fiona said in surprise. Is everything all right? He asked, getting a bad feeling. You need to come with me, Fiona. It can't wait. He said, looking serious. Fiona sighed. What is it? He asked. I think it best if you find out for yourself. He said, not giving him any clues. All right, give me a moment. He said. Fiona walked into his house to see Swayren sitting down at the table in the kitchen. She was wearing a large black hoodie with her legs bare as she sat and drank some tea. Oh, you're back. She said with a smile as she placed her cup down. Did you bring us some breakfast then? She asked as she crossed her legs. Fiona had to say she was looking amazing. His entire body was screaming at him to take her again, especially when he watched her cross her long smooth legs. Is everything all right? She asked, noticing the look on his face. No. I mean yes. He blurted out suddenly. Swayren laughed at his silly reaction. We could always skip breakfast and go back upstairs. She said, biting her lower lip a little as she looked at him hungrily. Fiona felt his crotch twitch a little as she did it, and he had to force himself to regain his composure. I'm sorry, Swayren. But something has come up. He said as he placed their breakfast on the table. Ao is outside, and he says it can't wait. He said, feeling awful. He could see the look on Swayren's face, and he wouldn't blame her if she left and never spoke to him again. Oh. If he has come here, then it must be important. She said, standing to her feet. Is it okay? Fiona asked. She looked at him as if he was stupid for a moment. Fiona, of course, it is all right. The needs of the village must be met. I understand. She said, being very reasonable. Fiona was shocked. Any normal girl would have left and never come back. But she was a shinobi, after all. Go on, go. Don't worry about me. She said with a smile. I'll just start without you. She said, almost teasing him. Fiona was very happy to hear it and gave her a playful smile before he said goodbye. Once outside, he pulled his cloak on and nodded to Ao. All right, this had better be important. He said. Oh, I think you will think so, Ao said as he nodded for him to follow. Ao led them to the Mizukage's mansion, and he wondered what was so important that he was summoned. Once they arrived, Fiona could see that Mei and all of the village elders were present in the Mizukage's officer. Good, you have arrived. The head elder said. Fiona looked at all of them and could feel a strangely tense atmosphere surrounding everyone. What's going on? Fiona asked. All of the elders stood up and bowed to him before they left the room. Each of them slowly walking outside one by one until only Mei, Fiona, and Ao remained. Fiona was starting to get more and more impatient now and looked at them both. Will one of you tell me what's going on now? he said, looking at each of them. Ao sighed. I'll leave you to it, he said as he placed a hand on Fiona's shoulder before he too left the room and closed the doors, leaving only May and Fiona. Fiona looked over to May and could see she seemed tense, unlike her usual self. What's going on, May? He asked in a serious tone. May was sat down on the Mizuki's chair, looking away from him in her own little world. Fiona's words snapped her out of it, and she looked him in the eye, giving him a small smile. It's about my role as the Mizuki, she said, placing her hands onto the desk. What about it? Fiona asked. I won't be able to fulfill that role anymore, she said with a heavy heart. Look, May. We have already been over this. You will make a great Mizuki, Fiona said as he walked over towards her. May gave a faint smile as she placed a hand onto her belly. Fiona. I'm pregnant. And I won't take no for an answer. I already told you, you're a much better choice than I, he said as he crossed his arms and turned his back on her. Not hearing her words at all. She looked a little confused and cleared her throat. Fiona, she said, this time getting his attention. He turned around to look at her now he had finished talking and looked into her eyes. I'm pregnant, she said again, this time getting his attention. Fiona's eyes opened wide as the words sank in slowly. P pregnant, he blurted out. Also, remember to check out my original work Tales of Asteria. As always, thank you for reading. Chapter 45, Naruto Chapter. P pregnant, Fiona said as the word sank in, causing him to go quiet. You're pregnant, Fiona said as he simply looked at May and down to her stomach. Yes. The medical corps confirmed it this morning, May said. Fiona sat down on one of the chairs as the news set in. Are you angry? May asked. Fiona looked up and smiled at her. How could I be angry? He asked. It's just a shock, is all, he said. May nodded. I didn't plan for this to happen either, she said. But I won't get rid of it. Fiona's head suddenly snapped around to look at May. I would never ask you to do that, he said almost harshly. May was a little surprised but lowered her head with a simple smile. I know, she said. Look, Fiona. I don't expect you to be with me because I am pregnant suddenly. We are both adults, and we both have a responsibility to the village. Fiona leaned forward onto the table and interlocked his fingers as he started to think about what needed to be done now. The elders and Ao have agreed that the next Mizuki can't be a pregnant one. Not at this time. It has to be you, she said. You are the only one who can do it, Fiona, she said, placing her hand on top of his. Fiona knew she was right. He knew he had no choice now and could no longer bat off the responsibility to someone else. This was the price of power. You can come back in now, May shouted, allowing the elders and Ao, who were waiting outside, to enter. They all took their seats, and May slowly stood up to address them. The decision has been made. After receiving such news, I am stepping down as the next Mizuki as everyone agreed. Fuyona Yuki will be taking my place, she said, looking over at him. Fiona stood up to address everyone, accidentally letting his aura flare for a moment, getting everyone's attention as the sudden pressure was too strong not to notice. The role falls to me. I will lead our village to greatness and protect its people, Fiona said, letting his chakra settle. It settled then. All hail Fuyona Yuki, the Godame Mizuki, the head elder said. The others all bowed their heads in respect, and after a moment, Ao spoke. Make the preparations for the ceremony at once. The people need to see their new leader right away, he said. The others agreed. We will make the preparations at once. The ceremony will commence tomorrow, the elder said. Good. That gives us 2 days before the meeting with the new Kazekage. Ao then said. Very well. We shall take our leave, the elder said as they all bowed and left the office, leaving Ao, May, and Fiona. It's all settled then. I'll leave you two alone, Ao said, knowing they still had a lot to talk about. Fiona nodded, and both he and May bid him farewell. So about the baby, Fiona said after a moment of silence between them. It's okay, Fiona, May said, interrupting him. I don't expect you to just suddenly stick around because I am pregnant. Besides, you are now the most desirable man in the village. It's only natural I should have some competition, she said with a smile. Fiona was shocked at how adult her response was. It was certainly not something he was used to talking about and not the reaction he had expected. I'm sorry, May. I don't know what to say, he said at a loss for words. Then don't say anything for now. Instead, focus on your duties as the next Mizuki, Mei said, standing up and placing a hand on his shoulder. Our baby and I will be here when you are ready. She said with a faint smile. Fiona could see past it, though. He could see the hurt inside her even though such a perfect smile. However, she was right. He had other things he had to do first and more significant things to worry about. I plan on being in this child's life. I hope you know that. Fiona said softly. This time Mei closed her eyes, and a genuine smile slowly filled her face. I know. She said. Sometime later. Fiona made his way home after finding out about Mei and his unborn child, along with the news he was to become the next Mizukage. He had been gone for about 2 hours now, and he couldn't help wonder if Suiren would still be at his house. Once he got home, he slowly opened the door and walked into the kitchen. As he had expected, it was empty, and he couldn't feel a presence inside. Looks like she's gone, he thought to himself before looking at a note that had been left on the table. Fiona picked the paper up and read what was written on it. I have had to run out on an errand. Please don't think I have left. I want to see you again. If you want that, then please meet me later tonight at the small park down past the old tea shop. Suiren. Fiona read the note in his head and placed the paper back down onto the table. He had a lot to think about now. His new position as Mizukage. His love life that was now starting to become tangled between two women, one of whom was now pregnant with his child. He wasn't sure what to do. On one hand, he had Mei, who he liked. She was fun, down to earth and gorgeous. She was also carrying his unborn child, and in a way, he felt terrible about not being there for her. On the other hand, there was Suiren. She was just as beautiful and entirely different from Mei personality-wise, and he had purposely gone out of his way to save her life twice now. Proving his feelings for her were real. He liked them both, but for the time being, instead of stringing them along, he would be honest with them and focus on the village and his goals. If they couldn't accept that, then that would be something he would have to make peace with. With the remaining time, Fiona now found himself with. He decided to give the house a quick clean over and prepare some food that would last for the week for him and the boys. With the help of a few Shadows clones, he quickly had the house cleaned, and the food was preparing. It was around 4 o'clock in the afternoon now, meaning Kimimaro and Haku would soon be home from the academy. Fiona thought it important that he sit them both down and explain what was going to happen. Now he was going to become the next Mizukage, he might struggle to spend as much time with them. He was adamant he wouldn't let that happen, though. Sitting down for a moment allowed him to collect his thoughts and plan for what was to come. First on the list was to break the news to Haku and Kimimaro. Next was to break the news to Suiren that he was worried about and wasn't sure how it could go. After that was the official ceremony, his crowning as Mizukage, his new decrees and laws he could suddenly enforce, all that kind of stuff. Then came the next threat. The looming war between the sand and mist. He would have to meet with the new Kazekage to discuss the terms of a peace agreement. However, his faith in peace was not held in high expectations. Suddenly the door burst open, followed by the sound of Haku and Kimimaro's voices. We did it. We did it. They shouted as they bounded over with excitement. Fiona instantly noticed their new hidden mist headbands, showing they had graduated from the academy as Genin-level shinobi. Sensei, Fiona. We did it. We passed. Haku shouted in excitement. Kimimaro was less bouncy about it, but he was still just as excited. Fiona smiled at both of them and stood to his feet. I never had any doubt you wouldn't. He shouted in excitement himself. Looks like you are ready for the real test. He also shouted, getting both of the boys' attention. Real test? Haku asked. Kimimaro also seemed surprised. Do we have to fight you, sensei? He asked. Fiona smiled as he crossed his arms. Kind of. He said. But the first test is much more simple than that. He said as he crossed his arms. First, you have to find me. He said, raising his arms into the hidden mist jutsu sign. The mist suddenly burst into the air all around them, covering their field of view. Come and find me if you can. Fiona shouted as his voice echoed through the mist before he vanished out of the house, leaving both the boys confused. He's gone. Haku shouted as he tried to get his bearings in the mist. Come on, Haku, focus. Kimimaro said as he grabbed his shoulder. I know, Haku said as he let a burst of wind-style chakra released from his body, causing the mist to disperse from the kitchen. Both of the boys could see that Fiona had vanished and knew that the test was now to track him down. Haku and Kimimaro quickly assessed the kitchen, and both found that the window had been left open ever so slightly. This way, Haku said as he opened the window, jumping out of it onto the grass. Kimimaro followed him, and both of them knelt, seeing that footprints had been left in the mud. These are Fiona-sensei's footprints. He went this way. Haku said. Let's go. Haku said as he suddenly started running in the same direction that the footprints were headed. Kimimaro followed suit, and both of them entered the forest behind their house. Once there, they looked for more footprints, seeing that the tracks had vanished, leading Kimimaro and Haku to assume that Fuyona had taken to the tree branches to travel faster. Haku jumped onto the first tree beach in sight and confirmed this by seeing more prints. Kimimaro did the same and suddenly got a bad feeling as he pushed Haku out of the way. "Look out!" he shouted as a large log came swinging at them on a rope. Kimimaro let his bones grow as a defensive shield before the log hit him. Thanks to his defense, though, he suffered no damage and landed next to Haku, who had flipped onto his feet. "Wow, that was a close one, thanks, Kimimaro. You okay?" he asked. Kimimaro let his bones return into his body and nodded. "Fine. But we should be more careful from here on," he said. Haku agreed. "Looks like Fuyona-sensei isn't playing with us," he said as he closed his eyes and started to focus. Over their time in the academy and with Fuyona so far, they had learnt a lot. They were training every day and night to improve their abilities and discover new ones. Haku had shown great skill in tracking and sensory ability. Along with his speed and accuracy, he would become a dangerous foe. Kimimaro had shown to adapt to almost any situation. His calm attitude and natural talent in taijutsu was impressive, and he, too, showed remarkable potential. "This way," Haku said. Kimimaro followed him, and this time, both of them remained on high alert for any more traps. Meanwhile, Fuyona was sitting down enjoying the afternoon sun that had broken through the clouds. He had arrived at one of the larger training grounds on the outskirts of the village, one where he had done a lot of his own training when he was younger. In his hand, he held 2 bells, and he tossed them into the air, catching them every time as they fell back down. "I wonder how much longer they will be," he thought to himself as he placed his hand over his knee, leaning back against a wooden post as he looked up into the sky. "The weather is so nice today. Such a shame you won't live to enjoy it," Fuyona suddenly said out loud, remaining as calm as before a storm. Suddenly a wind sword sliced right through the wooden post and through Fiona's body, even cutting into the ground. Fiona's body crumbled into ice, and the assailant responsible was shocked that his surprise attack had failed. "You knew I was here all along. You certainly live up to your reputation, Kage Slayer," the assassin said. Fuyona suddenly appeared as the breeze picked up, looking as if he was one with the wind itself. Fuyona took a close look at the person who had just tried to kill him. Seeing that it was an umbu from the hidden sand, donning the traditional uniform of the Tsunage Kyrnin, which included a turban, the village's forehead protector, flak jacket, as well as a cloth that hid the lower half of his face, leaving only his eyes visible. "Another assassin?" Fuyona asked, almost sounding bored. "Are you not aware of the meeting between your Kage and ours in 2 days?" Fuyona asked, crossing his arms. "I'm not here for her," the assassin responded as they pulled out a handful of kunai, throwing them in form of themselves as if they were attached to wires. Fuyona couldn't quite tell if the assassin was male or female yet, as their voice was soft, and their body seemed like it could be either. Not that it mattered anyway. "So you are acting alone?" Fuyona asked. "I am here to avenge a friend," the person said before they ran into attack. Fuyona sighed and readied himself for what was to come as the assassin charged in with the intent to kill. The assassin slashed with each hand. Wind swords had been formed on each of them, intending to cut Fuyona to pieces. The kunai that also hung in the air around the assassin moved on their own and attacked at Fuyona from all angles. Fuyona dodged each slash, thrust, chop and every other attack that came his way. Ducking, weaving and slipping each of them with ease before he decided enough was enough. With a wave of his hand, he broke right through the assailant's guard and grabbed them by the throat before slamming them to the ground. He moved way too fast for the assassin to react, and they hit the ground with such devastating force that their body left an imprint in the ground. Not doing so good down there, are you?" Fuyona said as he let go of the person's face and slowly stood up. "Fuyona-sensei." Haku and Kimimaro suddenly shouted as they arrived from the tree line to see what had happened. Fuyona turned around to face them and smiled. "Ah, boys, just in time," he said. The assassin was hurting badly but was still able to get back up and push backwards to create some well-needed distance. Fuyona turned to face his opponent and placed his hands in his pockets. "Maybe you will fare better again these genin here," Fuyona then said. Kimimaro had already pieced together what was happening, and Haku was starting to make sense of it too. "Now, boys, it looks as if your test has changed. This assassin will be your opponent. If you can defeat him, then you pass," Fuyona said in a severe tone. Kimimaro and Haku didn't say anything and simply took a ready stance each, knowing that this was no joke. "You want me to fight with these children?" the person asked, standing to their full height, having recovered from Fiona's attack. The hidden sand shinobi quickly assessed the new situation and deemed the mission a failure. "There is no chance I can get to him now," the assassin thought. "I need to make my escape." They thought as they pulled out a smoke bomb, throwing it onto the ground. Quickly they adjusted their chakra to dash away as fast as possible, but the sudden vice that gripped their wrist stopped them in their tracks. The assassin turned around in horror to see Fuyona holding their wrist in his hand. How did you? The assassin said, shocked. If you try to run again, I will kill you myself, Fuyona said as he let go of their wrist. Your only chance is to kill both of my students. Do that, and you are free to go. Fuyona said. The assassin couldn't believe what Fuyona was saying but realized there was no other choice. All right. Let the battle begin. Fuyona said as he suddenly vanished out of sight, leaving Haku and Kimimaro to face off against the hidden sand umbu. Kimimaro has already experienced the intensity of battle and the need to kill an opponent who is trying to kill you. Haku, however, has not. This is a perfect chance for both of them to test their full strength in a real life or death battle. Hopefully, they can survive. Fuyona thought as he took up a better vantage point so he could watch the battle. Haku took out a handful of senbon needles from his weapon pouch. Luckily, because they had been tested for graduation today, he had been allowed to carry real weapons and tools with him. Kimimaro, on the other hand, was a living weapon and had no need for kunai or shuriken. So be it. The assassin said as they let their kunai hang around their body once more before creating a wind blade in their right hand. I won't hold back. They said as they prepared to advance. Kimimaro was simply stood with a blank expression on his face as he waited to see what would happen. Haku, on the other hand, had already taken a defensive position and was ready to move at a moment's notice. Time to see how they fare. Fuyona thought as he crossed his arms, getting ready for the show. I hope they survive. He said quietly, watching as the battle began. Alright, that's the end of this chapter. I hope you enjoyed it. Link is in the story bio. Unless next time. Chapter 46, Naruto Chapter 46. The air was tense as Haku and Kimimaro waited for their opponent to make the first move. It was time to put all of their training to use. Time for them to face a real opponent in a life and death situation, allowing them to fight with all of their power. Something they had been looking forward to. Are you ready, Haku? Kimimaro asked as he let his bones grow around him. Yeah, Haku responded as he readied his senbon needles in each hand. The assassin also waited as he watched both of the boys. He knew, although young, both of them posed a threat and that he shouldn't underestimate them. His suspicions were confirmed when he watched Kimimaro's body sprout bones from all over. So the kid has the same abilities as the Kage Slayer. The assassin thought as they readied the kunai that were floating around them. Time to die, kids. The sand umbu shouted as they charged. Kimimaro also charged head-on to meet them, engaging in a fierce taijutsu battle. Kimimaro was agile and strong for his age, more than holding his own against his more experienced opponent. What the hell is this kid? The assassin thought as Kimimaro pushed them back. Kimimaro flipped AMD twirled, using his whole body as a weapon, allowing his bones to attack and defend simultaneously. His bones were deflecting the kunai that kept trying to attacking him as well as providing him with enough offense so that the sand umbu struggled to use his wind blade. Why you? The sand umbu shouted as he landed a hard front kick to Kimimaro's chest before he slashed down with his wind blade. Kimimaro had used his ribs to absorb the kick but didn't have time to avoid the wind blade, panic showing in his expression. Suddenly 3 senbon hit the assassin in his arm, each one perfectly placed, striking the pressure points and disabling the assassin's arm and hand. How did he? The umbu thought as they quickly jumped back, avoiding another 2 senbon needles, as well as a counter-attack from Kimimaro. Haku had such a precise aim that even from a distance, he could hit the smallest target with high accuracy. Something even high-level umbu struggled to achieve. To the sand umbu's surprise, Haku suddenly appeared behind him with tremendous speed taking the assassin by surprise. I don't think so. The assassin shouted as they quickly flipped, attacking with their other arm as a wind blade slashed down towards Haku's head. Haku had already expected this and created his own wind-enhanced senbon to counter the strike. The umbu was impressed by the boy's strength as he held his wind blade firm in place. Such precise chakra control. The umbu thought. Haku smiled as he started to form hand signs with one hand, much to the surprise of the sand umbu. Hand signs with one hand. He said out loud, unable to contain his surprise. Quickly they jumped back, trying to avoid Haku's attack. However, the umbu was met by Kimimaro, who fired a round of bone bullets, pushing on his advance towards them. The umbu was able to use their kunai that still floated around their body to defend the attack but with only one arm in working order, was unable to match Kimimaro, who landed a clean punch to the stomach followed by a jumping spinning heel kick to the face that knocked the assassin spinning around onto the ground. Haku had finished his hand signs, an ice blade suddenly rained down from above, impaling the sand umbu from head to toe, ending the fight once and for all. Kimimaro and Haku smiled at their handiwork and high-fived each other, proud of their strength. We did it. Haku said, switching from his emotionless fighting personality back to his happy one. Kimimaro didn't struggle as much as Haku did when it came to hurting others and instead took a more neutral approach to it. Were they really an Umbu-level ninja? He said, thinking the whole thing was too easy. Meanwhile, Fuyona watched from a distance. Both his boys demonstrated their abilities in a marvelous fan's ion, proving they were already leagues ahead of anyone else their age in the village. But it would seem what they had in strength and potential. They lacked in experience. Suddenly the sand Umbu's body burst into a poof of smoke, revealing it had been a substitution. Look out! Kimimaro shouted to Haku as the assassin appeared behind him with both arms crossed over his body. You may have got lucky with shutting down the nerves in my arm. But don't underestimate a shinobi of Sunagekure. Two wind blades suddenly sliced right through where Haku had been standing, but to the assassin's surprise, he hit nothing. What? Kimimaro was also shocked to see that Haku had suddenly vanished just before he had been sliced in two. Suddenly Fuyona appeared with Haku by his side, his hand resting on his shoulder. Haku's face was filled with surprise as he didn't even KNKW what had happened. Sorry about that. But I can't just let you cut one of my students in half now, can I? Fuyona said with a slight chuckle. The Sunagekure Umbu was so shocked by Fuyona's speed that they didn't know what to do next. Losing all hope of victory at the sight of Fuyona's overwhelming power. It's not over. The assassin said under his breath. Now, boys, can you tell me what you did wrong? Fuyona asked, ignoring the Umbu. Haku and Kimimaro both nodded as they lowered their heads. Yes, sensei. We let our guard down. Kimimaro said. And Haku? Fuyona asked. I underevaluated the opponent. Not taking into account their possible abilities or experience. Such as the fact they can most likely use medical ninjutsu as to counter my Senbon nerve strikes. Haku said, clearly having seen everything he had missed now. Fuyona had to say he was impressed, not expecting such a high level of evaluation. Very good, boys. I think you can rest easy for now. Fuyona said as he rubbed both of their heads. You dare ignore me. You will pay for your arrogance with your life. The Sunagekure Umbu shouted as they ripped their flak jacket open to reveal a massive paper bomb vest. Ah yes, the suicide attempt, Fuyona said as he watched from the small distance between them. Sensei. Shouldn't we stop him? Kimimaro asked. Yes, let's cut this short. He said as he pointed his finger like a gun and pretended to fire. Suddenly ice started to form around the paper bombs, putting out the fuse that was needed to ignite them. What? How? When did you? The Umbu shouted in shock, unable to believe that Fuyona could stop his final attempt to take him out with such ease. Sorry, but from the first moment I touched you, I left my seal on you, allowing me to finish you off whenever I want, Fuyona said. No way. The Umbu said as they ripped their mask off, revealing their face. Fuyona was sure he had seen this man somewhere before but just could not place him. He had sandy blonde hair, fair skin, and violet eyes, which made him look somewhat feminine. I came here to avenge the fourth Kazekage. But I can see now that you are too powerful. The man said as he activated his medical ninjutsu in each hand. Fuyona wasn't sure what he was trying to do and simply watched. You know it's not too late for you to leave here alive. Fuyona said. The Umbu looked very surprised at his words. I'm sure you have someone who you care about back home. How would they feel if you didn't make it back? Fuyona then said as he noticed he hit the mark. I made a promise that I would avenge Lord Kazekage. He said, letting his words sink in. Trying not to forget his resolve even against the overwhelming odds. And then what? Fuyona shouted. Say you kill me and avenge your late Kazekage. Then what happens? Someone from my village wants revenge for me. Then so on and on until the cycle of death and hate grows so large that we forgot what we were even fighting about. Fuyona shouted. The Umbu was surprised at his words but not convinced. You talk about hate and revenge. But you are yet to feel that. You aren't the one who suffered from loss. You cannot understand my pain. My whole village's pain at our loss. The Umbu shouted in return. Fuyona remained quiet for a moment as he thought about what had been said. So what do you purpose? How do you suggest we find peace between the mist and the sand? Fuyona then asked. For us to have peace between our villages, you must suffer as much as we have. You must feel all of our pain and sorrow before we can ever come to peace. The man said, letting his rage get the better of him. Fuyona sighed. It's always the same in this shinobi world. I guess it's too soon for peace to happen. Fuyona said as he ran his hand through his hair. I was going to let you live. But I'm sure you will only continue to cause more problems if I do. He then said, getting a shocked reaction from the sand Umbu. Our villages will never have peace. Mark my words. The Umbu shouted as he ripped his sleeves off to reveal more explosive tags. This will at least put a dent in the land of water, letting you never forget that the sands of Sunagakure will never stop until they crush you. Haku and Kimimaro flinched a little as even the ground beneath them started to turn into paper bombs. There were so many that the explosion would scar the land and indeed cause conflict before negotiations had even begun. Looks like you planned this well, Fiona said, actually impressed he hadn't known about this. Let's see. Fiona then said as he thought about the best way to contain the explosion. It's over. I happily give my life for this. The Sandumbu said with a smile on his face. That was when Fiona recognized him, the cogs finally turning in his head. He was Yashimaru, Gaara's uncle and right-hand man of the 4th Kazekage. That explains why he hates me so much, Fiona said as he started to form hand signs as he closed his eyes for a moment. I understand your hate and your pain at what I have done. But I cannot let it stop me from protecting the people I care about. Fiona shouted as a red chakra cloak burst to life around his entire body, all 6 tails swishing in the wind. Ice style. Frozen graveyard. Fiona shouted as he slammed his foot hard into the ground. The ice suddenly burst free and covered the entire ground, spreading rapidly, covering all of the paper bombs one by one until the ice reached Yashimaru himself. What is this power? Such. He shouted before the ice froze him in place and the rest of the paper bombs rendering them useless. Haku was amazed at the amount of ice he could create in such a short amount of time. Kimimaro was also impressed and remained quiet as he always did. Fiona then made a few more hand signs, and the ice suddenly broke away, crumbling into the air. Everything that had been frozen broke away into small pieces as if it were never there. That takes care of that, Fiona said as he relaxed a little. Wow, Fiona-sensei, that was amazing. Haku shouted. Kimimaro also nodded, highly impressed by his power. Thank you, boys. If you keep training hard, one day, you will be able to do things like that too. He said as he patted both of their heads. Now, how about we get home and eat? Besides, I have some important news to tell you both. Both of them nodded, and the 3 of them returned to their home to eat and rest from the day's events. Fiona decided it was time to break the news to them about him becoming the next Mizukage. After all, they were both ninjas now. What? No ways, sensei. Haku shouted, spitting out his food. Fiona laughed. Yes. He said as he had another mouthful of his rice. So Fiona-sensei is going to be the next Mizukage, Kimimaro said, a large smile forming on his face. I wanted to let you both know because it means I may not be around as much as I am now. Fiona then said. That is why I have come to the conclusion that you will both be assigned to a new instructor where you will form a foreman team, Fiona said. Both Haku and Kimimaro nodded. Although a little sad, they were still excited that their sensei was becoming the next Mizukage. The most powerful shinobi in the village. Not that they ever doubted he wasn't. We will leave the details for later. For now, let's celebrate you both becoming genin. Fiona shouted as he raised his glass. Haku and Kimimaro also nodded, and the 3 of them ate and laughed together as they celebrated. After food and fun, the time had soon come for Fiona to go and meet with Suiren. He told both the boys to finish their chores around the house and that he was going out. Fiona left and headed to where he was meeting her. It was an old tea shop not far from his place. The shop was nothing special, but it did serve good sweets. Fiona had to admit he was feeling a little nervous about this whole thing. So much had already happened today, finding out he was becoming the next Mizukage and that Mei was also pregnant with his child. He then had to deal with an assassin from the hidden sand. He was pretty tired out from it all, and now he might have to face more drama depending on how this whole thing went. Before he knew it, he had arrived and noticed that Suiren wasn't there yet. I must be early, Fiona said as he took a good look around. It was dark out now, and the only light was from the street lanterns that faintly glowed in the darkness, illuminating the mist that never faded away. You came. A soft voice said from behind, causing Fiona to turn around. Suiren was stood with her hands crossed behind her back as she stood nervously looking him in the eyes. Her long blonde hair blowing in the gently breeze of the night. Hello Suiren, Fiona said as his blue eyes locked with her sweet hazelnut ones. I wasn't sure if you would come. She said softly. Fiona smiled. Suiren. There is something I need to tell you. Okay, going to end it there. I hope you enjoyed the chapter, and thank you for waiting. Link is in the story bio. Also, I am currently editing and even rewriting chapters starting from chapter 8. Nothing will change too much, just more details will be given and fight scenes improved. Chapter 47, Naruto Chapter 47. Fiona looked into Suiren's brown eyes as he tried to build the courage to speak with his heart. Suiren, there is something I need to tell you. She looked nervous but stared into his pricing blue eyes, waiting for him to say what was on his mind. It's big news. Fiona said, not sure which part to tell her first. It's okay Fiona. Please don't be nervous, whatever it is. I have been chosen as the next Mizukage, he said, interrupting her. Suiren's face changed in a way Fiona thought it wouldn't have. Instead, she smiled and jumped forwards, embracing him in a hug. That's amazing, Fiona. That's really amazing. I can't think of anyone better to become our next Mizukage, she said with contentment. Fiona hugged her back and could feel the warmth coming from her body. But he was sure she wouldn't react the same to what he had to say next. Suiren pulled away and looked into Fiona's eyes with hope. With you leading the village, everything will change, you will make things right again, Suiren said with such belief in her eyes. Thank you. I only hope I can live up to your expectations, Fiona said with a faint smile. Suiren noticed and picked up on his emotions. What's wrong, Fiona? Is there something else you need to tell me? She asked, getting nervous again. Fiona could have slapped himself for not hiding it better. Yes, he said, trying to work up the courage to tell her. Suiren waited in silence, looking at him with her big brown eyes that reflected the light from the moon. I found out today that someone is carrying my child, he said, almost too scared to look at her. Suiren didn't react or say anything for a moment as his words sank in. I feel like you deserve better than me, Suiren. I don't want to hurt you or string you along. Now that I am the Mizukage, I have to. Suiren suddenly dived into his arms as she wrapped hers around his back. I don't care, she shouted, suddenly taking Fiona off guard. That doesn't matter. Fiona, I love you, she said as she pushed off his chest to look at him as she said the words. Fiona was so shocked he couldn't say anything and just looked at Suiren, not sure what to do. I don't care if you have a child with someone else. I don't care if you have to put the needs of the whole village above me. I don't care because I love you, Fiona. I have loved you for so long now that it hurt, Suiren said as she let go of him and curled up. Fiona let her speak without saying anything. His heart felt as if it could cry as he listened to her. But he had to let her get it out and finish what she had to say. Suiren looked into his eyes one last time as she finished saying what she had to say. I love you no matter what, Fiona. I understand if you don't want me or need me. But Fiona couldn't watch her hurt anymore as he wrapped his arms around her, pulling her into a kiss. Suiren's eyes opened wide from the shock before she quickly gave in and kissed him back. The kiss only lasted a few seconds, yet both of them were lost for breath as they slowly pulled away. I can't promise you anything, Fiona said as he rested his forehead against hers, still trying to catch his breath. I know, Suiren replied as she did the same. But having you in my life is better than living without you. Fiona leaned in for another kiss, this time kissing her with more intensity. Suiren returned the passion she felt and held him tight, never wanting to let him go. Fiona slowly allowed an ice mirror to form and he slowly pulled them into it while they kissed under the moonlight, letting both of them slip through into his bedroom, where the two of them made love late into the morning. Fiona woke early that morning. Suiren was cuddled up next to him as she slept peacefully with her head resting on his arm. Today was the day of his coronation as the next Mizukage. Fiona couldn't help reflect on his spent here in the Narutoverse. Everything he had done, everything he had worked so hard for to achieve was finally coming together. He was to become the next Mizukage, the next leader of his village. A village that had been soaked with blood and betrayal. He could finally change that. He could finally make a difference for the people of this nation that he had come to know as home. He had the chance many times to run away. Run away and become a rogue ninja. He had thought about it often. What if I had been born into the hidden leaf? What if I had run away and tried to join another village or nation? But he knew it didn't work like that. He knew how cold and ruthless this world was. Sure, he could have survived and found work as a missing ninja or mercenary. But then what? What good could he have done? What would his life here be filled with? So far he had endured pain and suffering beyond anything he had ever known. But he had so many reasons to be thankful too. Now was his chance to make a real difference in this world. Now was his time to become something more than himself. Fiona slowly got out of bed and did his best to not disturb Suiren. Slipping his clothes on and walking downstairs to get something to drink. It was still early, around 6 in the morning, and the sun had yet to rise over the mountains that guarded the village hidden in the mist. Fiona poured himself a glass of water and sat at his kitchen table as he lit a cigarette, something he had not done in many years. Can't sleep, he then said as he noticed Kimimaro, who was standing in the kitchen doorway that Fiona's back was to. Sensei, I didn't know you were here, Kimimaro said, impressed he knew he was there. Fiona turned around to look at the boy as he had another puff on his cigarette. What's the matter? Fiona asked as he noticed something strange with him. Kimimaro slowly walked into the kitchen and sat down next to Fiona. He seemed a little sad and he never showed his emotions. You can tell me anything, Kimimaro. We are family now. Do you understand that? Fiona said. Kimimaro nodded and put his small hands on the table. What will happen to us now you are becoming Mizukage? he asked, looking Fiona in the eyes. Fiona blew the smoke out of his mouth and smiled at such an innocent question. So that's what you're worried about, eh? Worried you won't get to see me as much. Kimimaro nodded his head. Well, don't you worry about that, kiddo. I've got the perfect person to be your new sensei while I'm busy. In fact, that reminds me, you will be meeting your new teammate today. Fiona said as he put the cigarette out with a bit of ice style in the palm of his hand. Kimimaro's eyebrow cocked a little in question of who it could be. I promised a friend I would look after her, Fiona said as he stood to his feet. I am trusting you and Haku to do the same. He said, patting him on the head. Can you do that for me? Fiona asked, bending over so he was the same height as Kimimaro, giving him a big grin. Yes, sensei. The boy said as a large grin formed on his face. That's my boy. Now go and wake Haku up and I'll make us some breakfast. Kimimaro did just that as he and Haku ended up downstairs with Fiona, helping him cook a feast of food. Suiren also came down after the noise woke her. Suiren. Haku shouted as he ran over to say good morning. She smiled in surprise as he hugged her, returning his hug with her own. Well, good morning to you too, Haku. She said as she looked over to Fiona, who was smiling at her. Care for some breakfast? He asked while holding the frying pan. Please. She said with a nod. The four of them sat and ate breakfast together, all of them laughing and giggling as they talked about everything and anything. But now the time had come for Fiona to prepare for the ceremony. Suiren realized time and blurted it out before anyone else. Oh my gosh. Fiona, look at the time. She said, pointing to the clock. Fiona turned around to look, still with a piece of toast in his mouth. Oh, my, will you look at that? He said, taking another bite. Well, time to get ready, everyone. He said as he clapped his hands for them to hurry. Haku and Kimimaro nodded and rushed off, not taking long at all. Suiren was a little more unprepared, instead helped clear the table. I need to get home so I can get changed. She said with a small smile. You're not coming with us? Fiona asked as he put the rest of the pots and pans in the sink. I think it's best if the whole village doesn't see their new Mizukage with me on the first day. She said, a little shy. Fiona understood and pulled her in for a hug. How about later then? He asked softly. Suiren nodded as she returned his embrace, kissing his bare chest. Here, this will help get you home a little quicker. He then said as he summoned an ice mirror for her to walk through. You have one at my place? She asked, surprised. Of course. He said, giving her a slight wink. Suiren punched his arm playfully before putting her hands on her hips. Anyway, go and get ready. You can't be late to your own coronation. She said. Fiona nodded. See you there. See you there. She replied as she slowly stepped into the ice mirror. Fiona waited for her to fully disappear before releasing the jutsu and going to get dressed. He pulled on his black trousers with his black shinobi boots. Next, he pulled on his black long-sleeved undershirt and his purple flak jacket, before finally pulling out his new blue cloak with the words Fifth Water Shadow written on them. In Japanese. Today is the day. He said as he took a good look at himself in the mirror. All right, it's time. He then said as he walked out of his bedroom to see Haku and Kimimaro both dressed in their formal blue robes. Well, don't you both look smart? He said, feeling like a proud father. Are you both ready? He asked. They both nodded and Fiona placed a hand each on their heads. All right then, let's go. He said as he created an ice mirror that took them to the Mizukage's office. His office. All of the village elders were waiting for him around the table, along with Ao and Mei. Everyone noticed as he walked through his ice mirror with Haku and Kimimaro behind him. Sorry, I'm late, everyone. He said as he walked over and greeted them. So nodded to him. He was stood with his arms crossed over his chest, wearing his blue robes, looking like he did in the anime, just younger. Better late than never, Mei said as she stood to greet him. She was looking beautiful dressed in a pink kimono, something he had never seen her wear. Enough with the pleasantries. The whole village is waiting to see you. The head elder said. Fiona gave an apologetic laugh as he nodded. Yes, I suppose you're right. He said as he became serious. On with it then, Ao said as he waves his arms, telling everyone to get ready. Everyone walked out of the room and Fiona followed with Kimimaro and Haku. Haku tugged on Fiona's cloak, looking a little nervous, and Fiona smiled as he held his hand. Don't worry, Haku, I'm not going anywhere, Fiona said, comforting him. Kimimaro didn't pay them attention as he acted more mature than Haku, but deep down he was feeling it too. I want both of you to stay with Ao until this is over, okay? Fiona said. Both of them nodded in response and the three of them walked out onto the roof of the Mizukage's building. Fiona could already see that the entire village was waiting to see who would be named as the new Mizukage. After all, it was supposed to be top secret until he was revealed. The head elder handed the Mizuki's hat to Fuyona and have him a nod. You are worthy of this, young Fuyona. Do our village and nation proud. He said, giving him the go-ahead. Fuyona gave Haku and Kimimaro over to Ao, who took them to the side so they were out of the way as the whole thing began. The head elder walked over to the front stand on the building to announce to the whole village. I greet you all in this sad time at the loss of our leader and former Mizuki. The elder said, getting everyone's attention. However, after careful consideration, I am pleased to present to you our new leader and the Godame Mizuki. The entire village held their breath as Fuyona walked out onto the stand with his face covered by his Mizuki's hat. He could see the entire village from here. All of her people had gathered just to see him. Just to get a glimpse of their new leader. And he wasn't about to disappoint them. Fuyona made a single hand sign and the mist in the village cleared, allowing the sun to shine brightly upon all of them. He then reached up and took his hat off, revealing his face to everyone as the next Mizuki. No one dared say a word as they could see who it was. Fuyona Yuki, the hero of the village who had killed the Kazekage and both the Mizuki while still under the age of 20. He was considered the strongest shinobi in the entire village and a genius whose skills were unmatched. I swear on my name, Fuyona Yuki, that I will protect my village. No. Our village and all of her people. From this day onwards, I swear I will do everything in my power so that you never have to suffer again. Where the mist falls, one shall find its people. Ever changing like water, they will give rise to more mist that will forever preserve the village. Fuyona finished, quoting the words of the first Mizuki once more as he watched the crowd's reaction. The entire village started roaring with happiness as they waved their arms in the arm towards Fuyona. I promise I will do my best. He said quietly as the applause continued, echoing through the entire land of water as they cheered for the men that had saved them and promised to bring prosperity to the nation. Okay, that's the end of this chapter. Thank you for reading as always. Chapter 48, Naruto Chapter 48. Akatsuki theme playing in the background. Fuyona stood before his people on top of the Mizuki building as he waved to the whole village. He had just quoted the words of the first Mizuki and had promised to bring prosperity to the nation. A bold promise to say the least. That was when he heard the words. You shall know pain. Fuyona looked up in disbelief as he could see pain of the Akatsuki floating above the village. No. Fuyona muttered under his breath, not believing it as he tried to get ready to act. Almighty push. Pain said, unleashing his jutsu. No. Fuyona screamed as he watched Pain's jutsu uproot his entire village. All of the buildings suddenly crumbled and the people were crushed and hurled like rag dolls with them. Fuyona couldn't do anything as he was forced to cross his arms over his face to shield them from the debris until the jutsu reached him too, taking him off his feet and blasting him away. Fuyona suddenly shot up covered in sweat. He took a good look around and realized he was in his bed, and the village was safe. Is everything all right? Suiren asked as she sat up, waking from his sudden reaction. It's nothing. I just had a nightmare. Fuyona said as he took a breath of fresh air. Do you want to talk about it? She asked, placing her hand on his shoulder. No, it's okay. He said, smiling at her to let her know he was all right. Just a bad dream, go back to sleep, Suiren. He said, stroking her face with the back of his hand. Suiren smiled and slowly placed her head back on her pillow. I'll be back in a minute, I need some water. He whispered to her as he got up. Fuyona made his way down to the kitchen and got himself a glass of water, drinking all of it in one go. Fuyona rinsed the glass and placed it next to the sink before he splashed a little water on his face, trying to shake the image from his dreams. Is everything all right, Fuyona? Saiken asked, sensing his distress. I'm all right, Saiken, just a bad dream. He said to the six tails, reassuring the tailed beast. Still, he couldn't help wonder what he would do if Pain ever decided to attack the village like that. Would I be able to protect everyone and counter his jutsu? Fuyona asked himself as he made a first, looking at it as he did. Fuyona didn't waste much more time and made his way back to bed. He had a busy day in the morning as the new Mizuki. He got up, made breakfast with Suiren and the boys before they headed out to the academy where they would be assigned with a new sensei and meet their new teammate. Fuyona also said goodbye to Suiren for the time being and headed off. First was his meeting with the clan leaders in the village. Fuyona had summoned them so he could talk to them about their current strength. He wished to make peace with all remaining Kekkai Genkai users in the Land of Water as their numbers were running low. In doing so, he believed he could boost the village's military strength. He only hoped it wasn't too late. Next, he was to place new decrees and laws. Of course, the signing and process would take some time and require him to be in his office. The Mizuki's role seemed much different than that of the Hokage's from what he could see. In which sense the Mizuki had others to do the smaller tasks, while from what he had seen, the Hokage was always stuck doing paperwork. Seems that Yagura didn't like to waste his time. Fuyona thought as he took his seat at his new desk. He had to admit it certainly felt strange to be sitting here in this office. Fuyona had met two former Mizuki in this room since he had been in this world. The thought that he would one day sit here himself had never crossed his mind back then. Suddenly a knock at the door snapped him out of his thoughts. "Come in," Fuyona said. The doors opened and Ao walked into the room along with 4 Umbu ninja. "Good morning, Lord Mizukage," Ao said, greeting him. "Good morning, Ao. What do we have here?" Fuyona asked, getting right to the point. "I have taken the trouble of assigning these 4 to be your personal bodyguard. I handpicked them myself," he said. Fuyona eyed the 4 of them carefully, getting a good read of them. He also saw Kogetsu, who was Mangetsu's cousin and next in line as the head of the Hozuki clan, was one of them. "Very well. I trust your judgment, Ao. By the way, are the clan heads here yet?" He then asked, leaning back on his chair. "They are outside, my lord." "Shall I summon them?" Ao said. "Yes, please do, Ao," Fuyona said. Ao gave the nod and the 4 Umbu bowed before disappearing out of sight. They hadn't gone far and could react at a moment's notice if needed. Ao escorted the clan leaders into Fiona's office and they bowed before Fuyona, showing their respect. "Welcome," he said as he stood from his chair. 2 men stood before Fuyona and Ao. A large man with a solid frame, white hair, and a large scar down the center of his face. He was the Hozuki clan leader and Kogetsu's father. The other was the Hoshigaki clan head. He was an old man now and had clearly served his time as a shinobi, his shark-like features present as all the members of his clan. They were currently the only clans left in the village. Now that Yagura was dead, the Karatachi clan was reduced to 1 person. "Welcome both of you," Fuyona said. "Our pleasure. To what do we owe the honor, Lord Mizukage?" the Hozuki clan head asked. "Please both of you sit down," Fuyona said. Both of them sat down around the large table in the center of the office and waited to see what he had to say. "I have asked you both here today to discuss our village's current Kekkai Genkai users' strength. It has come to my attention that your clans are the only 2 to have survived after the Civil War. My own clan was destroyed along with the Kagaya," Fuyona said. "Yes, some were more fortunate than others," the old shark from the Hoshigaki clan said. Fuyona nodded. He knew that the Hozuki clan possessed a Kekkai Genkai to turn their body to water, rendering physical attacks virtually useless. Obviously, he knew his own Yuki and Kagaya clan's abilities. He also knew that the Karatachi clan did not possess any Kekkai Genkai. But their history for producing exceptional shinobi over the generations had been evident. However, Fuyona knew very little about the Hoshigaki clan's abilities, other than being able to breathe underwater. "As Mizukage, I would like to establish a positive relationship with both of you. After all, our clans are the strongest in the whole village," Fuyona said. "Our?" the Hozuki head asked. "That's right," Fuyona said. "My name is Fuyona Yuki, is it not?" he said. Both of them remained quiet, deciding to listen to what he had to say. "I have had word put out across the land for any surviving Yuki and Kagaya clan members to return to the village. They will be under my protection." Both of the others tried not to give any reaction and remained quiet. "That being said, I would like to offer the same protection to your clans," Fuyona then said. The old Hoshigaki clan head smiled as he placed his hands onto the table. "Forgive my rudeness, young Mizukage," he said, using the word young on purpose. "My clan has been here since before the village was built, and I believe we will be here long after. We can protect our own with our own strength," he said, giving a toothy grin. Fuyona smiled as he crossed his arms. "I understand that, old man," Fuyona said, countering him. "But I am the Mizukage now. And I would appreciate it if both of you would cooperate." Both of them leaned back a little after listening to what he had said. They both knew that his power exceeded their own and that if he wished he could kill all of them. "What is it you want, Lord Mizukage?" the Hozuki clan head asked, deciding to skip straight to the point. "I want your clans to become one with the village. By joining our clans with the village, rather than resisting against it, I believe we can create a stronger bond and strengthen our military might," Fuyona said, telling them his plan. Again both of them remained silent as they thought about what Fuyona was proposing. "A simple start would be to send your young to the village academy. I know that in the past your clans refused to send your own to the academy due to the old ritual. But now things have changed. Our village needs to realize that we are all on the same side. What better way than to start by mixing the children together?" Fuyona said. "I don't disagree. My young ones could do with learning to mingle," the Hozuki clan head said. However, the Hoshigaki head disagreed. "I feel that my clan should remain separate just as we have always done." Fuyona wasn't pleased to hear it and decided to drop his trump card. "At the moment your clan is facing a lot of turmoil, my lord. With the deserting of Kisame and him stealing one of the 7 blades, you're not in the best light," Fuyona said. "Therefore this is your opportunity to prove to the village that your clan is willing to fight for their sake," Fuyona said as he stood to his feet. "I dream that our village unites and builds itself stronger than it has ever been. He then said, reaching his arms out. Please take this first step with me, this is the first step to building a better future for our nation. Both of the clan heads seemed moved by his words. Very well, we accept your offer, Lord Mizuki, the Hozuki head said. This boy. He's nothing like the others before him. The Hoshigaki clan head thought as he looked deep into his eyes. Very well. The Hoshigaki clan accepts. He then said after a moment. Fuyona smiled. Excellent. I will have the paperwork drawn up at once. Fuyona said. Both of them stood to their feet and bowed their head a little before bidding him farewell. Fuyona sighed as they left and turned to Ao, who had remained quiet the whole time. Well, that went better than expected. He said. Ao nodded. There is no one left who can challenge your rule, Fuyona. Everyone will fall in line soon enough. Ao said. Fuyona laughed a little. I don't want them to fall in like Ao. I want them to agree on their own. I meant what I said back there. Ao was a little surprised, but then again this was Fuyona Yuki he was talking to. Anyway, your meeting with the elders is due in 10 minutes, shall I tell them you are ready? Ao asked. Yes. Let's get this over with. Fuyona said, taking a seat. Meanwhile, both Haku and Kimimaro had made their way to the academy. Although they had recently passed the genin exam, they had still to be set a task or duty. These days, now that the village wasn't at war, the standard procedure was to take a team of 3 genin and place them with a chunin or jonin instructor. It all depended on who was available at the time. Their academy instructor had been Junsai, who was good friends and an ex-teammate of Suiren. He had told Fuyona that both the boys had far outpaced the other students their age and had recommended that they take the graduation exam. Unlike the old days, the next test was much more simple. It consisted of a written exam, a test of one's taijutsu and shuriken jutsu, where they would be evaluated on their ability. After that was a display of chakra control and basic ninjutsu demonstration such as a substitute jutsu and clone jutsu. Both Haku and Kimimaro had passed with flying colors, and all that was left was to place them on a team. Junsai had assumed they would be placed with Fuyona, but with his promotion to Mizuki that wasn't possible at the moment. Haku and Kimimaro were the youngest in the room, being 8. All the others who had passed the exams were an average age of 12 years old. They had hidden their abilities from the others as Fuyona had told them to. That way the other students had little hate for them, other than being jealous. Alright, you lot quiet down. Junsai shouted, getting the attention of the classroom. There was a total of 12 students including Haku and Kimimaro, meaning there would be 4 squads formed today. Alright, listen up for your names. Junsai shouted as he started calling their names one by one and announced what squad they would be on. All of the others were paired up into 3s and dismissed to meet their new sensei, leaving Haku, Kimimaro, and one other left. Alright, you two. As per Lord Mizuki's request. He said, clearing his throat. You two are to be placed with Koyuki Karatachi. He said. Haku and Kimimaro already knew who she was because Fuyona had told them. She was the daughter of the late Mizuki, Yagura Karatachi. She was currently 10 years old, also one of the younger students to have passed the exam. She was tall for her age and had long hair, blonde like her father's. Her eyes were pupilless pink just like her father's too, and she has pretty soft features. She stood up and walked over to Haku and Kimimaro. Hello, I'm Koyuki Karatachi. She said with confidence. Haku gave her a warm smile and nodded his head. Nice to meet you, I'm Haku Yuki. He said. Kimimaro. Nice to meet you. Kimimaro said, also smiling at her. Good, now that you are all acquainted. Time to go and meet your new instructor. Junsai said as he gave them a map with a location on it. The 3 of them nodded and bid their old instructor goodbye, setting off through the village to find their new one. Fuyona was currently dealing with the elders of the village as he was stating the changes he wanted to make. The elders listened carefully and wrote everything down as he said it. As I said, these will be the new changes to the academy. I have taken a look at how our young are being taught and trained, and frankly, it is outdated. The corrections I have put together in this document will help get our young on track much quicker. Fuyona said as he handed it to them. They quickly scanned it, a little shocked at how in-depth it was. Next is the tax reduction to our nation's citizens. I am lowering the tax rate from 50% to 20% for everyone. Fuyona said, getting a stunned reaction from them all. But my lord, we can barely keep our nation afloat financial as it is. One of them said. Fuyona nodded. I have also come up with a solution to that too. He said. Firstly, I am dropping the price that we charge for missions. It's a wonder anyone hires us at all with the price of them. Put the word out across the globe, the hidden mist is open for work. With such cheap prices for our national services, we will surely attract more clients. Secondly, is our fishing trade. We live on an island nation and we have a rich fishing history, do we not? he asked. Why yes, my lord. One of the elders said. Then why do we not trade with the other nations? He asked. Lord Fourth refused to allow business between our and any other nation, my lord. One of the younger advisors said as she pushed her glasses back onto her face. Fuyona had suspected as much. Obito had done his best to isolate the hidden mist from the rest of the world as best he could. That ends now. Put the word out to all fishermen and shipping units that are still left. I want us to offer the very best we have and at a low price. But why, my lord? We won't make any money if we do that. First we lower the price so that no one else can compete with us, stealing the market. Once we have a good hold, we will steadily make up the price over time. Besides, with the number of sales we get, we will surely make up the amount in no time. The others were impressed at Fuyona's knowledge in the matter and proceed to write everything down. And lastly, for those who cannot work, due to injury suffered in the service of our nation, or to those who have suffered due to Lord Fourth's rule, we will offer a benefit scheme to help feed their families until they can find work. Fuyona said. But my lord, how are we supposed to afford that? The head elder spoke up. You can use my wage, he said, surprising them. The money that would come into my pocket can be placed in the benefits pot. Let's call it the Mizukage's gift to the fallen found. Fuyona said with an approving nod. Everyone was amazed at his generosity. Now go and make the arrangements, Fuyona said, dismissing them. I have other matters to attend to, he said. The elders nodded and bowed before leaving. Ao looked at Fuyona with a small smile. Your first day on the job and already changing the nation, Ao said. Fuyona nodded as he poured himself a glass of water from the fresh jug on his table. On to more pressing matters, he then said. What's the word from the sand? He asked. Nothing has changed. The meeting is still a go for tomorrow, Ao said. Fuyona nodded as he sat back down and took a drink. I can only hope that the Kazekage is willing to make peace, Fuyona said. I heard they sent another assassin the other day, Ao said, not looking happy about it. Are we really going to let that slide? Fuyona sighed. I think we have suffered enough losses with everything that has happened, Ao. The last thing we need is another war, he said. Ao agreed to some extent. He knew that if they went to war with the sand, the other villages wouldn't stand by and watch from the sidelines. So what's your plan? He asked. Fuyona spun around on his chair so he could see the village through the window. I'm not sure yet, he said. Ao nodded. Well, we had better come up with a plan of action should the worst happen. Fuyona sighed. I know. I can only hope that the Kazekage will see reason, rather than madness, he said as he leaned his head on his fist, sitting back in his chair. Link in story bio. Chapter 49, Naruto Chapter 49. The day of the summit with the Kazekage had arrived. Fuyona had carefully selected his escort that would accompany him to the meeting location. He wanted to believe that the Kazekage would also honor the agreement and only bring an escort of 3 others. Not that Fuyona was worried about his capabilities, but the more people involved the less chance there would be for peace. Ao. Mangetsu. Ganryu. Fuyona said as he looked out of his office window towards the village. He had chosen the 3 of them to accompany him to the meeting. Ao for his Byakugan and sight, Mangetsu for his strength, and Ganryu for his wit. Listen carefully, Fuyona said as he turned to face them. Under no circumstances are you to engage with the Sand Shinobi, unless your lives are in danger. Is that understood? He said, being deadly serious. Ao and Ganryu both nodded in acknowledgement. However, Mangetsu wasn't complacent. Why does peace matter so much? We should just kill them while we have the chance, he said, shrugging his shoulders. Ao slapped him round the back of the head. Even though Mangetsu was stronger than him and Ganryu, it didn't mean he was smarter. Fool, listen to Lord Mizukage, he said, crossing his arms. Mangetsu wasn't happy, but Fuyona stepped in to enforce the matter. Mangetsu. I will not have you question me on this matter. If you cannot be trusted, then you will not be coming, he said with calm authority. Mangetsu got the picture and he could feel Fiona's aura. All right, he said, lowering his head a little in defeat. Very well, let's get going, Fuyona then said with a smile on his face. As the 4 of them walked out of the Mizukage's office, they were met by Mei, who had been waiting outside. Mei? Fuyona asked, a little surprised. The others all looked at them both and then left as Ao gave a nod. What's the matter, Mei? Is everything all right? Fuyona asked. He had told her to stay in the village and oversee everything while he was gone. Although she was the second strongest in the village, she was pregnant. Because of this, Fuyona would not allow her to risk her safety or that of the baby. I'm fine, Fuyona. I just wanted to wish you good luck with the meeting, she said, her cheeks a slight blush. Thank you, Fiona said, a little taken back. Is there anything you would like me to do while you are gone? May then asked. Fiona rubbed the back of his head. No, May, please don't stress. He said. May nodded and stepped closer to him. I should be coming with you. She whispered softly. Fiona looked down at her stomach and then back to her soft features. You know I can't risk that. He said as he gently grasped her chin. Besides, if anything happens to me, the village will need you to lead them. He said, smiling at her. May's cheeks turned a little red as she stared deeply into his eyes. You had better come back. She said as she placed her hand on his chest. Fiona nodded. See you soon, May. He said as he placed his Mizukage hat on and walked out. With that, he went off to join the others who were waiting outside the Mizukage's mansion. As he got outside, there was already a large crowd of people who had gathered to wish him good fortune. After all, word had already spread of the new changes that would be taking place in the village thanks to him. Lord Mizukage. You're the best. They screamed and cheered. Fiona and the others made their way through the village. He was already hailed as a hero and now his popularity had risen even more. That proved evident as there were even groups of women and women who were lined up to see him, declaring their love for him as he walked by. Well, check you out, Lord Mizukage, Ao said in a joking manner. Fiona couldn't help laughing as he waved to everyone bidding them a good day. I guess it comes with the job. He said, a large smile plastered on his face. Soon enough they reached the edge of the village and Fiona gave one final wave to his people before the four of them left. All right, it's time to pick up the pace a little. He said to the others. They all agreed and the four of them dashed into the tree line, making haste as they set off on their journey across the country. The meeting place had been agreed upon through letter. The Kazekage had requested that they meet in the Land of Wind. However, Fiona disapproved of the location and instead suggested the Land of Tea south to the Land of Fire. It was a neutral country and equally close for both parties to travel to. Fiona and the others had arrived onto the ferry that would cross the sea from the Land of Water to the Land of Tea. Of course, it was a secret that the Mizukage was traveling, but still everyone in the Land of Water showed to wave him off. Fiona stood on the deck as he watched the Land of Water disappear into the distance, nothing but open sea ahead of them now. Ao was currently in talks with the captain and the crew on what to do in case of an emergency. Mangetsu was sat down with his arms sling across both sides of the boat as he looked up into the sky without a care in the world. Ganryu was also sat down as he sharpened his blade, going over the edge again and again. I think it's sharp enough, Ganryu, Fiona said. Gabryu stopped and looked at Fiona as he spoke to him. Yes. One can never be too prepared. He said as he examined the edge of his blade. Fiona nodded as he crossed his arms. Well, you're not wrong. Meanwhile. Excuse me, Lord Kazekage. Baki of the Sand said, entering the Kazekage's office. It's all right, Baki, come in. Baki walked into the office and shut the door behind him. Pakura stood tall as she looked out of the large window. She was fair-skinned with pupilless brown eyes. She had green hair that she tied in a bun on top of her head with a hair needle running through it and one short and long strands of hair with orange tips framing each side of her face. Baki bowed as he got closer. Lord Kazekage, I am reporting that Yashimaru left the village and was last week heading to the mist. Pakura sighed. So he defied my orders, Pakura said with a heavy sigh. Our relationship with the mist is fragile enough. I can only hope they don't try to use this. She said as she took a seat and opened a file. The new Mizukage. Just so happens to be the mist's very own Kage killer. She said as she looked at a picture of Fiona. Baki also had a worried look on his face as he took a quick glance at his profile. He's a monster. We can't afford to risk a war with the mist now. Baki said. Pakura didn't want to admit it and closed the file. He is indeed strong. She said as she interlocked her fingers. We can only act based on how he wishes to proceed. She said. Baki had a worried look. All our attempts to assassinate him have failed. Even Lord Fourth couldn't stop him. He said. Well. He hasn't faced me yet. She said as she opened the palm of her hand and let a glowing orb of fire burst to life for effect. Baki nodded. We should make the arrangements to go soon, Lady Kazekage. The meeting is tomorrow. He said. Pakura nodded as she extinguished her Scotch-style orb. Yes. I trust you to make the arrangements, Baki. She said. Baki bowed and left the room, leaving her alone. Lord Mizukage, we have arrived, Ao said. Fiona was currently sat down with Ho's legs crossed as he meditated. He had been in a trance for the last 2 hours as he focused on controlling his tailed beast chakra. They are calling you, Fiona, Saiken said, giving him a poke with one of his tails. I can see that, Fiona said as he opened his eyes and let the chakra fade away. Looks like the time has arrived, Fiona said as he let his mind return to the physical world. Fiona stood up and placed his hat back on. Thanks, Ao. He said, giving him a nod. Fiona walked over to the edge of the ship to see the land of tea in the distance. The meeting point wasn't far from the shoreline and would only take an hour at most to arrive. It was early morning now as the trip across the sea had taken a full day. Looks like we're finally here, Mangetsu said as he stretches his arms out. Ganryu also appeared with the same look on his face as always. Fiona smiled as he pulled his kage hat down over his face to stop the morning sunrise from blinding his vision. Be on guard. Anything could happen from here on out. With that, the ship made port into the dock. AMD Fiona and the others quietly made their way off and into the town. Of course, all of them had a disguise on as not to startle any of the town residents. Once on land, the four of them made their way out of town and slowly walked into the forest as to disappear from sight. Once clear, they took to the trees and made haste as they moved closer and closer to the meeting location. Before they knew it, they had arrived and the four of them jumped to the ground out of the trees. The spot was an old town that was in ruins, most likely having been destroyed in the last war and abandoned. I can't sense anyone here, Lord Mizukage, Ao said as he took a look around. The others also scouted the area a little and could feel nothing. Well, we are a little early, Fiona said as he took a good look around the place. But we can wait. He said as he flexed his fingers and created a large chair made of ice. Fiona then sat down and crossed his legs as he got comfy. Shame we don't have any tea. He said as a little joke. Mangetsu also found a place to sit and rest as he took his water bottle out and took a large sip. Don't get too comfy, Ao said as he crossed his arms. The Kazekage will arrive soon. We had best be on guard just in case. He said. I'm always on guard, Ganryu said, not joking. Mangetsu scoffed and pretended not to hear them as he took another sip from his water bottle. Everyone went silent for a moment as they waited for the Kazekage to arrive, each of them tending to their own devices. Fiona had his legs crossed while he sat on his throne of ice, tapping his fingers on the armrest one after the other as he waited for the time to pass. After about 10 minutes, the sound was all the others could hear as the tapping of his fingers got faster and faster, crunching against the ice on which he sat. Suddenly the tapping stopped, alerting the others to the immediate silence. They are here, Fiona said, getting everyone's attention. Ao, Mangetsu, and Ganryu all gathered around Fiona, who remained seated on his throne. Pakura and 3 others slowly approached, coming into view. Greetings, Lady Kazekage, Fiona said, still sat in his seat. Pakura pulled her kage hat up a little, revealing her face to him. Greetings, Lord Mizukage. She said, nodding her head a little. Fiona waves his fingers, getting a slight flinch from the Kazekage's guards. However, Pakura raised her hand for them to release as she then gestured to the seat of ice that he had created for her. Please have a seat. He said as he leaned forwards. Pakura accepted his offer and slowly sat down. Her 3 guards who wore the signature hidden sandumbu masks and robes gathered around her and halted, waiting for her command. So Lady Kazekage, can I offer you some tea? Fiona asked after a brief moment of silence. Deciding to break the ice. As he did, he also removed his kage hat, fully revealing his face to all of their surprises. Come now, I have nothing to hide, Fiona said as he slowly raised 2 fingers. Once again Pakura's guard flinched as they were expecting him to attack. Please. If I wanted to attack you, I would have done so already. Fiona said as his crystal ice mirror finished developing. Fiona reached a hand inside of it much to everyone's surprise and pulled out 2 cups and a teapot. So, how about that tea? He said again, placing it on a small ice table in the middle of both of them. Alright, end of this chapter. If you want more, you know where to go. Chapter 50, Naruto Story Chapter 50. Fiona set the teapot and both cups down onto the small table of ice he had created. So Lady Kazekage, tea? He asked as he poured himself a cup. Pakura was impressed by his jutsu and also his manners as she eyed him up. Yes, thank you. She said as she relaxed just a little. Fiona poured the tea and placed the teapot down on the table before picking his cup up and taking a sip. Pakura did the same, much to Baki's distrust of Fiona. So, how was your trip? Fiona asked, making small talk. Pakura was very surprised by his character as she took a small sip of the tea. She had only ever had information to go off that had been reported by any survivors that had encountered him. Fuyona Yuki, the so-called Ice Devil of the Mist. The Kage Slayer and Master of the 6 Tails. He seemed to hold many titles, now even holding the title of Kage himself as his reputation had grown, spreading far and wide throughout the land. Pakura could see that he was still young, still not even in his 20s yet. But she could also see that he had wisdom beyond his years, something she didn't plan to underestimate. Yes, the trip was fine, thank you. She replied as she placed her tea back onto the table. Excellent, Fiona said as he took another drink. Well, to business then. He suddenly said as he uncrossed his legs and leaned forwards. Pakura was a little taken back, but glad to skip the awkward chit-chat. Very well, she said, nodding. I'll be blunt, Fuyona said as his voice grew a little deeper. I would like to avoid a war with the sand. Peace would suit me much better, he said, looking her dead in the eye. Pakura was surprised at his honesty. It was something seen very little from leaders. I can only hope that you wish the same. I understand that our history is not, well, the greatest. But, I am willing to put all of that behind us and start fresh, Fuyona said, sitting up straight. Pakura sat very ladylike as she listened to Fiona's words. She could sense no ill will behind them. No hidden motive or plot that he was hatching, and so, decided to let him carry on. I understand that the situation involving you, former Kage, and our land's princess has created ill will between our nations, Fuyona said, and he interlocked his fingers. I also understand the hate towards me for the outcome of that battle, Fuyona said as he remembered the battle he had with the fourth Kazekage. However, as I stated before, I am willing to put the past behind us, so that our future may become brighter. Not just for us, but for our people and nation, he said. Pakura had to say, she was impressed. She had only just met Fuyona, and already he had swallowed any pride he could have had in front of an enemy. Pakura remained silent for a moment as she looked to the floor, thinking about her response. Lord Mizukage, she said as he looked into his eyes. As the fifth Kazekage, I speak for my people and for my nation. I too wish for peace. I no longer wish to see the blood of my people spilt, she said with a serious expression. But, do not mistake my kindness for weakness, or my understanding for foolishness. I accept your offer for peace, but please understand. The sand and mist cannot become friends. We may not seek vengeance now, but one day, you shall be held accountable for what you did to our former Kage. Ao was clearly outraged by her words and stepped forwards, about to unload what was on his mind. Fuyona quickly raised his hand though, and he stopped in his tracks. It's okay Ao, please step back, Fuyona said. Ao held his tongue and did as Fuyona asked, although he was not happy about it. Fuyona looked back at Pakura and sighed. I understand that your village would want revenge against me for what I did. But, I will give you a word of advice. I will do whatever it takes to survive and protect my village. No matter who my enemy is, whether it be a person or a nation, Fuyona said in a serious tone. However, he then said as he relaxed a little. Someone once told me, why have enemies when you can have friends? He said with a small smile coming to his face. Pakura didn't understand the reference, but she did understand the threat he had just given. Very well. I believe we have said everything we need to say, Pakura said as she stood from her seat. Fuyona did the same, not wanting to seem rude. Yes, I believe we have, he said. Very well. As Kazekage, I hereby declare peace between the sand and the mist, she said with a slight nod. Fuyona also nodded. As Mizukage, I too declare there shall be peace between the mist and the sand, he said with a large smile. Fuyona then held his hand out towards Pakura as a sign of good faith. Pakura was a little surprised but took it in her own and shook it. Fuyona quickly pulled her in close, much to the shock of her umbu guards and his own. Lady Kazekage, Baki shouted, about to dive in and attack. Pakura was also extremely surprised, and it had happened so fast she hadn't had time to react, astonished by his speed. Fuyona whispered something into her ear as he pulled her closer so that only she could hear him. Remember, Lady Kazekage, there are bigger threats that seek nothing but war between us all. I ask you to be wiser to their efforts, Fuyona whispered into her ear before he let go of her hand. Pakura was very surprised and quickly pulled back as she raised her hand for her guards to halt. I bid you a safe trip back, Lady Kazekage. And thank you for agreeing to a peaceful outcome, Fuyona said as he gave her a slight bow of his head. Pakura slowly nodded, still a little surprised by his advance. Yes. Well, good day, Lord Mizukage, she said, taking a few steps back from him, not taking her eyes off of his. Are you all right, Lady Kazekage? Baki asked, clearly enraged by what Fuyona had just done. Yes, I'm fine, Baki, she said as she finally turned her back. What was that about? He asked. It's nothing, Baki, let us take our leave, she said, still thinking about what Fuyona had just said to her. Fuyona and the others watched as the Kazekage and her guard slowly walked off into the distance before they vanished from sight. What was that about? Ao asked as he stepped next to Fuyona. I wouldn't worry about it if I was you, Ao, Fuyona said, patting him on the shoulder. Let's focus on the positive, at least we aren't going to war, he said with a grin on his face. Ao agreed, but only to an extent. He was of course pleased that they had avoided war with the hidden sand. However, displeased at the fact that Fuyona had been so nice about it. Are we really going to let them go? Mangetsu said. I also agree, Lord Mizukage, Ganryu spoke out, agreeing with Mangetsu. Now is the perfect chance to strike and deal a critical blow, Ganryu said. Fuyona sighed and rubbed the back of his head. I don't plan on starting a war with the sand at this time or any, if I can help it, Fuyona said. How dare you both speak out against Lord Mizukage, Ao said to both of them, not happy. It's alright, Ao. I understand your motives and am glad you feel like you can share them with me. But please, I ask that you trust my decisions in this matter. Fuyona said as he turned to face them. Both Mangetsu and Ganryu bowed their heads a little as Fiona's gaze set on them. Very well. Please forgive me, Lord Mizukage. Ganryu said after a moment. Whatever, you're the Mizukage, not me, Mangetsu said as he stretched his arms over his head. Ao suddenly burst forward, slamming a palm strike into Mangetsu's chest in anger. Learn some respect, boy. He shouted as he did. His attack had done little as his hand had passed right through Mangetsu's body as it burst into water. So it's like that, is it? Mangetsu said as he reached for the hilt of his blade. That is enough, Fuyona said as his chakra flared to life. Ao pulled his hand free and Mangetsu just smiled as he turned his back. Lucky for you. He said under his breath. Suddenly his body froze on the spot as a current of electricity ran through his body. What the? Mangetsu said as he slowly turned to see that it was Fuyona who had done it. Listen to me very carefully, Mangetsu, Fuyona said as he walked closer to him. If you ever question me, disobey an order, or threaten one of my men again, I will kill you. He said as he placed his hand on Mangetsu's shoulder. Mangetsu suddenly realized the difference in power between them and for the first time in his life felt fear. He knew now that he stood no chance against him and that Fuyona only allowed him to live because he allowed it. Is that clear, Mangetsu? Fuyona asked. Mangetsu slowly nodded through the pain. Yes. Lord Mizukage. He said, calling him Lord Mizukage for the first time. Fuyona didn't like to do it, but sometimes in the hidden mist, a show of power was the only way to get anything done. Good, Fuyona said as he turned around. Now let's get back to the village. He said as he created an ice mirror in front of them. Both Ao and Ganryu were used to this by now and nodded, each of them walking into the mirror. Mangetsu had never actually seen this jutsu firsthand and was a little skeptical about it. Go on, Mangetsu, Fuyona said, waving his hand. Mangetsu nodded and slowly walked into the mirror, shocked to see that he was back in the Mizukage's office when he stepped out of it. Alright, let's get the debrief in order and then we can report the success of the mission, Fuyona said as he too stepped out of the mirror and sat down in his chair. Mangetsu took a mental note that day to never cross Fuyona again, not unless he wanted to die, that was. Meanwhile. Lady Kazekage, is this really alright? If we are really planning to betray the mist and attack, what was the point of the meeting today? Baki asked quietly. Pakura and her Umbu guard slowly walked through the trees as they entered the border to the land of wind. I wanted to see what the Mizukage's own motives were, Baki. No. I needed to see what they were. She said as she tried to put all the pieces together in her mind. I now know that we simply cannot win against the mist. Not yet anyway. She said. So what do we do now, Lady Kazekage? Baki asked. We wait. And we prepare for war. Our day will come, Baki, we just need to be patient. Pakura said. But first, take care of the spies. She said, giving him the order. Baki nodded before he created a wind blade and cut down both of the other Umbu that were with them, getting a scream from them as he cut them in half. The council cannot know what was said here today, Pakura said, not even turning back to look. Back in the hidden mist. And that concludes my report from the meeting with the Kazekage, Fuyona said to the elders, having finished telling them what happened. And how can we trust the word of the Kazekage? The head elder asked. We can't, Fuyona said truthfully. All we can do is wait and prepare. He then responded as he sat back in his chair. Yes. The elder spoke before standing. Very well. We leave things in your care, Lord Mizukage. He said, bowing. Fuyona nodded and watched as they excused themselves from his office. Fuyona sighed and looked over to Ao, who as his advisor was still present. Something on your mind, Ao? He asked, noticing Ao's expression. Ao was a little surprised that Fuyona noticed and shook his head. No. It's nothing. He said. Fuyona couldn't help but laugh a little. Well, now I really want to know. He said, interested. Please, Ao, speak your mind, Fuyona said with a smile. This time Ao sighed as he folded his arms over his chest. It's just. Well. I don't like it. He said, getting in a little mood. You don't like what? Fuyona asked. I don't trust the sand, Fuyona. They are up to something, no doubt about it. Ao said, this time waving his hands as he spoke. Fuyona smiled. I know, Ao, I know. Look, I'm not stupid. but we have peace, even if it is only for now. I expect they will betray us sooner or later. Ao looked surprised. Then why go to all the trouble and not just kill them now? He asked. I can't tell you that for now, Ao. Just trust me. He said as he stood up. Ao slowly nodded his head and then bowed. I'm sorry, Lord Mizuki. It's not my place to question you. He said. Please, Ao. I welcome it. I already told you, I don't plan on doing things like Yugura. If you ever need to ask me why, then please do. Just know that there are some things I can tell you and some I can't. Not just yet anyway. He said, smiling at Ao. Ao nodded. All right, now get yourself home and rest. I'll finish up here for the night, Fuyona said. Ao nodded and bid Fuyona good night before he left the office. I'm sorry, Ao. But there is still a lot I will not be able to tell you for a long time yet. Fuyona thought as he watched him go. That goes for everyone else too. He then thought as he sat back down. Fuyona then noticed the paperwork on his desk that he had asked for the day before. It was the files on the new genin that had passed out of the academy and the teams they had been placed in. Fuyona looked over all of them and read the report each of them had been given, displaying their strengths and weaknesses. Finally, he got to Haku and Kimamaro's team, that also including Koyuki, the daughter of Yugura who he had promised he would look after. Koyuki Karatachi. Fuyona said as he read her profile. I see she is a gifted one. 10 years old, she clearly takes after her father. He thought as he carried on reading the report. Fuyona then picked up the final piece of paper that was the last team that had been formed. It had seemed this squad had been made at the request of the head of the Hoshigaki to enter one of their own into the ranks, as Fuyona had requested. Kujira Hoshigaki. This one looks interesting. Fuyona said with a slight smile as he read his file. Okay, that's the end of this chapter 1. Hope you enjoyed it. I had a few ways this could have gone down, but in the end, I chose this outcome. Also, Kujira Hoshigaki is a fan insert and a new exciting character that will be introduced in the coming chapters. Sorry for the wait. Chapter 51. Chapter 51. A few more days passed by as Fuyona became increasingly busy with meetings and paperwork. Something he didn't plan to happen. However, with his new laws and plans to change the hidden mist, he would have a lot of work ahead of him. Although Fuyona had been busy with his duties as the Mizuki, he had still found time to spend with Kimimaro and Haku, making sure to fit some training in for the pair. They had also told Fuyona all about the training exercise that their new sensei had put them through. Of course, Fuyona already knew all about it as he had sent a clone to watch the entire thing. A few days ago, Haku, Kimimaro, and Koyuki had left the academy so that they could meet with their new sensei as instructed. Both Haku and Kimimaro had only just met Koyuki today, knowing nothing else about her other than she was now on their team. Their new sensei had instructed them to meet at one of the training fields so that he could meet them and see what they had. I wonder what our new sensei is like, Koyuki said. She was certainly not shy and said what was on her mind. Haku also seemed filled with excitement. I wonder what kind of test he will have in store for us, Haku said. Kimimaro stayed quiet as he was a little more reserved, although he still had a smile on his face. Not long passed, and the three of them soon found themselves at the training field. It was a simple place with a large open grassy plain, a few training posts scattered around, and as always in Kirigakure, covered in a faint mist. I think we're early, Koyuki said as she took a good look around, seeing no sign of their sensei. Haku was also carefree as he too took a good look around. Well, I'm sure they won't be long, he said. Kimimaro, however, had a bad feeling as he scouted the area. Be on guard, he said as he suddenly took a fighting stance. Koyuki had a questing look on her face as he did, but Haku suddenly also took a fighting stance as he drew a handful of senbon needles. I feel it too, he said, taking a stance. Suddenly 3 shadows appeared out of the mist, donned in all black clothing with their face covered by a bandana. Kimimaro, Haku, and Koyuki all noticed the shadows and got ready as they too took a fighting stance. What's going on? Are they here for us? Koyuki asked. I don't know, but be prepared to fight, Haku said. The 3 shinobi suddenly charged in towards the 3 genin as they each picked their opponents. Kimimaro charged dead ahead and jumped into the air, spinning in a circle as he fired 2 bone blades at the 2 other shinobi before he clashed with his chosen target. Haku took full advantage of the opportunity Kimimaro had given him and without hesitation jumped into battle. The shinobi on Haku's side was able to avoid the bone blade Kimimaro had fired at him. However, he had been forced to alter his path and Haku took full advantage of this. Throwing a volley of senbon needles, each with pinpoint accuracy heading towards a Vita pressure point. The enemy suddenly pulled out a sword and blocked the needles before looking for Haku. Where the hell did he go? He said, before looking up. Haku had jumped high into the air, using the cover of the senbon needles in an attempt to land a surprise attack. Now, ice style. Haku started as he formed the hand signs. The enemy shinobi looked on from the ground as he could see what Haku was doing. Not bad, kid. He thought before he started to form his own hand signs. Kimimaro was currently locked in a battle with his opponent, dancing around with such grace as bones sprouted from his body at all angles. The enemy shinobi was using his sword with amazing skill as he continued to deflect each of Kimimaro's attacks, maintaining his footing and preventing Kimimaro from pushing him back on the defensive. This guy is highly skilled. Kimimaro thought as he flipped over his head with his back to the enemy. Suddenly a huge amount of razor-sharp bone spikes shot out from Kimimaro's back, crushing the shinobi before Kimimaro landed back onto his feet gracefully. A substitution, Kimimaro said before he turned around and blocked a downward slash from the enemy's sword. Not bad, kid. But let's see how you handle this. The enemy then said as he kicked Kimimaro back so he had room to form some hand signs. Koyuki had watched how Haku and Kimimaro had leapt into action with hesitation. She had to say, she was impressed. But at the same time felt this was the perfect time to show them what she had to offer to the team. Her opponent had appeared behind her and attempted to grab her in a chokehold. However, Koyuki quickly dropped to the ground and kicked her foot back, hitting the enemy's knee. I don't think so. Fire style, fireball jutsu. She shouted as she rolled and formed the hand signs, before launching the intense fire style jutsu at the shinobi. He was certainly surprised as he jumped back quickly, using his sword to slash and deflect the fire before he flipped backwards and landed like a cat. I'm not done just yet, Koyuki said, as she flipped up to her feet and took a handful of shuriken and threw them towards the enemy. She wasn't finished there though, as she started to form more hand signs. Wind style. Air bullets. She shouted as she fired a handful of wind style bullets. She then quickly threw a load more shuriken, and the enemy shinobi watched as he jumped out of the way of the first round of shuriken. Too easy, kid, he said as he flipped in the air. To his surprise, the wind bullets she had fired hit the ground before the first round of shuriken, bursting and propelling the shuriken into the air where they collided with the second round of shuriken. The second round of shuriken then deflected off the first and changed their direction, traveling even faster than before, right towards the enemy shinobi. What? How did she? He thought as he was forced to deflect the projectiles with his swords before landing on the ground. How did she do that with such precision? He thought before he turned around to see Koyuki above him with a kunai in each hand. Take this. She shouted as she swiped down at the shinobi's face. Meanwhile, Haku was free-falling in the air as he formed hand signs at an impressive rate. Ice style. He started. Not bad, kid, but not fast enough. Water style. Water bullets. The enemy shouted as he fired a rapid-fire shot of water bullets from his mouth. Haku was forced to stop his jutsu and quickly react to the water bullets that were heading right towards him, intent on ripping him in half. Haku was a quick thinker and able to stay calm in difficult situations. Instead of abandoning his jutsu, he simply changed a few hand signs and altered it to use a wind style that allowed him to move midair and avoid the water bullets. That kid just changed his jutsu last minute and avoided my attack. The enemy thought as he watched what just happened. Time to finish this, please forgive me. Haku's voice suddenly said from behind the enemy shinobi as he appeared from nowhere, forming hand signs with just one hand. How did he? Haku gripped the enemy's wrist with impressive force and suddenly it froze. What in the hell? The shinobi shouted as he tried to pull free from Haku's grip. It's no use, Haku said. Suddenly 2 senbon needles hit the shinobi in his neck, each striking a perfect point that took all sense of movement away from him. This way you won't feel any pain as you die, Haku said as the ice suddenly started to spread up his arm, freezing everything that Haku touched. Kimimaro flipped back from the kick his opponent had given him. Landing on the ground he slid back and looked up as his opponent was forming his hand signs, and from the look of them, it was going to be a large jutsu. I need to stop him, Kimimaro said as he allowed the bones in his fingertips to push out a little. Take this. He shouted as he fired a volley of bone bullets. He didn't stop there as he continued to jump and dance, launching barrage after barrage of bone bullets, in an attempt to stop the enemy's hand signs. However, Kimimaro's efforts had been in vain as his opponent jumped out of the way and avoided each volley while still making his hand signs. It's not enough, Kimimaro said as he suddenly burst forwards at great speed in an attempt to get close to his opponent before he finished his hand signs. This kid is fast, but not fast enough, he thought as he finished his hand sign. You're done for. Water style. He started. However, at the last second, the real Kimimaro burst from the ground stabbing a bone blade into the opponent's throat stopping him from enacting the jutsu. To Kimimaro's, Haku's, and Koyuki's surprise, each of their opponents burst into a puff of white smoke as they all delivered the finishing blow at the same time. Each of them looked around and looked to each other as they quickly regrouped, expecting a counterattack to come their way. Looks like they were shadow clones, Kimimaro said, doing his best to scout the area. Haku, can you find the real one? He asked. Haku shook his. I can't sense anything, he said, staying alert like the others. What the hell is going on here? Koyuki said, relaxing a little. All right you guys, that's enough. A voice in the distance said. All three of them looked towards it, each ready to defend themselves. However, once they saw who walked out of the mist, they seemed to release a little. Man, Lord Mizuki wasn't kidding about you three, the man said with a smile on his face. It was Kaga, one of Fiona's trusted teammates, and one of his generals in the battle against the fourth Mizuki. Kaga was a tall good-looking man with long blonde hair who wore the standard Miss Jonin attire. I'm sorry if I startled the three of you, but I thought you would fight a little harder if you thought your life was on the line, Kaga said, rubbing the back of his head. Koyuki blushed a little as she got a good look at him, seeing how handsome he was. While Haku and Kimimaro both relaxed, realizing that this had been a test. So you are a new sensei? Haku said. Kaga nodded. That's right, as ordered by Lord Mizuki, he said. I just wanted to see what each of you were made of. So I decided to send a couple of shadow clones after you. I'm pleased to tell you that you all passed with flying colors. He then said, giving them a thumbs up. Now how about you all tell me a little about yourselves? He then said. With that, the four of them all sat down against some of the training posts and Kaga proceeded to introduce himself properly. My name is Kaga. I'm a Jonin and was asked by Lord Fifth to take on you three forming this squad. He said, introducing himself. Now how about each of you tells me a little about yourself, maybe even what you dream of doing? He said. Koyuki didn't waste any time as she spoke up first. My name is Koyuki Karatachi. I'm 10 years old and the only daughter of the Yonde Mizuki. My dream is to become a powerful kunoichi and clear my father's name. She said, confident and bold. Kaga nodded as he crossed his arms. An impressive goal, Koyuki. Haku went next, wearing a gentle smile on his face as always. My name is Haku Yuki. I am 8 years old and my dream is to be useful to my master, making him proud of me. He said softly. Kaga nodded in understanding as he had already been briefed on Haku and Kimimaro by Fiona. Kaga then looked to Kimimaro, who also had a peaceful look on his face. And what about you? Kaga asked. Kimimaro smiled. I too want to become a strong ninja and make my master proud of me. I will do anything to be useful towards his goals. Kimimaro said. Kaga nodded. All right then. Pleased to meet all of you, he said as he stood to his feet. Now, I want you all to get some rest. I will summon you for our first mission in a few days, all right? Kaga said. The three of them all nodded and Kaga bid them farewell as he suddenly vanished, leaving the three of them alone. Kaga had then reported to Fiona, who had been watching the whole thing from the shadows, keeping an eye on their progress. Lord Mizuki, Kaga said as he bowed his head to Fiona. Fiona nodded in response. He was leaning against a tree with his arms crossed and pushed off it to stand up straight. So? He then asked. Kaga smiled. You weren't kidding. Those kids pack a punch. Kaga said with a smile. Each of them passed my test without any issue, all of them were able to defeat one of my shadow clones, Kaga said. Fiona nodded. Very good. He said, seeming pleased with their abilities. Let them rest for a few days now. I'll prepare a mission that will suit their abilities soon, come and see me then. Fiona said. Kaga nodded and bowed before Fiona disappeared. Fiona was now sat in his office as he remembered the events that had happened. He was flicking through paperwork and files that mission slips had been put into. Unlike before, they had not been given a class system and only the Mizuki deemed how difficult the mission was, giving it to whoever he wanted. Fiona had put a stop to that. Now each mission would be judged on its difficulty and given a rank from D to S, just like the hidden leaf. This way he could prevent genin from being used as cannon fodder in more difficult missions that they weren't ready for, and assign missions to people whose strength suited the task. Thanks to him lowering the price of the mist's cost for missions, they had received a large influx of mission lately and the village had become busy in providing shinobi to deal with the sudden increase of work. Fiona had found the perfect mission for his students and had deemed that it should be safe enough for them to complete without anything bad happening. It was a C-rank mission. One of the nobles of the land of hot water had reported bandits had been raiding his lands and had requested the hidden mist to deal with it, seeing at how low their costs had become. The bandits had been reported to be no stronger than Chunin-level ninja and Fiona thought it would be a perfect test for them before he pushed them any further. Alright, Team 11. Come in. He then said, summoning them inside. The doors to his office opened and Kaga walked in with Kimimaro, Haku, and Koyuki. Haku and Kimimaro were also dressed in the new gear that Fiona had gotten them as a reward for passing out of the academy and becoming a genin, showing them how proud of them he was. Haku wore the standard Kirigakure pinstriped outfit which stopped at his knees. Over this, he wore a green haori with white trimmings, and around his waist a brown sash with a fringed trail wrapped around his waist twice. He also wore light brown platoon sandals with straps in the same color as his kimono. It was ironic that he now wore the same outfit he had worn in the anime and manga. Kimimaro now wore a pair of black trousers and a long-sleeved black shirt. It was very similar to what Fuyona used to wear when he was that age, just without the mist flak jacket. The idea was that he could easily remove the top and use his jutsu without the clothing getting in the way. Both Kimimaro and Haku also wore their hidden mist headbands around their head with pride. Koyuki wore a blue robe that was loose around her shoulders. She had a black sleeveless undertop that also covered half of her neck. She additionally had a black corset wrapped around her waist which also displayed her forehead protector. She had black tights on and the standard black shinobi boots on along with black fingerless gloves that ran up to her bicep. Each of them bowed as they stopped before Fuyona, greeting with respect. It was the first time Koyuki had met Fuyona after what had happened with her father, although she had been told the story, leaving out a few details, of course. "All right, you three. Are you ready for your first mission?" he said as he interlocked his fingers, a smile appearing on his face. The three of them nodded in confidence as they looked into Fiona's eyes. "Yes, Lord Mizukage." They each replied. "All right then," Fuyona said as he leaned back in his chair. "I'm giving you a mission to head to the land of hot water and dispose of a group of bandits who have been raiding a noble's lands. The bandits have been reported to be Chunin level. Think you can handle it?" Fuyona said, waiting to see how they each reacted. Koyuki stepped forwards first. "We can handle it, no problem," she said, looking Fuyona in the eye with fierce determination. Kimimaro and Haku also stepped forwards, both nodding in agreement. "All right then," Fuyona said as he tossed the scroll to Kaga. "You'd best be off then," he said, feeling like a proud father at seeing how far they had already come. "Okay, going to end it there. Hope you enjoyed this chapter, and as always thank you for the support." Chapter 52. Chapter 52. Fuyona watched as Kimimaro, Haku, and Koyuki left for their first mission with Kaga. He couldn't help feel like a proud father, and part of him wished it was him taking them on their first mission. But he knew that the needs of the village outweighed his own. He could think of no one else better suited to become their Jonin captain. If Hatsu were still alive, he would have been his first choice, but his death had come all too soon. Fuyona shook the thought away, knowing that his friend would not want him to be sad, not after everything they had achieved together thanks to his sacrifice. He knew that he must cast his view onto the future and prosperity of the village, knowing that looking to the past would only bring sorrow and doubt. With that, he stepped away from the large window in his office and sat back at his chair to finish up some remaining paperwork before the plans he had made with Swearin. Turns out she had some big news she needed to tell him about. "All right. Our first mission," Koyuki shouted as the four of them reached the village gates. Haku was also excited, and Kimimaro as usual contained his emotion behind a simple smile. "Right, you three, let's head out to the land of hot water," Kaga said, smiling at them. The three of them nodded to their sensei and followed him, setting off along the path that leads out of the village. Their first destination would be to one of the ports west of the village. It wasn't far, and once there, they would board a ferry that would transport them across the sea onto the border of the land of fire and the land of hot water. It would only be a few hours' journey from there to their next destination, being the noble's estate. The whole journey would take a day, as the ferry was the longest part of the trip. Koyuki was a chatterbox most of the time, seeming to be the complete opposite of her father in that department. Haku seemed to enjoy listening to her, although Kaga thought he was just too nice to say anything else. Kimimaro, on the other hand, remained quiet. He liked to watch and observe from a distance. Kaga could tell the boy was a genius in his own right and not just in combat, as he had already excelled in his ability to observe. "Remember to be on guard once we arrived in the land of fire. The roads are filled with danger," Kaga said, giving his students a warning. The three of them nodded, taking their sensei's words in without question. "Yes, sensei," the three of them said. With that, the four of them made the most of their time until the boat arrived at the land of fire. Haku and Kimimaro were amazed at the sight. After all, they had never been outside of the land of water before. "All right, you three, let's move out," Kaga said as he started walking down the ramp that had been placed so that the passengers could walk off the boat and onto the shore. The three of them followed him, making sure to keep up, not getting too sidetracked from the small port town they found themselves in. "Okay, Haku. Why don't you take this map here and lead us to our destination?" Kaga said, handing the boy the map. Haku nodded as he took the map. During their time in the academy, the three of them had been taught map reading, along with many other things necessary of a shinobi. Haku took a good look at the map before he gained his bearing. "All set?" Kaga asked. Haku nodded. "Very well, Haku, lead the way," Kaga said. Haku did just that and set off as the others followed him. Walking to the edge of town, they headed to the edge of the land of fire before entering the land of hot water. Once their Haku brought them to a road that would lead straight to the noble's estate. Good job, Haku, Kaga said as he led them to the noble's estate without any trouble. Kaga walked up to the large front door and knocked, taking a step back as he waited for someone to answer. It wasn't long until an elderman dressed as a butler opened the door, treating the four of them. I take it you are here to see the master, he stated, before opening the door fully for them to enter. Yes. Team Kaga, reporting from the village hidden in the mist. Kaga said, greeting the old butler. Please come in, the butler said, allowing them inside. Kaga and the others entered the large house. The butler then showed them to a large waiting room and offered them a seat. Please, wait here while I fetch the master, he said, excusing himself from the room. Kaga nodded as he and the others took a seat. Wow, this room is so big, Koyuki said as she jumped onto one of the large armchairs in the room. Haku and Kimimaro agreed as they too were impressed. After a moment the doors opened again and this time they were greeted by the master of the house, the noble who had requested the mission himself. Greetings, Miss Shinobi, greetings, the men shouted as he entered the room. I do hope I didn't keep you waiting long, he then said as he took a good look at the ninja standing before him. Oh my, what lovely children you have brought along, he then said, looking at Kaga. Kaga smiled. Children, yes. But they are also shinobi of the mist and are more than skilled. You have my word. The noble was a strange man, dressed almost like a clown in makeup, complete with long green hair and a top hat. Very well, allow me to introduce myself. I am Hume van Bankrier. At your service, he said, giving a bow. Kaga and the others returned his greeting. I am Kaga of the Mist. This here is Koyuki, Haku, and Kimimaro, he said, introducing his team. My, how splendid. You may call me Van, the noble said as he sat down, his butler instantly pouring him a cup of tea and placing it on the table next to him. How rude of me, Van said, realizing he had not offered them something to drink. Van then snapped his fingers and his butler started to pour each of them a drink. Thank you, Lord Van, Kaga said, accepting the tea, as was the polite thing to do. Very well, to business then, Van said after taking a sip of his drink. As I requested in my letter to your village, I seem to be having a tad bit of trouble with a gang of rogue shinobi, he said, taking another sip of his tea. Kaga nodded as he listened. They just won't leave my men alone, and have already attacked my trade product 3 times, Van said, crossing his legs. That is where you come in, he then said, looking at Haku with interest. If the bandits attack, I would like you to kill them. All of them, he then said with an intense look in his eye. Kaga and the others didn't bat an eyelid at his request. After all, they were mist shinobi. That won't be a problem, will it? Van asked. Not at all, sir, Kaga said. That is why you hired us, is it not? Kaga said as he sipped his tea. Van smiled and gave a cheerful laugh. Just as I would expect from you, Mist Shinobi. Very well, I shall make the arrangements. Please make yourselves at home until then, he said, standing to his feet. Kaga nodded as he stood to his feet to thank him and bid him farewell. Thank you for your hospitality. We will not disappoint. Thank you. I hope not, Van said before exiting the room. Kaga and the others watched as he exited the room and the door shut behind him, leaving them and the butler alone. Allow me to show you to your room, the old man then said. Kaga nodded and the 4 of them followed the old man upstairs where he showed them to their rooms. I hope you find everything to your liking. You shall be notified of the details once the plans have been made. Until then, if there is anything you need, please see me, he said, giving a small bow before he left them alone. Wow, look at the size of these beds, Haku said, taking in all the details of the room. Kimimaro also had the same look on his face as everything inside the room looked expensive. Okay, you 3, get some rest. And don't go wandering off anywhere you shouldn't, understood? Kaga said the 3 of them. Haku, Kimimaro, and Koyuki all nodded. What about you, sensei? Kimimaro asked, being observant as always. Kaga couldn't help but laugh. Doesn't miss a thing, this kid, he thought. I'm going out to scout the surrounding area. Don't worry about me and get some rest, okay? He said, giving them a smile. Kimimaro nodded. Don't worry about us, sensei, I'll keep an eye on these 2. Koyuki said, putting her hands on her hips. All right, Koyuki, I leave you in charge, he then said before he vanished, leaving the 3 of them alone. Kaga reappeared atop of the house, mounting the roof so he had a good vantage point to look across the land. There was only one road leading in and out of the estate, with the surrounding land being fields and forest. Kaga could see that there were other living quarters a little away from the house. He guessed they were where the staff lived. He could also see a large barn and warehouse, with the stables next to it. All in all, Lord Hume van Benkerer seemed to be pretty well off, Kaga thought as he scoped the entire estate. The bandits and rogue shinobi have been estimated to be Chunin level. Hopefully, that intel is correct. He thought as he looked towards the sunset. I guess tomorrow, we will find out. He then said as he vanished from the roof. Meanwhile, back in the village hidden in the mist, Fuyona had finished his last duties for the day and decided to head home. After all, he was meeting Suiren and she had already told him she had some big news to tell him. Fuyona walked through the streets, greeting everyone with a smile. The entire village was pleased to see him and greeted him with the most respect, bowing to him in thanks for all he had done for them so far. Fuyona finally reached his home and opened the door. Hello. I'm home. He shouted, getting no response. That's strange, I thought Suiren would be home now. He said as he walked into the kitchen. Fuyona noticed a note on the table and picked it up so he could read it. Just popped out to grab something for dinner, won't be long. Suiren. Fuyona chuckled and headed to the fridge as he took a drink out. It sure is quiet without the boys here, he said, as he opened his pop and took a drink, sitting down after wiping his mouth. Soon after the door opened and Fuyona could hear Suiren's voice as she walked into the kitchen with a shopping bag in hand. Oh, you're home, she said a little surprised. Fuyona laughed. Isn't that why you left me the note? He said. Suiren looked at the note and then laughed. Oh, that's right, I'm such a scatterbrain sometimes, she said, seeming a little nervous. Fuyona couldn't help pick up on it, but decided to leave it be. What did you get for dinner then? He said as he stood up, giving her a kiss on the cheek. Suiren put the bag down onto the kitchen table and started pulling the bits out of it she had bought. I thought I could make us something special tonight, she said as she pulled free of his hug as she started to get everything she would need to make the food. Fuyona was certainly surprised now and couldn't hold back the question anymore. Suiren, is everything all right? He asked, his voice a little more serious than he intended it to be. Suiren stopped what she was doing at his question, not turning around to look at him. Fuyona could tell she was almost scared and it made him sad to think that it could be him she was frightened of. It's okay Suiren, you can tell me if something is bothering you, Fuyona said as he placed his hands on her shoulders. Suiren slowly turned around and looked him in the eyes. She had a strange expression on her face, a mix of joyfulness and worry all at the same. What is it Suiren? Fuyona asked, starting to worry himself. Suiren smiled, but then it faded as she placed one hand in the other. It's about what I need to tell you Fuyona. It's okay, Suiren. Wherever it is. It's okay, Fuyona said as he looked into her eyes. Fuyona, she said, looking down before finding her resolve. I'm pregnant, she said, looking into his eyes. And that's the end of that. Merry Christmas everyone, hope you had a good one. Chapter 53, Chapter 53. Pregnant, Fuyona said, his face filled with surprise. Suiren nodded as she held her hands close to her chest. I know it's a shock. I didn't plan this either, she said, almost seeming sad. Fuyona quickly wrapped his arms around her as he held her in his embrace. Please don't be sad Suiren. This isn't a bad thing, he said, smiling at her. But May, she said, looking into his eyes. May is already pregnant with your child. Suiren started. Fuyona wasn't sure where she was going with this and just held her. I want you to be in both of these children's lives. They should both grow up with their father, she said with a determined look on her face. They will, Fuyona said with a smile. I'm not planning on going anywhere, he said. Suiren shook her head. I don't mean that. I mean they should both grow up with their father in the same house, she said. Fuyona nodded his head, slowly trying to understand where she was going with this. That's why I have decided. I've decided to invite May to live with us, she said adamantly. Wait, what? Fuyona said, now even more shocked. That's right. I've asked May to come and live with us. That way you can have both of us and be a part of both your children's lives, she said, looking a little embarrassed. Wait, have both of you? What are you saying? He said. I'm saying that from this day onwards, both me and May will be here, for you. You are the Mizukage after all, and it would be only right that you have more than one lover, she said, going a little red in the face. Hey! Fuyona shouted in shock at Suiren's words. Meanwhile, morning came quickly for Team Kaga as they were all up at the crack of dawn. It was drilled into them from their time at the academy, and besides, Kaga had summoned them for breakfast. He wanted the three of them to get an early start on the day. He also wanted to keep out of the way until the time of the mission. The four of them sat and quality ate their breakfast. It wasn't anything fancy, but it would give them plenty of energy to help start the day. Not long after that, Kaga had them scout out the area so that they could become familiar with the lay of the land, in case of an attack. Once Ven was up and about, it wasn't long until he summoned them to give word that he had put the plans into motion. "I've made a quick change of plans," he said as he sipped his tea. "The cargo will be transported in 1 hour to the closest town. I will be relying on the 4 of you to escort it there safe and sound," he said, seeming very cheerful. "Of course," Kaga said, nodding his head. "Yeah, leave it to us," Koyuki then shouted as she punched the air. Van couldn't help but smile at her enthusiasm and placed his teacup back down. "Excellent. I look forward to hearing your report once the cargo is transported safely and the bandits are dead," he said, standing up once he had finished talking. Kaga nodded to him and watched as he walked out of the room. "All right, you 3, prepare your gear. We move out soon," he said, getting a nod from Haku, Kimimaro, and Koyuki, who cheered. "All right. I can't wait," she said in excitement. Kaga laughed. "I wouldn't get too excited if I were you. Most likely once the bandits see us, they will think twice about attacking," Kaga said as he crossed his arms. "Oh. I was looking forwards to kicking some butt," Koyuki said as she punched her hand. Haku simple smiled. "Don't worry, Koyuki, I'm sure we will still have fun," he said. Kimimaro didn't say anything as usual and remained quiet. "Okay, dismissed," Kaga said, allowing them to go and tend to their equipment. The 3 of them did as Kaga instructed and left the room to go and prepare for the mission, while Kaga remained. "Time will tell what lies in store for us," he said as he pulled a scroll from his tool bag, checking it over as he had a small flashback. Back in the Mizukage's office. "Zabuza." "Really, my lord?" Kaga said as Fiona had just explained the real purpose of the mission to him. "That's right," Fiona said as he leaned forwards on his desk. "Our spies have picked up a trail and new intel has come in saying he could be somewhere in the land of hot water." Kaga nodded. "If that is indeed true, I don't think my squad is qualified to handle such a mission," Kaga said. "I understand that," Fiona said as he picked a scroll up and placed it on the desk in front of Kaga. "I can't afford to send a tracker squad. If Zabuza gets even a slight whiff that they are tracking him, he will disappear," Fiona said, crossing his arms. "I don't like it, but I'm using your squad as bait," Fiona said. "But what about my squad? Would you really risk their lives?" Kaga asked. Fiona kept a blank expression on his face. "You are not to engage. If you come into contact with Zabuza, I want you to activate that scroll. Is that understood?" Fiona said. Kaga nodded, realizing it was a reverse summoning scroll that would summon Fiona to its location. "Very well, Lord Mizukage, I understand." Kaga's flashback ended, and he put the scroll back into his weapons pouch. Not long passed and Kaga regrouped with his students outside by the barn. The cargo had been loaded onto 2 separate horses and carts. Exotic spices and salts were the cargo, meaning it was worth stealing. Kaga had a chat with both drivers so he could find out any details he might need to know in case of an attack. After that, he headed over to the others so that he could give them a quick brief before they set off. "All right, listen up. Koyuki, I want you to ride in the first carriage," he said, getting a nod from her. "Kimimaro, you will be walking on the right of the convoy, while Haku takes the left side," he said. "I'll stay at the back so I can keep an eye on things," he then said. "Understood." "Yes, sensei," the 3 of them said. "Good, let's move out," Kaga then said as he headed to the back to take his position. With that all done, the convoy headed off as the 2 drivers gave the horses a nudge, signaling them to start walking. The others had taken their positions and now all that remained was to stay alert in case of an attack. The driver that Koyuki sat next to looked her up and down, surprised at how young she was. "Are you really a ninja?" he asked. Koyuki smirked as she looked at him. He seemed to be a young man, maybe 20 years old. "I am, want me to kill you to prove it?" she said with a terrifying expression on her face. The driver could feel her killer instinct and backed off. "Okay, point proven," he said as he quickly turned his eyes back to the road. Kimimaro and Haku took the flanks, walking at a steady pace to match the slow-moving convoy. Haku had his hands crossed behind his back as he looked around at the pretty flowers growing by the side of the road, humming a little tune in his head, seeming to be in a world of his own. Kaga paid close attention to his team of genin as he sat in the horse and cart at the back. He was sure that Haku and Kimimaro were already at Chunin level and both possessed amazing abilities. Well, of course they are gifted. Lord Mizukage wouldn't just train any random kids he finds on the street, Kaga thought. And besides, they each possessed one of the same Kekkei Genkai that he did. And if Kaga knew Fiona, he would have already taught them things that other genin couldn't even imagine yet. More time passed and not a lot was going on. Koyuki couldn't help but yawn as she quickly grew bored. Kimimaro on the other hand never let his guard down, even though he seemed perfectly at ease as he walked with a blank expression. Kaga could tell that he was on guard. A small hint of movement in the distance caught Kaga's gaze, as he turned his head to look. He scoped out the surrounding area in a matter of seconds, not seeing any other movement. He thought as he passed it off for an animal or something. Haku had also noticed movement as a bush in the surrounding woods rattled ever so slightly. Haku took a closer look, getting ready to reach for one of his senbon needles. Not a moment later, a small bunny jumped out of the bush staring at Haku for a moment. "Ah, a bunny," he said looking at the cute little animal. He walked over to the rabbit to stroke it and quickly noticed the explosive tag that was wrapped around its underbelly. Kaga noticed what was going on too late and tried to shout out. "Haku, look out!" he shouted. The rabbit suddenly exploded, creating a black cloud of fire and smoke that swallowed Haku from sight. "Attack!" a voice shouted, coming from the woods, signaling the start of an ambush. "Oh shit, it's the bandits!" The driver next to Koyuki shouted as he looked at her with fear in his eyes. Koyuki had seen what happened to Haku and quickly jumped up to her feet. "You bastards will pay for that," she shouted. There were 7 bandits in total. 2 rushed at Kimimaro, 2 towards Koyuki and another 2 towards Kaga. Quickly singling out the shinobi and targeting them first. Only the leader remained as he stayed back, watching his men go to work from the distance. Kimimaro quickly jumped into the air dodging a slash from one of the bandits. Kimimaro flipped in the air and pushed his foot off the man's shoulder, using it as a turning point to gain momentum from, as he kicked the other bandit in the face, breaking his neck dropping him to the floor. "Why you?" the other one shouted in rage as he raised his sword, swinging it down with all his might. Kimimaro landed on the ground and spun around with lighting relaxes. To the man's surprise, his sword snapped in half as he felt it collide with something stronger than steel. "What in the?" the man asked as he stared at Kimimaro who had cut his sword in half with a bone blade. "Time to die," Kimimaro said as he quickly dashed in, to faster the men to see. Kimimaro stabbed his bone blade through the man's heart faster than he could even blink. Coughing up blood he fell to his knees as Kimimaro had his back to him, only turning around when he dropped to the ground. Koyuki quickly jumped into the air, pulling the driver of the cart off with her to avoid a shower of shuriken. "Arg!" the man screamed like a little girl and hid behind the cart as Koyuki dropped him. Koyuki pulled out a kunai and blocked a couple of slashes from her first opponent before becoming locked in a clash with him. The other quickly ran around her and was about to attack her from the side, when 2 senbon needles struck him in the neck, dropping him to the ground where he skidded to a halt. "What in the hell?" the other bandit said as he broke off the assault between him and Koyuki. "Not so fast," she shouted as she started making hand signs. "Fire style, fireball jutsu," she said in her head before taking a large breath of air and breathing it back out as fire. The bandit jumped high into the air doing his best to avoid the flames as he rejoined with his leader. Kaga had easily taken out both of the bandits that tried to launch their sorry excuse for an attack on him. Quickly immobilizing them with his superior hand-to-hand combat, killing them both before they even knew what hit them. Kaga was also pleased to see Haku hanging from a tree back from his feet as he petted the rabbit in his arms. "The kid is fast," he thought as he looked towards the leader. The bandit leader noticed the headbands they were wearing and bit his lip. "Darn it, we are no match for Kiri Shinobi," he said under his breath. "Retreat," he then said to his only surviving teammate. "We will leave these to him," he said as he and the other bandit disappeared. Haku dropped back to the ground and put the rabbit on the ground, watching it run away safely back into the trees. Koyuki crossed her arms as he walked over to her. "You didn't have to help me. I had a plan," she said. Haku simply smiled at her and then looked to Kaga who appeared next to them. "Good work, both of you," he said. Kimimaro also joined them and Kaga gave him a nod. "You too, Kimimaro, sharp as a pin, aren't you?" he said with a smile. "So that's 5 dead, with 2 retreating," Kaga then said as he looked at the bodies. "Actually, sensei," Haku said. "I didn't kill this one," he said pointing to the men with 2 needles in his neck. Kaga looked at the men surprised and checked his pulse. "Wow, he really is alive. I could have sworn he was dead a moment ago." Kava thought as he pulled the senbon out, causing the men to gasp for air. "Good work, Haku," he said quickly grabbing the men by the throat, setting a new fear into his eyes. "You had better tell me everything you know," Kaga said as he squeezed on the man's windpipe. The men gasped for air as Kaga squeezed harder, tapping his hands off the ground in pain. "Oh okay." He managed to get out as he struggled to breathe. Kaga looked to the others. "Go and check on the cargo and drivers. I'll question this one," he said, telling them, not asking. The three of them nodded and went off to do as they were instructed. Now, let's you and me have a little talk. Link in bio. Chapter 54, Chapter 54. Kaga stood over the bandit that Haku had knocked unconscious, ready to make him talk no matter what it took. You had better start speaking, Kaga said as he bent down to look the men in the eye as he spoke, placing a hand on his shoulder. The bandit was shaking a little as he felt Kaga's killer instinct wash over him. And no, I won't talk, he said all of a sudden as he tried to bite his tongue. Kaga quickly grabbed his face, squeezing his jaw on the pressure point so that he couldn't clamp his teeth down. I don't think so, Kaga said with a small smile on his face. Now talk, Kaga said as his shadow loomed over him even more. Meanwhile, Haku, Kimimaro and Koyuki had gone back to check on the two drivers, making sure that they were unharmed. Are you okay? Haku asked one of them, as Koyuki placed her hands on her hips. Coast is clear, you can stop hiding now, she said. Both drivers slowly stood up and nodded, seeing that the coast was indeed clear. We should get out of here before they come back, the young driver who had been with Koyuki said in protest. Don't worry, they won't be coming back after a thrashing like that anytime soon, Koyuki said in confidence. However, the driver didn't seem convinced as he looked at the three children. Don't worry, you will be safe with us, Kimimaro said, giving them a smile that put them a little more at ease. Kaga walked back over, having finished interrogating the remaining bandit. How is everything, you three, all in order? He asked, already knowing the answer to his question. Yes, sensei, the drivers are fine and the cargo is all accounted for, Kimimaro said. Kaga nodded as he looked at Haku, who smiled, and Koyuki, who turned her head to the side, giving him a huff. Noise. All right, be on guard in case they decide to return. Our mission isn't over until this cargo reaches the next village, Kaga said. The three of them nodded and they took their positions, ready to make the remainder of the trip. The rest of the mission went a lot smoother as no other bandits showed up to try and steal the cargo, and soon enough they reached the next town over where they were to drop off the cargo. The town was of medium size and was quite busy with people going about their business. Okay, the warehouse is just a little further into town, the young driver said to Koyuki as he steered the carriage. Koyuki nodded as she stared at everything that was going on in the village. It was all new to her and something she wasn't used to seeing as children her age played freely on the streets. People were outside with seamlessly no worries on their minds other than what they wanted to buy for dinner. The market was busy with the hustle of trade and Koyuki could see an abundance of products laid out looking fresh. Kimimaro and Haku were also amazed as they too stared wide-eyed at everything that was going on. Kaga noticed their reaction and almost felt bad for them as it was their first time out of the village after all. Poor kids, he thought before a smile came to his face. It won't be long before Lord Mizuki's changes the mist for the better, he then thought as he paid his attention back to the convoy and the mission. The convoy soon turned into a small side street where they stopped outside of a warehouse that had others working inside of it. A few of them noticed the convoy approaching and hoped down from what they were doing, coming outside to take a look. All right, you made it, one of them shouted. And it looks like all the cargo is there this time. The boss is gonna be happy for sure this time, another said as he crossed his arms, nodding his head in approval. Kaga hopped off his wagon and headed over to the men who had gathered around to see the convoy that had arrived. Who's in charge here? He asked. A man stepped forwards and raised his hand. I'm in charge, he said as he raised his hand, looking over to Kaga. Good, here is the convoy, delivered safe and sound, Kaga said as he handed over an inventory list. Thank you, he said as he took the sheet, trying not to stare at Kaga and the others. Did you get any trouble on the road? He asked, trying to guess how old the three genins were. We did. But, I wouldn't worry about that, Kaga said as he turned his back. The cargo is safe inside the town limits, I doubt the bandits would risk trying to steal it in such a populated area, Kaga said, walking off to his students. All right, you three, that's the first part of our mission complete, he said, giving them a thumbs up. The three of them nodded, looking pleased with themselves as Kaga complimented them. But don't let your guard down. We could still face an attack before we launch our own, he then said, giving them the warning to remain on guard. The three of them nodded and then Kaga turned back to the men in charge of the warehouse. We shall take our leave, as we still have other things to do before we return to your master, Kaga said, letting him know they would not be staying. The men nodded and thanked him for getting the cargo and his friends safely to town. Kaga nodded and took his leave, taking his students into the town center so they could look at the markets. All right, you three, get some food, take a look around town and then meet back here in an hour, after that, we move out, Kaga said as he handed each of them some money. All three of them looked very excited, although, Koyuki tried to hide it. Yes, sensei, they each said as they walked off to go and explore, leaving Kaga to attend to some business he had here in town. Kaga vanished using the body flicker, heading off to his own meeting point, remaining hidden from sight. Haku turned to the others with an excited look on his face. Let's go and check out the market. Kimimaro also smiled. Yes, but we should remain vigilant, he said. Koyuki nodded. That's right, there could be more bandits around here, so we shouldn't be running around acting like kids. Haku frowned a little as he looked down at the ground. You're right, he said. Kimimaro noticed the look on his face and smiled. We should have some fun and explore, as Kaga-sensei said. Come on, let's go, he then said as he walked off, heading towards the market. Haku's smile returned as he grew more and more excited, running off with Kimimaro, leaving Koyuki behind. Hey, wait for me, Koyuki shouted as she watched both of them run off without her. Meanwhile, Kaga had headed to an abandoned building on the edge of town. He entered the building making sure he wasn't followed and headed upstairs. I see you made it, Kaga said as he looked at the two men stood in the darkness. Both of them stepped out of the shadows revealing their tracker masks and Mistumbu clothing. Report, one of them said. Kaga nodded. So Lord Mizukichi sent you to check up on me? He asked. One of them stepped forwards and handed a scroll over to Kaga. No. We have separate orders to take your lead and only respond if you make contact. Kaga nodded. Don't you worry. If we find that traitor Zabuza, then I'll make sure I kill him without needing your help. Both of the Umbu showed no sign of caring, however, one of them stepped forwards. Didn't Lord Mizukichi say he wanted him alive? Kaga nodded. Yeah, I know. Both of the Umbu also nodded as they had finished reporting everything they had uncovered. We will be watching, they said as they stepped back into the shadows, vanishing from sight. Kaga smiled as he placed a hand on the back of his head. Yeah, I know. Wow, look at all of the food, Koyuki said as the three of them stood in the center of the market. Haku was also excited as his nose picked up all of the amazing smells floating in the air. Kimimaro was also excited and the three of them moved from stall to stall as they looked at everything there was to see. The time passed as they tried samples of food, enjoyed the shows and performances that were happening, and simply enjoyed the short time they had together as kids. The three of them had eventually sat on a quiet bench in a small park as they finished all of the food they had got. Haku was sat quietly with a smile on his face as he watched some other children play. Koyuki gave a loud moan in happiness as she finished the last sweat dumpling, wishing she had more. While Kimimaro sat swinging his legs as he looked at the blue sky. A small gust of wind blew their hair as it seemed to appear out of nowhere. Having fun, are we? Kaga said as he walked over to them from behind. Each of them turned around to see their sensei stood with his hands on his hips. I hope you saved me some of that food, he then said, smiling at them. No way, sensei. You're late, Koyuki said as she turned her head away from him. Kaga laughed as he rubbed the back of his head. I guess I am a little. Are we heading out on our next mission? Kimimaro asked. Kaga nodded. That's right. They all kicked off the bench, standing to their feet as they placed the rubbish into one of the bins. All right, let's go, Kaga then said as he turned around. Haku nodded to Kimimaro and then to Koyuki as the three of them followed their sensei, heading outside of the town and back onto the road they had traveled on. Once they were out of sight, Kaga gave the order and the four of them disappeared into the trees, moving like shadows in the setting sun. They now traveled through the forest, moving much faster as they jumped between the trees using their chakra to increase their speed. All right, you three, Kaga said, getting their attention. I hope you are ready for the main part of the mission, he said. We are Kaga-sensei, Kimimaro said. Yeah, bring it on, Koyuki said, starting to get excited. Very well, Kaga said. I was able to get the location of the bandits' hideout from the one Haku took down. As requested, we are to head to their hideout and kill them, Kaga said, being blunt. The others didn't say anything as they continued to follow Kaga, jumping through the trees making good timing. Although they are still young, they are mist shinobi and are trained to kill without feeling. Haku and Kimimaro have been personally trained by Lord Mizukichi himself, already showing excellent potential. Koyuki is also the daughter of Lord Fourth and shares his blood. I expect nothing but success from each of them, Kaga thought to himself before they arrive at the edge of the forest at the base of a cliff. All right, the bandits' hideout is located at the top of this cliff inside a cave. Be on guard, Kaga said, letting them all know. Kaga accessed the area and could see no traps or lookouts, giving the order to move as he deemed it safe to do so. Haku jumped onto the cliff, using his chakra to keep his feet stuck to it, allowing him to run along the cliffside with ease. Kimimaro did the same along with Koyuki as they moved in a split formation to cover as much ground as possible between them. Kaga reached the top of the cliff first and flipped onto the ledge, only seeing one guard. Haku was already on it as he let loose two Senbon needles that struck the man in the neck, killing him before he dropped. Kimimaro quickly caught him before he fell and gently placed him on the ground so to avoid any noise that could alert the others. Two more voices could be heard as shadows started making their way out of the cave up ahead. Haku quickly dashed to the side while taking cover while Kimimaro used a transformation jutsu to copy the appearance of the one they had just killed, turning his back to them so they could not see his face. I can't believe they failed to take down 3 brats and steal that loot today. One of them said. I told him we should have taken the brothers, but no. He said we could handle it alone. The other said. Both of them noticed Kimimaro, falling for his transformation as they approached him with caution. Hey Gamma, pass me your lighter will you? One of them said as he pulled out a cigarette. Kimimaro turned around, surprising them as they saw his face. However, he moved too fast for them and quickly stabbed each of them with a bone blade. Haku and Koyuki also appeared behind them, covering their mouths to silence them from screaming for help. Good work, Kaga said, impressed with their assassination abilities as they lowered the bodies to the ground. He then gave the hand signs for them to surround the cave entrance. Each of them headed over and took their position, getting ready for what came next. Kaga dropped to the ground and stood to his feet as he took a quick look inside of the cave, only seeing as far as the light would allow. Suddenly his eyes opened wide as he tried to retreat. However, it was no use as a huge water dragon hit him dead on, taking him in its mouth before it crashed into the edge of the cliff. Kaga-sensei. Koyuki shouted as they watched their sensei get smashed by the water dragon and sent flying off the cliff back into the forest. Well, well. That's what you get for snooping. A gruff voice said as its owner walked out of the cave and into the light. The 3 of them all turned to see who the owner of the voice was as they took a ready stance, seeing that their sensei had been taken off guard. Haku's eyes opened wide as he took in the appearance of who stood before him, freezing on the spot as he recognized who it was. Koyuki noticed Haku freeze and could also see Kimimaro become serious as he too took a ready stance before she looked over to the men who stood before them. Well, well. It's been a while, kid. Zabuza said as he looked down at Haku. Link in story bio. Chapter 55, Chapter 55. Haku stood face to face with Zabuza. The man who he had first thought would be his savior, his master, and his purpose. Zabuza was dressed in a sleeveless black shirt and matching pants, complete with Kirigakuru's striped wrist and leg warmers. Zabuza also wore bandages that were wrapped around his face and neck along with his Kiri forehead protector, with 2 swords strapped to his back. Kimimaro recognized who he was, also having seen him in person, as well as reading a file on him as a missing nin in the bingo book. This isn't good. He thought to himself as he assessed the situation in an instant. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Koyuki shouted trying to launch a counterattack after seeing what he had done to their sensei. Zabuza simply gruffed as he didn't even move out of the way of the fire style, instead slicing it in half with a large sword he pulled from his back. Haku, get away from him. Kimimaro shouted all of a sudden trying to warn his friend as Zabuza seemed to vanish. Zabuza was too fast though and struck Haku in the stomach with a kick while he was still a little confused. The force of the kick sent him flying before Kimimaro caught him in the air, halting his fall. Koyuki was shocked he had deflected her fire style so easily and watched as Zabuza kicked Haku before Kimimaro saved him. We can't beat him. Kimimaro shouted over to her, just as she was getting ready to launch another attack. Koyuki looked at Kimimaro and then back to Zabuza who was stood still with his sword resting over his shoulder. Zabuza smiled as he recognized who Koyuki was. So the daughter of the 4th, and the 2 adopted kin of the 5th. He said pointing his sword at them. What an interesting combination for a squad. Zabuza then said before he stabbed his sword into the ground. It's time to see how well Fuyona taught you, Zabuza said as he started to walk towards them. Haku had recovered now but was still a little shaken up from the attack. However, he didn't have time to rest as Kimimaro snapped him out of it. He's coming. Defensive positions. He shouted alerting Haku and Koyuki to Zabuza's sudden assault. Zabuza suddenly vanished and reappeared as he moved too fast for them to keep track of. Behind you. He then said before he kicked Koyuki with enough force to send her flying through the air and crashing into the cliffside. Kimimaro quickly jumped forwards attacking with everything he had, letting his bones fly as he danced and sliced using his body as a living weapon. Zabuza dodged his attacks and blocked others with a kunai he pulled from his hip to counter Kimimaro's razor-sharp bones. Not bad boy. He said as he blocked a spinning assault from Kimimaro who continued to jump and attack without stopping. Zabuza blocked an overhead lunge from Kimimaro who then used the force to flip into the air and drop down with all the weight he could muster into a spinning attack, moving as fast as he could allowing his bones to shoot out of his body like bullets that ripped into the ground. Zabuza jumped back into the air, blocking the assault of bone bullets that were gunning for him before he landed. Not bad. He thought before he quickly ducked as a handful of Senbon flew over his head from Haku, causing Zabuza to shift his attention to him for a moment. Haku launched in and attacked using his wind style to boost his speed. Something Zabuza noticed right away. Zabuza blocked a 1-2 and leaned back to avoid a jumping roundhouse kick, making it look like he was toying with the boy. Haku quickly landed and attacked with another flurry of punches and kicks that Zabuza swatted away with ease. Is that all he taught you? Zabuza said mockingly. Haku frowned as he grew serious now and dropped to the ground, avoiding a slap from Zabuza. Haku quickly threw a handful of senbon needles to distract him, which Zabuza deflected with his kunai. However, Haku had planned for that and finished his hand signs with one hand still free. So you can do that too? Zabuza said, seeming impressed. Ice style, 1,000 needles of death. Haku said as the moisture in the air froze and formed a large number of ice needles that surrounded Zabuza. Take this. Haku said as the ice needles crashed into Zabuza, impaling him. However, Zabuza's body turned to water and burst. A clone. Haku shouted in surprise. Perhaps I chose the wrong apprentice, Zabuza said, seeming disappointed in his abilities as he appeared behind him. Haku's eyes suddenly opened wide in rage as his anger took over him. Zabuza could feel the temperature around him drop before an ice spike started to shoot from the ground. Zabuza jumped high into the air to avoid them, almost seeming impressed. He didn't have time to take it easy though, as Kimimaro appeared behind him midair, as he opened his arms wide, letting his ribcage shoot from his skin like a steel trap. Zabuza was hit by the jutsu and the boys watched with hopeful eyes as he hit the ground, becoming trapped by the bone cage. Their hope was quickly replaced with panic as Zabuza's body turned into water, showing it was another water clone. Kimimaro did his best to scan the area as his senses were all on high alert, knowing he could appear from anywhere. Now. He shouted as he leaned forwards and let the bones in his back shoot out, trying to impale Zabuza, who he thought was behind him. To Kimimaro's surprise, a hand suddenly gripped his head and slammed his face into the ground. You have some good reflexes, kid, Zabuza said before letting go as he felt the boy stop moving. Kimimaro. Haku shouted as he watched from the sidelines, not being able to move fast enough to help his friend. Koyuki was back up now and also watched as Kimimaro was slammed face first into the ground. Her body was still hurting from Zabuza's kick, but she knew she had to do something to try and stop that monster. Koyuki pulled 2 handfuls of kunai from her weapon pouch, holding them between each of her fingers as she crossed her arms over her face. This is the last thing my father taught me before he died. I'm not going to be left behind. She shouted as she tossed them all at the ground in front of her before forming hand signs. Her chakra started to flare as the wind picked up around her body before she finished her jutsu. Wind style, violent windstream. She said as the wind style suddenly picked up all of the kunai and spiraled towards Zabuza, growing faster and faster. He noticed the jutsu coming towards him and smiled, knowing it wasn't a simple one this time. Not bad. He said as he was forced to draw his other sword from his back before the wind style reached him. I'm not done yet. Koyuki shouted as she jumped into the air and threw barrage after barrage of kunai into the wind style, turning it into a tornado of razor-sharp projectiles with Zabuza at the center. Zabuza deflected all of the kunai that came his way. However, as the number started to increase, he was unable to keep up with so many and small cuts started to appear on his body. Zabuza noticed the cuts and clenched his teeth as he growled in anger. This is for Kaga-sensei. Koyuki then shouted as she formed the hand signs for her fireball jutsu, taking as large a breath as she could before unleashing it with a massive roar. The firing style and the wind style suddenly mixed and the tornado of kunai abruptly became engulfed in fire, with the heat being so intense that it melted all of the kunai inside of it. Haku watched in amazement at Koyuki's combined jutsu. Not knowing she was so strong. He took his chance and quickly grabbed Kimimaro from the ground before regrouping with Koyuki, as they watched her jutsu at work. Kimimaro came back around, thanks to his reinforced skull he had only been knocked out. Did we get him? He asked as he looked at the fire tornado. Suddenly the fire style burst open as if something inside of it had ripped it in half. The flames dispersed and the half-melted kunai fell to the ground before the 3 genin could see what had happened. Their eyes slowly opened wide in fear as they laid their gaze upon the one who was responsible. Zabuza's demonic aura had burst to life. Its will and force were so strong that it had even extinguished the flames from Koyuki's jutsu before it fixed its attention on all 3 of them. Zabuza took a step forwards as his demonic aura seemed to almost force the 3 of them to their knees, its weight being too strong to resist it. He was unharmed, but his rage was certainly felt. Zabuza slowly stood up straight and let his demonic bloodlust calm down before he fixed his sight on the 3 of them. You brats made me get serious for a second there, Zabuza said as he raised his sword, letting it rest on his shoulder. But I'm afraid playtime is over. He said, growing serious once more. Haku, Koyuki, and Kimimaro all took a defensive stance as they got ready to at least try to defend themselves, not giving up. Zabuza felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up and suddenly turned around, quickly slicing his sword down as hard as he could at Kaga, who had tried to slice him in half with his own large blade. Their blades clashed in the air, letting sparks fly before the 2 locked into a battle of strength, neither of them giving in. Kaga-sensei. All three of the genin shouted as they watched him exchange blows with Zabuza before they broke away and Kaga slid back towards his students. "Sensei, we thought you were dead," Koyuki said, looking happy to see him. "I'm sorry I took so long, are you three okay?" he asked as he took a good look at them. "Yes sensei, we are fine," Haku said. Kaga could tell that the three of them had given it their best shot. But he knew how strong Zabuza was before he left the village, and he knew the only reason they were still alive was that he was toying with them. "It's okay now, leave it to me," Kaga said as he swung his sword and took an offensive stance. Zabuza slowly walked over to his other sword that was still stuck in the ground before he pulled it out. "It's been a while, Kaga," Zabuza said as he gave his blades a twirl in his hands. "I'm under orders from Lord Mizukichi to take you in, Zabuza. Dead or alive?" he said, giving him a warning. "If you think I will answer to Fuyona, you are mistaken. And if you think you can take me alone, you are a fool," Zabuza said as he pointed one of his swords at Kaga. Kaga smiled, showing his perfect white teeth. "But I'm not alone," he said. Suddenly 2 Umbu dressed in kiri robes appeared and attacked Zabuza from either side with their swords. Zabuza was taken off guard for a second but blocked both of the attacks before the two of them tried to chain another combination attack at him. "Not so easy," Zabuza said as he blocked one of their strikes and kicked him in the stomach, sending him crashing into the ground. The second Umbu exchanged blows with Zabuza before he was forced to jump back to avoid a killing blow. "Fools," Zabuza said as he smiled. "If that's how you want to play it, then so be it." Zabuza placed his fingers in his mouth and whistled, giving a signal to the rest of his men who had remained hidden until now. 2 shadows appeared from the darkness next to Zabuza before the pair threw away their cloak. "You called?" one of them asked. He had shoulder-length, wild dark brown hair and dark eyes. He had a rebreather that covers the lower half of his face and a large, clawed, gauntlet on his left arm. He wore a camouflage suit with bandages around his waist, dark-colored, knee-length sandals, and several pouches around his waist, and his forehead protector had 2 horns on it. The other also had shoulder-length, wild dark brown hair and dark eyes. He too wore a rebreather that covers the lower half of his face and had a large clawed gauntlet on his right arm. He wore a camouflage suit with bandages around his waist, dark-colored, knee-length sandals, and a ragged black cape. His forehead protector had a single horn on it. Kaga stepped forward and clenched his teeth along with the Umbu, who also took a defensive position. "The Demon Brothers." Kaga spat, tightening his grip around the hilt of his blade. "Look who it is, Gozu," the one with 2 horns on his head said. "Long time no see, Kaga," Gozu said as he flexed his clawed gauntlet. "Meizu, looks like we finally get to finish Kaga off for good this time," Gozu said, getting a smile from his brother. "This isn't time for playing around, you two," Zabuza said as he stepped forwards. "We kill them all," Zabuza then said, getting serious. Kaga turned to his students and then looked at the 2 Umbu he was with. "There is no way we can take them on without their help," he thought, not liking the idea. "Kimimaro," Kaga then said in a serious tone. "I am appointing you squad leader and giving you a new mission," he said, not taking his eyes off Zabuza. "I and the 2 Umbu there will need everything we have to have a chance at taking Zabuza down. For us to do that, I'm going to need you 3 to hold the Demon Brothers off. Think you can handle that?" he said. Kimimaro looked at the 2 brothers, weighing them in as he looked them up and down. "They are both Chunin-level Mist Shinobi who specialize in poisonous combination attacks. Do not take them lightly," Kaga said. Kimimaro and the others listened closely before they nodded. "Yes sensei, leave it to us," Kimimaro said, with both Haku and Koyuki nodding in agreement. "Leave Zabuza to us," Kaga then said as he walked over to the Umbu, standing in front of them with his sword pointed at Zabuza. "We are taking you down, Zabuza." "He's still got a big mouth," Meizu said with a frown. "Things won't be the same as last time, Kaga," Gozu said, getting angry. "I want you 2 to kill the kids. Leave the other 3 to me," Zabuza said to both of them. The Demon Brothers didn't object and instead smiled. "Leave it to us," Gozu said as he looked at his brother. "Let's do this," Meizu said with a wild look in his eye. "Now." Kaga and Zabuza shouted at the same time as both teams charged in for the attack. That's the end of this chapter. Get 23 chapters right now in advance with faster update times, as well as other perks. As always, thank you for reading and have a great day. Chapter 56, Chapter 56. Kaga and the 2 Umbu trackers jumped into battle with Zabuza, who with both blades in his hands clashed against them in a furious whirlwind of steel. "You're a traitor to the village, demon," one of the Umbu shouted as he attacked in a wild flurry of clean strikes. Zabuza blocked his attacks one after the other while also blocking Kaga's and the other Anyabus, holding all of them back as he dashed backwards using his footwork to evade them. "You'll have to do better than that," Zabuza shouted as he decided it was time to go on the counterattack. He quickly moved forward, slamming a front kick into one of the Umbu's stomachs, sending him flying back. He then spun around and dropped to his knee as he slashed low with one blade and high with the other, attacking both Kaga and the other Umbu at the same time. Kaga was able to block the attack. However, the Umbu was not, as Zabuza's blade cut through his leg like a hot knife through butter. Arg! The Umbu howled as he dropped to the ground in pain. Zabuza smiled as he quickly twirled around again, this time ready to finish him. Kaga could see what he was trying to do and raised his large blade into the air before dropping it down next to the Umbu member, using all of its weight to slam into the ground. His blade stopped Zabuza's attack and uprooted the ground from the force, knocking Zabuza back. The other Umbu had gotten back to his feet and ran over to his teammate to check his wound. "It's bad," he nipped the artery. He said as he applied pressed. "He's done for," Zabuza said as he stuck both swords into the ground. "And so are you." "Hidden miss jutsu," he suddenly shouted as he made the hand signs. Kaga clenched his teeth as the mist suddenly burst forth from Zabuza's body and surrounded them. "Be on guard," he shouted. Kaga knew all too well that Zabuza was an expert in silent killing using the hidden miss jutsu. In fact, he was one of the best in the whole village at it, being praised and earning himself a serious reputation. "This isn't good," Kaga said as he stepped back to back with the Umbu member. "Where is he?" the Umbu said quietly. Kaga tried to focus. But he couldn't see anything. "Don't make a sound," he then said, trying to get the Umbu to be quiet. But it was too late. Zabuza had already located them and suddenly appeared out of the mist right next to them. "You're both dead," he shouted as he slashed down with his swords. Meanwhile, Kimimaro and the others had come face to face with the demon brothers, Gozu and Meizu. "Look at these brats, barely old enough to have graduated the academy," Meizu said with a snarl. "I bet you didn't even have to kill anyone to graduate," he then said, laughing. "Enough talking, Meizu, let's kill them and be done with it," Gozu said as he prepared his clawed gauntlet. Kimimaro took a defensive stance as he looked over at the demon brothers. He could see that Gozu seemed more assertive and stronger, meaning that Meizu would be more arrogant and reckless, being more prone to making mistakes. "All right, I'll take the one with the black cloak. You two team up on the other one. If we can keep them apart and stop them from working together, we might stand a good chance," Kimimaro said to the others. Haku had already made the same assessment and agreed. "Be careful you don't get hit by a poison attack," he then said. Koyuki also nodded. "Be careful, these guys look strong." Kimimaro nodded before he bolted towards Gozu, heading in for the attack. "Well, get a load of this runt," Meizu said, laughing as he watched Kimimaro charge towards them. "He's mine," Meizu shouted as he lowered into an attacking stance. However, a barrage of shuriken and senbon needles flew over Kimimaro's head right towards Meizu, causing him to jump into the air as he blocked a few more with his gauntlet. "What the?" he shouted as he looked over at Koyuki. "Where did the other one go?" Haku suddenly appeared behind him and attacked, slashing down with one of his senbon. Meizu turned midair and blocked his attack. "I don't think so, kid," he shouted before he grabbed his arm and used his gauntlet to slash into his chest. Kimimaro crossed both hands over his face before jumping into the air and shooting a barrage of bone bullets at Gozu. Gozu could tell that the projectiles were dangerous and decided to evade them rather than block them. Kimimaro let his bones grow all around his body as he got closer, running at a low angle before he curved around and attacked. Gozu blocked Kimimaro's attack one after the other, finding that he was being pushed back by the boy's impressive taijutsu. "What is this kid?" he thought as Kimimaro slashed and spun in an almost unblockable manner. "Don't tell me he's one of those Kaguya freaks." Gozu couldn't defend against it and was forced to jump into the air, flipping backwards to gain some well-needed distance after he had suffered a cut on his cheek. "This kid is a monster," he said as he watched Kimimaro stand to his full height as he pulled a bone blade from his shoulder. Meizu slashed into Haku's body with the razor-sharp fingers of his steel gauntlet. However, Haku's body turned into ice at the last second. "A clone," Meizu said as he landed on the ground, quickly raising his gauntlet to block a few senbon that was aimed for his eyes. "You'll have to do better than that, kid," he said, laughing. Suddenly Koyuki appeared from behind him as she skidded along the floor. "How about this? Fire style, fireball jutsu," she shouted as she blasted the jutsu at him. Meizu was about to move out of the way but found that his feet couldn't move. "What the?" he said as he looked down to see they had been frozen to the ground. "Ice," he shouted before crossing his arms over his face to block the fire style. Koyuki watched as her fire style engulfed Meizu, seeming happy with her teamwork with Haku. But suddenly Meizu flew out of the flames, heading right towards Koyuki with his gauntlet extended. "Did you think you had me?" he shouted, about to grab her with his steel claws. Haku suddenly appeared next to her and pushed off the ground with his hands, using his legs to kick upward, knocking Meizu's arm into the air. Meizu was shocked that Haku was fast enough to counter his attack, as the weight of the gauntlet on his arm pulled him off balance. Now! Haku shouted to Koyuki, who quickly tossed a handful of shuriken from her weapons pouch at him. Meizu tried to use his free hand to block them, but some still got through and stuck into his body, causing some damage. Why you? He roared in anger as he reached into his own weapons pouch. Looks like you leave me no choice, he said before he threw a handful of poison gas pellets onto the ground. Kimimaro was still fighting with Gozu, who was using the chain from his gauntlet to keep him at bay, knowing he was a close-quarters fighter as he tried to get a little distance from him. Kimimaro wasn't fazed as the chain hit him. He had that many bones protruding out of his body that the chain hardly touches him. Kimimaro quickly grabbed it and slammed a bone blade into one of the links, wedging it to the ground, trapping Gozu with it. What the? He said as Kimimaro quickly rushed at him, ready to deliver a killing blow. Gozu was forced to release the chain from his gauntlet and quickly spun around, using the full weight of his gauntlet to slam into Kimimaro's body and send him flying back. Kimimaro had been able to block the attack with his bones, making sure to avoid the poisonous fingertips of his weapon. However, it had meant he was unable to land a killing blow. Guess I have no choice. I didn't think we would have to use this on a bunch of kids, he then said, looking over to Gozu, who he could see was thinking the same thing. Your luck has run out, kid, he said as he reached into his weapons pouch and threw poison smoke bombs all over the place, letting them fill the air with a toxic odor. Kimimaro could see the thick purple smoke start to fill the air, and he retreated back, joining the others who had done the same. It's poison, Haku said, seeing it spread into the air. What if we use a wind style? Koyuki then said, having a great idea. That won't work, Gozu and Meizu both said at the same time as they raised their hands to form the signs. Secret technique, poison mist jutsu, they both said, using their chakra to mold the poison gas in the air into a fog that started to spread closer and closer toward them. Wind style, vacuum wave, Haku said as he quickly made the hand signs, unleashing a massive burst of wind from his mouth in an attempt to blow the poison fog away. However, it had no effect as the fog came right back, unaffected by his jutsu. It didn't work, he said as the three of them slowly backed into a corner as the fog grew closer and closer. Gozu and Meizu's voices echoed through the fog as it slowly crept closer to them as if death itself was creeping approaching them. There is nowhere to run now, children. Alright, that's the end of this one. As always, thank you for reading and hope you are enjoying the story. As always, I hope you have a great day. Chapter 57, Chapter 57. You're both finished, Zabuza shouted as he appeared from the mist, raising both of his swords before slicing them down at Kaga and the Umbu. Kaga quickly spun around, getting his own sword there just in the nick of time. However, the Umbu was not as fast as he was, and was cut in half from the demon's strike. Shit, Kaga shouted as the weight of Zabuza's swing forced him back. He could see that the Umbu had been chopped in half. However, the mist soon enveloped his view again, leaving him without sight of anything. This isn't good, he thought as he tried to use all of his other senses to feel for anything. I don't even have my bearings of where the edge of the cliff is, he thought as he slowly backed up. It's no use, Kaga, Zabuza's voice echoed through the mist. You will die here today, along with your brats, he then said, his voice appearing behind Kaga again. Kaga quickly turned and ducked at the same time, slashing his own sword at Zabuza's legs. Zabuza quickly blocked his attack with one sword and slammed the butt of the other into the side of Kaga's head, knocking him to the ground. Fool, did you really think that would work, he said as he stood over him. Kaga could still feel his brain shaking from the blow, but did his best to try and form hand seals. I don't think do, Zabuza said as he kicked Kaga in the face, knocking a few teeth out as Kaga's head rocked back from the force. Blood splattered onto the ground from his mouth before he slowly rolled on his back with a slight groan. Zabuza wasn't done there though as he stabbed one of his swords into his hand, trapping it on the ground. That should stop you from trying to use any ninjutsu, he said as he crouched over, one sword still resting on his shoulder. You were never a match for me, he then said, slowly standing back to his feet. Kaga started to laugh even though he looked as if he had been defeated. Zabuza didn't look impressed and pointed the tip of his blade at Kaga's throat. What's so funny, he asked with a serious look in his eye. This is, Kaga said as he showed Zabuza a scroll in his free hand. Zabuza looked a little confused but quickly slashed the scroll in half with his sword, dropping it out of Kaga's hand. Just what did you expect to do with that, Zabuza said as he cocked an eyebrow at Kaga. Not what? Who? He said slowly, getting a shocked reaction from Zabuza who suddenly became enraged. Why you? He said as he pulled his sword back, ready to deliver the final blow. Unexpectedly, ice shot from the ground, trying to encase Zabuza inside of it as it grew more and more. This is, Zabuza shouted as he jumped into the air, doing his best to cut the ice away with his sword before he landed clear of it on the ground. You. He growled as his eyes grew more intense. Meanwhile. Don't breath the fog in. Koyuki shouted as she tried her best to form hand signs. Haku, we need to try and get rid of it. She shouted. Haku agreed and the two of them tried to use a combined wind style to blow the fog away. However, it was no use. The poison fog seemed to have a mind of its own and contained to spread no matter how much they pushed it back. It's no use. Kimimaro said as his back reached the cliff wall, knowing there was no escape now. Come on, we have to climb. Haku suddenly said, thinking it was their only way out. But the fog had other ideas as it seemed to respond to his words and cut them off from the top, circling them as it got closer and closer. I hope you're ready to die, brats. Meizu's voice echoed through the poison fog. This is the end of the line. Gozu's voice also said, letting them know they were done for. The three of them all held onto each other as they pressed their backs against the wall, knowing that there was nothing else they could do now. Suddenly a huge shockwave of wind burst forth and completely blew the poison fog away, saving all three of them and leaving Gozu and Meizu stunned, not believing their eyes. How? That can't be right. Meizu said. There is no way you brats could use such a powerful wind style like that to get rid of our poison mist jutsu. Meizu roared, not understanding. It doesn't matter, let's finish them quickly. Gozu shouted, quickly focusing back on his task. Both of the brothers extended their gauntlet arms and let the chain link between them before they rushed towards Kimimaro and the others. Look out. Kimimaro shouted as he took a step forwards and let his bones grow, getting ready to defend his teammates. The demon brothers charged with all their might, roaring as they jumped into the air about to attack. Die. They both shouted as they lifted their clawed gauntlets, dripping with poison. Kimimaro watched in shock as both of the brothers suddenly stopped on the spot, recoiling as if something had pulled them back for a second. What in the? Gozu said as he looked down at his feet. Ice. But when did the kid? He thought before the hairs on his neck suddenly stood on end as he sensed a powerful presence come from behind. S-sensei. Haku and Kimimaro suddenly shouted as their eyes opened wide. Sorry, I'm a little late. But it looks like I got here just in time. Fuyona said as his blue cloak blew in the wind. Gozu and Meizu both turned around in horror as they saw who it was that stood before them. Fuyona. Gozu said, not believing his eyes. Meizu was also stunned for a moment before he growled. No way, it's really him. Meizu shouted as he smashed the ice around his feet and charged at him. No, Meizu, don't. Gozu tried to warn him. But it was too late. Meizu charged in and raised his gauntlet, slashing it down at Fuyona with all his might. Fuyona frowned and simply raised his arm, letting a shield of bones form that blocked his attack with ease. Meizu wasn't surprised and quickly spun around, attacking again with another swipe. Die. He roared. Fuyona had grown bored now and decided that he had enough of playing around. Fuyona suddenly stepped to the side and grabbed the chain that was still connected to Meizu's gauntlet. With a sudden tug of it, Meizu was twisted into the air before he hit the ground hard, getting the wind knocked from him. Fuyona raised a single hand and ice suddenly burst around him, trapping him in a pillar that stopped just before his head. Fuyona looked over to Gozu, telling him to surrender with his eyes. However, Gozu quickly threw a handful of poison pellets onto the ground before he jumped back and made some hand signs. There is no way I can face him head on, I need to get the hell out of here. He thought before turning around. But to his horror, as he turned he came face to face with his own reflection, before slipping right into the ice mirror that had formed behind him. Gozu slipped out and was gripped by Fuyona, who slammed him into the ground with ease before he trapped him in a pillar of ice just like his brother. There. That should keep you from running. Fuyona said as he shook his head in disappointment at them both. Sensei. Kimimaro and Haku shouted as they suddenly jumped at him, hugging him tightly. Fuyona couldn't help but smile and hugged them both back before putting them onto the ground. Now boys. What have I told you about acting professionally? Fuyona said with a serious face. Both of them looked down a little before getting serious again. Sorry, Sensei. Both of them said. That's better, Fuyona said as he patted them on their heads. Lord Mizukage, Koyuki said, bowing her head as she approached him. You don't have to be so formal, Koyuki, please, Sensei is fine. He said, smiling at her before he places a hand on her head. It must have been tough. You did well. He said, smiling at her. Koyuki was shocked and couldn't help smile from his praise. It was nothing, she said, a little embarrassed. All right, you three do me a favor and stay here. I have something I need to finish. He suddenly said as he grew serious. The three of them nodded as they watched his body suddenly crumble as it turned to ice, showing that he was only a clone. Zabuza growled as he looked at Fuyona head to toe, flicking his sword as he took a defensive stance. I didn't expect to see you so soon. He said. Fiona sighed as he got a look at Kaga and the others. He could already tell that both the Umbu he had sent were dead and Kaga was in bad shape. It's over, Zabuza. Surrender or I will be forced to restrain you. Zabuza snarled and let his chakra burst forth, allowing the mist to grow thicker and thicker. I would like to see you try. Zabuza said as he disappeared into the mist again, hiding his presence from Fiona. Fiona shook his head as he placed a hand on it. You really are an idiot. This jutsu won't work on me. He then said with a smile. Ice style. Frozen fog jutsu. He said as he formed a few hand signs and let his own chakra burst to life. Suddenly the mist started to grow cold and froze everything it touched. Zabuza didn't know he could do such a thing and quickly disappeared into the mist, jumping out of it to get away from the frozen death trap Fiona had created. Water style, water dragon jutsu. Zabuza shouted as he drew water from a large pool that was sat on top of one of the cliff sides. Fiona watched as the water dragon roared to life and took aim at him, flying over towards him with tremendous weight and power. He said as he extended just one hand. The water dragon crashed into Fiona, however, to Zabuza's surprise. The water dragon simply split in half around him, freezing at a rapid rate before it crashed onto the ground harmlessly. You will have to do better than that, demon of the mist. He then said mockingly. Zabuza already knew that he was no match for Fiona. From his vantage point, he could also see that Gozu and Meizu had been defeated, knowing his only chance was to escape now. It's over, Zabuza. Return to the village and I will forget all of this. Fiona said, offering him a chance. Zabuza cocked an eyebrow, not looking impressed. And live under your rule. I don't think so. He said as he turned his back. Don't follow me. If you do, you'll have to kill me. He said, taking one last look at him over his shoulder before he disappeared. Fiona sighed as he placed his hands on his hips, deciding not to give chase. After all, Kaga needed medical attention first. Another time then, Zabuza. He said under his breath as he turned around to help deal with the aftermath. Fiona was quick to work and got Kaga back to the village hospital so he could be healed at once. He also turned Gozu and Meizu into the trackers to have them put in person, where they would be felt with. Fiona finally escorted Kimimaro and the others back to the mansion to report their mission complete to Lord Van, who was most pleased to meet the Mizukage himself, and even more pleased to learn that all of the bandits were gone, meaning he could conduct trade freely again. All was well and the four of them returned to the village where Fiona finished the paperwork and bid goodbye to Koyuki, who returned home by herself. Now only Fiona, Haku, and Kimimaro were left alone as Fiona finished the last thing he needed to do that day. Of course, Ao had told him off for leaving the village alone, but Fiona laughed it off, saying he thought being Mizukage could do whatever he wanted. Soon Ao took his leave and Fiona decided it was time for the three of them to head home too. Ah, that's right. There is something I need to tell you, boys, before we head home. Just a little change is all. He said as he rubbed the back of his head. Kimimaro and Haku looked at him strangely as they waited for him to explain. We will be having someone else stay with us for quite a while, in fact maybe forever. He said. Haku and Kimimaro looked at each other and then back to their sensei. What is it, sensei, is it bad? Haku asked. No. Haha, no it's not bad, Haku, it's just. Well, let's just say there is going to be another woman living in the house with us from now on. He said as he rubbed the back of his head still, not sure how to explain it to them. The boys looked at him confused and Fiona just laughed. Don't worry, you will understand when you're a little older. He said. Both of them nodded and he created an ice mirror for them to walk through, taking them right back to their house. We're home. He shouted after a moment. Oh, welcome home. A voice said coming from the kitchen. Suiren walked out from the kitchen to greet them and smiled at Fiona and the boys. Oh, boys. How was your first mission? She said excitedly. Welcome home. Another voice said as footsteps could be heard coming from down the stairs. Both of the boys looked surprised to see Mei standing there with a large smile on her face as she greeted them. Hello again, boys, do you remember me? She asked with a smile on her face. Kimimaro and Haku were shocked to see her but nodded as they smiled at her. Well, how about we get dinner started? Both Suiren and Mei said together before they grabbed one of Fiona's arms each. Fiona simply smiled innocently as he looked at the boys. Now ladies, we don't want to give them the wrong impression. He said. Haku smiled and Kimimaro did also as both of them nodded their heads, already knowing what was going on. Yes please, they said excitedly, trying to save him. Alright then, let's eat. Fiona said as he slipped out of their grasp. Wait Fiona. Both Mei and Suiren shouted as they chased after him. Quick boys, to the table. He said playing with them before all of them entered the kitchen laughing happily together as a family. Alright, going to end this chapter here. Thank you for reading and for your support as always. You can get an extra 10 chapter for cheaper than a cup of coffee. Chapter 58, Naruto Chapter 58. Akatsuki theme song playing in the background. You're saying he knew your plan all along? Zetsu said, looking at Obito. I'm not sure. B. He knows who I am. Obito replied as he sat atop the tallest tower in the hidden rain. What are we going to do about him? Zetsu asked. For now, nothing. Our goal to collect the Tails beasts isn't ready yet. Besides, I'm not sure if I could beat him at the moment. Obito said as he placed a hand onto his mask. Zetsu gave him a strange look, realizing how strong he must be if Obito was saying that. We will follow along according to plan. Once we are ready, he will be captured like the others, Obito said before he turned to look at Zetsu. Besides, there are others who are within our control. He said as his Sharingan glowed sinisterly amidst the lightning that crackled from the sky. Wayawa. A baby cried out as it wriggled its small arms and legs. Wayawa. Another cried out, copying the other, crying just as loud. Ah, look, Fiona, they want their father. Suiren and Mei said as they each handed him their baby. Fiona smiled awkwardly as he took both babies, one in each arm, and held them, rocking them ever so gently. 2 years had passed since Fiona's encounter with Zabuza. Both Suiren and Mei had given birth to a healthy baby, Mei having a boy and Suiren having a girl. Mei's son was a broad baby with black hair that had small hits of red in it. His eyes were ice blue like Fiona's and he always smiled once he picked him up. Suiren's daughter was a beautiful girl, having blonde hair just like her mother, but blue eyes like her father. She also bore the Kagaya markings on her forehead and around her eyes, giving Fiona suspicion she could possess the Shikatsumiyaku ability. Fiona had thought long and hard about names for the two of them before finally coming to a decision, having a strange feeling that their names would suit them once they grew up. He had named his son, Shoto Yuki, after the fire-like hair he possessed and his ice-blue eyes. His daughter on the other hand had been named Asami Yuki, meaning beautiful morning snow, as she was born on a winter's morning. Both of them were the same age and only born a month apart, with Shoto being the older of the two. Fiona, Mei, and Suiren all lived in their large house with both of the babies. Of course, Haku and Kimimaro still stayed with them, also being part of their family. The two boys had both turned 10 years old now and had completed many missions as Genin-level ninja. Kaga had recommended them for the Chunin exams many times already, with Fiona finally agreeing to it now they had gotten a little older. Over the last 2 years, the village had flourished, becoming almost unrecognizable to what it had been before. Trade had become a huge part of the economy of the village, allowing them to trade their goods all over the world. Thanks to Fiona putting in place everything he did when he took office, the village was thriving. However, in doing so it had gained the attention of the other villages, who were not so happy with their progression. The hidden sand and cloud in particular had posed a problem for Fiona. The sand he could understand, as their undying hate towards him for killing the fourth Kazekage would never be forgotten. Though over the last 2 years their actions had started to raise a cause for concern. The cloud had also started to become hostile towards them. Ever since they had failed in the capture of Princess Hinata of the Hyuga clan, they had become increasingly difficult to deal with, refusing trade and even attacking trade lines and alleys to the mist. And although Fiona had done his best to prevent an all-out conflict between the two, he couldn't help but feel like that was what the Raikage wanted. Fiona had, however, strengthened his bond with the Hidden Leaf, and the third Hokage had even sent an offer to host a joint Chunin exam, inviting Fiona to attend the finals as an act of good faith between their villages. Ao had been against it, saying it was most likely a trap. After all, he was wanted by the Leaf for his eye that had been taken during the Third Great War. Fiona thought it would not be a good idea to take Ao anywhere near the village, due to Danzo, but he couldn't help not wanting to pass up the opportunity to attend. After all, he did want to meet the third Hokage. It was also a perfect time to have Haku and Kimimaro enter the exams. That way they would get to test their abilities against strong ninja from all over the world. After all, the Leaf would also send invitations to other villages, and the smaller villages would willingly send their young shinobi to help test them. Fiona had done his best to try and keep tabs on Obito and the Akatsuki. However, not much information could be found on them, other than being used as high-level mercenaries. He knew they operated from the Hidden Rain, yet the only information that came said that Hanzo of the Salamander was still in charge. The Chunin exam date was 6 months away now and Haku, Koyuki, and Kimimaro were getting excited. Of course, they would not be the only squad he would send to the Leaf, but he was excited to see how far they would go in the exam, being sure they would do him proud. Fiona had, however, started to notice that Kimimaro had been starting to lag behind in his training a little, and had developed a small cough. Kimimaro did his best to try not to let it bother him, but Fiona knew better. He remembered that Kimimaro had become terminally ill in the manga and had even died from the unknown illness. With that knowledge, Fiona had decided to have the chief medical ninja look at the boy to see if anything could be done. However, the doctor was shocked and admitted he had not seen anything like this before, saying it could be something to do with his abilities and unique physiology that was different to normal people. Of course, Fiona had questioned it and even had the doctor examine him too, hoping that because they shared the same ability he would discover a cure. But the doctor had no luck, saying he didn't think there would be anyone in the world who would be able to do anything about it. Fiona asked him how long he had and the doctor gave him a grim look. With the rate his illness is spreading throughout his body, I would say he has 2 years at most before he will lose the ability to move. After that, death will follow. Fiona zoned back into reality as he stared at his reflection in his office window, remembering the words of the doctor. That had been 4 months ago, and only 2 months now remained until the Chunin exam. Kimimaro had become increasingly worse and had even started coughing up blood if he pushed his body too hard, causing Fiona to stop his training altogether. Everyone was worried about him, yet the boy always had a smile on his face, accepting his fate and always saying that he was simply happy that he could be with Fiona and his family. A few more days had passed and Fiona had found the time to be sat at home, relaxing with Mei and Suiren as they watched Kimimaro play with the babies. He was such a gentle child and had so much potential. The very thought that he would die from this illness made Fiona's blood boil. Suddenly a knock came at the door and Mei got up to go answer it. Who could that be at this time? She said as she answered the door. Kogetsu Hozuki bowed his head to Mei before he greeted her. I'm sorry to bother you Lady Mei, but I need to speak to Lord Mizukage. Kogetsu was Mangetsu's cousin and next in line to the Hozuki clan head, having served as one of Fiona's personal umbu for 2 years now, showing great skill. What's the matter Kogetsu? Fiona asked, sensing his urgency. Forgive my intrusion my lord, but we have located the 3 tails. He said bowing as he saw Fiona. You found it? He said surprised. Ever since he had killed the 4th Mizukage, the 3-tailed beasts had not been seen. So it has finally resurrected, Fiona said to himself as he crossed his arms. Where was it last seen? He then asked. It was spotted off the border to the land of lighting my lord. He said replying. Dispatch a squad to contain it at once, I will go myself. He announced. No. I don't think so. Mei suddenly said as she poked him in the chest. That's right Fiona. It's daddy-daughter day at work tomorrow and you promised to take Asami with you. Suiren also said. Kogetsu seemed a little surprised but doesn't dare say anything in case they turned on him too. I will lead this mission dear, you spend time with your daughter. Mei suddenly said as she stroked his chin. Fiona didn't like the idea but knew he had no choice. After all, what the wives said usually went. All right, Mei, I'm counting on you to retrieve the 3 tails. He said. Mei smiled. Don't you worry about me. She said as she gave him a playful wink. Fiona couldn't help but smile before Suiren also came over and linked her arm through Fiona's. Are you sure Mei? She asked sounding worried. Yes, besides it will be good to get back into the field. She then said smiling. All right. But I want you to take Ao, Kogetsu here and Ganryu. Fiona said. Understood, Mei said. Say goodbye to Mummy, Suiren said as she picked Shoto up off the floor, handing him to Mei. You be a good boy for your daddy and Suiren. She said as she squeezed his cheeks before blowing kisses on his tummy and handing him back to Fiona. Be safe Mei, Fiona said as he looked into her eyes. I will be. She said before she leaned in and kissed him on the lips. Suiren also nodded and wished Mei good luck. After all, the 3 of them had developed into a 3-way relationship and all been married. Each of them caring about one another, something Fiona had never thought possible. Let's go. Mei then said as she got serious. Kogetsu nodded and followed her as they took their leave. I hope everything goes all right, Suiren said as she watched them go. Me too. I have a bad feeling about this. Fiona said as he held Shoto in his arms. Kimimaro was sat on the floor still playing with Asami, but he could tell that Fiona was worried and he looked at Haku. Haku could also feel the tension from where he was sat, and both of them looked at each other giving a nod. Don't even think about it you two. Fiona suddenly said as he turned to them. Both of the boys froze on the spot before slowly turning around to look at him. This isn't something you can handle. You are to stay here in the village until I say so, you got that? He said giving them a stern look. Kimimaro and Haku nodded sheepishly. Yes sir. Good. He said before he put Shoto on the floor, who crawled over to Kimimaro and punched him in the face with his chubby hands. That's my boy. He said before all of them laughed together. However, the laugh was soon brought to a halt as Kimimaro started to cough. He used his hand to cover his mouth and then looked to see it had more blood on it. Suiren had a worried look and rushed over to him to hug him tightly. It's okay Kimimaro. She said trying to comfort him. Fiona grits his teeth before he knelt down to the boy looking him in his eyes. I promise I won't let you die Kimimaro. He said before placing his hand on the boy's head. Kimimaro simply smiled as he always did. It's okay. I accept my fate. Kimimaro said without a hint of sadness. Don't say that, Suiren said as she looked at him with tears almost coming to her eyes. Haku was also sad as he looked down at the floor, feeling angry about the whole thing. After all, Kimimaro was like his brother and he too felt powerless that he couldn't help him. There is still one thing I need to try, Fuyona said quietly before he stood up, getting the others' attention. Something I didn't think would be possible until now. He then said. Suiren gave him a puzzled look before she too stood up. What are you talking about, Fuyona? She asked. Give me a little time, Suiren. I need to make sure it will work first. He then said. Suiren nodded as she watched Fuyona take Kimimaro by the shoulder. I hope the cold doesn't bother you too much, Kimimaro. He then said as he smiled at him. Kimimaro gave him a questioning look. All right, we will be back soon, Fuyona said as he raised his hand to create an ice mirror. Where are you going? Suiren asked, not sure what was going on. Don't worry, I just need to have one last person look at him. Well, I say person, but I mean Yeti. He then said with a smile. With that, Fuyona took Kimimaro and stepped into the mirror before it melted to the floor, leaving a small puddle of water that both Shoto and Asami started to splash in. Oh no. I just bathed both of you. She shouted as she ran over to them to get them out of the water. Haku smiled as he watched them go and then looked at the babies. I hope he can save him. He muttered under his breath softly as he looked where the ice mirror had been. Alright, that's the end of this chapter. As always, thank you for reading and supporting my story. Until next time. Chapter 59. Chapter 59. Kimimaro stepped out of the ice mirror with Fuyona, finding himself surrounded by snow and mountains. Where are we? He asked, not having a clue where they were. Fuyona smiled as he placed his hand on his shoulder. I want you to meet someone. He said, looking forwards towards a large temple that had two large horned yeti standing guard at its gate. Is that little Fuyona? Mofubuki said as he grew excited, spotting him in the distance. Well, long time no see. Kori also shouted with a smile. Fuyona smiled as he greeted the large yeti. It's good to see you both again, allow me to introduce Kimimaro here. He then said. Kimimaro bowed to the large yeti as they looked down at him. The boy had never seen anything like it and couldn't help feeling amazed at their size and strength. So he your apprentice or something? I didn't take you for the type to teach. Kori said. Fuyona laughed. A lot has happened since we last met. The yeti also nodded. So what is it you want, Fuyona? Are you here to see the master? Mofubuki said. Fuyona nodded. Yes, I'm afraid he might be the only one who can help me. He said, looking at Kimimaro with a worried glimmer. Kori could smell a sickness coming from the boy and understood the expression on his face. All right, I'm sure he will be happy to see you. The large yeti then said as he turned to the gate, giving his brother a nod. You ready, brother? Kori shouted. Always. Mofubuki said as he cracked his knuckles. It's all right, you two, I've got it this time, Fuyona said, smiling, getting both of the yeti to stand back from the large doors. Fuyona took a breath as he remained perfectly still, becoming one with nature and absorbing all of the natural energy around him. After only a moment, Fuyona placed his hand on the door, opening his eyes before he pushed the door open with ease. Show off. Kori said, knowing how heavy the door was. It opened with ease and Fuyona let the natural energy dissipate from his body, giving Kimimaro a nod to follow him inside. Kimimaro had to let his eyes adjust to the dark once they entered inside. However, after a moment the torches that surrounded the large hall ignited, providing plenty of light. Is that you, little Yuki? An old voice said, coming from the far end of the hall. Kimimaro looked over to see an old and small yeti sitting on a large throne, before he hopped down, using his walking stick to help him. Lord Hyoketsu, it's been a while. Fuyona said, smiling at the old yeti. Suddenly the yeti dropped his cane and charged at Fuyona, attacking him with a flurry of punches. Kimimaro was shocked and couldn't even react fast enough to do anything about it. However, Fuyona blocked them all without complaint and the old yeti flipped back into the air before landing on the ground with surprising dexterity. I see you haven't gone soft then, Hyoketsu said with a toothy grin. Fuyona also smiled. Same as always. He said, remembering the first time he met the old geezer all those years ago. So are you just popping in for a visit, or have you a reason for coming to see me, little Yuki? Kimimaro was confused as to what was going on and was surprised to hear the old yeti call his master little Yuki. I have Lord Hyoketsu. I need your advice. He then said. Hyoketsu looked at Kimimaro, already having sensed the illness that lay inside of the boy. He's sick, Hyoketsu said. Sick with the Kagaya curse. He then said as he tapped his walking stick on the floor, getting closer to him. Kimimaro was a little surprised as Hyoketsu got closer to him, staring with his crystal blue eyes into his very soul. He doesn't have long. The old Yeti then said as he turned to look at Fiona. You have seen it before? Fiona asked. Hayoketsu sighed as he took a couple of steps over to Fiona before climbing up onto his shoulder, resting on it. I'm afraid so, little Yuki. He said. Is there anything we can do, Lord Hayoketsu? He asked. Hayoketsu could tell that Fiona cared for the child, sighing as he tried to think. The sickness is called a curse for a reason, laddie. The Kagaya clan are direct descendants of Princess Kagaya herself, an evil tyrant and the mother of all chakra. He said. The Kagaya clan inherited only a fraction of her power in the form of a Kekkei Genkai. One of which you possess yourself. Hayoketsu went on to explain. Although the Kekkei Genkai is only an incomplete version of what she could do, it is still a powerful and dangerous ability. One that comes with a price. Fiona listened carefully. Remembering all too well that Kagaya's all-killing Ashbone was insanely OP due to their ability that has been inherited from such a being, most that are born with it tend to die at an early age. Their body is simply not compatible with the Kekkei Genkai. Something I was worried might happen to you, little Yuki. The old Yeti said. What do you mean not compatible though, Lord Hayoketsu? A Kekkei Genkai is passed through blood and DNA only. Surely one's own ability can't make them sick? Fiona asked, a little confused. The human body is simply not capable of keeping up with such a high-demanding ability like that. The constant use of it over time causes the cells in one's body to age faster, forcing one's own body to produce osteoblasts over and over again using an unnatural amount of chakra, causing the cells in the body to multiply faster. Hayoketsu explained in surprising detail. Fiona understood what he meant. Knowing that the more Kimimaro used his ability, the faster his body would die of old age from the inside out. But why haven't I been affected by this illness? Fiona asked. Hayoketsu shook his head. I asked myself that same question years ago. But I have come to believe that either you are a special case, or the chakra you have from the Six Tails is enough to ward off the illness, keeping your body from dying. He said. Fiona thought about it, not remembering ever feeling ill from using his ability. He was also older than Kimimaro was now before Saiken was sealed inside of him and had never experienced anything like that. He also remembered Tachi, who had been another user of the Kekkei Genkai. He was well in his 30s and had shown no signs of any illness. Hayoketsu sighed. In that case, it must mean that the boy's body is simply not compatible with the ability. Kimimaro didn't really understand the whole conversation. But he knew what the last part meant. Fiona turned to look at Kimimaro, seeing that he still had a smile on his face despite everything. It's not over yet. I still have one last thing to try. Fiona thought. Saiken, did you hear that? He said to the Six Tails. I did. But I'm not sure if what you're thinking would work. Saiken said. Although I am sealed inside of you and our chakra has become one, I never sense the kind of sickness coming from your body. The Six Tails said. So you don't think that if I sealed the Three Tails inside of him, its chakra would help to stop the sickness and help heal him? Fiona asked. It's not that I don't think. I don't know. However, sealing such a huge mass of chakra into the boy's body could perhaps help prevent his cells from aging at such a rapid rate. But again, I'm not entirely sure, Fiona. It can take years for a tailed beast's chakra to mix with its Jinchuriki, as you know. Fiona nodded. We have to try. I can't just let him die. Fiona said, snapping back into the real world. All right, we don't have much time to lose then. He said, looking at Kimimaro. What are you scheming, little Yuki? Hayoketsu said with a grin, knowing his student all too well. It's not going to be easy. He said as he knelt down to look Kimimaro in the eyes. And it will bring a lot of hardship over the years, but if it saves your life, I am willing to try if you are. He said as he placed his hand on the boy's shoulder. You will become the next vessel for the Three Tails. He then said, getting a surprised look from the old Yeti. So you intend to seal the tailed beast into the lad in hopes that its large chakra will help to negate the effects of the boy's Kekkei Genkai? Hayoketsu said with a grin. Fiona nodded. This is your choice though, Kimimaro. If you don't want to, you don't have to. Kimimaro looked at the ground before looking back into Fiona's eyes. I will do it, master. I won't fail you. He said with a burning determination that even Hayoketsu admired. So be it, Fiona said as he stood to his full height. We don't have any time to lose then. He said. Hayoketsu hopped down from his shoulder back onto the ground. I wish you luck, little Yuki. If the boy survives, why not bring him back for some training? He then said with a glint in his eye. I can already see the potential in this one. He then said with a toothy smile. Fiona also smirked. In due time, Lord Hayoketsu. There is also another I want you to meet, just as gifted as this one and more suited to the clan's ability. Hayoketsu smiled. Is that so? How interesting. he said, knowing Fuyona was talking about another Yuki clan member. When the time is right I will bring them to you, but until then, leave it to me, Fuyona said. Hyoketsu nodded. Until then, little Yuki. All right, it's time to get going. Fuyona then said as he created an ice mirror, looking to Kimimaro. Farewell Lord Hyoketsu, be seeing you soon, Fuyona then said with a grin. Be seeing you, little Yuki. He said, watching as Fuyona and Kimimaro walked into the ice mirror, leaving the old Yeti alone. Alright, that's the end of this chapter. Again a little shorter but focused on just one thing. Thank you for reading and I hope you enjoyed it. Chapter 60, Naruto Chapter 60. Mei and her squad, consisting of herself, Ao, Ganryu, Kogetsu and a handful of Umbu, headed out towards where the Three Tails had been sighted. The report had been given by scouts who were based in the Land of Frost, along the border of the Land of Lightning. They had seen the Three Tails and had sent word of its sighting at once. Mei was a little worried that the Three Tails was so close to the Land of Lightning, and could only hope that the Raikage would stay out of their way while they tried to recapture it. The group were traveling across the sea by boat in order to conserve their chakra in case the Three Tails put up a fight. Once they got close enough to the Land of Frost, the unit made the rest of the way on foot, running across the water at great speed. The scouts could see them approaching via the sea and lit a small signal flare, alerting them to their location. Over there, Ao said, having been the first to see it. Let's move, Mei said, getting them to pick up the pace. Mei and her unit arrived at the Umbu scouts camp, seeing that there were only 3 of them. Report, Mei asked, not even bothering to greet them. Of course. The Three Tails has been sighted off the coast, heading further and further towards the Land of Lightning. We have been doing our best to follow it. However, once submerged it is hard to keep track of. The Umbu member said. Mei nodded and turned to Ao. On it. He said as he activated his Baiwakugan. Ao scouted the area, looking around for miles and going as far underwater as he could to try and locate the beast. I've got it. It's about 20 miles northeast, currently submerged at least 100 meters underwater. He said. We will need some way to draw it out, Mei said, trying to think. Kogetsu stepped forwards. I can swim down that far without an issue and perhaps draw it out. He said. The others looked at him and nodded, remembering that he was a Hozuki clan member and could merge himself with the water. Very well, but be careful and do not engage, Mei said. This could get a little tricky, Ganryu said. How are we supposed to stop the thing from just diving back underwater? He asked. We can't. Mei said. All we can do is try to subdue the beast and seal it once we have the chance. She said. The others understood, nodding. Right, let's move out. She then said with a wave of her arm. Everyone quickly headed off towards the location, following Ao as he led the way. They did their best to remain on the coastline, now entering the Land of Lightning. They could only hope that the Raikage didn't get word of their presence. However. Inside the Raikage's mansion. Lord Raikage. A cloud shinobi shouted as he burst into his office and knelt down before him. The 4th Raikage, A, was sitting on his couch with his legs spread as he tried to relax, with both of his bodyguards on either side of him. He had dark skin with a large muscular build, white hair that was combed back and a small mustache and goatee on his face. What is it? He said, looking at the shinobi with a hard glare. My lord, the 3-tailed beast has been sighted off of our coast. He said. The Raikage raised an eyebrow at the information. The 3 tails. Doesn't that belong to the mist? One of the Raikage's bodyguards, C said. And why is it swimming along our coastline? The other bodyguard, Darui, asked. A unit of mist shinobi have been reported to have entered our land in pursuit of it, my lord. The shinobi then added. What? The Raikage shouted as he stood to his feet. So the new Mizukage thinks he can send people to my land without asking. He's been Mizukage for 5 minutes and he's alright pulling a stunt like this. He shouted in a rage. My lord, what should we do about this? His young and pretty advisor asked as she stepped forwards. We're going to show them what happens when you trespass on the Land of Lightning. Summon B at once. Mei and the others had been running for a while now, having finally caught up to the 3 tails who had seemed to stop moving for the time being. Alright, we're close, Ao said, still using his Baiwakugan. The others nodded as they continued to follow him. So far they had managed to stick to the coastline and now found themselves running along a large beach surrounded by cliff sides as it overlooked the sea. Ao stopped and pointed over to the water. It's 200 meters in that direction and is still 100 meters below the water. He said. Alright Kogetsu, you're up, Mei said. Kogetsu nodded and started to walk forwards when Ao suddenly turned around. Look out. He shouted, getting everyone's attention. Mei was quick to react and summoned a water wall to protect them all from a rain of shuriken and kunai. The metal projectiles bounced off the water wall and Mei released the jutsu once there was no longer a threat, looking up to where the attack had come from. Oh no. she said as she saw who was responsible. The Raikage stood atop the cliff, overlooking the beach as he stared daggers at Mei and the others. He was surrounded by a group of his own shinobi along with Killer Bee, C who was one of his high-ranking bodyguards and a younger shinobi, Darui. Mei and the others recognized Killer Bee and C as elite shinobi right away, and once she got a glimpse of the black tattoo on Darui's shoulder she knew he was no pushover, knowing that things were not looking good for them at all. That was your only warning, Mist Ninja. Leave the land of lightning now or die. The Raikage shouted. Ao could see that they were surrounded with his Biwakugan. This isn't looking good, he said. Mei and the others could also feel the weight of the situation and didn't know what they could do. Lord Raikage, Mei said as she slowly stepped forwards. We are only here to reclaim what is ours, we have no quarrel with you, she said, trying to talk to him. Your Mizukage thinks he can just send troops into my nation to do whatever they please. I don't think so, he roared. Now leave. Before I change my mind, he said looking serious. We don't have a choice, Mei, we don't stand a chance, Ao said. Mei grit her teeth knowing he was right, but at the same time knew she couldn't just give up on capturing the three tails. Lord Raikage, I beseech that you hear me out, perhaps we can come to an understanding, Mei said. The Raikage grit his teeth now, becoming angry. Hold your tongue. The time for negotiations is long gone, he shouted. If you are not prepared to leave, then we will make you, he shouted, giving the signal to his men. A group of Cloud Umbu started to sail down the cliffside with C and Darui leading the charge, surrounded Mei and the others. The group size seemed to be the same as the unit of Mist Shinobi, meaning they had just as many Umbu as Mei had. Ganryu drew his sword along with Kogetsu. This isn't a bad way to die, at least I get to take some Cloud scum with me, Ganryu said, somehow smiling at the situation before him. Ao didn't like the fact that both the Raikage and Killer Bee were simply standing at the top of the cliff just watching, and it made him feel nervous, feeling that the two leaders were very strong. Yo bro, why do we want the three tails anyway, oh hey? Bee asked as he rapped across his arms as he looked down at Mei and the others. If we add another tailed beast to our ranks, our military might will far outweigh that of the other villages, it's a perfect opportunity, he said, realizing someone was missing from his party. Where is Yujito? He then asked Bee. Bee nodded, suddenly taking out a notepad and pencil as he started to write something down, making it look as if he was ignoring him. Bee. I told you to bring Yujito as well, the Raikage shouted at him. Bee suddenly flinched as his brother shouted at him. Calm down, you fool, Yujito hasn't finished her training, you see. She ain't ready, he said, rapping aside and slapped his head at Bee's words before he turned back to the others. Attack, the Raikage suddenly said as he waved his hand, giving his men permission to engage. Mei and the others quickly took a defensive stance, getting ready to defend themselves at all costs while the Cloud drew their weapons, getting ready to attack. You know it would be far easier to just surrender and leave, Darui said as he slowly drew his sword. That's not going to happen, you will pay for disrespecting Lord Raikage, C then said, appearing to be the more serious one of the two. Ao had already assessed their battle strength and deemed that Darui was the stronger of the two, also noting his black lightning tattoo. Knowing that only the third Raikage could use that technique. Watch out, this one is strong, he said, letting the others know. Ao had already determined who would be better suited for a matchup, telling Kogetsu to stay clear of him due to his weakness to lightning release. Ganryu and Kogetsu, you take the blonde one. Mei, you should take the black lightning kid while I provide support between the two, Ao said, having already come up with a strategy. The others agreed and took their battle positions, getting ready to do battle. Attack, C suddenly shouted as he and his men launched in on the offensive. Mei and the others quickly went to work, using Ao's strategy to try and gain an advantage as each of them attacked who they had planned to, while the group of Umbu dealt with the other group of Umbu, clashing with their swords and unleashing jutsu. Kogetsu and Ganryu charged at C, who was lucky to be backed up by some Umbu as they clashed against them. C drew a small blade from his back and blocked Ganryu's attack, the two of them exchanging a few blows before Ganryu pushed him back, clearly being more skilled than him. C retreated by jumping and flipping in the air while Ganryu gave chase, slashing and attacking him when he could. Kogetsu took on two Umbu-level shinobi, using his large sword to block one of their attacks while the other slashed their kunai into his body, thinking he had landed a killing blow. I don't think so, Kogetsu shouted as the attack passed right through his body as it turned to liquid, surprising the Umbu members. Kogetsu smashed a kick into the guy's stomach with enough force to send him flying while turning around to the other one and grabbing him by the throat. What the hell? He said, not knowing what had just happened. Kogetsu let water from his hand flow around the Umbu's head, trapping him in a water bubble so he couldn't breathe. You can stay in that for a while, he said with a smile on his face as he dropped him to the floor, letting him wriggle. Why you? Release him, another Umbu shouted as he jumped back to attack Kogetsu. If taijutsu won't work, then try this, lightning style. He shouted as he threw a handful of lightning style enhanced shuriken at Kogetsu. Kogetsu was quick to dodge them and fired a high-pressure water bullet from the tip of his finger, taking the men by surprise. Ao was currently busy with battling against other cloud shinobi alongside his own tracker ninja. Using his Baiwakugan, he could see almost a full 360 degrees and was able to counter all incoming attacks, as well as coordinate his tracker ninja to attack and defend too. Ao turned around quickly and blocked a flurry of slashes from a cloud ninja, before he countered with his own slash, cutting the man across his waist and dropping him to the floor. Again, more and more Umbu cloud ninja headed his way, each attacking him, trying to take him down. Ao was too skilled of a shinobi to be taken out by the lower-level cloud ninja and was able to cut them down one after the other with the help of his own men, all of them fighting in a well-tuned system together. So are we really gonna do this? Darui asked, looking as if he couldn't be bothered. Mei smiled, placing her finger over her lip. Little boy, you have no idea what you're getting into, she said. Darui couldn't help think she was probably right as he looked her over. Well, orders are orders, he said, taking his sword before he ran at her. Such a shame to melt a handsome youth, but I already have my men, she said as she made a few hand signs. Lava style, melting apparition jutsu, she said before she spat out a wave of lava from her mouth. Darui was shocked as the lava came flying at him. Water style, water wall, he said as he fired a blast of water from his mouth, protecting himself from the lava. Mei smiled though as the lava style cooled rapidly, turning into solid rock before it fell towards him. Earth style, spike pillar jutsu, she said as she formed more signs and hit her hands on the ground. Darui could see the earth around him suddenly change and form a large spike that launched right at him. Quickly he jumped into the air to avoid being impaled by the earth style, but now he had larger things to worry about as another wave of lava style hovered over him, threatening to engulf him. Shit, he said before the lava covered him and crashed to the ground. Mei wasn't stupid though as she quickly ducked, falling forwards into a handspring as she dodged his slash. She could tell it was a clone, he thought as he watched her flip across the sand before throwing a handful of shuriken at him as a distraction. Darui used his large sword to block the projectiles before he tossed it at her, using it as a distraction too while he made some quick hand signs. Gale style, laser circus, he said as a halo of light suddenly appeared around his hands, firing a large number of what looked like laser beams at Mei. Mei was confused and had never seen such a technique before, quickly throwing up an earth-style wall to protect herself. That won't work, Darui said as he suddenly altered the path of the beams, having them change course and move around the wall to attack Mei from all angles. The beams hit Mei but her body turned into a water clone before she reappeared behind Darui. Water style, water dragon jutsu, she shouted as she gathered a huge amount of water from the ocean behind her. The water dragon roared to life and charged at Darui as it opened its large jaws. Now lighting style, lightning dragon, she then said as she added a huge amount of lightning style chakra to her water dragon, enhancing it with deadly power. Darui was impressed and knew if that jutsu hit him, it was all over. Looks like I've got no choice. Lightning style Black Panther, he shouted as he made the hand signs. Suddenly a huge lighting storm erupted around him, taking the form of a huge Black Panther before it crashed into her water dragon. Two jutsu clashed in the air in a dramatic battle of titans. However, Mei's combined water and lightning style was no match for the much stronger black lightning and burst before his black lightning hit Mei directly. Ah! Mei screamed as the black lightning zapped her before she fell to the ground. Darui knew it was a direct hit and not a clone, walking over to pick his sword up before heading over to Mei. Do you surrender now? He asked, placing his sword onto his shoulder. Mei was breathing heavily but pulled herself back onto her feet regardless of her injuries. It's not over yet, she said, causing Darui to sigh. Mei could see they were far enough away from the others now, meaning she could finally unleash her ultimate weapon. You're strong, I'll give you that, Mei said smiling. But I have one final trick up my sleeve, she said making the hand signs. Darui didn't know what she was planning, but he didn't like it and charged in to stop her. Vapor-style solid fog jutsu, Mei said as she unleashed her acid mist from her mouth. Darui was able to stop in time, using his sword to shield his body from the initial assault of the fog she had unleashed. To his shock, his sword had half melted and he could feel his skin start to burn too. What the hell is this? He asked, seeing that everything caught in the fog was starting to melt. Some kind of acid, he said, knowing he didn't have long and had to escape if he wanted to survive. There is no escape from this jutsu, Mei said with a smile on her face. Darui could even feel it affect his lungs as he had breathed a little of it in, knowing that she was right. Oh crap, is this really the end? He thought as he dropped to his knee, feeling his skin start to melt. It's over, Mei said, watching as he was about to become toast. Suddenly a huge octopus tentacle wrapped around his waist and pulled him clear from the mist, leaving only Mei standing in it. Killer Bee had just saved Darui's life, pulling him to safety before letting go of him. Damn, that board be hot, but that smoke be hotter. You fool. He said as he could see even his 8-tailed tentacle had been burnt. A watched and noted that her jutsu was indeed impressive, realizing who she was now. B, Darui. Stay here, I will deal with her myself. The Raikage said before he jumped from the cliff. Mei watched as the Raikage landed in the sand with a large bang, superhero style. Standing to his feet slowly before he looked her in the eyes. That's some impressive jutsu you have. But will it be able to melt me fast enough before I kill you? He said, activating his lightning-style cloak, causing Mei to question that herself. Meanwhile, C was struggling in his battle with Ganryu, and now that Kogetsu had joined in the battle, he didn't stand a chance. Ganryu slashed down with his sword while Kogetsu slashed from the side, both of them attacking in combination. C couldn't defend against the attack and instead jumped into the air in an attempt to escape. I can't fight both of them at once. He said, quickly forming hand signs as the two of them charged at him midair. Lightning style, lightning illusion flash of the lightning pillar. He shouted as his body suddenly became as bright as the sun, blinding Gantu and Kogetsu. Ah. My eyes. Kogetsu shouted as he dropped back to the ground. Ganryu felt the same way as the intense light was too much for them. As their vision returned, each of them could see C standing there as he prepared another jutsu. I don't think so. They both shouted as they charged in and went for the kill. C stood from the sidelines as he watched his genjutsu's handiwork in action. Ganryu and Kogetsu had in fact attacked each other, both thinking the other was C. Luckily, Ganryu had been faster than Kogetsu and landed the first strike, casing Kogetsu's attack to miss by an inch. Kogetsu snapped out of it to see that Ganryu's sword was stuck inside of him. Thankfully his liquid body made sure his sword did not affect him. What the hell? He said in surprise. Ganryu was also shocked to see that he had attacked Kogetsu, realizing it had been a genjutsu. You sneaky bastard, Ganryu said as he pulled his sword out of Kogetsu, turning to look at C. C was shocked that his plan hadn't worked, not knowing that Kogetsu was immune to physical attacks. Not good. He thought as he took a defensive stance. Kogetsu stabbed his sword into the ground and started to form hand signs. This will teach you. Water style, water shockwave. He shouted as he suddenly started to spew a large amount of water from his mouth, creating a large wave that was heading right towards C. Ganryu jumped up and landed on the water, using his chakra to run along with without any problem. Water style, water dragon. He shouted as he formed his own hand signs. A large water dragon burst out of the mass of water Kogetsu had just created and hit C, who had jumped into the air to avoid the wave, dragging him under the water. C gasped as he was dragged under by the force of the attack, feeling helpless as he tried to swim to the surface. Kogetsu had other plans though as he suddenly appeared and grabbed C, pulling him back under. I don't think so. He said into C's ear, keeping him submerged. C could feel he was running out of breath and didn't have long left, wondering how he would survive this one. Suddenly 8 swords covered in lightning style burst into the water and electrocuted both C and Kogetsu, causing the water bubble to burst and release them both. C dropped to the ground and took a huge gulp of air, although, in pain from the electricity, he was glad to be on dry land again. Kogetsu had suffered from the lightning style and was led on the floor trying to get his body working again, the lightning style still flowing through his body. Get a hold of yourself, Ganryu said as he helped him up, seeing who had come to save his friend. Killer Bee walked over towards C, writing something in his notebook before he looked down at him and put it away. Yo, C. I see you needed some help, you fool. He said in his rap style of talking. C looked at him and slowly gave him a thumbs up. Thank you Lord B. He said shaking a little. You fool. Killer Bee said as he slapped his head. Leave these losers to me. C nodded and slowly got up, trying to get out of his way. Ganryu could see he was trying to flee and didn't like it. Where do you think you're going? He shouted as he suddenly burst forwards with his sword raised. C looked in horror as Ganryu was about to cut him in half, but suddenly Killer Bee intercepted him and blocked his attack with 2 of his swords, pushing him back. You're fighting me. The Killer Bee, you fool, you fool. Bee said as he suddenly kicked up all 8 of his blades, catching them between his limbs. Ganryu was beyond shocked to see he was going to use 8 blades at once and took a defensive stance. I'm going to need your help with this one, Kogetsu. He said. Kogetsu nodded as he had finally recovered and took a position next to him. Yeah. This isn't looking good. That's the end of this chapter. I hope you enjoyed it and thank you for reading. Have a great day. Chapter 61, Naruto Chapter 61. Mei could only watch as the Raikage activated his lightning-style chakra cloak, letting his power explode in an instant. Not good. She said as she raised her hands in the air. Hidden Miss Jutsu. She said, letting her chakra burst into the air, creating a thick mist to hide her presence from the Raikage. The Raikage snarled a little as the mist and acid fog engulfed him, slowly burning his skin even through his lightning cloak. The Raikage said before he vanished, moving clear of the fog in the blink of an eye. He's so fast. Mei thought as she could sense his movement through her mist. If he finds me, it's over. She also thought, knowing she would have to employ a hit-and-run tactic if she wished to survive. You think that will be enough to stop me? The Raikage shouted as he let his power explode into his fists before he struck the ground. His power exploded and caused the ground beneath him to erupt with lightning-style chakra, causing a shockwave large enough to expel the mist and fog from the air. He did all that with just raw power. Mei said as she did her best to shield herself from the shock wave. There you are. The Raikage said, locking onto Mei as he lifted his head from the ground. Mei didn't even blink before the Raikage disappeared from her line of sight. Where did he? She said before his hand gripped her by the throat. Mei struggled but the Raikage could see through her clone jutsu, crushing the clone's throat, letting it burst into a puddle of water. Smart, swapping out with a clone while I couldn't see you. The Raikage said impressed by her ability. Acid fog jutsu. Mei said to herself, letting the acid mist appear from underground. She had taken advantage of the Raikage's destruction of the ground, using her earth style to hide underneath, preparing a counterattack. The acid fog quickly spread, almost hitting the Raikage dead on. However, he was just too quick, and easily dashed away to a safe distance. I'm growing tired of these games, he said, noting that the fog was still spreading. Mei was still hiding underground, knowing that if she came out, he would finish her before she could even react. Still, she knew that her current tactics would only get her so far, as she had greatly underestimated the Raikage's true power and speed. The Raikage stood with his arms by his side as he watched the acid fog continue to spread, becoming more enraged. I've had enough of this, he shouted as he suddenly took a karate horse stance, placing both of his large arms by his side. Argorg. He roared as he started to unleash punch after punch. The force of his strikes was enough to send a shockwave through the air, expelling the fog after a few short blasts. Now. Liger kick. He shouted as he jumped into the air with an impressive flip, before crashing his heel into the ground, uprooting the earth from the force of his strike once more. His attack caused the sand to blast into the air and even affected the water, causing it to crash and part violently. Mei was flung out from under the sand, doing her best to form hand signs to ready her defense. Lava style. She shouted as she fired a full 360 wave of lava around her, knowing full well the Raikage wouldn't be able to get to her without touching the lava first. But to her horror, the Raikage burst through the sheet of lava, raising his fist at her. Did you think that would be enough to stop me? He said as his lightning-style chakra clock seemed to repel even the molten lava. Mei gasped, trying to form hand signs in response, but the Raikage was simply too quick as he slammed a punch into her stomach, sending her flying before she crashed into the sand hard. The Raikage dropped back down to the ground and dusted himself off from the lava style, looking at Mei who was led in serious pain on the ground. You're lucky I only hit you with a fraction of my power, he said as he started walking over to her. But now it's time to finish you off. Mei couldn't believe how strong he was. Not only could he avoid her acid fog, but he was also durable enough to withstand her lava style. There was only one way left that she could think of that might be able to take him down. Why, you haven't won yet, Mei said quietly as she tried to pull herself up to her hands and knees. The Raikage looked at her, impressed she could still move after his punch. I need to limit his movements and trap him, that way he won't be able to escape my acid mist, Mei thought as she quickly planned her attack. Earth style, for wall trap, she said as she quickly summoned a thick layer of earth walls all around the Raikage, sealing him fully inside a thick layer of 4 walls that formed a large dome. Now lava style, molten rock wave, she also said, quickly forming more hand signs as she covered the earth trap in a layer of lava to help strengthen the seal. Now for the final jutsu, she said as she quickly formed more hand signs, each with impressive speed. Vapor style, she said as she suddenly breathed her acid mist all over the earth and lava dome. Mei dropped to her knees feeling exhausted after the huge amount of chakra she had just used to try and counter the Raikage. If this doesn't work, I have nothing else that will, she said, knowing full well that was everything she had just now. Suddenly the earth dome started to shake, the tremors growing stronger and stronger, even shaking the earth below. Arg! The Raikage yelled as he burst free from the prison Mei had created, moving so fast she didn't have time to defend herself from his shoulder barge. Mei was hit hard and sent flying before she crashed and skidded along the sand like a rag doll, coming to a stop looking broken and beat. The Raikage was clearly angry and had used close to his full power to break free from her trap. The damage his skin had taken from the acid mist could even be seen, as a few burn spots had appeared. That wasn't half bad. You forced me to use at least 70% of my strength to escape your little trick, he said as he picked up some wet sand to wipe it on his burns. Mei was completely out of it, barely conscious after the massive hit she had just taken. Ao had seen what had happened, knowing that Mei was the strongest of them. We need to retreat, the Reikage is too powerful. Ao said as he blocked another attack from a hidden cloud ninja. That was also easier said than done, as the Umbu units were still engaged in battle with the cloud ninja, who was proving to be just as skilled as them. Meanwhile, Ganryu and Kogetsu were doing their best to simply survive against Killer Bee. His skill with the 8 blades was simply amazing, showing his true talent and power as a shinobi. Ganryu simply couldn't keep up and was getting cut to ribbons, taking a lot of damage before Bee landed a kick to his head, smashing him to the ground. Kogetsu was also doing his best to fight, his ability to turn to liquid helping to stop Bee from landing critical blows. However, he soon figured out he was massively weak to lightning style and Bee let his chakra engulf all 8 of his blades, turning him into Kogetsu's worst nightmare. Float like a butterfly, sting like a killer bee. He shouted as he launched in, twisting and flipping as he attacked with all 8 of his lightning blades. Kogetsu couldn't keep track of them all and was quickly forced to retreat into the air. Bee didn't hang around though and jumped up after him. Water style, water gun barrage. Kogetsu shouted as he fired multiple shots of high-pressure water from the tip of his finger at Bee. Bee could see that these water bullets were no joke and quickly started twisting in the air, using his lightning-style swords to cut through the water bullets, rendering them harmless. Kogetsu landed back on the ground and blocked another attack from Bee. However, his lightning-style enhanced blades were started to chip away at his normal blade, and he knew it wouldn't be able to hold much longer. Surrender is key, defeat is to BBB. You fool, you fool. Bee said as he flipped into a handstand and used his legs to attack, twisting the swords between his knees, spinning them in the air before he changed his attack pattern again and again. I can't keep up. I haven't seen such formidable taijutsu since I practiced with Lord Fifth. He thought as he fell back doing his best to avoid being hit. Bee's sword finally broke through Kogetsu's and he landed a direct hit with his lightning-enhanced blade, dropping Kogetsu into a slime pile on the ground. That should keep you there, you slimy fool. He said, knowing full well he wouldn't be able to move now. Bee turned around and could see that his brother A had also defeated Mei. All that was left now was to give a hand to the rest of the Umbu and Jonin who were battling with Ao and the other mist Umbu. Suddenly though, the sea became violent, and the waves started to grow large as they threatened to even crash into everyone on the beach. The Reikage noticed the huge wave heading towards them and gave the signal for his men to retreat, knowing it was too big for him to stop. Every one of them did as they were told, not wanting to take the wrath of the huge tidal wave heading towards them. Ao could see that Ganryu, Mei, and Kogetsu were all down and out for the count. Crap, you two, get Kogetsu and Ganryu. Ao shouted as he rushed over towards Mei. The Reikage let his lightning cloak fade as he jumped back to the top of the cliff with C and Darui, being at a safe distance away from the wave. Ao got to Mei in time but could see she was in bad shape. Quickly he picked her up and dashed as quick as he could to avoid the crash of the wave. The other mist Umbu had made it over to Ganryu and quickly picked him up onto their shoulders. However, they could not remove the lightning-enhanced blade from Kogetsu. Leave me. He said, knowing he would be fine once the wave hit. The Umbu did just that and only just made the clearing as the wave crashed into the beach and smashed against the cliffside. Roar! Everyone was drawn to the mighty roar of the beast that emerged from the water after the wave hit. A giant armored turtle with 3 large tails rose up from the depths of the ocean and howled as it locked onto the Reikage and the others who stood on the cliff. The Reikage could see Ao and the others standing on the other side of the cliff from him and his men, deciding to leave them and focus his attention on the 3 tails for now. Alright men, it's time to take down the 3 tails. He roared himself, letting his lightning-style chakra cloak burst to life. B. Get ready. He shouted, giving his younger brother the signal. B nodded. Alright bro, yo, let's go. You fool. He shouted at the 3 tails as he lifted his hand into the air, bursting into state 2 of his chakra mode. Wee. He roared as the red chakra flared to life, all 8 of his tails on display. The 3 tails could sense the 8 tails chakra and howled as it fixed its attention on B, becoming enraged. Alright, let's take this thing down. The Reikage then said, placing his foot on a rock in front of him, looking the 3 tails in the eye as he got ready for an epic clash of titans. Charge. Alright, going to end it there. I hope you enjoyed this chapter and thank you for all of your support. Chapter 62, Naruto Chapter 62. The 3 tails let rip a might roar, its very voice strong enough to make the seas violent, while its tails crashed around, whipping up winds so strong they created tidal waves. Charge. The Reikage shouted as he and B launched in with everything they had, attacking head-on with their most powerful attacks. However, the 3 tails had a thick shell and a very impressive defense to boast, causing both of their attacks to be futile. The 3 tails roared and quickly jumped into the air, spinning into a massive spiked ball, landing a direct hit on B who had not been able to get out of the way. B. The Rakage shouted as he watched his brother smash into a cliff, hitting the rock and stone hard. Why you? He shouted as he jumped in for another attack, now that the three tails had landed back in the water. The tailed beast could see the Rakage moving towards it and fired a huge blast of water at him. The Rakage easily moved out of the way, dodging blast after blast with his amazing speed. Arg! He roared as he suddenly appeared above the tailed beast and dropped his elbow onto it before he let loose a barrage of punches and kicks. The three tails had impressive armor, but the Rakage had impressive power, and the beast could quickly feel the energy of his punches becoming sharper with each and every strike. Using its tails, the beast swatted the Rakage away from it. He had been so focused in attacking he had failed to see the beast's counterattack coming. The three tails quickly used the space it had gained from hitting the Rakage to dive back underwater, taking shelter from any more attacks for the moment. The Rakage also had an impressive defense and increased durability, getting back up and dusting himself off from the three tails' attack. Blast, it dived back under. He said before he turned to look at Killer Bee, "Man, that turtle hits hard, you fool." He said as he got back up, still in his second form of tailed beast mode. Fire a tailed beast bomb into the water and draw it out. The Rakage shouted. You got it, bro. He shouted as he drew in the chakra, opening his mouth before he fired 3 yellow chakra blasts into the water. The high-density chakra hit the water and exploded, creating huge waves that burst from the sea, soaking the entire cliffside with the salt water. Suddenly 2 large chakra blasts burst out from the water, heading right for B, as the three tails counterattacked with its own chakra blasts in return. Oh crap! B shouted as he fired another 3, quickly causing them to explode in the air, saving the others on the cliffside from being wiped out. The shock wave was immense and sent everyone flying including B. Look out! The Rakage shouted as the three tails burst from the ocean again, this time charging a full-powered tailed beast bomb to attack with. Ao and the others had been watching from the sidelines and could see that the three tails was incredibly strong, attacking with all of its might. Even with the Rakage and B fighting together, it was still a close battle. However, Ao knew that B was a perfect Jinchuriki and would most likely transform soon enough, flipping the odds for sure. Arg! The Rakage suddenly screamed as he let his power explode, increasing the power and density of his lightning cloak, causing his hair to stand on end. Take this! He yelled as he burst from the cliff so fast, that all that could be seen was a blue flash of electricity. The three tails had almost finished its attack and was getting ready to unleash it upon them. However, the Rakage appeared next to it and slammed his fist so hard into the side of the three tails' head that he knocked its whole body off of the ground, causing it to lose control of its own attack. Look out! Darui shouted, seeing that the attack was about to explode, as he tried to warn the others who could only watch. The Rakage waited until the last moment before he flickered clear of the explosion, appearing back on the cliffside with the others to watch the blast. The three tails had been caught in its own attack and had been knocked back into the water, giving everyone a quick breather so they could formulate a plan. Now is our chance. Get a sealing jutsu ready. The Rakage shouted to his men. But the three tails wasn't done yet. With a mighty roar, the creature smashed its tails into the water, creating huge and monstrous waves that threatened to swallow the coastline. Quickly the beast fired off 3 blasts of huge water bullets before it dived back under the cover of the ocean. Darn it! The Rakage shouted as he quickly smashed each of the water bullets out of the air with his amazing speed and power, protecting his men as he did. B. He roared, looking to his brother, who understood what he wanted him to do. All right, bro. Leave it to me, the 8-tailed killer bee. You fool. He shouted as he suddenly started to transform into the full version of the 8 tails, letting loose a mighty roar of his own. Ao and the others watched in horror as now there were 2 giant monsters on the battlefield, with Killer Bee taking the form of the 8 tails, a mix between an oxa and an octopus. Here I come. Bee shouted as he suddenly dived into the ocean and disappeared under the water. Everyone waited as the sea seemed to calm itself, the huge waves settling back down for but a moment. That was until both of the 8 and 3 tails burst out from the surface of the ocean, each of them wrestling against each other for dominance as they fought. Arg! Bee roared as he used his arms and tails to hit and wrap the 3 tails up, taking control of his limbs. The 3 tails was at a huge disadvantage as it could only stand on 4 legs, trying its best to use its tails and armored shell to attack with. The 2 titans clashed and sent colossal waves crashing into the cliff and the coastline. The very earth shook from the power both of them were exerting, leaving all of the shinobi who bore witness to the event speechless. The 3 tails did its best but soon found that it could not match the 8 tails in a battle of strength, leaving it no choice but to resort to blasting Bee with chakra blasts at point range. Bee howled in pain before he raised both of his arms and interlocked his fingers, bringing down the combined power of both his fists, hitting the 3 tails on the back doing some big damage. Take this! He then roared as he charged a massive black ball of chakra before he fired a massive yellow blast at the 3 tails, which exploded right in its face. The 3 tails roared in pain, still having felt the effects through its thick layer of armor. Feeling like it had no other choice, the three tails pushed off the water, jumping high into the air while Bee watched. The three tails suddenly curled into a ball and started spinning rapidly again, crashing into Bee, who did his best to catch it, holding the beast back best he could. Ouch, you fool. The three tails had such strong and spiky armor that the eight tails and Bee couldn't take the brunt of its attack, feeling his skin and flesh ripping from the force of its spinning. Why you? The eight tails roared, tossing the three tails to the side with all of his strength. The three tails landed and continued to spiral with all of its might, rotating back around as it charged in for another attack. Bee didn't have a choice this time and quickly slammed his arm into the ocean shallows, planting himself for a massive tailed beast bomb. Take this! He shouted, unleashing the full power of his tailed beast bomb at close range, engulfing the three tails in the blast. The three tails took a direct hit from behind its armored shell. Even its incredible defense was not strong enough to fully protect it from the eight tails' attack, leaving it floating in the water in pain as it groaned and moaned. Bee looked at the beast and could hear the eight tails talking to him before he nodded and turned back to his brother. It's down, yo, eight don't wanna fight the three no more, bro. Ya fool. The Raikage had been watching from the sidelines, deciding it best to let the two titans duke it out before he got involved. Alright. Sealing squad on me. He shouted, getting a handful of his umbu to join him in heading down towards the three tails. Bee watched and slowly turned back into his human form, the eight-tailed octopus with one horn returning back inside of his body. No. We can't let them get the three tails. Ao shouted. However, as he and the others tried to make a move, they quickly became surrounded by Cloud Ninja, who blocked their path. Now that it's weak enough, sealing it shouldn't be a problem. The Raikage said as he ran towards it with his men. Mei was still out cold, Ganryu had also been injured, Kogetsu was nowhere to be seen, and Ao was left with 5 umbu members, surrounded by 10 Cloud Shinobi. He wished he could say he had made it through worse odds, but he really couldn't, feeling like this was the worst he had been cornered. The Raikage and his men were fast approaching now, but as they ran across the water, 2 of his men were suddenly dragged under by their feet, taking everyone by surprise. What the? The Raikage shouted as he noticed what was going on. Surprise. Kogetsu suddenly shouted as he emerged from the ocean, surrounded by a massive layer of water that took the shape of an armored clam. I thought he had been dealt with. The Raikage shouted as he turned back to look at his brother. Bee rubbed the back of his head with an awkward smile. Whoopsie. He simply said. Kogetsu suddenly attacked, seeming to have all the might of the ocean at his disposal. This is my ultimate jutsu. Giant Clam Vortex. He shouted as he made a few hand signs, allowing the armored water clam to open its mouth, absorbing a great amount of water from the ocean and blasting it out, creating a massive vortex that engulfed everything around it. The best way I can explain this jutsu is like a giant version of Zabuza's vortex jutsu he tries to use on Kakashi. Darn it. The Raikage shouted as he quickly activated his lighting cloak and launched forwards to meet the jutsu head-on, punching it as hard as he could. The rest of his men had not been so fortunate and had been blasted away by the massive water style, leaving only the Raikage to do battle with him. I won't let you have the 3 tails. Kogetsu shouted as he clashed with the Raikage, over and over again, exchanging blow for blow with the monster of a man. Thankfully, as long as he was surrounded by water, he could continue to regenerate his giant water clam and keep fighting, even against someone as powerful as the Raikage. I'm growing tired of you, Miss Ninja, and your tricks. He shouted as he quickly darted back to a safe distance from Kogetsu. Time for a lariat. He shouted as he extended his arm, letting his lightning style explode all around it. Alright, looks like bro's about to get serious, you fool, Bee said as he crossed his arms, deciding to watch this one from a safe distance. Kogetsu wasn't sure if he would be able to defend against this attack but knew he didn't have a choice. The Raikage let his lightning cloak burst with even greater power, causing his hair to spike up even more than before. It's time to die. He shouted as he slowly bent his legs, preparing to attack. Boom. The Raikage exploded from the ground, moving so fast that he broke the sound barrier as he burst forth to deliver his killer blow. Everyone watched in suspense as the Raikage had powered up to the max, preparing to use his full power against Kogetsu, knowing there was nothing anyone could do about it. However, to everyone's surprise, instead of Kogetsu being killed in the blink of an eye from the Raikage's attack, the sound of an explosion could be heard as the entire cliffside shook from the power of his attack instead. What the hell, yo? Bee said as he watched his brother smash into the base of the cliffside on the beach, going the complete opposite direction to where Kogetsu had been. In fact, everyone watched, no one being able to explain what had just happened. Kogetsu most of all. Well, looks like I made it just in time. A voice said coming from above Kogetsu. He looked up, knowing whose voice that was, seeing his blue cloak blowing in the wind as he slowly stepped out of an ice mirror and hopped down to the ocean, standing on the water before he looked up at everyone. Ao had been watching with his Biwakugan and couldn't believe his eye as he saw who had appeared. He made it. Darn that guy. He said as a smile appeared on his face, feeling hopeful at last. The Raikage was confused as to what had happened and had to heave his arm free from the rocks he was trapped in. What in the hell was that? He said, clearly enraged. Finally, he broke free of the rock that binds him and turned around to see who had dared try and interfere with his battle. I can sense he's not normal. The Eight-Tails said to B, letting him know about Fuyona. What you mean, you fool? He asked. I can feel the power of the Six Tails inside of him. The Eight-Tails then said, knowing he was a dangerous opponent. The Raikage walked out of the debris of the cliffside so he could get a clear look at what was going on, finally noticing who it was that now stood before him. Sorry I'm late, Kogetsu, Fuyona said, seeing the situation they had gotten into. Everything will be all right now though. He then said as Kogetsu slowly undid his jutsu, feeling that his chakra was running low. Here, go and give some to the other two, Fuyona said as he placed his hand onto his shoulder, letting some of Saiken's chakra enter his body, helping to restore him and give him a power boost. What is that? Kogetsu said surprised. Never mind that for now, go and place your hand on the others, Fuyona said, snapping him out of his thoughts. Kogetsu did as he was told and quickly dashed off towards the others at the top of the cliff, leaving Fuyona to face the Raikage himself. A could finally see Fuyona clearly, taking his black hair and blue cloak in as he stood tall and proud. I see I arrived just in time, Lord Raikage, Fuyona said, staring into his eyes. The Raikage grit his teeth at the cocky expression on Fiona's face, getting angry at him. So shall we talk about how you tried to kill my men? Fuyona then said, allowing a more serious expression to fall upon his face, letting everyone know he wasn't here to talk. That's the end of this chapter. Remember, you know where to go if you want more. As always, thank you for reading and supporting. Remember, there is no correct way to support a creator, so thank you just for being here. Chapter 63, Naruto Chapter 63, Fuyona vs the Raikage. Everyone was shocked as they looked at the newcomer, watching as his blue cloak fluttered around in the wind. Who is that? C asked, standing next to Darui and the other Cloud Ninja. No way. That's the Mizukage. The Raikage shouted, taking a few steps closer towards him. You dare come here and challenge me? He shouted with a wave of his arm. Fuyona could see that trying to talk sense into him wouldn't work. Instead, knowing that strength was the only thing he respected. I warned your men what would happen if they didn't leave my borders, and I will say the same to you. Leave now or die. The Raikage said, offering Fuyona one chance. We will leave. But only if the Three Tails comes with us. Fuyona said after a moment's pause. The Raikage grit his teeth at his response. So you have chosen death? He then said before he took a fighting position. Fuyona also took a ready position, knowing that the Raikage was no joke. Here I come, Mizukage. He shouted before moving in the blink of an eye. Fuyona was surprised by how fast he actually was, hardly having any time to react to the incoming punch. In fact, the only thing Fuyona could do was to let the chakra on his feet, responsible for holding him up on the water, diminish, causing him to suddenly drop into it. The Raikage had of course aimed for his face, as he had predicted, and his fist sailed over Fiona's head, missing him by an inch. What the? The Raikage said, as a huge burst of ice spikes suddenly shot up from the ocean, each threatening to skewer him. The Raikage easily dodged the attack, zooming from side to side like a bolt of electricity, as he continued to dodge the ice. He is fast, Fuyona said as he created more hand signs, letting ice burst up from all around him, using the entire ocean around them to attack with. The Raikage may have been fast, but now he had nowhere left to run, doing the only thing he could do, jumping into the air. Smart, Fuyona said. But not good enough. He added. A watched from above as the surrounded area had all been frozen by ice, noting the rumors he had heard about the Ice Devil of the Mist to be true. Still, he smiled nevertheless, knowing now was the perfect chance to drop with a heel kick, using all of his power on one attack. But suddenly, an ice mirror formed behind him, with a reflection of Fuyona inside of it, readying an attack. What? The Raikage shouted as he turned and swiped his fist at the mirror, attempting to shatter it with a powerful backhammer fist. However, instead of his fist smashing the ice, it simply passed right through it, passing out to another mirror next to Fuyona, who grabbed the Raikage's wrist in a powerful grip. Got you. He said with a smile, just before he pulled the Raikage through the mirror link and slammed him into the ice, causing his body to slide along it, smashing and crashing into all of the large icicles that had formed. The Raikage didn't take long to recover and soon flipped back to his feet as he finally slid off the ice and back onto the water. His lightning chakra cloak keeping his body from taking any damage from the ice. It was safe to say that he had underestimated Fuyona, something he didn't plan to do again. That was an impressive jutsu. But it won't work on me again. He shouted, letting his lightning chakra cloak burst to life and become even more powerful. Fuyona could sense now that he wasn't playing around, and had fully powered up, intending to end their fight with his next blow. Suddenly, Fuyona sensed a surprise attack come from behind him, quickly darting out of the way as Killer Bee charged past in his version 1 red chakra cloak with a lightning-style attack. Bee stopped and skidded on the ice before he turned to face Fuyona, smiling at him. "You gotta fight me too." "The Killer Bee, you fool you fool." Bee shouted as he raised his hand into the air, giving a loud shout. Whee! Fuyona now had both the Eight Tails host, Killer Bee, and the fourth Raikage to worry about at the same time. Not something he could do easily. "Guess I have no choice," he suddenly shouted. "Let's do this, Saiken," he also said in his head before a red and black chakra burst from his body, quickly fading away as he entered stage 2 of his tailed beast mode. Both Bee and the Raikage were surprised, but they each quickly nodded to each other and Bee powered up to his stage 2 also, while the Raikage charged at him with his full power. Fuyona suddenly let his body turn purple as the Raikage appeared behind him like a flash of lightning, with his fist raised ready to slam it down upon him. Fiona's body spat out a corrosive liquid from all over him, splashing a little on the Raikage before he quickly flashed away to avoid the rest. Bee then slammed into Fuyona from the side, using his horns to try and tackle him with all of his might, pushing him back best he could. However, Fuyona suddenly became slippery and wrapped his body around Bee, letting his corrosive acid ooze from his body, burning Bee and causing him to scream in pain as he tried to rip him off. "Let him go," the Raikage shouted as he appeared and slammed his foot into Fiona's head, knocking him flying through the air, saving Bee just in time. He had kicked Fuyona so hard that it made his head and neck stretch before his body finally followed, sending him flying into the air. "Don't let your guard down," the Raikage said as he used his lighting style to rip the acid slim from Bee's body, preventing it from burning him anymore. Fuyona sailed through the air before flipping a few times and opening his arms and legs to slow his fall. That wasn't half bad, he thought as he watched them. The Raikage's power is like fighting another Jinchuriki. He certainly packs a punch. But let's see how they handle this, he then said to himself as he started to gather a large amount of chakra. "Let's go, Bee," the Raikage shouted, seeing what Fuyona was doing, even while still falling from the air. "Oh yeah," Bee shouted as he too started to gather a large amount of chakra, forming a tailed beast bomb in his mouth. Two can play at that game. Fuyona and Bee fired their blasts at the same time, watching as the red beams clashed in the air, exploding on contact creating a huge shock wave that created large waves in the ocean. The Raikage appeared behind Fuyona, taking advantage of his and Bee's clash, grabbing his waist with both hands before he moved so fast that Fuyona couldn't react in time. "Let's see how you deal with this one, Liger Bomb," he roared as he suddenly sailed down towards the ground at terrifying speed, tossing Fuyona above his head as he prepared to slam him into the ground with all of his might. The Raikage hit the ground, slamming Fuyona into the sand with all of his power, creating a huge explosion of lightning that even drew thunder from the very sky itself, scaring the earth from its blast, kicking up a huge dust cloud. Everyone watched in shock as the three of them battled. Ao and the others trying to keep their hope alive for Fuyona, knowing how strong the Raikage and Bee were. At the same time, the Cloud Ninja couldn't believe that the Mizukage was so strong, being able to hold his own against both their Raikage and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. The dust from the Raikage's attack slowly cleared, and to his horror, he could see that Fuyona had been unaffected, allowing his body to turn into slime so that he harmlessly splat onto the ground. "How?" the Raikage shouted before bones started to spike out from all over Fiona's body, with two of them stabbing the Raikage in surprise. Quickly he dashed away, seeing that Fuyona had managed to cut him, even though his lightning-style chakra cloak was still up. Fiona's body slowly returned to its solid form, snapping his neck back into place before his body did the same. In this form, he could freely control his body, allowing it to become a liquid or solid, rendering physical attacks completely useless. And unlike the Hozuki clan, thanks to his Ice Kekii Genkai, he could completely negate any lightning-style attacks by simply merging his liquid body with his ice style. Then with his Shikatsumiyaku, he could return his bones to a solid state, even creating a body of exoskeleton armor if he wished, to use defensively or offensively depending on his opponent. He survived Lord Raikage's Liger Bomb. Darui shouted in disbelief as he and the others watched from the sidelines. Suddenly Kogetsu dashed up the cliffside and smashed his fist into one of the Cloud Ninja who had surrounded Ao and the others. "Take my hand," he shouted as he suddenly slapped his hand onto Ao's. Ao suddenly felt as if he had been infused with power as Fiona's chakra flowed into him, forming a red cloak around his body just like Kogetsu. Lord Mizukage said to use his chakra to help the others. Kogetsu said. Ao nodded and quickly slapped his hand onto everyone's shoulder, also infusing their bodies with the chakra, helping to heal them and boost their strength. "Amazing," one of the Umbu said as he looked at his hands, with the others doing the same. "Hopefully this helps to heal Mei and Ganryu's wounds," Ao thought as he turned to look at the Cloud Ninja. The Cloud Ninja didn't know what was going on and quickly jumped back on the defensive at Darui's orders. "Get back," he said to them, knowing that they all had a tailed beast chakra cloak, not understanding what was happening. "We can't let them get away. Be ready for anything," he said, still injured from his fight with Mei. Kogetsu felt great, knowing with his energy refilled he would be able to use that jutsu, giving them a huge edge against it to escape. Summoning jutsu. Giant clam. He shouted as he made the hand signs and slapped his hand onto the ground. A large clam suddenly appeared in a poof of white smoke, hailing the hidden mist symbol on its outer shell. Now it's time to use my elder's jutsu. Kogetsu said as the clam suddenly opened up and let loose a large amount of mist from its body, getting a shocked reaction from all of the Cloud Ninja. Meanwhile, B was firing rapid-fire blasts of chakra at Fuyona, who ran along the ocean surface, avoiding the blasts one after the other as they made contact with the water, exploding on impact. The Raikage zoomed in and attacked Fuyona, trying to kill him with every strike. However, every time he hit him, Fiona's body simply turned into slime and almost covered the Raikage in a corrosive acid, threatening to melt the very skin off of his bones. Darn it. I can't even hit him. The Raikage shouted as he jumped back, flicking the acid off of him again. Time after time as he tried to attack him over and over. B was also doing his best, but he and the Eight Tails knew that he was simply too fast to hit. B. We need a distraction, something that can hold him in place long enough for us to do some damage. Taijutsu won't be effective against the Six Tails, but if we can hit him with a tailed beast bomb, he won't be able to deflect that. The Eight Tails said to B, alright, but how we gonna do that? You fool. He's too quick. B said in response. I'm not sure either. Look out. The Eight Tails then said as Fuyona suddenly slithered along the surface of the ocean towards him, using his liquid body to move like a snake. He wrapped himself around Killer B, squeezing him tightly as he restrained his movements in an instant. I can't move. B said as he tried with all of his might. The Raikage could see that Fuyona had restrained B and knew he had to help him. I'm coming, B. He shouted before he zapped towards them. Fuyona was ready for the Raikage this time, knowing there was no way he would leave him to die. Fuyona allowed his Six Tails body to suddenly extend, with another head and two arms coming out to form some hand signs that created an ice dome around them. The Raikage hit the ice as hard as he could, but with the ice infused with the Six Tails chakra, it was stronger than the hardest steel, resisting his attacks one after the other. Oh crap. B said knowing this wasn't good. Fuyona let his head slide around so that he was face to face with B, looking into his eyes as he formed a few hand signs and slowly placed his hand onto B's head. B tried to resist, but it was no use. He was trapped by Fuyona and couldn't overpower him, whether he liked it or not. Looks like we got no choice. 8-0. Time to go full power. B said, inside his inner world to the Eight Tails. Wouldn't you say that that's enough fighting for now? Fuyona suddenly said from inside B's and the Eight Tails' inner world, suddenly appearing next to them. Both of them were shocked as to how he had appeared here, and they both took a defensive pose. What the hell, yo? You can't just burst in here, you fool. B said, pointing at him in anger. Calm down, both of you. Fuyona said before he looked at the Eight Tails, or should I call you Gyuki? He said, using the Eight Tails' real name. I don't want to hurt either of you. He then said, being honest as he waited for their response. How does he know your name? B asked confused, slowly lowering his hands as he looked to the Eight Tails. I don't know. The Eight Tails said, also confused. I didn't come here to fight. Fuyona then said, seeing they were a little more willing to listen now. Slowly the Six Tails appeared behind Fuyona, nodding its head to the Eight Tails. It's true, Gyuki. Please listen to what he has to say. Saiken said. The Eight Tails and B were really confused now. Yo. What the hell is that slug, you fool? B said, jumping back at the sight of it. Saiken. The Eight Tails said, seeing his fellow tailed beast had appeared before them. What are you doing here? Gyuki said. I am with Fuyona. He has asked me if I will help talk to you, and try to stop this violence. The Six Tails said. The Eight Tails was more prone to reason than others of their kind. Knowing that if Fuyona was this strong, he could have killed B already if he wished. What is it you want? The Eight Tails asked. B. I want you and the Raikage to allow me to take the Three Tails back. You see, I need to borrow its power to save someone dear to me. Fuyona said with a heavy heart. I do not wish to fight with you over this, as I believe your power will be needed in the future. But if you continue to persist, I will have no choice but to fight at full power and take the Three Tails by force. Fuyona then said. B put his hands on his hips, taking note of Fiona's words, as did the Eight Tails. Borrow. The Eight Tails said, not sure he had heard him right. That's right, Fuyona said. Humans do not borrow our power. They take it for themselves. He shouted. No. Fuyona is telling the truth. Just as you and that human there have become friends, Fuyona and I also have a strong bond, one where we share each other's power and help one another. Saiken shouted. B didn't understand what was going on and instead looked to Gyuki. B, here is a special exception. Before B, I had never found anyone who I could trust. Fuyona is special Yuki. I believe he is the one father spoke about all those years ago. Saiken suddenly shouted. Yuki was shocked at Saiken's words, taking a closer look at Fuyona and noticing his blue eyes and resemblance to the sage, their father. It can't be. The Eight Tails said as he remembered the words of his father when all of the tailed beasts were still young before he died. And you want the three tails for what? Yuki then asked, waiting to hear his answer. Fuyona looked down at the ground before he looked the Eight Tails in the eyes. Someone that I see as a son to me is sick. He won't last much longer now, but I believe if the three tails were to be sealed inside of him, its massive chakra would help to heal his body, saving his life. Fuyona said. I know it seems like a selfish request. But I am prepared to do anything to save his life. He then said. Even beg the three tails myself. He then added. Both B and the Eight Tails were silent for a moment until finally, the Eight Tails spoke. B. We cannot fight him any longer. He said, seeing that he held no ill will for his kind in his eyes. But bro is gonna. B started. However, the Eight Tails suddenly hit him on the head and started telling him off, causing everyone to laugh. Listen B. This guy isn't our enemy anymore. The Eight Tails then said. B listened to his words and soon nodded before he looked back to Fuyona. If 8-0 says you're cool, then you're cool, you fool. B said before he extended his fist towards him. Fuyona smiled and also extended his, bumping it against B's. Thank you, the both of you. I will not forget this act of kindness. He then said. B nodded as he crossed his arms. Just one problem yo. Bro ain't gonna back down. He said looking a little worried, as he crossed his arms over his chest. Don't worry. Leave him to me. Fuyona said with a smile, before undoing his sealing jutsu. With that, Fuyona unwrapped from around B's body, with both of them relaxing and returning to their human form. I'll trust 8-0's judgment on this one yo, but you better watch out, you fool. B said with a smile. Fuyona also smiled as he created an ice mirror. Time for you to go and sort things out on your end, B, leave this to me, Fuyona said, watching as B nodded and slipped into the ice mirror, appearing behind Darui and the others. He could see that his fellow Cloud Ninja were attacking thin air, while the Mist Ninja attacked from the side, taking full advantage of a genjutsu that Kogetsu had cast with his giant clam. That's enough, you fools. B said getting all of their attention as he suddenly went full Eight Tails mode, blasting all of the mist away. Lord B. They said, seeing that he had just appeared from nowhere and come to save them. But how did you? Never mind that yo. It's time to watch the real show. He said, pointing towards the Raikage and Fuyona. Even showing the mist that they were to stop fighting each other now. Ao and the others also stopped seeing that B had stopped his troops and pointed over to Fuyona. What's going on? Kogetsu said to Ao, releasing his summoning. It looks like Fuyona and B came to an agreement and he sent him over here to stop the fighting, Ao said surprised. But what about the Raikage? Kogetsu asked. It looks like we are about to find out. Ao then said, with a grim expression. Meanwhile, the Raikage was still trying to break through the ice dome with his attacks finally starting to crack it. He watched in confusion as Bewilling undid his tailed beast cloak and walked into an ice mirror with Fuyona even waving goodbye to him. What have you done to B? He shouted as he finally broke the ice barrier and charged at Fuyona, throwing a punch with all of his might, roaring as he did. Arg, time to die. Fuyona knew there was no other option now, as he stood with his back turned, listening as the ice cracked all around him. I didn't want to have to use this here, but I guess the Raikage is just too strong. He said, letting his chakra flared to life all around his body. With one swift motion, Fuyona turned around to face the Raikage, as the ice finally broke. His body had now burst to life with a blue chakra cloak that covered him, complete with black markings from the seal on his stomach. Tailed beast chakra cloak. He said to himself as he caught the Raikage's punch with one hand. His hair had spiked up into the air, with his entire body covered in the light blue chakra cloak of the six tails, bubbling blue chakra ran off of his body, and the Raikage could feel the power he was admitting. It's time to end this. Fuyona finally said, as he opened his eyes, revealing their crystal blue color with a black fang iris running down the center of them. Okay, going to end this chapter here. Huge reveal about the MC's new chakra cloak. See no evil monkey. Honestly feel like this is one of my favorite chapters so far. I hope you enjoyed the chapter and until next time. Remember you know where to go if you want more. We have just hit chapter 100. Big things happening in the story. Chapter 64, Naruto Chapter 64. It's time to finish this, Fuyona said as he gripped the Raikage's fist tightly in his hand. He had become enveloped in a blue chakra cloak, showing an ability never before seen by any who were present to witness it. What is this? The Reikage said as he could feel his fist burning from simply being in contact with Fiona's chakra. Fiona smiled and let his power burst before he kicked the Reikage with deadly force. If not for the Reikage's lighting-style chakra cloak and impressive durability, he would have been killed for sure. The Reikage bounced off the water before he flipped backwards and landed back onto his feet, impressed that he had been shaken by that kick, being forced to shake off the pain and stand back up, ready to go on the offensive. Fiona was stood upright as his aura flared in the sunlight, blue chakra bubbles popping all around him as his chakra cloak resembled the power of his tailed beast. I haven't mastered this form yet. I don't have long to use it, so I had better make it count. Fiona said to himself as he remembered training to use it with Saiken. That is amazing, Fiona. Saiken said as Fiona transformed into his Saiken chakra mode for the first time. I did it. Fiona said as he took a look at his hands and body, noting that massive amount of chakra he was emitting. Amazing. You have somehow managed to concentrate all of my chakra into a condensed form, saving you from taking my full form and instead focusing all of my power into your body. The Six Tails said, impressed. How did you know how to do such a thing? Saiken then asked after a moment. Fiona smiled as he felt the power flowing through his body. I just had a hunch was all. He said. You never cease to amaze me, Fiona, Saiken said as he watched from his inner world. Fiona could feel the strain this form was placing on his body to maintain it and knew it would take a while before he learned to control it fully. However, he could also see the huge perks and physical buffs he would get from this form, making him look forwards to seeing what he could do with it. Fiona opened his eyes to look back at the Reikage, knowing he only had 5 minutes to try and finish this fight. However, he knew that the Reikage was no pushover, and would probably be the toughest opponent he had faced so far. Arg! The Reikage suddenly roared, before he charged in, vanishing and then reappearing in a flash of electricity as he attacked with all of his power, aiming for the kill. Lightning straight. He roared as he threw his strongest punch at Fiona with such amazing speed, even with his tailed beast cloak he wasn't sure he could react in time. Fiona was quickly forced on the defense as he dodged the Reikage's attack, much to his surprise. However, he didn't let up and quickly launched a new barrage of punches and kicks, all with killing intent as Fiona continued to dodge or block the attacks, each of them moving at superhuman speeds. I'm sorry, Lord Reikage. I'm still not used to this form, so I will have to apologize if I fail to hold back. Fiona shouted as he blocked another one of the Reikage's punches, gripping both of his wrists now in a tight grip. The Reikage was utterly shocked as all of his attacks had failed. Each of them being batted off by Fiona, who seemed to almost be playing with him. Here I go. Fiona suddenly shouted as a huge chakra fist suddenly formed from his stomach, smashing into the Reikage and landing a direct hit against him due to his arms being restrained. Arg. The Reikage huffed as Fiona continued to let his chakra fists, which had become 4 arms now, continue to rain blow after blow down upon the Reikage. Fiona knew if he had used his Shikatsumiyaku ability or his ice release he could have certainly fatally wounded the Reikage. But his plan wasn't to start a war with the hidden cloud if he could avoid it. I have to admit, you're a tough son of a bitch. Fiona said with a smile on his face as he stopped attacking the Reikage. A, who knew all too well that Fiona could have finished him with that chance, was surprised to see him stop, but his pride and rage would not allow him to admit defeat just yet. If you are done playing around, I have one last attack that will finish you for sure. He shouted as he let his lightning-style aura flare to life, managing to overpower Fiona and escape his grip. Hell's Spear. He suddenly shouted as he concentrated all of his power into his hand, using only 3 fingers to increase the penetration power of his jutsu. Fiona remembered this attack all too well from his memories. It belongs to the 3rd Reikage, A's father, and it was not to be taken lightly. Shit, I let my guard down. Fiona shouted, knowing he didn't have a choice but to use his full power to counter the attack. Dai-dee. The Reikage shouted as he put all of his remaining strength into his father's attack. Fiona had no choice but to let as much bone as he could grow in the short time, grow around his arm and hand, infusing it with ice to increase the strength and durability of it as he clashed in one final attack with the Reikage, each of them attacking with everything they had. Meanwhile, everyone else watched on the cliffside as the Reikage and the Mizukage clashed in a battle unlike any they had seen before, watching as both of them glowed in chakra, going well beyond the power of normal shinobi. What the hell is that? Someone said as they looked at Fiona, not knowing what was going on. Ao was also amazed as he watched with his Byakugan, seeing that Fiona had somehow activated his tailed beast's chakra in a way no one had ever seen before, granting his abilities far beyond anything he thought possible. Is that really Lord Mizukage? One of the Umbu said as he watched with the others, amazed at what was happening. They weren't alone, as the Cloud Ninja couldn't believe that their Reikage was being pushed back and overpowered. Even Killer Bee was amazed at the transformation Fiona had taken on, even as a perfect Jinchuriki, it was something he had never seen before. Amazing. The 8 Tails said from inside B as he watched. Yo, 8-0. What the hell is that? B asked as he crossed his arms. He has somehow managed to concentrate all of the Six Tails chakra and compresses it, allowing him to use the full power of its chakra in his human form. Simply amazing. The Eight Tails said. B nodded as he watched, noting that it was indeed impressive, as even his all-powerful brother was being pushed back by the Mizukage. Lord Rakage. C shouted as he watched his leader take a bad beating from Fuyona, who seemed to be toying with him now. We need to help him. Darui shouted as he started making hand signs. No. Yo. B suddenly shouted. You'll only get in the way, you fool, you fools. He shouted in anger at them before he turned back to watch the battle. Beside. Bro ain't done yet, you fool. He then said, causing all of them to turn their attention back to the fight. Is that? Darui shouted all of a sudden as he recognized the third Rakage's attack that the fourth was about to use. It is. It's the Hell Spear. C shouted, also surprised to see that he was attempting to use his father's jutsu. Mei was also watching in amazement as she had recovered enough to stand back to her feet thanks to Fiona's chakra he had given to Kogetsu to share with everyone. That man. He just keeps getting stronger and stronger. She said as she watched the Rakage get serious with his final attack. Oh no. Fuyona. She shouted as everyone also flinched before the two Kage clashed with their attacks, creating a shock wave that shattered anything within close proximity to them. Boom. The explosion that followed knocked a huge dust cloud into the air, shielding everyone's vision from the final outcome. Fuyona and the Rakage had clashed, with the Rakage using his father's unstoppable Hell Spear thrust attack, and Fuyona using an enhanced tailed beast chakra cloak bone and ice spear. The result had smashed both of them flying, knocking the Rakage into the ground hard as he bounced off the sand again and again before finally shooting out of the dust cloud and into the cliffside, where his lightning cloak finally faded. Fuyona had been able to overpower the Rakage and broke through his three-finger Hell Spear, using his ice and bone spear to smash into his chest, knocking his flying and finishing the fight. Fuyona was tired now and he could feel the little control he had left over his new form slipping away, looking down at his own jutsu before he looked over to the Rakage. If he had used one finger for that attack, I would be the one in trouble right now. Fuyona admitted to himself as he noticed his attack had only just held up against the Rakage's. Fiona's tailed beast cloak finally faded and he let his attack crumble from around his arm. Looks like I will have to come up with a better counter to that one. He thought as he looked over to the Rakage. The dust settled and everyone could see that Fuyona had been victorious, as he stood and turned to face everyone before he turned to the Rakage. Fuyona slowly walked over towards him before stopping and looking down at him for a moment. The Rakage was still conscious and was a tough bastard, one who would prove difficult if made an enemy out of. What's the matter? Finish me. A said as he tried to pull himself up, falling back down due to his injuries. Fuyona shook his head slowly and instead offered him his hand to help him up, getting a very surprised look from the Rakage. I never came to fight you in the first place. Fuyona then said with a smile, holding his hand there for him to take it. The Rakage growled a little and slapped his hand away, looking at him in anger. Why spare me? He then said, still not impressed. I didn't come to start a war with the Hidden Cloud, Lord Rakage. I simply came to retrieve the Three Tails and save my comrades. Fuyona said, taking his hand back. I refuse to kill someone of your strength. You will be important to this world in the future. Fuyona said as he turned his back on the Rakage. I had to admit he was impressed by Fuyona, but his pride as a Kage would not allow him to admit it. I hope the next time we meet, we don't have to battle in such a way. Until next time, Lord Rakage. Fuyona then said as he let an ice mirror appear before him, quickly slipping into the ice mirror and appearing next to all of the others on the cliff. How did he? One of the Cloud Ninja shouted as he appeared next to them in an instant, shocking everyone and putting them on edge. This battle is over. He suddenly shouted, looking at them all dead in the eye. We will be taking the Three Tails as is the purpose we are here. There will be no more bloodshed between the mist and the cloud on this day. He then said, issuing the order to all of them, looking at Killer B, nodding to him. B nodded back and turned to his men, noting it was a good time to get his brother and leave. Alright you fools, this fight is over, let's get bro and make like a tree, yo. He said as he raised his hand into the air, getting the attention of all of them. No one dared argue with B now after seeing how strong Fuyona really was, and the cloud retreated back to the Rakage, helping him up before they all looked up at the mist, Fiona's and A's eyes locking one last time before they took their leave. Lord Mizukage. Ao suddenly shouted as he and the others ran over to him. Fuyona. Mei suddenly shouted as she dived into his arms, hugging and kissing him with passion, with no regard for the others being there at all. Fuyona didn't mind and kissed her back, glad to see she was safe and had not been hurt too badly. I'm glad everyone is all right. He said, noting that only two Umbu had sadly lost their lives in the battle. No matter how strong I become, I will always struggle to protect everyone. He thought as he let his ice cover the two bodies before he sealed them in a scroll so he could return them to the village and bury them there. I'm afraid we didn't stand much of a chance. The Raikage and his men were powerful foes indeed. Ao said, taking responsibility for their death. No, Ao. I could never expect any of you to battle with such a monster. It's a miracle I made it when I did. He then said, nodding to the others who bowed in his presence. Just like you to save the day, Mei said as she kissed his cheek. But anyway, we need to get the three tails while we still can. She said, becoming serious again. Yes. Leave that to me. Fuyona said, noticing that the three tails was starting to stir again, regaining its strength after some rest. This won't take long, Fuyona said as he walked over to the edge of the cliff to get a better look at the three tails. I hope you remember me, Aisabu. He said before he walked into an ice mirror. All of you stay here, I'll be back soon. He then said just before he vanished into his mirror, not allowing any of them to follow him. But Fuyona. Mei shouted in protest, however it was too late as his ice mirror melted and turned to water, leaving them at the top of the cliff alone. Fuyona slowly stepped out of his other mirror that had appeared in front of the three tails, bringing him face to face with the tailed beast he had once had to battle and kill its last host. This time he could only hope that it would be more understanding with him, and hopefully, it wouldn't come to a fight. You ready, Saiken? Fuyona asked. Not yet, Fuyona. You used all of my chakra in that last fight, it might take me some time to regain it. The six tails said as it did its best to recover its chakra. Suddenly the three tails woke up and noticed his presence, attacking in a mad fury with all three of its tails, as well as charging a tailed beast bomb at the same time. Well. Sage mode it is. That's the end of this chapter. Have a great day. Chapter 65, Chapter 65. The three tails attacked in a fit of rage using its tails, attacking from a distance. The beast gave a mighty roar, having remembered being attacked by the Raikage, and Fuyona was quick to avoid the assault from its tails, dodging and flipping across the ocean's surface as the waves grew larger and larger. Calm down, Aisabu. Fuyona tried to shout. However, the three tails had become lost in rage and attacked anything in sight, even preparing a tailed beast bomb as it gathers an intense amount of chakra. Not good. Fuyona said as he flipped back, and dashed across the raging surface of the ocean, still doing his best to avoid the three tails' attacks. The sea had become rough, with titanic waves that crashed down. A truly monstrous sight to behold. Fuyona was glowing across the water, as he avoided the beast's attacks, riding the huge waves before he decided he had to counterattack. Ice style. Giant ice trap. Fuyona shouted as he quickly formed the hand signs as he flipped through the air over a giant wave. Giant pillars of ice suddenly burst from the ocean under the three tails, covering the beast in a prison of ice, while Fuyona tried his best to distract it. But, the three tails wasn't playing games this time and launched its full-powered tailed beast bomb, breaking the ice to pieces as it glided along the surface of the ocean towards Fuyona. I don't think so. Fuyona said as he quickly formed a large number of hand signs before clapping his hands together. Giant ice mirror. He said, forming a large ice mirror that blocked the path of the huge blast of chakra. The tailed beast bomb was giving off such a powerful aura that it burst across the ocean and kicked up powerful winds that could be felt by everyone nearby. Get down. Mei shouted as they all watched from the top of the cliff. Knowing they wouldn't be able to do anything against such a force of nature. The chakra blast flew towards Fiona's huge ice mirror and to everyone's surprise, became absorbed by the mirror, passing right into it and disappearing. Secret technique. Ice mirror sealing jutsu. Fuyona said to himself as he formed a few more hand signs, causing the ice mirror to suddenly flash as it sealed the blast inside of it, trapping it there. The three tails roared as it realized its attack had been stopped, suddenly crashing down into the ocean, disrupting its surface even more as even larger waves started to form, until one huge tidal wave came to life, heading right towards Fuyona. I don't have a choice this time. Fuyona said as he closed his eyes for a moment, remaining still as he drew in the natural energy around him. Fiona's hair suddenly turned white starting from its roots while two Kagaya-like horns grew on his head, the markings on his face changing and taking from to signify he had entered Sage mode. Sajujutsu. Frozen Graveyard. Fuyona suddenly shouted as he made the hand signs and placed his hands onto the surface of the water. The surface of the ocean suddenly froze, freezing even the huge wave in place as the ice spread at a rapid rate, stopping it in its tracks. Thanks to his Sage mode, Fuyona could freeze even something like the ocean in place. However, the three tails wasn't done just yet as it burst through the frozen wave, crashing through the ice as its massive body shattered the frozen ocean, heading towards Fuyona with a mighty cry. Roarar. The monster cursed in its rage as it attempted to crash down upon Fuyona with all of its power. Fuyona was impressed as it was putting up a much greater fight than last time, but he didn't want to let it drag out too long and risk getting anyone hurt. With a strong burst of his own, Fuyona leapt from the surface of the ocean, reaching his hand out towards it. Aisabu. Fuyona roared as the two of them came face to face, allowing Fuyona to place his hand onto the three tails' head, and with the help of Saiken enter the beast's mind so he could talk to it. Fiona slowly opened his eyes, standing to his feet as he came face to face with the three tails in its own inner world, taking it by surprise. At last we can talk, Isabu, Fiona said, getting a strange look from the beast as he said its name. How? How do you know my name, human? The three tails roared as it prepared to expel Fiona from his mind. Wait, Isabu. Saiken suddenly shouted as Fiona let the six tails take form from his body. The three tails was most certainly shocked now, halting its attack for the time being. Saiken. What are you doing here? It asked a little confused. I am here at the request of Fiona. He does not wish to fight with you and only wants to talk. The six tails said, trying to convince its brother. The three tails looked at Fiona and then back to Saiken, taking in his appearance now that he had calmed down a little. You. I know you. The three tails said slowly as he looked Fiona up and down. That's right. You killed Yugura. It then said, becoming a little sad. I didn't wish to. But it was the only way to free him from the genjutsu that had enslaved you both. Fiona said, jogging Isabu's memory. Yes. I remember now. Isabu said, calming down now. What is it you want to talk to me about? The three tails then asked, looking at both Saiken and Fiona. Fiona took a breath before he looked at Saiken and then at Isabu. I don't know how else to say this, so here it goes. I need your help to save someone who is special to me. Fiona said. Isabu could tell his words were true and continued to listen as he cocked an eyebrow. I know this might come off as a selfish request. But please. I ask that you allow me to seal you inside of his body. The three tails was shocked and looked at Saiken as if he was joking. Do not mock me, human. Why would I allow you to seal me away after I have just gained my freedom? Do you think we tailed beasts are simply here to be used as tools? The three tails shouted. It's not like that, Isabu. Saiken said. Fiona is different than the others. I believe he is the one father spoke of. Saiken said, trying to calm the three tails down. Isabu looked at Fiona, seeing that his blue eyes were full of conviction and determination, unwavering in his request, no matter how unreasonable it sounded. But why would sealing me inside of this person save them? What good would it do for either of us? The three tails then said. Why would I allow you to seal me inside of someone just so you can save them? Surely you do not care so much about them if you have to seal me away in their soul. Fiona looked down with a heavy heart. He's sick. He is but a boy, who I consider as a son. He has a world of potential. However, limited by his illness that is eating away at his chakra and his body. I believe that it would require a massive amount of chakra to eliminate such an illness, the kind that only a tailed beast possess. Fiona said. Isabu could tell Fiona was not going to give up, seeing the determination in his eyes as he spoke about this child. And what if I say no? What is your plan then, human? Isabu suddenly asked, looking at Saiken too. Do you plan to force me? Seal me away like all of the others before you? Isabu shouted as the memories of all the times it had been sealed away over the years passed through its mind. Fiona remained silent for a moment as he broke eye contact and looked at the ground. I said to myself that if you didn't agree I would be prepared to seal you away by force. Fiona said before he looked back into Isabu's eyes. But I also made a promise to Yugura that I would protect you. So, I guess I have changed my mind. He then said. I will not force you, Isabu. The pain and suffering that has been inflicted upon your kind by humans ever since the great sage passed away has been nothing short of an atrocity, and cannot be forgiven. He said. But I know, Hagoromo believed that one day someone would come who you could trust, Fiona said, using the sage's name this time. Taking Isabu off guard and causing him to remember his father's last words to all of them. I believe I have been chosen to fulfill that wish. And as the Mizukage and a friend of Saiken, I ask you. Please help me. Fiona said, not breaking eye contact with Isabu. Isabu looked hard at Fiona, studying him as a glimmer of the Sage of Six Paths suddenly took his place, before Fiona's image returned to normal. Causing the three tails to do a double take. You see it too, Isabu, Saiken said, remembering the first time he saw it happen. Isabu frowned for a moment but then gave in and sighed. Knowing there was no denying it now. Very well. I will agree to be sealed. The three tails said. Fiona smiled. Thank you, Isabu. I promise you will not regret this. He then said. We will see. Isabu then said, seeing the sage one last time in Fiona's place. All right, I'll make the preparations. Fiona said before he looked back into Isabu's eyes with a large smile. I won't forget this, Isabu. Thank you. He said. Isabu felt a little flustered by his flattery but quickly batted it off as he pretended not to care. Okay, let us get on with it. It then said. Fuyona and Saiken also nodded before they ended their chat inside their inner worlds, returning to the physical one where they were still about to crash into the ocean. The Three Tails' body smashed into the ocean and all of the surrounding ice shattered, disappearing and causing the others to worry that Fuyona had been defeated. "We have to help him," Mei shouted as she lost sight of what was going on behind the huge waves. Even Ao couldn't see what was happening properly with his Byakugan. "Hold on. Is that?" he said as he finally got a clear picture of what had happened. Fuyona was stood on the Three Tails' head with his arm crossed while the Three Tails calmed the ocean down. Fuyona hopped off from its large body and allowed his sage chakra to leave his own body, causing his hair to turn back to black and his horns to vanish. "So where is this child you wish to seal me inside of?" Isabu asked, looking down at Fuyona who stood on the water. Fuyona smiled and created an ice mirror with his right hand, only waiting for a moment before young Kimimaro stepped through looking at Fuyona before he sensed the massive chakra behind him. Kimimaro slowly turned to look and Isabu was impressed that he remained calm, even smiling at the beast before him. "So this is the boy," Isabu said taking a close look at Kimimaro. "Hello. It's nice to meet you," Kimimaro said as he smiled at Isabu, taking the beast off guard. "Yes. This is Kimimaro. Kimimaro, meet Isabu, the Three Tails," Fuyona said making the introductions. Isabu could smell that the boy was sick and realized Fuyona was speaking the truth about his illness indeed. "Come closer, child," Isabu said, looking at Kimimaro. Kimimaro looked a little surprised but didn't hesitate, stepping closer to the Three Tails. "Is that enough?" he asked, not sure if he should get closer. The Three Tails looked to Fuyona and nodded. "I'm ready," it then said giving him a nod. Fuyona smiled and placed his hand on Kimimaro's shoulder. "It's going to be all right now," he then said as he smiled at him. Fuyona smiled as he started making the hand signs, knowing he had already used a large amount of chakra to begin with. "Lend me a hand, Saiken," he said sheepishly in his mind. The Six Tails laughed and Fiona's body suddenly burst to life with a single-tailed chakra cloak before he put one hand onto Kimimaro's stomach and another onto Isabu's body. "Sealing Jutsu. Multi-layer tetragram seal." Fuyona shouted as Isabu's huge body suddenly compressed and traveled into Kimimaro's body all at once, making it quite the sight. Kimimaro was suddenly knocked back onto his back, splashing into the ocean as if he had been punched in the chest. Fuyona quickly stopped him from sinking into the water and created an ice mirror that took them to the others who had rushed down the cliff to the beach, having been alerted to what was going on by Ao. "Fuyona. Lord Mizukage." The others shouted as they got closer. Mei could see that Fuyona was holding Kimimaro in his arms and she quickly rushed in to check on him. "Oh, Kimimaro, are you okay?" she said, noticing the seal on his stomach. Ao also noticed the seal and was impressed, expecting no less of Fuyona at this point. "It's a multi-layered tetragram seal, Mei. This way the Three Tails chakra will leak out spreading through each layer of the seal and blending harmlessly with his own chakra. This way it should cure his illness," Fuyona said. Mei looked into his eyes with tears in her own before looking back at Kimimaro who had fallen unconscious from the sudden strain put on his body. Nodding as she stroked his head. She had become close with the child over the time they had all spent together, seeing him as one of her own along with Haku. The others remained silent, knowing it was not their place to question Fuyona, even if it was to do with one of the tailed beasts. "All right then, I guess that's mission complete," Fuyona said as he looked all of the others in the eye. Everyone nodded, feeling a sense of bewilderment due to Fuyona pretty much doing all of the work. Still, though, they cheered and gave a nod. "Come on all, let us return to the village, and worry not. Leave the report to me," Fuyona said as he creates 2 ice mirrors for everyone to walk through, surprising some of those who had never experienced the jutsu before. With that said and done, everyone walked through the mirrors that lead back to the Mizukage's office. Fuyona let Mei take Kimimaro home so he could rest, while he and Ao remained to sort out the paperwork. Fuyona also dismissed the others, granting them some well-earned time off missions, also making the arrangements for the 2 that had been killed in action. All in all, it had been a tough mission. Facing the Raikage was no easy feat and Fuyona was sure it would cause unwanted trouble in the future. But for now, he had other things he needed to concentrate on. Okay, that's the end of that chapter. Thank you for reading and thank you for your patience. Have a great day. Chapter 66, New Arc. A few weeks had now passed after the incident with the Raikage. Thankfully nothing had come from it, and as far as Fuyona was concerned, no news was good news. Although he wouldn't hold his breath as he was sure something would happen eventually. On the other hand, Kimimaro's body had taken to containing the Three Tails better than expected, with the seal doing its job. Fuyona had been right, thanks to the sudden vast amounts of chakra that had been sealed inside of his body, along with the Three Tails chakra steadily mixing with his own. Kimimaro's illness had started to reverse, making him healthy once again. Once he was able, Fuyona had both him and Haku training again, as he knew that Kimimaro would have to overcome the challenge of taming Isaba to control its power once he was ready. Something he wasn't worried about for now. The boys had come so far in their training, and even with the time Kimimaro had taken off due to his sickness, he was still showing huge improvements as always. Also, now that he was back up and fit, he would be able to go back out on missions with the others, and Fuyona had received the perfect one to get him back into the swing of things. Fuyona summoned Haku, Kimimaro, Koyuki, and of course Kaga, who was still their squad leader and sensei, to his office to give them their new mission in person. "Alright you three, I've got a new mission request that I feel will suit you perfectly," Fuyona said with a smile. The three genin looked at him, eager to know what it was, waiting for him to tell them the details of the said mission. "We have received a request from a noble of the Land of Snow. He has decided to request a bodyguard escort to a party which will be held at the daimyo's, Lord Sosetsu's castle." Haku had a questioning look on his face, which Fuyona noticed, allowing him to speak. "But why would a noble from the Land of Snow hire shinobi from another nation when they have their own shinobi?" the boy asked, showing his knowledge of the world. "That's a good question, Haku. Sometimes these things happen, either due to price, or anything as far as political arguments and trust issues within one's own nation," Kaga said, answering his question. "All that matters is that we have accepted the mission and placed it as a rank C. It should provide you all with some good traveling experience and shouldn't be anything to worry about," Fuyona then said, giving Kaga a nod before he threw him a scroll with the documents in. "Besides, I hear the Land of Snow has an impressive level of technology that other places in the world don't have access to yet," Fuyona then added. "This way, we might be able to form a friendship with them and perhaps gain in more than just a new client." The team nodded and started to get excited at the prospect of the new mission. Fuyona couldn't help smile as he watched them become excited and wished them luck, dismissing them from his office. Kaga and his team bowed before they headed out, leaving Fuyona with his advisors, who looked at him unable to hold their thoughts back. Is it really a good idea to send 3 children on such a mission? Would it not be better to send more experienced shinobi to ensure the success of the mission? One said. Ao also couldn't help but in. I had heard that the Land of Snow was currently in a particularly tough position and on the brink of a possible civil war, he said as he stroked his chin. Fuyona nodded, listening to their thoughts and concerns. However, he already knew what was going to happen, or at least had a good idea from his knowledge of the world during his previous life. Don't worry. I'm sure with Kaga there, nothing will go wrong, he said with a large grin on his face, trying to put the others at ease. However, they simply frowned, not seeing the funny side of things. You are the Mizukage. We follow your orders, the head elder then said as he and the others bowed before taking their leave, leaving Fuyona and Ao in the office alone. I can't wait to get to the Land of Snow. I hear it's so pretty there, covered in snow all year round, Koyuki said, getting excited about their new mission. Haku agreed with her as the two of them jumped around happily and full of energy before they turned to Kimimaro. Hey Kimimaro, what's the matter, are you feeling okay? Haku asked, noticing he seemed lost in thought. It's nothing, Kimimaro said as he looked up and smiled at Haku, reassuring him he was fine. Kaga noticed Kimimaro seemed troubled but decided he would address that later. As first thing was to head over to the docks and board the transport that was waiting for them. Since Fuyona had become Kage, the Land of Water had started to open its borders and become involved in heavy trade with as many lands as possible, opening up its waters and travel restrictions. This allowed them to travel between other lands more easily for missions and vice versa. This was why a new Guard and Border Patrol Force unit had been created, helping to protect the village and the Land of Water. The Mist even had shinobi who monitored the sea, guarding against pirates and those who might try to sneak into their lands. The increase in trade had even led to the development of the village, which had started to grow in size, eventually spreading all the way out to the ocean where the old shipping yards had been. Now they were a thriving port in which all trade and travelers arrived and checked into the village hidden in the mist. Kaga and the others arrived at the port and could see many ships of various sizes that had docked. Cargo was being hauled on and off of the ships and checked by mist shinobi who were part of the border force. Kaga found the port where their transport was waiting and the 4 of them made a move towards the boat. It was a trading ship that had been given permission by the noble who hired the hidden mist to be used to transport their team into the Land of Snow, with the added bonus of protecting the goods on board. Welcome. A large man with a wooden leg shouted as Kaga and the others walked up the wooden plank onto his boat. You must be the mist ninja who have been hired by Lord Hogi, the men said, greeting them. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Peggy. Due to my leg, he said as he pointed to his wooden leg. Haku and Koyuki couldn't help but stare as Kaga cleared his throat. Nice to meet you, Peggy. I'm Kaga. This is Haku, Koyuki, and Kimimaro, he said, making the introductions. Peggy raised an eyebrow at Koyuki as he heard her name, giving her a smile. Koyuki, you say? Koyuki nodded as Peggy looked at her with a smile. That's the same name as our beloved princess of the Land of Snow. You'll be getting extra special treatment on board, milady. Peggy said as he gave her a large smile. Koyuki blushed a little while the others simply smiled, with Haku laughing. Thank you, Koyuki said, not sure what else to say as she punched Haku in the arm. Alright, how about we make a move? It's a good week's journey to the land of snow from here. Let me show you where you will be staying, Peggy said, nodding at them to follow him. They all followed him to the inside of the ship, seeing the small cabins where they would be sleeping. The deck of the ship was quite large and the inside had a seating area where you could relax and eat, with the engine room below that. Kaga had already counted about 30 other crew members aboard the large ship, and once Peggy left, he asked his students how many they had counted and tested them on the layout of the ship to see how observant they had been. I counted 30, Haku said. No way. I got 28. Koyuki said, certain she was right. 30, Kimimaro also said. Kaga nodded. 30 is correct. Koyuki, I think you missed the two chefs that were chatting in the kitchen as we passed it. Kaga then added, filling her in on what she had missed. Koyuki went a little red and crossed her arms, angry at herself for losing to the others. Alright, you two, why don't you go and explore the ship, get some food and report back to me with anything you find. Understood. Kaga said to Haku and Koyuki. They both nodded, standing to their feet before they left their cabin, leaving Kaga and Kimimaro alone. Why don't you tell me what's on your mind, Kimimaro? Kaga then said, knowing that the boy was still troubled. Kimimaro wasn't surprised that he had caught on and sighed. It's nothing, sensei. He said, clearly not wanting to share. Kaga raised an eyebrow as Kimimaro stood to his feet and excused himself from the conversation, leaving Kaga in the cabin alone. Well, that went well. I guess I'll give him some space for now. Fuyona did say he was struggling to come to terms with the three tails that was now inside of him. Kaga thought as he crossed his legs, remembering what Fuyona had told him before the mission. The first couple of days passed by without any issue for the group. Kaga had made them practice their chakra control by running on the surface of the ocean, following the boat for a good hour as they ran along the water after it. Haku and Koyuki had taken to it rather well, however, Kimimaro seemed to be lacking focus in his training, something that had not gone unnoticed by Haku. After that, he had them go over team battle formations and tactics that would utilize their abilities, strengths and weaknesses so they could face different opponents in all sorts of situations. Once that was complete, it was time for food, and after, Kaga let them work on whatever it was they wanted to do. Kimimaro was still quiet and Kaga knew that he had not been sleeping much. Even Haku had noticed that something was wrong now and had decided to ask him what the matter was after training one day. The three of them had just spent an hour running along the ever-changing surface of the ocean, using a lot of chakra concentration before they climbed back up the ship and onto the large deck. They were all out of breath now, and Kimimaro was about to walk off when Haku stopped him, pulling him to the side for a moment. What's the matter, Kimimaro? He asked bluntly, his soft features fading for a moment as he pulled his arm. Kimimaro was shocked that Haku was taking time to ask him like this, but he simply shook his head. It's nothing, Haku. I'm fine. Kimimaro said, pulling his arm free of Haku and walking away from him. Suddenly Kimimaro couldn't move and looked down to his feet, seeing they had been frozen over, trapping him in place. What are you doing, Haku? He asked, looking him in the eyes. You're not going anywhere until you talk to me, Kimimaro, Haku said as he lowered his hands. Kimimaro wasn't happy and frowned at his friend. I said let me go, Haku, Kimimaro said in a more serious tone this time. Koyuki noticed what was happening and could see that things were growing heated between the two of them. Of course, Kaga had also noticed this but decided to let them carry on, thinking that maybe Haku would be able to get through to him. No, Haku said, looking Kimimaro in the eye as he too grew serious. Kimimaro grit his teeth as he let bones grow from his feet to shatter the ice, freeing himself from Haku's grasp. I don't want to talk about it, he said as he turned his back on Haku again. Kimimaro suddenly felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end and turned around, using a quick bone blade from his arms to block a handful of Senbon needles from hitting him. Kimimaro was shocked that Haku had attacked him out of the blue like that and with intent to harm him too. What the hell? Kimimaro said as he looked at Haku with anger on his face. Why won't you talk to me? I've been watching you, Kimimaro. You won't talk to anyone and I know you are suffering. Why can't you trust me? Haku said in a hurt voice. Kimimaro could see the hurt in Haku's eyes and it seemed to hit a soft spot inside of his soul. Haku. He started. Look out. We're under attack. A voice suddenly shouted, alerting everyone to a surprise attack of kunai with paper bombs that hit the deck all over the ship. Kaga hadn't even seen the attack coming as he had been too focused on Haku and Kimimaro, making sure they weren't going to try and kill each other. Koyuki had also not seen anything and she froze as the kunai with paper bombs landed all around her on the deck, not knowing what to do. Get to cover. Kaga shouted, getting everyone to move. Haku could see that the paper bombs were about to explode and quickly made a hand sign letting ice form all around Koyuki, Kimimaro, and anyone else on the deck to shield them from the explosion. Boom. All of the paper bombs exploded and caused massive damage to the ship, blowing holes in the deck and the side of the ship, letting water from the ocean suddenly spill in. Attack! A voice suddenly shouted as groups of pirates boarded the ship, all armed with swords as they stormed onto the ship, attacking anyone in their path. Haku had saved everyone on the deck with his ice and quickly looked at Kimimaro and Koyuki, who nodded, taking action. Kaga had also jumped into battle, saving 2 members of the crew as he quickly cut down a group of pirates that were about to kill them. Haku, use your ice to fill the holes and stop water leaking into the ship. Kimimaro, take the offensive and eliminate any and all enemies you come across with me. Koyuki, gather all of the survivors on the deck and protect them no matter what. Kaga suddenly shouted, forming a plan in a split second before he vanished into action. The others all nodded and Kimimaro looked at Haku, smiling before he dashed off to attack some of the pirates that had climbed onto the deck. Haku also smiled and flipped over the side of the ship, forming hand signs and using his ice style to freeze all of the water around the base of the ship, stopping any more water from leaking into it. Kimimaro dashed at the group of pirates and let his bones suddenly expel from his body as he jumped towards them, forming a spiral of razor-sharp spikes, killing any and all who dared get too close to him. Look out, he's got some crazy ability. One of them shouted, trying to warn the others. But it was no use. Anyone who tried to attack Kimimaro was skewered by his bones as he ran through the group, slashing and thrusting, cutting them down one after the other like they were nothing. Kaga had already finished off the last of the pirates that had made their way inside of the ship and decided it was time to put an end to this once and for all. He dropped the collar of the last pirate he had finished off to look out of one of the windows, seeing the enemy ship that had anchored next to their ship, while more pirates tried to board. I don't think so, Kaga said as he quickly made his way to the deck and jumped onto the railing as he faced the pirates. The pirates could see Kaga standing there as he started to weave hand signs, panicking as they turned to their own captain. They have ninja bodyguards. One of them shouted. What the hell? We were told this would be an easy target. The captain said as he watched in horror while Kaga finished his hand signs. Quickly retreat. The captain shouted. However, their boat started to freeze over, and the pirate who was steering screamed in pain as his hands froze to the helm. What the hell is happening? The crew screamed in horror as the ice continued to spread. Kaga could see Haku had already started on his counterattack and trapped all of the pirates on their ship with his ice style. Guess it's my turn. It's over for you. Water style. Giant vortex jutsu. Kaga shouted as he pumped a huge amount of chakra into the water style jutsu. Suddenly the ocean started to twist and turn under the pirate's ship, soon turning violent and forming a massive whirlpool. What the hell is this? The pirate captain shouted. Suddenly the ship was swept up by the powerful vortex that had formed in the ocean, ripping the boat to pieces as the powerful current took a hold of it, shattering the wood and twisting the metal while the crew screamed in horror before they were all dragged to the bottom of the ocean, never to be seen from again. Kaga breathed a sigh of relief as the water started to calm down, meaning he could take it easy from this point. Haku had already sealed all of the holes in the ship with his ice while using his water style to empty all of the water back out into the ocean. Kimimaro had finished off all of the pirates without a scratch, as to be expected from him after all. Koyuki had also gathered all of the crew onto the deck, keeping them safe and out of harm's way. They had all seen the amazing abilities of the Mist Shinobi and were amazed they had dealt with the pirates with such ease. Peggy was most pleased to see that not a single member of his crew had been harmed, thanks to the efforts of Kaga and his squad. Amazing. Thank you all so much. He shouted over and over again as the rest of the crew cheered. Kaga and the others gathered on the deck, telling them not to worry about it, and not long after they were back on track to the land of snow. Thankfully the ship engines had not been damaged and the crew quickly got to work to help try and repair the ship as best they could. Haku walked over to Kimimaro and punched him on the arm, giving him a playful smile as he did. Kimimaro returned his smile with one of his own, finally acting like his normal self again. Good to have you back with us, Kaga said, also noticing his expression. Kimimaro nodded to his sensei. Yes. Thank you everyone for bearing with me. He said, bowing to them all. Alright, that's enough of that. Let's help out best we can with the repairs, alright. Kaga then said. Getting a nod from the others. The rest of the time passed without much issue and without any more attacks on the ship, and before they knew it the land of snow had come into view. Land ahead. One of the crew shouted as he spotted it. Haku, Kimimaro, and Koyuki all sat on the edge of the deck as they looked into the horizon at the land of snow. We're finally here, Kimimaro said. I can't wait to get back on dry land again. Koyuki said, having grown sick of the ocean. Well, I don't think it's dry in the end of snow, Koyuki, Kaga said as he appeared behind his students, surprising them. Everyone laughed and greeted their sensei, looking back to the land of snow as it came into sight. I want you all to be on guard once we arrive, is that understood? The three of them nodded, picking up on the seriousness of Kaga's tone when he said it. Anything could happen here, Kaga said as he folded his arms over his chest, seeming overly serious. The three genin all nodded and looked towards the land of snow, preparing themselves for anything like Kaga said, with the sunrise shining upon them brightly as the new day started. Okay, going to end this chapter here. I do hope you enjoyed it. Also, what do you think is going to happen in the land of snow? Let me know in the comments. Link is in the story bio and description. Chapter 67. Chapter 67. The boat arrived in the dock at the land of snow and the crew disembarked, along with Kaga and his squad. Koyuki was glad to be back on dry land for one, but now had to face the sudden cold that came with it. She could see that the landscape was covered in fresh snow as it covered everything in sight. It's so pretty but so cold, she said as she rubbed her arms trying to warm them. Haku smiled, unaffected by the cold as he took in the sights of the beautiful snow, picking up a small handful to look at. However, the small white ball seemed to cause a momentary flashback of his childhood. Everything all right, Haku? Kimimaro asked, noticing his distress all of a sudden. Why yeah. I'm fine, he said as he shook the memories away, replacing them with ones of his new family, dropping the snow from his hand as he did. Kaga also took a good look around, as he wrapped his white cloak around his shoulder and clipped the top together. All right everyone, keep an eye out for our liaison, he said, taking note of the small port town they had arrived at as people went about their business. Soon enough a snowmobile pulled up next to the port and a tall yet slender-looking man stepped out, approaching Kaga seeing that they were Mist Shinobi from a mile away. Welcome Shinobi from the hidden mist, and welcome to the land of snow. I have been sent by Lord Sandeyu to escort you to his estate, he said before he bowed. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Z. Pleased to meet you, he then said. Kaga nodded and made the introductions, giving the others the sign to follow along. If you will be so kind as to follow me, we shall make our way, Z then said, getting them to follow him to the large snowmobile. Haku, Kimimaro, and Koyuki had never seen anything like it before. Even Kaga was unfamiliar with such a form of transport but had heard of them before, noting that the level of technology here was already more impressive than the land of water. Please hop in, this will make the trip much faster, he then said as he opened the driver's door, offering them a seat in the back. Everyone climbed into the back, getting as comfy as they could as he turned the engine on and started the snowmobile up. This is a rather new invention, a mechanical vehicle that can travel great distances across the snow at a good speed. One of many models that have been released, Z said. Haku and Koyuki were amazed as it started to move, the hum of the engine ticking along as it slowly drove over the snow with ease. Kimimaro was also impressed but hid it better than the others, taking more interest in the eyes that watched them from the surrounding forest outside of town. So you have noticed too, Kaga said with his arms crossed. Kimimaro nodded to his sensei, not expecting any less of him having already noticed that they were being watched. Don't worry. They probably just want to keep tabs on us, after all, we are shinobi from another land, Kaga said, putting Kimimaro at ease, just a little. The journey only lasted an hour or two and before they knew it, they had arrived at Lord Sandeyu's estate. Kaga and the others hopped off, seeing that the estate already had security keeping watch and patrolling the area, none of which looked like shinobi. Kaga couldn't help wonder why the Lord had hired shinobi outside of his land and he was starting to slowly piece together the puzzle the more he saw. Z showed them into the estate and walked them into the main house where Kaga and the others would meet Lord Sandeyu. Kaga could see 4 guards on either side of the room, with who he presumed was Lord Sandeyu in the middle as he spoke to a group of men. Z announced his arrival and bowed to his master. I have returned with the Mist Shinobi as requested, my lord. Sandeyu turned around to look, giving a smile before he thanked his servant. Sandeyu had short black hair with small black glasses on his face, wearing formal robes of his nation. Welcome. Welcome shinobi of the hidden mist to the land of snow, he said as he got up and walked over to meet them. I am Lord Sandeyu, please make yourself at home here, he said looking at Kimimaro, Haku and Koyuki, smiling at them as he did. Pleased to meet you, Lord Sandeyu, Kaga said as he greeted him. I am Kaga. This here is Koyuki, Haku and Kimimaro, he then said, introducing the others. Sandeyu smiled at all of them, noting how young they looked, his expression showing surprise when Kaga said Koyuki's name like the sailors. But unlike them, he held his tongue for the moment. I assume your Mizukichi has told you why I hired you, he then said, looking back to Kaga as he spoke. Yes. You require an escort to a party being held by the daimyo of your land, Kaga said, laying out the facts he knew. Sandeyu slowly nodded his head, turning to his men with a reassuring smile before he looked back to Kaga. Kaga could tell he wasn't getting the full story, but before he could say anything, Sandeyu made the first move. Please, follow me so we may speak more privately. Kaga nodded before looking to Kimimaro and the others. You three stay here for now, and don't go anywhere, he said as he followed Sandayu. I assure you, they will be quite safe here, Sir Ninja, Sandayu said before they made their way out of the room. Once Sandayu felt that they were alone, he turned to face Kaga, giving him a gloomy expression. I'm afraid I haven't been very honest with you, he said. Kaga could feel a request coming on here, and a dangerous one at that. You see, I have had wind of a plot to overthrow our daimyo by his very own brother. He plans to execute a coup d'état at the party and has the backing of all of the other lords through fear. He even has the ninja from the land of snow at his side, and well, I want to try and save our lord and the princess, he said with a heavy heart. I just can't bring myself to allow him to go ahead with such a plan. That's why I hired you. The Hidden Mist has a strong reputation, and with your help, we can surely get them out of the country and to safety, Sandayu said. I know this is asking a lot of you, and that you have every right to decline. But please, I beg of you, he then said as he dropped to his knees. Kaga sighed as he processed the information he had been given, thinking everything over before he responded. What you are asking is for us to become involved with another country's political matters. This kind of mission is usually placed at rank A or above. What you requested was placed at a rank C. I know. But please, you must help us. I couldn't afford to spend any more money without it drawing too much attention. You must help us, Sandayu pleaded. Kaga sighed again and placed a hand on his head. I'm sorry, but this is well above my pay grade, pal. Besides, I don't think our Mizukichi would be very happy if he finds out you lied about such a huge detail, now would he? Kaga said. Others have tried to hire groups from other lands for assistance too. But other than the Hidden Mist, the only others who were willing to provide us with shinobi is the Hidden Leaf, Sandayu said. Surely with the help from two of the great nation, we can save our lord and the princess. The land of snow would forever be in your favor. I beg of you. Kaga couldn't help think back to Fiona's words before they left for the mission. Somehow only just realizing he had a feeling he knew something like this was going to happen. That guy. Always one step ahead of everything. Kaga thought before he looked back to Sandayu. The Hidden Leaf, you say? Kaga asked, ignoring the rest of what he said for now. Yes, Sandayu replied. And who have they sent you to help with your request? Kaga said, looking into his eyes. Sometime later. So that's the scope of the real mission, Kaga explained to Koyuki and the others. They remained quiet and listened to Kaga's explanation of the real reason they had been hired to come to the land of snow. Although they had been hired as bodyguards for an escort mission, their real objective was to rescue the princess and her father, fleeing with them to safety if possible. With that said, this is now an A-rank mission, even possibly higher. Kaga finished, looking at Kimimaro and the others. Koyuki was shocked, along with the others, but they had been trained well to keep their emotions in check and remain silent. The party is tomorrow night. It's being held at the Kazahana castle, which belongs to the daimyo, Lord Sosetsu Kazahana, Kaga explained. We have to presume that the castle will be heavily guarded by snow ninja on all sides. Once inside, we have been instructed to escort Lord Sosetsu and his daughter, Princess Koyuki, out and to safety by any means possible, even using violence if it means saving their lives. The others remained quiet as they listened to the plan. Haku already had a picture in his head and had an idea of just how hard this was actually going to be. There is a huge area of gray here where things could go wrong. I have been informed that Dodo Kazahana, who is the brother of the daimyo, is the suspect. Intel suggests that he has plotted to overthrow and kill his brother and the princess. He has gathered support from the other lords of the land and has the full support of Yukigekure. Meaning once we become involved, they will try to kill us for sure. Kaga finally finished. Kimimaro also had a good idea of just how difficult this mission was going to be, deciding to voice a question he had. Would it not be easier to rescue both the daimyo and the princess before the party, sensei? Kaga smirked, knowing one of them was going to ask that. If only it was that easy. Our informant, Lord Sandayu, has informed me that the castle is under full severance and would be next to impossible to penetrate, leaving us with the party as our only means of entry, Kaga said, answering the boy's question. Kimimaro nodded in understanding. So that's why they were watching us as we arrived, he said, as it made sense now. Yes. If we make one wrong move, the snow ninja will most likely attack us with everything they have, not wanting to take any risks here. I noticed that too. I also wondered why until now, Haku said. Koyuki was surprised to hear that they were already being watched, a little embarrassed she hadn't noticed, hearing that Haku and Kimimaro had noticed. Sandayu has also informed me that they have also sought help from the Hidden Leaf village, Kaga then said, getting a surprised reaction from his three students. Word is that they have sent Kakashi Hatake, Kaga said, taking note of the reactions of the other. Kakashi of the Sharingan. The copy ninja. Haku said, clearly having read up on him in the bingo book. That's the one, Kaga said as he crossed his arms. Are we going to kill him? Kimimaro then asked plainly. No. Not unless we need to. After all, we might need his help. However, if possible we will deal with this alone. Kaga said, letting them know his intentions. With that, the three genin were dismissed to go and rest while Kaga worked out the rest of the details with Sandayu and the other lords who were on his side. He still felt like a fool for accepting the mission, hoping that Fuyona already knew something like this was going to happen and he sent them for this reason. The next day came fast and Kaga and his team had made all of the necessary preparations for the mission at hand. Readying their gear and equipment as they prepared for everything that they could. Night soon fell upon them and the time of the party was here. Sandayu had dressed in his formal robes and was also ready for what was about to happen, as well as the consequences that it would bring, not only upon himself but his entire nation. As agreed, Kaga and the others provided him with an escort to the castle. They traveled by snowmobile, one that was a little fancier than the last they had been in, fit for a lord of the land. Once they reached the castle grounds, Kaga and the others could instantly see the level of security was no joke. Snow ninja lined the trees and borders as they kept watch over everything. They also controlled the flow of traffic in and out of the castle grounds, booking in all guests, making sure they were on the list. Sandayu's snowmobile finally reached the front gate and came to a stop at the Snow Ninja's command as they asked for his name and invitation. I am Lord Sandayu, he said as he showed his invitation. The Snow Ninja also checked the vehicle and eyed Kaga and the others with intense suspicion. They are my private security and are here to escort me to and from the party. You will see they have been booked in and are on the list. Sandayu said bluntly to the Snow Ninja. The men checked the list next to Sandayu's name and could see he was telling the truth. So they are. Welcome, Lord Sandayu. The shinobi said as he gave the signal for the front gates to open for them, welcoming them inside. Sandayu and the others entered the castle grounds and his driver parked next to the other long line of snowmobiles. All right, remember the plan, Kaga said to the others before they got out of the vehicle. Haku and the others nodded and followed Kaga and Sandayu out into the open. The night air was cold and fresh snow fell from the dark sky, covering the ground in a fresh layer of snow that glowed from the lights provided around the castle. Sandayu walked towards the front entrance while Kaga and the others escorted him, keeping a close watch on their surroundings. They could tell that their every move was being watched and once they reached the front doors they would have to initiate their plan. Welcome Lord Sandayu. A large man said as he reached the main entrance. I see you have brought your own private security, I do assure you though, they will not be needed inside. The men said, eyeing the four of them up as he weighed them in. Thank you Lord Dodo, Sandayu said as he realized who it was standing there, trying his best not to flinch. Of course. You can never be too careful these days, and for the price they charge, one really cannot complain. He said, playing his part well. Dodo smiled as he looked Kaga in the eye, looking at his hidden mist headband. Yes. I had heard that the new Mizukage had made many welcome changes to the hidden mist village, one of them lowering the cost of their services by a rather large amount. He said before he looked at the three genin, weighing them up as he did. I can assure you though, your services will no longer be required here. He said in a blunt tone. It would seem not, Sandayu said agreeing with Dodo. Your mission is complete as of this moment, you are dismissed until I am ready to leave, Sandayu said as he turned to look at Kaga, giving him the signal. Very well Lord Sandayu, Kaga said with a slight bow of his head. Please enjoy the party. We shall remain in the vehicle until you are ready to leave. He then said as he and the others took their leave, leaving Sandayu and Dodo alone to enter the castle. Meanwhile, high above the entrance atop the castle, Kaga watched Dodo with a careful eye as he blended into the darkness like a shadow. The mission is a go, he said through the earpiece he was wearing, provided to him by Lord Sandayu. Roger. Kimimaro, Haku, and Koyuki responded, each from a separate location in the castle grounds. Kaga then looked back down to the water clones of himself and the others as they got back into the snowmobile, being kept a strict watch on by the Snow Ninja who hadn't noticed yet. This should at least buy us a little time before they notice. Kaga thought as he slowly entered through a window, creeping into the room in silence before he shut it behind him. Kaga took a look around the room, noting that it was empty before he moved to the door, peeking through the crack to see the coast was clear. Now to find the princess. I only hope that the others don't run into any issues. Okay, that's the end of this chapter. Thank you for waiting and I hope you enjoyed it. Chapter 68, Chapter 68. Lord Sandayu followed Dodo inside of the castle, finally arriving at the large hall where the party was being held. Sandayu was greeted by the other nobles of the land and forced to make small talk, noting that the princess and Lord Sosetsu were currently not present which caused him concern. Kimimaro had snuck into the castle and was currently in the west wing. He crept in silence through the hallways, avoiding any passing patrols made by the snow ninja, not making a sound as he made his way through. So far he had failed to locate the princess or her father and decided to radio into the others to report his failed findings. "This is Kimimaro. The west side is clear," he said through his earpiece to inform the others. "Roger," Kaga responded. "Move to phase 2. He then said, letting Kimimaro know what to do next. Haku was doing the same, scouting the south end of the castle, but just like Kimimaro his search had yielded no results. The daimyo had multiple rooms in the castle where he could be located, meaning they had a large area to search. "This is Haku. No sight of the target on this end either," he reported. Kaga was currently walking through the main hall, disguised as a waiter serving drinks from his tray. "Roger. Move to phase 2. Kaga said slowly before giving a smile to a guest as he handed them some champagne. "Roger that, Haku out," Haku said as knelt on a wooden beam overlooking a large hallway as he blended into the shadows. All that remained now was to wait for Koyuki's report to see if she had found any trace of the princess or her father. "Koyuki, report," Kaga said. Waiting for a response. A moment passed with no reply and so Kaga sent another message. "Koyuki, report." Koyuki could hear Kaga's voice in her ear. However, she was currently occupied as a masked man holding a kunai to her throat glared at her, seeing through her disguise with ease. "Who are you?" the man with white hair said as he looked at her with caution. The man spotted the earpiece and pushed his kunai up against her throat one last time. "You better start talking before I get impatient," he said, giving her one last warning. Koyuki saw no other option and released her transformation jutsu, revealing her identity to the man. "Hidden mist," he said as he took in her appearance. "They said they had hired you," he said as he slowly pulled his kunai away from her throat. Koyuki was able to get a proper look at the man now as he stepped back a little, revealing his identity to her. "Kakashi Hataki," she muttered softly. "You had better radio through so your squad knows you are all right," Kakashi then said as he took another look around to make sure the coast was still clear. "Right," she said as she slowly reached for her earpiece. Koyuki reporting in. "I'm with Kakashi of the Hidden Leaf," she said, letting the others know. Kakashi turned back to Koyuki, sighing as he made up his mind. "I don't like to have to do this, but I think it's better for all if you don't get in my way," he said as he suddenly pulled his headband up that was covering his eye to reveal his Sharingan. Koyuki was hypnotized by his eye as it spun around, casting a powerful genjutsu on the girl before she fell unconscious. "Don't worry, I'll make sure to hide you out of sight so you are safe," he then said as he pulled his headband back down, standing over Koyuki with his hands in his pockets. Kaga and the others heard her transmission come through their earpieces. Kaga, of course, remained calm and continued to play his part as a waiter. However, both Haku and Kimimaro broke off from their location to rush to her aid, knowing she would stand no chance alone. "Do not engage. Koyuki, can you hear me?" Kaga said once he got the chance. Her silence prompting Haku and Kimimaro to move faster. "Darn it. Haku, Kimimaro, get to Koyuki," Kaga said. "Already on it." Both of them responded as they rushed through the castle as quickly as they could without drawing any attention. Kakashi placed Koyuki's body to the side, hiding it out of plain sight so she would be safe before he placed his disguise as a snow ninja back on, walking into the hallway before disappearing. Not long after Haku arrived, slowly entering the room that he could sense Koyuki coming from. He was careful to search for traps first and was surprised when he found none. Haku quickly dashed to her side and took a look at her, feeling that she had only been placed in a simple genjutsu. "How is she?" Kimimaro asked as he suddenly appeared next to Haku. "She's alright, it's just a harmless genjutsu. He must have placed it on her to stop her getting in his way," Haku said as he placed one hand on her arm. "Release," he said as he channels his own chakra into her, breaking the genjutsu. Koyuki suddenly shot up and took a deep breath as she realized what was going on. "Haku, Kimimaro? Wait, what happened?" "It's alright Koyuki, everything is fine," Haku said as he reassured her. "Where did Kakashi go?" Kimimaro asked, not seeing any trace left by him to follow. "I don't know. It happened so fast, he just... It doesn't matter. What's important is that we get on with the mission," Kimimaro said. Haku nodded as he stood back to his feet. "We should stick together for now. We can't take Kakashi one-on-one if it comes to a fight," he said. The others agreed before Kimimaro spoke. "Alright, let's get going." Meanwhile, Kaga was still blending in with the party guests as a waiter. The main hall only had ninja around the exterior of the hall, meaning the inside was relatively safe to operate inside of. All of the guests had arrived now and Kaga could see Dodo greeting them all as he made his way around the room, shaking hands and making small talk. However, he was still surprised to see that the princess and her father, Lord Sosetsu, were not present at the party yet. Kaga knew something wasn't right, he could feel it in his gut, but he could only hope that the others made it in time to stop whatever was going to happen. Kaga watched as Dodo rose to the center stage, gaining the attention of all the guests as they quieted down for him to speak, watching him with eager eyes. "Welcome, lords and ladies of the land of snow. It's a pleasure to see you all here tonight, and I thank you on behalf of my brother," he said, letting his words linger in the air. "However, I am afraid my brother will not be attending the party tonight. As well, you see. I am now the lord of the land of snow," Doto said, getting a shocked reaction from those who didn't already know his plans. Suddenly the doors burst open and swarms of snow ninja sprinted into the hall, surrounding the guests and blocking off all the exits. The crowd gasped in horror as they realized what was happening. "For those of you who are with me, no harm shall befall you. But for those of you who are not," he said, allowing his snow ninja to suddenly arm themselves with kunai. "Well, I think you get the picture," he said as an evil smile formed on his face. The signal had been given all around the castle for the snow ninja to act, all of them moving into position and carrying out their orders. "Now," a female said as she watched from the distance of the snowmobile that Kaga and the others' clones were sat in. Boom. The snowmobile suddenly exploded, causing it to flip into the air as it set ablaze. "That should show those mist scum," she said as she stood to her feet, admiring her handiwork. "Kakuyoku," a snow ninja shouted as he ran over to her. It was a fake. The mist ninja were only clones, the men said, getting an angered expression from her. "Darn it. That means they are already inside," she shouted, suddenly rushing off towards the castle. Kimimaro, Haku, and Koyuki had made it to the daimyo's chambers, hoping to find Lord Sosetsu. They entered the chambers from the ceiling, moving through the tatami mats of the room above as to enter undetected. "Looks like we found them," Kimimaro said as he spotted both the princess and her father, who sat on his lap while he brushed her hair. Suddenly a group of snow ninja burst into the room, killing his bodyguards in an instant, with one man stepping forwards. "What is the meaning of this?" Sosetsu shouted as he pulled his daughter back behind him to protect her. "Forgive us, Lord Sosetsu, but Lord Dodo sends his regards," the man said as he drew a blade from his back. Kimimaro and the others watched from above at what was going on and were about to jump into action, when suddenly all of the snow ninja dropped to the floor dead as one of them dashed forwards and blocked the man's blade with his own, saving Sosetsu and the princess. "What is the meaning of this?" the snow ninja said. The man had purple hair that was tied back in a ponytail behind his headband. He had teal eyes and purple markings on his forehead and below his eyes. Both of the men pushed each other back, and the other disguise disappeared, revealing his identity. "Kakashi Hataki," the man said as he took in his appearance. "Roga Nadar," Kakashi said as he also took in his appearance, holding his ground in front of Lord Sosetsu and the princess. "So they hired the leaf to try and intervene, did they?" Roga said as he smiled, standing tall in front of Kakashi. "You could say that," Kakashi said, standing his ground wearing his umbu gear. "Although officially I'm not here," he said, giving a smile. "Also, now would be a good time for you three to lend a hand," he said, speaking to Kimimaro and the others. "He knew we were here all along," Koyuki said, surprised. Haku and Kimimaro didn't hesitate and quickly burst from their cover as they landed around Sosetsu and the princess. "Mist Shinobi," Roga said in surprise. "I thought Fubuki took care of you," he said. "No matter, you will not escape," Roga shouted as more snow shinobi suddenly flooded the room, surrounding them from all sides. "Haku. Now would be a good time to get us out of here," Kimimaro said, looking at him. "I can't use that jutsu like that," he said, referring to the ice mirror transportation jutsu that Fuyona used. "What's the plan?" Koyuki said as she held onto the kunai in her hands tightly. "I'm still thinking," Kimimaro said as he tried to think of a way out without risking the life of the princess and her father. Kakashi was the first to move as he quickly threw a kunai with a paper bomb attached to it at the back wall, causing it to explode and stun everyone in the room for a moment. "Go now," he shouted as he quickly blocked an attack from Roga, who had launched forwards, not hesitating like the others. Kimimaro turned to Haku and Koyuki. "You two go and get them out of here," he shouted. "What about you?" Koyuki asked, confused. "Let's go, Koyuki, he will be fine," Haku said as he quickly dashed and picked the princess up, throwing her over his back against her will. "What are you doing? Put me down," she screamed as he did so. Koyuki nodded as she quickly ran over to Lord Sosetsu and took his arm. "Quickly this way," she shouted, pulling him towards the large hole in the wall. "We can't jump from here," Sosetsu shouted as he hesitated. "We don't have a choice," Koyuki shouted as she jumped, pulling him with her and following Haku, who was free-falling with the princess as she screamed at the top of her lungs. Kakashi watched them jump as he was locked in a tense battle with Roga, feeling the pressure due to the strange armor he was wearing, but he felt better now he could fight without worrying about having to protect them. Kimimaro quickly dashed towards his aid, letting bones rip throughout his body and anyone else who got too close trying to stop him. Arg! The snow ninja screamed as he ripped through their ranks with ease, slashing and hacking away at anyone he got close to. What the hell is that brat? Roga shouted as he flipped back away from Kakashi as Kimimaro charged at him. Kakashi was also surprised, remembering the last time he had seen such an ability. Kimimaro landed and stood next to Kakashi, giving him a nod before he looked back at Roga. That's just like the Mizukages. Kakashi thought, making the connection. He didn't linger on the thought too long and quickly started back to action. I'm not that easy. Roga shouted as he made a few hand signs. Kakashi's eyes opened wide as his Sharingan noticed what he was doing. We need to jump now. He shouted at Kimimaro, turning and running towards the hole in the wall. Kimimaro didn't hesitate and followed Kakashi with haste. Not so fast. Roga shouted as his hand signs triggered paper bombs that had been planted all around the room to explode, engulfing the room in fire and smoke as the explosion burst throughout the castle, shaking its very foundations. Meanwhile, Kaga was trapped inside the main hall with the other lords, surrounded by a small army of snow ninja who he placed at least Chunin level. Kaga's role was to protect Lord Sandayu and get him to safety if possible. However, that would be easier said than done now. I am going to read a list of names now. If your name is on this list, then you shall be executed for standing against me. Dodo said as he pulled a piece of paper out. This is an outrage. A large man shouted as he stood above the crowd. Dodo simply smiled, raising a hand to stop a snow ninja from killing him so he could talk. You would seize power for yourself and kill any and all who oppose you. We shall not stand for this. You will not get away with this. The man shouted, trying his best to rally the other nobles with him. I'm afraid I already have, Dodo said as he gave the order for him to be killed. The snow ninja swiftly dashed and slit his throat, allowing blood to spray all over before his body hit the floor. Argig! The screams began as everyone watched in horror, while Dodo simply smiled as he began reading names from the list. One by one, those whose names were read fell, each of them being killed in rapid succession as he continued to read the names out loud, not slowing his pace. Amidst the slaughter, the explosion from above shook the entire hall, causing the lights to shake and flicker, taking everyone's attention away from what had been going on for a moment. Kaga was also surprised but took his chance, quickly grabbing Sandayu and bursting through an exit that was least covered with snow ninja. Stop them! Dodo roared as he watched them escape. The snow ninja nodded and quickly gave chase, quickly gaining on Kaga as he burst through the halls of the castle, doing his best to find an exit that wasn't surrounded by enemies. Haku and Koyuki were free-falling through the sky with the princess and her father in hand. The cold air and snow blurred their vision as they fell at speed, with the pair screaming from the terror of the fall. Ice style, crystal ice mirror. Haku said as he made the hand signs, creating two mirrors. He and Koyuki both fell into the first mirror before they quickly passed through the next, rolling safely into the snow that broke their fall. They both looked up at the castle to see the huge explosion burst through the top layer, engulfing it in flames, causing them to fear the worst. Did they make it? Koyuki asked as she looked at Haku. Haku had placed the princess down now, allowing her to run over to her father for comfort. Thankfully both of them were fine, just a little shaken up. There! Haku shouted as he spotted two dots burst out of the smoke and into the sky as they fell from the castle. Catch them, Haku! Koyuki shouted as she watched. Haku was already on it as he created two ice mirrors again, causing both Kimimaro and Kakashi to suddenly burst out of the one on the ground, hitting the thick snow that broke their fall for them. Kimimaro slowly stood to his feet, shaking himself free of the snow as he looked around, seeing no sign of Kakashi. Thanks for the help, Kakashi said as he appeared on a tree branch above them. Everyone looked up to see him before he jumped down and walked over to Lord Sosetsu. My lord, my name is Kakashi Hataki, of the Hidden Leaf Village. My mission is to rescue you and Princess Koyuki and retreat you to the Land of Fire, where you will be safe. He said in a serious tone. Sosetsu looked down at his daughter who stood behind him before he looked back at his castle. I was warned this might happen. But I never believed that my own brother would betray me like this. He said, clearly in turmoil over the events that had transpired. Please Lord Sosetsu, we don't have much time, Kakashi said. You don't have any time at all. A voice suddenly shouted as a rain of kunai burst from the sky. Kakashi quickly grabbed Sosetsu and the princess, dashing out of the way, while Haku and the others jumped to cover. The kunai burst as they hit the ground, causing ice to spring from the snow as it skewered anything it touched, gaining Haku's attention. A woman and a man suddenly appeared from the darkness with a small army of snow ninja at their backs. The female had green eyes and pink spiky hair that stuck out of two holes at the top of her gray helmet, reminiscent of pigtails. She also has small circular dark pink eyebrows. While the rather large man had a short crop of purple hair and dark eyes. He wore the standard snow ninja uniform which consisted of a blue and white outfit. Well, if it isn't Kakashi the copy ninja," the woman said. Kakashi didn't recognize them but knew they were at least Jonin level. "He's a strong one, Mizore, watch out," she said to the large man. "Don't worry about me, Fubuki," he said as he eyed up Kimimaro and the others. "Now, hand them over," Fubuki said as she extended her arm. Kakashi didn't like their odds here, knowing that with that many of them, their chances were slim at best. "I'm afraid I can't do that," Kakashi said as he pulled out his Sharingan to remain on high alert. "Then you leave us no choice," Fubuki said as she gave the signal for her men to attack. The horde of snow ninja suddenly charged forwards, each of them drawing a kunai as they did. Kimimaro turned to Haku and Koyuki. "You two handle the leaders, leave this lot to me," he shouted before charging towards the wave of snow ninja. Haku nodded and turned to Kakashi. "Get them out of here. Leave this to us," he said, turning his attention back to the enemy. Kakashi was surprised, not thinking that they could handle this situation. But then again, he knew the conduct of Miss Shinobi and after seeing the abilities of Kimimaro, knew they were no mere children. "Right," Kakashi said as he picked up the princess and quickly escorted Lord Sosetsu into the forest. "This way." "Arg," Kimimaro shouted as he charged headfirst into the wave of shinobi, letting his bones flare to life as his body became covered in razor-sharp weapons. "That kid got a death wish," Fubuki said as she laughed. However, she quickly realized that he was no joke, watching as he cut everyone to ribbons, seeming as if he was untouchable. "No way. What the hell is that kid?" she shouted in disbelief. Kimimaro flipped and jumped, slashing with his arms and legs, and he fought as hard as he could, using all of the taijutsu training that Fuyona had taught to him, allowing him to utilize his entire body as a weapon at any time, rendering him almost untouchable to taijutsu attacks. One after the other they fell as they tried to fight against the monster that was Kimimaro of the Hidden Mist, screaming as they were impaired or cut to pieces. Fubuki had seen enough and started forming hand signs to intervening when suddenly Haku appeared and threw a handful of senbon at her. However, they bounced off as if they had been replied by an invisible force. "Not that easy, kid," she shouted as she turned her attention to him. "Ice-style swallow snowstorm," she shouted as she turned the snow around her into a flock of icebergs that flew towards Haku like a storm of shuriken. Haku was caught off guard as he watched her use an ice-style jutsu, not knowing that the snow ninja could use ice-style. However, he quickly regained his composure and flipped backwards to dodge the attack. The snowbirds quickly flew around and changed direction as they headed back towards him, ready to skewer him. But Haku wasn't so easy. "Ice-style, ice wall," he said as he created a wall of solid ice that blocked all of the ice shurikens. "Ice-style, ice prison jutsu," Fubuki shouted as she slapped her hand onto the ground, causing large pillars of ice to spring to life, trapping Haku inside one of them as he tried to jump out of the way. Fubuki looked at her handiwork and smiled. "That's one down," she said as she placed her hand on her hip, seeing Haku trapped inside the ice pillar. Meanwhile, Koyuki had stood her ground as the larger Mizore charged at her on what looked like a snowboard. He glided along with the snow at impressive speed towards her, ready to attack. Koyuki quickly flipped back into the air as she threw a handful of kunai at him. However, they simply bounced off thanks to his strange armor. "What the hell?" she thought as she landed and watched him turn around on the snow ready to charge towards her again. "Alright then. Wind style, air bullets," she shouted as she made the hand signs and unleashed a barrage of air bullets at him. But once again, the armor he was wearing seemed to cancel out her jutsu, as if it had been blocked by an invisible force, leaving her with only the option to dodge again. "Not so fast, little girl," he shouted as he jumped off the snowboard, slamming his fist eye into the ground as she avoided his attack. Mizore charged and attacked with powerful punches that shattered the ice and snow beneath them as Koyuki flipped backwards again and again, doing her best to dodge. Quickly she threw a handful of kunai, this time with wires attached to them in different directions, trying to trap him in them, but he easily cut the wires with his own kunai before he threw it at her. Koyuki dropped to the ground to avoid the metal projectile hitting her, but in doing so she had left herself wide open to an attack from above. "Say goodnight," Mizore shouted as he dropped from the sky with a heel kick, slamming it into her back. Koyuki's body suddenly burst into smoke and Mizore could see that his foot had snapped a wooden log, wrapped in paper bombs for added effect. "She did that on purpose," he shouted as he noticed the paper bombs and tried to jump out of the way. Her substitution exploded before he could get fully clear and Mizore was sent flying into a large tree which his back slammed against. Koyuki suddenly appeared as she formed more hand signs in front of him, flipping to the ground from the tree above. "Fire style, fireball jutsu," She shouted as she unleashed the large breath of burning fire. The fire engulfed him as she used his arms to shield his face from the heat. So far his strange armor was holding up and the fire style had little effect. Not that easy, little girl. He roared. Now wind style, violent gale. She also shouted as she formed more hand signs and unleashed a wind style jutsu that amplified her fire style, creating a massive vortex of fire that slapped Mizore back against the tree, engulfing him in flames. Let's see you survive that. She said as she watched his armor crack from the powerful jutsu, no longer being able to protect him as he screamed in burning agony. Fubuki watched as Mizore was blasted back by the explosion and was about to rush to his aid when suddenly a presence from behind her caused her to jump to safety. Haku stood there silent as if nothing had happened, simply watching her with interest. You. But how? You should be. She said, not understanding how he had escaped her ice prison jutsu. At first I thought you possessed the Kekii Genkai. But now I see that you simply manipulate the ice with your chakra. Haku said bluntly. Fubuki didn't know what he was talking about and quickly formed hand signs. Just shut up and die, kid. She shouted. Ice style. Dragon versus tiger. She said as she made the hand signs, summoning a large ice dragon to form from the snow. Haku didn't move and the ice dragon crashed down upon him, freezing him in a large blast before it vanished. That will teach you, brat, Fubuki said as she looked at his body, frozen in the ice jutsu. However, Haku smiled from inside the ice and simply floated to the edge of it before he walked out as if nothing had happened. That's not possible. Fubuki shouted in horror at what he had just done. You simply manipulate the ice. But I have complete control over it. Haku said as he raised his hands and crossed his middle finger over his index finger, forming the hand signs for his crystal ice mirrors. Fubuki watched as large ice mirrors suddenly formed all around her, each of them linking together as they trapped her inside an ice mirror prison with no way out. An ice style. It can't be. She said as she noticed Haku's reflection appear in all of the mirrors. No. You are a member of the Yuki clan. She shouted as she looked around the ice prison in horror. That's right, Haku said as he raised one hand, all of his reflections copying his moments. I'll show you the power of a real ice style user. He said as the ice mirrors started to bubble and slowly ripple and shake. Ice style. Crystal ice mirrors execution. Haku said softly as ice spikes suddenly burst forth from every angle, crushing anything and anyone trapped inside the prison. Fubuki didn't even have time to scream as she was crushed in an instant, leaving nothing other than a pile of blood and mush. Kimimaro was still flipping and spinning around, cutting down wave after wave of snow ninja. He must have killed at least 60 of them now, yet they still charged at him trying to subdue him with numbers. They had tried to use ninjutsu too, thinking that if they could get close that they would keep him at range. However, Kimimaro simply allowed his bone to fire out from around his body at high speed, shredding anyone they hit from distance. It didn't matter what they used. Kunai, shuriken, taijutsu, ninjutsu. He was simply too fast and too deadly. He's a monster. We can't win. The snow ninja shouted as they turned to look for their commanders. They could see that both Fubuki and Mizore were down now and what little remaining moral they had left vanished. Retreat. They shouted, turning and running for their lives. There must still have been over 100 of them left, but when faced against the monster of the mist, they stood no chance. Haku. Kimimaro shouted to him as they all ran. Haku nodded and formed a large number of hand signs as he roared. Ice style, snow tsunami. He shouted as he let his chakra burst to life. With such a large amount of snow and ice at his feet, it was easy for him to manipulate it to his will, rather than creating ice from simply the moisture in the air. Haku had turned the snow at the ninja's very feet into a violent wave that swept all of them up like an avalanche, burying them beneath it and trapping them there. Kimimaro and Koyuki joined Haku, with Kimimaro whistling as he watched his jutsu in action. I bet that one tired you out. He said. Haku was a little out of breath but wasn't too bad. We should get back to the castle and make sure Kaga-sensei is alright, Koyuki said, interrupting their fun. Kimimaro nodded. You're right. Let's get a move on, our work here is down. He said. Koyuki and Haku nodded but Koyuki pulled Kimimaro to the side for a moment before they did. She formed a few quick hand signs and suddenly water blasted him from the ground. What the hell was that for? He said confused. Well, I couldn't leave you covered in blood now could I? She said with a smile. Haku also laughed as he looked at his face. Let's get moving. Haku then said, as his laughter subsided, causing the three of them to get serious again. Kaga had done his best to flee, managing to escape from the castle with Sandayu and get past the forces that had tried to stop him so far. Kaga was a Jonin-level ninja and expert swordsman, even being considered as one of the next in line for the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, meaning that most of the normal snow ninja didn't stand a chance against him. However, there was still one who could pose a challenge, one who was also known in the bingo book. And now Kaga stood face to face with him, clasped in a stare-down. Roga of the hidden snow, Kaga said as he stood in front of Sandayu. Kaga of the bloody mist, Roga said with a smile. First Kakashi of the Sharingan, and now Kaga of the mist. We truly underestimated just how far these pathetic nobles would go to protect their lord and princess. Roga said. As they spoke, Kaga could sense that he had become surrounded by snow ninja. To his back was the castle that burned, providing light throughout the night sky, illuminating the falling snow as it covered the already white blankets. Yet to his front was an army of snow ninja, led by a powerful shinobi. You will not escape alive, Roga said as he gave the order for his men to attack. Here we go, Kaga said as he watched the waves of snow ninja descend upon him. Alright, going to end this chapter here. Bit of a longer one for you, and as always I hoped you enjoyed it. Have a great day. Chapter 69, Chapter 69. Kaga stood face to face with Roga of the hidden snow, along with his small army of ninja that surrounded them, forming a circle, leaving Kaga and Lord Sandayu nowhere to go. Roga smiled as his posture rose, knowing that Kaga had no way out. It's over for you, you might as well surrender and die. He said. Kaga was struggling to think of a way out, knowing he couldn't take on such a large number of shinobi and protect Lord Sandayu at the same time. When suddenly an idea came to mind, a long shot, but with no other options, he wasn't exactly left with much choice. A big man when surrounded by your forces. But what are you when you take that all away? Kaga said, trying to provoke him. Roga was smart though, knowing what Kaga was trying to do and not falling for the bait. My. Is that really your plan? He said as he was about to shut his pathetic attempt at provoking him down. However, before he could finish speaking, one of his men spoke his mind. We aren't afraid of you, mist scum. He shouted, getting the others all riled up. Yeah, Roga can take you all by himself. Another said, getting the others pumped up now. Roga wasn't impressed by his men, having fallen for Kaga's trap. Show him the power of a snow ninja, Roga. Yeah, mess him up, Roga. The group of snow ninjas started to chant for their leader, egging him on to take Kaga out in a one-on-one battle. Giving Kaga exactly what he wanted. Kaga smiled as he stepped forwards, knowing his plan had worked, perhaps not on Roga himself, but the result of it working on his men was even better. Well. If you think you can, then come and prove it. Kaga shouted, enraging the snow ninja that surrounded him. Roga now knew he had no choice. If he backed out of this challenge he would lose all respect his men held for him. Kaga took the center of the circle, pulling a scroll from his hip as he tossed it into the air where it opened and burst, creating smoke. A large sword appeared and flipped through the air before Kaga caught the hilt and twirled it around with skill as he took his fighting stance. Roga instantly realized Kaga's skill with a blade, seeing that the information in the bingo book was true. Roga quickly drew his own short dagger, knowing he would have to remain on guard. I guess I have no choice. He said as he took his own stance. You will die, mist scum. Roga shouted as he charged in on the attack, slashing down with his short sword. Kaga smiled as he blocked the attack, pushing Roga back with his strength and pressing on the counterattack after they clashed. Kaga slammed his blade down, hitting the ground as Roga avoided the blow. Quickly Kaga pulled his blade up and blocked a flurry of blows from Roga while the two exchanged in a vicious flurry. Take this. Kaga suddenly shouted as he blocked one of Roga's slashes by slamming his blade into the ground. As he did, he used his sword to push off as he spun around and planted a kick into Roga's chest, with the blow knocking him flying back, skidding across the snow. Why you? Ice style, snow shuriken. Roga shouted as he formed the hand signs before he flipped backwards onto his feet. The snow around him burst into the air as it formed into hundreds of shuriken that suddenly exploded towards Kaga, threatening to shred him to pieces. Water style water wall. Kaga shouted as he made the hand signs and fired a large burst of water out of his mouth. The shuriken hit the water wall and stopped in their tracks, allowing Kaga to jump over the water wall, throwing his sword at Roga as he did. Roga was shocked, being forced to stop making more hand signs and dodge the attack, meanwhile allowing Kaga to make his own hand signs. Water style, water dragon jutsu. He shouted as he used the water from his water wall to transform into a mighty dragon that burst forth towards Roga. Roga didn't have time to avoid the attack and was forced to cross his arms over his face to defend himself. But to Kaga's surprise, the water dragon burst around him as if it had hit an invisible force, dispensing into the air. Roga smiled as the water cleared around him. Seeing that his chakra armor had worked in negating the ninjutsu. My turn. Ice versus tiger. Roga shouted as he created a huge ice-style tiger that dashed towards Kaga. Not good. Kaga shouted as he quickly dashed as high into the air as he could, trying to avoid the jutsu at the last second. But Roga quickly appeared behind Kaga, taking him by surprise as he slashed at his back. Kaga was able to turn midair at the last second and block the attack with his own sword, but the force of the blow caused them to both drop back down to the ground. Kaga was indeed impressed by Roga's skill. But he was more impressed by the strange armor he wore around his body. Somehow that strange armor was able to repel my jutsu. He thought as the two circled each other, both looking for an opening, as the snow ninja cheered from the sidelines. I can see why you made your way into the bingo book, Roga said. Kaga smiled. I could say the same about you. Or perhaps it was thanks to that armor. Kaga said. Roga didn't let his comment bother him as he took a good look at the suit. Do you like it, Kaga? It is rather handy now, isn't it? I must say, I didn't quite believe it at first. But this suit is one amazing piece of technology. Not only does it repel all ninjutsu and genjutsu, but it also boosts my chakra reserves. Here, let me show you. He shouted as he suddenly started making more hand signs. Ice style, horned white whale. Roga shouted. Suddenly the snow all around them burst to life as a huge ice whale with a horn on its head exploded from the ice in the ground. Kaga was shocked at the size of the jutsu, doing his best to avoid the massive beast as it jumped into the air, its size covering the glow of the moonlight sky. As soon as the whale was in the air, it seemed to come crashing down just as fast. All of the snow ninjas had already run to cover, those who were too slow would be left to be crushed under its enormous weight. Kaga was, unfortunately, one of those who didn't have time to get out of the way, as the whale came crashing down, creating a massive shock wave that ripped the trees from the ground and kicked up a huge amount of debris. Roga watched from the distance as his jutsu came crashing down with a mighty roar. That should have put a stop to him. He thought as he waited for the debris to clear. Suddenly the hairs on his neck stood on end as he turned to see where Lord Sandeya had been. However, the men that had been watching him were now dead and Sandeya was nowhere to be seen. Don't tell me he escaped. Roga shouted. Realizing Kaga had used his jutsu as a distinction and escaped. Find them. Do not let them escape. Roga shouted to his men, who realized the same thing now that the debris had cleared. Spread out and cover every part of this forest. Roga shouted to his men as they dispersed, moving as fast as they could. Cue that bastard. Roga muttered as he looked into the night sky before he too vanished to help in the search. Meanwhile Haku, Kimimaro, and Koyuki were rushing through the forest trying to head towards Kaga as quickly as they could. They had completed their end of the mission and helped Kakashi get the Lord and Princess away into safety. Now all that was left was to regroup with Kaga and help rescue Lord Sandeyu, if they were still alive. Look. Over there. Haku suddenly shouted as he spotted the huge ice whale jutsu in the sky before he watched it crash into the earth. That must be where Kaga-sensei is fighting. We have to hurry. Koyuki shouted, fearing the worst. Come on, let's move. Kimimaro said, as he suddenly shifted his speed up a gear and dashed off. Haku did the same with Koyuki following behind them. As they did, Kimimaro suddenly felt a presence and turned around to see Kaga and Lord Sandeya running along the ground below. There. Kimimaro shouted to the others who had also spotted them now. Kaga-sensei. Haku shouted as the three of them dashed down towards them, happy to see he was still alive. Good, you three are all right. Quickly, we have to escape, there is no time for small talk. We need to get out of here ASAP. Kaga said, knowing the snow ninja were fresh on their tail. Kimimaro and the others nodded at the situation and Haku and Koyuki took a hold of Lord Sandeyu under each of his arms. Come on, let's get a move on. Kaga said, not wanting to waste any more time. Kaga suddenly felt the hairs on his neck stand on end and turned around to see an incoming attack. Look out. He shouted, trying to warn them. A rain of ice-style kunai suddenly hit the ground all around them and caused the ice and snow to burst up, forming razor-sharp spikes. Kimimaro was able to counter them with his own bones, snapping the ice with them before it could hit him. Kaga quickly grabbed Sandeyu and Koyuki as he dashed up into the trees for cover, avoiding the barrage that followed him, while Haku simply stopped the ice with his own chakra before it even came close to him, seeing how he could completely control the element with his chakra, unlike the snow ninja. Kimimaro and Haku both looked at each other and then at the large amount of snow ninja that had surrounded them, each having a smile on their face. Let's do this. Kimimaro shouted as suddenly fired round after round of bone bullets towards them, using his wits to help move them into position for Haku, and of course, killing any who thought they could block them with mere kunai. Haku smiled as he started making hand signs, locking onto all of the snow ninjas he could before he slapped his arms onto the ground. Ice style, ice graveyard. He shouted, using the technique that Fuyona had shown to him. Ice spikes suddenly burst from the snow, ripping through and freezing anyone they touched. It made its super effect thanks to the amount of snow that already covered the land, making it the perfect environment for Haku to fight in, as he could use any of the snow as a weapon. The entire battalion of snow ninja had been wiped out in a matter of seconds thanks to Kimimaro and Haku's teamwork, leaving none of them left alive. Come on, let's get back to Kaga and Koyuki, Kimimaro said with a smile. Haku nodded before they were both taken by surprise. Not so fast, kid. Ice-style dragon versus tiger. Roga suddenly shouted as he used his jutsu from a safe distance, aiming it right at Kimimaro, taking him off guard. The jutsu hit Kimimaro head-on and smashed into the ground before trapping him in a large pillar of ice. Kimimaro. Haku shouted as he watched, too slow to do anything. That's one down, one to go. Roga shouted as he landed next to Haku and slashed at him with his dagger. He had already seen Kimimaro's abilities up close and knew that his chakra armor was weak against taijutsu, meaning if he took him out first his chance of victory was almost certain. Haku was quick though and was able to duck under the first attack before he blocked the second with his own Senbon needle, holding Roga in a clash between the two of them. You're strong for a runt. Roga said as he tried to push Haku back. But Haku held him place as he matched his strength. I don't have time to mess about with this guy. Haku thought as he grit his teeth in anger, knowing Kimimaro wouldn't have long been trapped in that ice. Ice style, 1,000 needles of death. Haku suddenly shouted as he made the hand signs with just one hand. Roga's eyes burst open in surprise before he quickly broke the exchange between them as he tried to get clear. However, Haku had already used the snow by his feet to freeze him in place, trapping him as he was hit at full force by the ice needles over and over again. When did he? He shouted as he covered his face with his arms. Luckily for Roga though, his chakra armor was able to hold up and the ice needle smashed into the barrier around him. Haha. I don't think so, kid. Roga shouted as he smashed the ice around his feet and jumped into the air, slapping a spinning back kick into Haku's shocked face, landing a direct blow as he sent him crashing into the ground. So you're a Yuki member, huh? Roga said as he looked down at Haku connecting the dots, knowing he could control ice freely, being capable of incredible feats in such an environment. I'll kill you quickly. Roga then shouted as he raised his dagger, preparing to kill Haku with it before he could use any more jutsu. Haku didn't have time to move or defend himself as he had been taken off guard by Roga's chakra armor and being hit by the strong kick. Haku's world slowed down as he watched Roga cock his arm back ready to kill him, knowing there was nothing he could do to defend himself in this moment. As he did, just one thought kept playing through his mind over and over again. Fuyona-sensei would be disappointed. Suddenly the ice that Kimimaro had been trapped in exploded, sending large chunks of ice flying through the air as both Roga and Haku were forced to turn their attention to what was going on. What in the? Roga shouted as he turned to see what had happened and what he was now faced with. Meanwhile, both Kaga and Koyuki were fighting wave after wave of snow ninja as they still chased them, not giving up on capturing them anytime soon either from the looks of it. Kaga-sensei, I don't see Haku or Kimimaro. Koyuki shouted as she dodged more ice kunai. Don't worry about them right now, Koyuki, we have to focus on getting Lord Sandeu out of here first. Kaga shouted as he threw a handful of shuriken to counter more ice kunai that were headed for them. Also, what happened to Lord Sosetsu and the princess? He asked as they continued to run through the forest. Kakashi of the Hidden Leaf took them both while we held off the enemy sensei. I think they made it out, Koyuki said. Kaga sighed as he nodded. No worries, as long as they are safe, I'm sure we can sort something out once we make it out of this mess. But for now, let's focus on keeping Lord Sandeu alive. Kaga said as he suddenly grabbed a kunai out of midair, not a hair's length away from Sandeu's face before he strapped a paper bomb around it and threw it back towards the enemy with amazing skill. Lord Sandeu couldn't believe how things had turned out, but now was no time to act like a coward, even though kunai were raining down upon them. Roger that. Koyuki shouted as she followed her sensei's example, doing her best to duck and dive as they continued to run. Ice style, Black Dragon. A voice suddenly said from in front of them. Watch out. Kaga shouted as he pushed Koyuki out of the way, also tossing Sandeu with her. A massive black dragon made of ice crashed into Kaga, smashing into the ground before it dragged him away and finally slapped him against a tree where he was trapped in a layer of ice around his entire body, leaving his head free. The force of the blow had left him unconscious as his head dropped, but he was still alive for the time being. Koyuki turned to look who had used the jutsu as they slowly walked into the moonlight, revealing their new assailant. Doto. Sandeu muttered under his breath as he finally walked into the light, revealing his large black set of armor that covered his entire body. Sandeu. Did you really think I would let you escape? He said with an evil grin that reflected from the full moon's glow, leaving Koyuki and Lord Sandeu in a world of trouble. Alright, going to end this one here. Thank you for waiting and I do apologize for the wait, as I have been on holiday. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed the chapter. More coming soon. Link in story bio. Chapter 70, Chapter. What in the hell is that? Roga suddenly shouted as the shock waves knocked him back, giving Haku enough time to avoid his finishing blow. Both Roga and Haku stared at Kimimaro, watching as his body was covered in a furious red chakra. Haku smiled and quickly jumped back into the air as he threw a handful of Senbon needles at Roga, taking advantage of the confusion to get clear of him. Roga blocked the projectiles but was quickly forced to deal with Kimimaro, as he charged head-on at him like a wild animal, not wasting another moment. Kimimaro looked like a monster as his features had become wild. His body was covered in bones and he roared like a mindless beast, slashing toward Roga with nothing but rage. This must be the tailed beast chakra cloak that Sensei told us about. Haku thought as he watched Kimimaro from above, holding his position in the trees and staying out of the way. Kimimaro slashed and clawed at Roga, who was having a difficult time defending himself, being forced back on the defensive as Kimimaro's taijutsu proved to be overwhelming. "Shit, I can't get away," he said as he tried to jump back into the air to get clear of the monster he was faced with, blocking another attack that snapped his sword. However, Kimimaro was too quick, already showing a massive increase in his strength and now his speed. Horror! Kimimaro roared as he opened his hand, cocking it back all the way preparing for a powerful swipe. Roga could see Kimimaro's hand turn to solid bone, his fingers becoming as sharp as a kitchen knife, being unable to move as they swung right at him. "I can't get out of the way." Kimimaro's attack hit dead center, forcing Roga's chakra armor to shift into overdrive as it tried to protect him from the attack. "No!" he yelled as his armor broke from the force of the attack, sparking with electricity as it overloaded. Kimimaro's claws cut deep into his body, each of them ripping through his flesh like butter. Roga dropped to his knees as he choked on his own blood, watching as his last moments fell upon him in a dull fashion. Defeated. Kimimaro was too lost in his rage and didn't allow him any time to process what was going on. Instead, he delivered one final swipe of his hand, cutting Roga's head clean off of his shoulders, letting his blood soak the snow below. Haku had watched the whole thing and was amazed at how much stronger Kimimaro was with the aid of this chakra cloak. In fact, it almost made him feel jealous because Fiona had picked Kimimaro over him. Kimimaro slowly calmed down and the red chakra that enveloped his body started to fade. Haku could sense it was safe to come out and dropped from the trees. "Are you okay, Kimimaro?" he asked, waiting for a response. Kimimaro took his time to answer, slowly turning his head to Haku and giving him a nod. "Yeah. I'm okay, Haku," he said. "You made that look easy," Haku said as he crossed his arms. Kimimaro nodded. "That was the power of the three tails that Sensei sealed inside of me. I've never felt anything like it," he said as he inspected his hand, slowly making a fist and squeezing. Haku nodded. "It was pretty amazing." He then said, remembering that Kimimaro would have died if Fiona had not sealed the three tails inside of his body, feeling bad for being jealous. Kimimaro nodded, shifting his attention back to the mission. "We had better catch up with Kaga-sensei and Koyuki, I have a bad feeling," he said. Haku agreed, giving him a quick nod before they both shifted into gear and dashed off. Meanwhile, Dodo stood atop a hill in the snow with his arms crossed over his body, facing Koyuki and Sandeu. "Kaga-sensei!" Koyuki shouted, seeing he had been struck by the black ice dragon and frozen to a tree unconscious. "It's no use, little girl, he is the first to fall and he won't be the last." Dodo shouted as he started to make hand signs, letting his chakra flare to life. "You need to get out of here. It's not safe." Koyuki shouted to Sandeu as he raised her kunai, not sure what was going to happen. I can't leave you behind," Sandeu said, knowing he couldn't be of any use, but feeling like he couldn't abandon her. "Now die. Ice-style black dragon jutsu," Dodo shouted, unleashing another huge black ice dragon towards both of them. "Move," Koyuki shouted as she grabbed Sandeu, trying to pull him out of the way with her. The ice dragon hit the trees and exploded, freezing everything in its path with incredible power. "Stay here," Koyuki said as she placed him down on a tree branch, jumping into the air and making her own hand signs. "Fire-style, fireball jutsu," she shouted as she shot a ball of fire towards Dodo. "Do you really think that will work?" Dodo shouted with a sinister smile. "And wind-style, violent whirlwind," she then added, making more hand signs in quick succession and using a wind-style jutsu. Dodo watched as her fire-style and wind-style combined, creating an even more powerful combo jutsu, trapping him in a vortex of fire. "Pitiful girl. This level of jutsu will never touch me," he shouted as he let his chakra armor burst to life, negating her jutsu with ease as he waved his arm, walking out of the fire unharmed. Koyuki watched in horror, wrapping an explosive tag around a kunai in a latch-notch effort. "Even my wind and fire combo can't touch him," she thought, getting into a low stance as she prepared her next attack. "Time to end this," Dodo said as he made a few hand signs, using his chakra to mold the snow and ice around him. "Ice-style, 1000 shuriken jutsu," he said, pumping a large amount of chakra into his attack and creating what looked like an almost infinite amount of ice shuriken. Koyuki didn't even know what she was supposed to do, feeling helpless at the onslaught that was to come. "It's no use," she said, dropping her kunai as she fell to her knees. "Sensei. I'm sorry. Haku. Kimimaro. I'm sorry," she muttered under her breath as a tear came to her eye. "Father. I'm sorry," she finally said, letting the tears flow. "Die." Dodo shouted as he let his jutsu fly, firing the 1000 ice shuriken, letting them tear through the cold air ready to shred her to ribbons. Koyuki looked up, watching death flying towards her, taking what she thought to be her last breath of cold air, feeling her lungs burn one last time. However, the ice shuriken that were flying towards her slowly stopped right before her, floating in the air in front of her face. What? She said, not believing it. Dodo was also shocked to see that his jutsu had simply stopped midair. "What's going on here?" he said, confused. "Well, that was certainly a close call," a voice that needed no introduction said, walking from behind Koyuki before he placed a hand on her shoulder. Koyuki looked up in disbelief at her savior, almost lost for words. Lord Mizukage," she blurted out, feeling embarrassed, thankful, confused, happy, and sad all at the same time. "Everything is all right now, Koyuki," Fuyona said as he helped her to her feet, giving her a reassuring smile. Dodo was shocked to see Fuyona standing next to Koyuki, simply ignoring him as if he didn't matter. "So even the Mizukage greets our land with his presence?" Dodo shouted, getting his attention. "Why don't you get back to cover for a little while, Koyuki?" Fuyona said before turning to face Dodo. "Well, when my students are in danger, I guess I have no choice," he said, picking one of the ice shuriken out of the air to inspect it. "You, the Mizukage, dare to attack me, Lord Dodo of the Land of Snow. This is an act of war, no less," Dodo shouted, bringing the politics into it. Fuyona sighed before he let go of the shuriken, letting it float back into the air with the others. "I guess our only course of action is to kill you and let the princess take her rightful place on the throne then," he said, crossing his arms over his chest. Dodo bit his lip as his rage boiled. "You insolent Mizukage or not, you can die like all the others," he roared as he placed his hands together, activating his chakra armor trying to get the ice shuriken to move. However, it was no use and they remained still in the air, floating as if held by a string. "So that's the chakra armor I have heard so much about," Fuyona said with a keen eye. Dodo was almost out of breath. He was trying so hard to get his jutsu to obey his orders. "What in the blazes is going on?" he suddenly blurted out as he was forced to stop and take a breath, red in the face. I'm afraid your false ice style attacks won't work on me," Fuyona said, smiling as he said it. Dodo was confused, but he quickly realized what was happening as Fuyona waved his hand. "Allow me to show you the true power of an ice style user." Suddenly all of Dodo's ice style shuriken changed directed and flew towards him. "Arg!" he shouted as he raised his hands to defend himself from the 1000 ice shuriken of his own creation. His chakra armor indeed did its job in protecting him as the ice shuriken hit the barrier it provided, smashing off of it and turning into snow on impact. "It's no use. My chakra armor is unbeatable," Dodo boasted. His eyes suddenly widened though as a kunai hit the ground by his feet, the very same one Koyuki had dropped into the snow with the explosive tag on it, causing Dodo's eyes to widen. The kunai exploded, causing smoke to fill the air and snow to burst all over. Dodo jumped out of the smoke seeming unharmed as he landed on a tree branch, turning to face the Mizukage. "Why you? Ice-style black dragon!" Dodo shouted. Fuyona watched as the ice dragon roared to life before it charged head-on at him. "Really? What did I just say?" Fuyona said as he extended his arm, creating an ice mirror to absorb the attack. "Have a taste of your own jutsu," he then said, letting the ice dragon shoot out of his mirror, heading right for Dodo. Dodo couldn't believe his eyes as his own jutsu was rep-led and now heading towards him. "What trickery is this?" he yelled, doing his best to raise his guard and defend the oncoming attack. The ice dragon smashed into Dodo, exploding against his chakra armor with the force sending him flying back where he slammed against a tree. "I think that's enough of this, don't you?" Fuyona said, appearing next to Dodo and placing a hand on his shoulder. Dodo almost jumped out of his skin, quickly slapping his hand away and moving to get some distance. "I don't think so. Triple ice dragon," he shouted, making the hand signs before he fired 3 black ice dragons at Fuyona, leaving him with nowhere to go. "I'm already tired of this," Fuyona said, this time letting his chakra burst to life as he seemingly disappeared. He moved so fast. "Where did he go?" Dodo shouted as he watched his ice dragon smash into the ground where he had been stood. Dodo was suddenly struck in the face, knocking him across the snow with force. Dodo was surprised and flipped back, hopping up to his feet again. "Show yourself," he shouted, enraged beyond anything he has felt before. Fuyona appeared in front of Dodo with blinding speed and cut all the stabs that held his churka armor to his body. "It's over for you," he then said as he parried Dodo's heart with a bone blade, infused with his own ice style. Dodo took a step back as the pain washed over his body, unable to even moan as he felt his body freezing from the jutsu. Curse you!" Dodo muttered as his body froze, crumbling and breaking apart as it fell into the snow, becoming one with the land of snow itself. Fuyona sighed in relief. "It's over," he then said, turning to look at Koyuki. Fuyona then turned his attention to Kaga, who was still frozen to a tree. Quickly he vanished and reappeared next to him, placing a hand on the ice and melting it with his chakra. Koyuki couldn't even keep track of his movements, still amazed he had shown up to save her. "Is that who I think it is?" Sandayu asked, not believing how easily he had dealt with Dodo. "That's Lord Mizukage all right," Koyuki replied, admiring him as she did. Fuyona put Kaga down next to Koyuki and Sandayu, looking to Sandayu with a smile. "Lord Sandayu, I believe," he said, extending his greetings. "Lord Mizukage." Sandayu replied with a slight bow of his head. "Please, call me Fuyona," he said with a smile. Fuyona then stood up, turning his attention behind him. "Right on time," he said. Haku and Kimimaro couldn't believe their eyes as their sense came into view. It really is Fiona-sensei," they both shouted, charging towards him overjoyed. "Sensei, you're here," they both said, charging over to him. Now boys. Let's keep it professional," Fuyona said with a smile as he placed his hands on their heads, giving them praise. "I'd say that this mission is finally complete," Fuyona then said, getting a nod from the others as the sunlight shone from over the trees with the morning sunrise. That's the end of this chapter. As promised, another chapter for everyone. Remember, you know where to go if you can't wait for more. Chapter 71. With Dodo now dead and the land of snow free from its dictatorship, the Hidden Leaf and Hidden Mist had worked together to help Princess Koyuki reclaim her rightful place on the throne. Kaga had also made a full recovery, with only his pride being hurt. Haku, Koyuki, and Kimimaro had also made it out unscathed, proving themselves on a difficult mission and earning some well-deserved time off. Fuyona had done more than his part to ensure Princess Koyuki was placed back into power, even offering shinobi to help support her claim to power, something that had not gone unnoticed by the Hidden Leaf higher-ups. It had made things more difficult due to the princess being taken back to the land of fire by Kakashi, but he had made do, having Sandayu on his side helping things massively. All was well in the world for now, and the Hidden Mist was beginning to thrive for the first time in a long time, under his leadership, which no one now questioned. Thanks to the Hidden Mist and Hidden Leaf cooperating with the Land of Snow incident, the Hokage had offered Fuyona an invitation to join the Chunin exams this year around, hoping he could finally meet the new Mizukage he had heard so much about. Although the elders and advisors had disagreed, saying that Fuyona should turn down his invitation, that it could be a trap. Nevertheless, Fuyona had accepted the Hokage's invitation, thinking it would be a great idea for his village's genin to take part in a mixed village Chunin exam to gain more experience. Now the Hidden Leaf, Hidden Grass, Hidden Rain, Hidden Waterfall, and now the Hidden Mist would be taking part in the exam, meaning all sorts of young shinobi would be taking part. Fuyona was excited, wondering what kind of exams they would use and if it would be similar to the manga and anime. He had already placed 3 teams who were ready this time around for the exam. Of course, the first was Team Kaga, consisting of Haku, Kimimaro, and Koyuki. The next was a team of genin that consisted of one Kajira Hashigaki. This is a fan character for Logan Lewis, a big shout out for his support of my work. He was a member of the Hashigaki clan and one to watch out for. His team consisted of another member of the Hozuki clan and another genin who had scored highly on the exams. Finally was another team of Miss Genin who were from no clans, but had good potential and were ready for the exam. Fuyona was also looking forwards to seeing the Hidden Leaf village for himself, as well as meeting the third Hokage in person, this time when he wasn't trying to kill him, he thought as he chuckled to himself. A few months had passed now and Fuyona had allowed Haku and Kimimaro to rest, while also spending time with Mei and Suiren and his 2 children. His son who had been named Shoto Yuki was Mei's son. He was a broad baby with black hair that had small hits of red in it. His eyes were ice blue like Fiona's and he always smiled once he picked him up. Suiren's daughter, who had been named Asami Yuki, had blonde hair just like her mother, but blue eyes like her father, although her hair was starting to grow a little darker as she got older. She also bore the Kagaya markings on her forehead and around her eyes. Both of them were now crawling around and proving to be difficult to manage as they could somehow move faster than Fuyona could track, which was strange considering how quick he could move. My Fuyona, you might be able to teleport between your ice mirrors, but you can't keep track of your own children, Mei said laughing as she watched him chase the 2 of them around the living room. I've got you now, Fuyona said as he cornered Asami, getting a nervous giggle from her as she tried to get away from her father, crawling at the speed of a moving bullet towards the wall. Fuyona grabbed her and lifted her into the air, letting her little legs dangle as she kicked and screamed in joy. "Got you!" Fuyona cheered, getting a laugh from her. Suddenly the child sneezed and 2 bones shot out of her back and hit the wall behind her, outraying everyone. Everyone was shocked as they looked at the small bone stuck in the brick, turning to look back at the baby who was still giggling as if she found it funny. "My goodness, what happened?" Swarin said as she ran over to take a look. Fuyona was very surprised and handed her to Swarin. "It would seem she has inherited my Shikatsumiyaku ability," Fuyona said, looking a little concerned. "But she's so young," May added, thinking it strange that she would display her abilities at only 8 months of age. "I'll have to keep an eye on her, it's a dangerous ability after all," Fuyona said, turning to look at Shoto, who was sitting down with a smile as he played with some blocks. "I'll be keeping an eye on both of them as they grow." He then thought, wondering about the abilities each of them could have. Not only did Fuyona have to worry about the abilities his children might have gained from him, he also had to worry about Kimamaro's training as a new Jinchuriki. He had heard about what happened during his battle against Roga of the Hidden Snow. Hopefully, the 3 tails would be kinder than most and be willing to help him as Saiken had for himself. The boys had been given a small amount of time off to relax away from missions, but Fuyona had still had them keep up their basic training, something he didn't have to enforce all too much as they both wanted to continue to grow stronger. Haku had even been asking for him to show him some new jutsu, edger to improve so he could keep up with Kimamaro. The days were passing fast and soon the day of the Chunin exams would be upon them. Fuyona had summoned the 3 squads who he would be sending to his office, wanting to give them a final brief before he sent them off. Kaga stood with Haku, Kimamaro, and Koyuki in the middle. To the left was a jonin by the name of Taboto, a young jonin but an experienced one, who he had trusted to look after both a Hashigaki and Hozuki clan member, speaking in no way little of his ability as a shinobi. Next was a female jonin, by the name of Tami. She was like most old-school Miss Ninja, being a little older than Fuyona and someone he had worked with on missions before. Her team consisted of the 3 genin who had scored some of the highest points in the academy, and Fuyona was excited to see how they would fare in the exams to come. "Welcome all," Fuyona said as the others all bowed, showing their respect. "I hope you are all excited, as you already know you have been selected to attend the Chunin exams in the Hidden Leaf. However, please remember you will be representing the Hidden Mist, as well as myself. Therefore I want you all to do your best," Fuyona said as he sat down in his seat. "And please try not to cause any trouble," Fuyona said, looking at all of them with a serious glare before smiling again. Everyone gulped but nodded. "Yes sir. All right, I won't take up any more of your time. Make sure you prepare your mind and body for what is to come, and you will do fine. Good luck," Fuyona then said, allowing all of them to leave feeling excited. He had already briefed the Jonin instructors on the instructions he had been given by the Hokage on their accommodation and rules of the village. Meaning he shouldn't have to worry as long as they kept an eye on the students, they would be fine. All that was left now was to assemble his own escort of Umbu. He was only allowed to bring 2 bodyguards with him, not that he felt like he needed them, however, it would be good experience for them too. Now it was time to head to the Hidden Leaf himself, where he would finally meet the Hokage in person, something he was both excited and a little nervous about at the same time. "We are ready, sir," a voice said from behind. Fuyona nodded as he turned on his chair to look at the 2 Umbu he had chosen for the job. "All right, it's time to head out then. Okay, going to end this one here, I hope you enjoyed it." Chapter 72, Chapter 72. "All right, Kogetsu and Kaya. It's time to move out," Fuyona said, standing from his seat and pulling his cloak on. Kogetsu pulled his Umbu mask off and nodded. "Yes sir." Kogetsu was a member of the Hozuki clan and had proved his strength and loyalty in the overthrowing of the 4th Mizukage, having been promoted to Fiona's personnel guard after. "Yes sir." Kaya also said, removing her mask like Kogetsu. Kaya was a member of Fiona's Umbu and had served in the battle against the Raikage and his men when they captured the 3 tails. Proving she could hold her own even against such mighty foes. She had long purple hair and pretty features. Of course, she had the pointed teeth like most Mist Ninja, but she had proved her strength and Fuyona felt she was right for the mission. The door opened and both Ao and Ganryu entered his office, bowing their head to him before they spoke. "Everything is in order, Lord Mizukage," Ao said. "Good. I leave the village in your care while I'm away. If anything happens, remember the plan," Fuyona said, giving him a nod. Ao also nodded. "I still wish I could accompany you," he said as he crossed his arms. Fuyona nodded. "I don't think that would go down very well, Ao. Since you have one of their Byakugan and all," Fuyona said. Ao nodded. "You're right, I can't see that going down well either. All right then, we had better get moving, it's a long trip to the Hidden Leaf after all," Fuyona then said, looking to Kogetsu and Kaya. Both of his umbu nodded and followed him out of his office, being stopped by Ao, while Fuyona made his way out to the village. Make sure he doesn't do anything stupid, Ao said to both of them before they left. Kogetsu rubbed TB's back of his head, giving a nervous smile. I don't think I could stop him even if I wanted to, he said. Ao slapped his own face as he sighed. You know what I mean. Kogetsu and Kaya both nodded anyway, saying they would do their best. Fuyona walked through the village as everyone came to see him off, wishing their Mizukage farewell and good luck, shouting and screaming his name in applause. He had well and truly become the most loved Mizukage in history, having provided something that none other had been able to. Stability. I promise, I won't be away for long, he said, giving everyone a wave as he stopped at the gates. Kogetsu and Kaya were also stood by his side, donning their umbu masks with their faces hidden. Fuyona turned to face the outside of the village, pulling his Mizukage hat on as he did. Time to move out, he said as he created an ice mirror in front of him. Follow me, he then said to his umbu guards, looking back at them. Kogetsu was used to this now, but Kaya was seeing it up close for the first time. Fuyona and the others slipped out of the ice mirror into a forest that overlooked the ocean. They had traveled a full day's walk and sail across the ocean in a mere second. That's amazing, Kaya said, not believing it as she looked over the ocean. You have no idea, Kogetsu thought with a smile from behind his mask. Well, come on, you two, aren't you supposed to be guarding me? Fuyona said, already walking off from them down the path into the forest. Both of them almost jumped out of their skin as they quickly ran after him, shouting at him as they did. Wait for us, Lord Mizukage. With that, Fuyona and the others headed into the forest and towards the hidden leaf, walking at a steady pace. It wasn't too far now, being only a few hours away thanks to Fiona's ice mirrors. To be honest, this was pretty much the closest he had ever come to the hidden leaf, the last time being when the Mizukage had sent him to try and capture the Nine Tails, i.e., Naruto. And we all remember how that one played out. Suddenly a group of men made their way out of the bushes and onto the road. Fuyona and the others had of course known they were there the whole time, but had sensed no threat from them whatsoever. Hey, get a load of these guys, a man said as he appeared in the middle of the road, blocking the way. 10 more suddenly surrounded Fuyona and his umbu, blocking their path as the so-called leader spoke. Look, we don't want to hurt you, but if you don't give us all of your worldly possessions, well then we might have to break you, he said, seeming sincere at the very least. Fuyona couldn't quite believe it. Here he was, wearing his Mizukage hat and everything, and a group of Loi bandits was trying to threaten him. Well, I guess there is a first for everything, he thought. You insolent fool. How dare you even stand in our presence? Kaya shouted as she stepped forwards. Please sir, give me the order and I will kill them all, she said, turning to Fuyona for permission. Now, Kaya. Calm down. They don't know any better, Fuyona said, almost impressed that they even had the balls to do what they were doing. My lord, please allow us to remove this scum from your path, Kogetsu said as he gripped the handle of his sword. No. Please let me handle this, Fuyona said as he stepped forwards, tilting his hat over his face with his fingers. The bandits seemed confident, seeing that they outnumbered them so much. However, one of them noticed his hat, knowing he had seen that symbol somewhere before. Hey guys, hold on a minute, he suddenly said as the penny dropped. That hat. Isn't that one of those Kage hats? He said, getting the others to take a closer look at it. Everyone these suddenly started to panic, unsure of what to do as they realized they had just threatened the Mizukage. So the penny finally drops, Fuyona said, chuckling to himself. My lord, please. Allow me to kill them for showing you such disrespect, Kaya said again, keen to please and becoming more and more pissed off. PP please. Sir, have mercy, we didn't know. The bandits shouted as they dropped to their knees, fearing for their lives as they bowed their heads. Fuyona raised his hand for Kaya to stop as she started to draw her sword. Do you really mean that, or is it simply because I am stronger than you, Fuyona said. No, we're despite is all, the leader stuttered. Fuyona could see the poor clothing and gear that these men had, quite sure he wasn't lying. But still, if he did nothing, it would spread word that the Mizukage was soft. What to do? Fuyona said as he took his time to think. Suddenly a storm of shuriken hit the bandits one by one, with shuriken even hitting each other to change their trajectory midair. Fuyona was impressed, to say the least, as the bandits all dropped to the ground dead, each having been hit in a vital spot. Look out, my lord, Kogetsu said, jumping in front of Fuyona and drawing his sword to defend him. Kaya did the same, each of them scouring the trees to find the one responsible. Relax you two, it's all right, Fuyona said as a smile came to his face, already knowing what was happening. MK. Kogetsu and Kaya did as they were told and slowly put their swords away, watching as 2 hidden lead umbu dropped from the trees into sight. "Welcome, Lord Mizukage," the small one said, bowing his head ever so slight. Fuyona looked the boy up and down, taking in his features. Even with his face covered, there was no mistaking those eyes. Itachi Uchiha. Fuyona thought, finally coming face to face with the legend himself. Short chapter, but an exciting one. Hope you enjoyed. As always, have a great day. Chapter 73. Chapter 73. Fuyona was now face to face with one of the strongest members of the Uchiha clan, someone who was well beyond his years and cared for his village above all else. Even if he was still just a kid at this moment, he was still a dangerous opponent. "Itachi Uchiha," Fuyona said, looking just below his eyes, not making contact with them. Itachi couldn't hide his surprise as Fuyona said his name, even behind his umbu mask. Fuyona then turned to the other umbu, recognizing him too as he came into view. "And Kakashi Hatake. It's a pleasure to meet you under better circumstances this time," Fuyona said, smiling at him. Kakashi bowed his head ever so slightly, also remembering the last time they had met, not being surprised he recognized him. "I take it Lord Hokage sent you to escort me towards the village," he then said, confirming his thoughts. "Correct, sir," Itachi said, eyeing Fuyona carefully, trying to get a good read on him. Kogetsu and Kaya were confused about how Fuyona knew so much about the 2 umbu standing before them, but they had learned to stop asking these kinds of questions and just go with it. "Well, please lead the way," Fuyona then said, breaking the short silence that had followed between them. Both Kakashi and Itachi nodded, following his lead as they both turned for him to follow them. "Please, this way," Kakashi said. Kaya didn't like the look of them and kept her guard up, with her hand still on her sword, her eyes locking with Kakashi's. "Relax, Kaya. Play nice," Fuyona said as he placed a hand on her shoulder. Kaya bit her lip but agreed with him nevertheless. "Yes, sir. Besides, neither of you are a match for this pair," he then thought to himself, knowing Itachi and Kakashi were stronger than Kogetsu and Kaya by far, especially with their Sharingan. The group now headed towards the hidden lead, with the rest of the trip being mostly silent. However, that was more due to Kakashi not knowing what to say, and Itachi not wanting to give anything away, already being cautious of Fuyona. He had thought about perhaps cracking a joke about the last time they had battled, but he decided against it, not feeling his audience would take it well. Soon though the Leaf Village came into view and Fuyona knew that the awkwardness would soon be at an end. "Here we are," Fuyona then said, taking the sight of the village in. "It certainly is a peaceful place," he thought as he watched the tree leaves dance in the wind, with the everyday activities of the villagers going about. "This is your first time here, yes?" Kakashi asked, almost making sure he had never been in before, knowing how strong he was. "It is," Fuyona said, smiling at the sight. "It's even more surreal than I could have imagined," he then thought. Of course, he had memories of what the Leaf Village looked like from pictures and the anime, but to see it in person was on a different level. "Is everything all right, sir?" Kogetsu asked, seeing that Fuyona had zoned out for a moment. "Yes. Let's get going," Fuyona said, quickly snapping out of his daydream. Kakashi and Itachi continued to lead Fuyona and the others into the village and towards the Hokage's mansion, doing their best to keep it of sight. They soon came to the large red building, overlooking the stone faces of the previous Hokage, that watched over the village. He took a good look, seeing the faces of some of the most powerful shinobi caved into this mountain, hoping one day he would meet them. "Please, this way," Kakashi said as he opened a secret door for them to enter through. Fuyona had guessed it was for quick passage and also to avoid any attention from those inside the building, used only by umbu and high-level jonin. Fuyona and the others followed Kakashi inside, while Itachi remained at the rear, keeping his eyes on Fuyona. Kakashi soon stopped as they arrived at a door. "Here we are," he then said as he slowly opened it for him. Kakashi stepped out into the room, bowing his head before he announced Fiona's arrival. "Lord Hokage. The Mizukage had arrived," he said, moving to the side for Fuyona. Fuyona entered the Hokage's office, taking a quick look around before his eyes fell onto the third Hokage himself. "Ah yes. Thank you, Kakashi," he said as he stood to his feet. He wore his standard Hokage robes, hat included as he took a quick poof of his pipe, getting up and walking towards Fuyona. "Welcome Lord Mizukage," he said, giving Fuyona a nod. "Please, it's a pleasure to meet you in person again, Lord Hokage," Fuyona said, giving him a large smile. The Hokage raised an eyebrow in question. "Again?" he asked, confused. "You wouldn't remember, as the last time I was but a child amidst a battlefield. I still remember how your power turned the tide of battle that day," Fuyona said as he placed his hands on his hips. The Hokage sighed with a small chuckle, finding it amusing that he would say such a thing. "Ah yes. Well, I guess that was a long time ago." And for you to have survived and become a Kage yourself, it certainly speaks for your ability. After all, I too know of your accomplishments on the battlefield. He said, looking Fuyona up and down. Please, you flatter me too much, Lord Hokage, Fuyona said as his eyes locked with the Hokage's, neither of them backing down. The room went silent for a moment and Fuyona could feel the tension coming from everyone. Suddenly both the Hokage and Fuyona burst out laughing. The others looked at them strangely before feeling the tension in the room disappear. I'm glad you accepted my invitation, Lord Mizukage, the Hokage said as his laughter settled. Fuyona nodded. Me too, I'm glad you thought to send one. I believe it will do our young good to experience what it's like to battle and compete against other nations. The Hokage nodded. I see we are on the same page, Lord Mizukage. I have to say, I did try with your predecessor. However, we could never see eye to eye. He said, seeming a little sad about it. I was surprised to hear about his passing. The Hokage said, giving Fuyona a strange look. Yes. It was not a decision made easily. But it was necessary for our nation. In fact, that is something I would like to talk about. In private, if you would allow. Fuyona said, getting another questioning look from the Hokage as he took his pipe in his hand. Very well. He said after a moment of pause. But sir, Kakashi said, voicing his worry and speaking out of place. It's fine, Kakashi. If Lord Mizukage has something to talk to me about in private, then I trust him. The Hokage said. Kakashi wasn't impressed but did as the Hokage said, lowering his head as he and Itachi walked out of the room. You too, Fuyona said, looking at Kogetsu and Kaya. They both did as they were told, not wasting any time as they followed Itachi out of the room, going to wait in the hallway as instructed. Kaya shut the door behind her, taking one last look at Fuyona before fully closing it. Thank you, Fuyona said, not sure if the Hokage would have done as he asked. So what is it you wish to talk about, Lord Mizukage? The Hokage then asked, taking a seat as he offered for Fuyona to sit also. Tea. The Hokage then asked as he poured himself some. Fuyona nodded before he sat back. Why, thank you, he said before looking the Hokage in the eyes. I wanted to talk to you about who was controlling the fourth Mizukage, as well as the one who was responsible for the Nine Tails attack and the death of the fourth Hokage. Fuyona then said, getting a very serious glare from the Hokage. That's the end of that chapter. Also check out a new story I have been writing as a side project, called Heir to a Mafia Empire. Chapter 74, Chapter 74. The Hokage gave Fuyona a very serious look as he put his pipe back into his mouth. That is top secret information, and a very serious subject, Lord Mizukage, he said, taking a puff on his pipe. I understand that, but I can assure you, you will want to hear this, Fuyona said before he took a sip of his tea. Meanwhile, Haku, Kimimaro, and Koyuki were currently on board a ship that was sailing them towards the Land of Fire. They had been invited to attend the Chunin exams in the Hidden Leaf Village, having set off from the village hidden in the mist after getting prepared. The three of them were excited, to say the least, wondering what kind of tests they would be faced with. Kaga was sat with his arms crossed over his chest, watching his students as he chewed on a piece of tobacco, watching as their nerves seemed at ease. These three should have no problem with these exams. I can't think of any other genin who have experienced as much as the three of them in the whole village, he thought, remembering each of their accomplishments and strengths on each mission they had faced together. No matter what we face, we won't fail, Kimimaro said, standing with the others as they looked over towards the Land of Fire that was slowly coming into view. Haku and Koyuki also nodded, feeling confident with his words. All right, you three, get some rest, Kaga said as he stood to his feet. We still have a long journey to the Leaf Village, and you will have plenty of time for theatrics later. Haku and the others turned and nodded to their sensei, each of them taking a seat, trying their best to relax their mind. We won't let you down, Fuyona sensei, Haku thought as he looked over the sea one last time before he finally sat down with the others. You can't be serious. He's dead, the Hokage said, almost speechless at the information Fuyona had just given him. Obito Uchiha, the third Hokage said, still not believing it. But why would he target the Nine Tails and kill his own sensei no less? The Hokage asked. Fuyona remained silent, deciding to let the Hokage use his mind to work things out a little. And Madara Uchiha, you say? He can't still be alive. After all these years. He was killed by the first Hokage himself, he said, almost seeming angry and worried at the same time. I know this information might seem disturbing, but we have reason to believe it was Obito who was controlling the fourth Mizukage. In fact, I can confirm it was him, as I fought him myself, Fuyona then said. The third Hokage sighed, seeming troubled at the news. And you're saying that it was Obito that caused the Nine Tails to attack the village and kill Minato? I am, Fuyona confirmed. The fourth Hokage did indeed leave me information before he died, believing the attacker to indeed be Madara. But I never thought it to be true. The Hokage said, interlocking his fingers as he became lost in thought. Why tell me this? Why do you come to me with such information? The Hokage then asked, wondering why Fuyona would do such a thing. Fuyona had to think about that himself. Could he really trust the Hokage to keep this information secret? Or would Danzo steal the show and use this information to his own gain? Could he prevent a war? Start an entirely different one? He would have to have a very serious think about what path would be best to follow. Fuyona also had to ask himself where he wanted this to go. He couldn't solve the Hidden Leaf's problems all alone. Was it even something he wanted to do? So much was still meant to happen that would set the chains of future in motion, with the next thing being the slaughter of the Uchiha clan. He would have to choose his next words carefully, knowing what had to be done having thought about it. I tell you this as an offer of friendship between our nations. He said, with a slight pause. Too long have our nations been at war, hating and taking petty gains all at the cost of their citizens' lives. I believe that we should cast aside our differences and join forces. Perhaps that way we can create a world that contains less hatred. Fuyona said, leaving the Hokage with almost a speechless expression. Are you suggesting what I think you are suggesting, Lord Mizukage? The Hokage said after a moment to think about his words. I am, Lord Hokage, Fuyona said, placing his teacup down. I am offering an alliance between the mist and the leaf. What say you, Lord Hokage? Do you accept my offer? Fuyona then said as he crossed his legs. The third Hokage had a serious expression on his face for a moment, taking his pipe as he struck a match, lighting it and taking a large puff. Fuyona Yuki. The Ice Devil of the Mist. The Kage Killer and Perfect Jinchuriki. Not only did you achieve great renown at a young age, but you also killed the fourth Kazekage. Then going on to overthrow your own Mizukage, who you had swore to serve. The third said, clearly having done his homework on Fuyona. How can I trust someone who has killed two Kage that I knew quite well, I might add? He then said, looking into Fiona's eyes as he weighed him up. I second that. A voice said coming from the back of the room, one that Fuyona recognized. Danzo. What are you doing here? The Hokage said, not happy at his sudden appearance. Fuyona had a bad feeling about this, but had decided he would wait and see what Danzo had to say. Don't be a fool, Hiruzen. We cannot trust a word the Mizukage says. He could be feeding you false information in order to infiltrate the village. He said as he came and stood next to the Hokage, using his walking cane. The Hokage didn't look impressed and crossed his arms. Danzo, what are you doing here? This is a private meeting between myself and the Mizukage, who is a guest here at my request, I might add. He said with a serious voice. To have already killed two Kage, one of which was his own in order to overthrow him no less. Danzo said, glaring at Fuyona as he said it. Fuyona had to admit, when all of it was put like that, it sounded pretty bad. I understand your concern over my endeavors. And I understand how it looks, killing the former Mizukage was not something I wanted to do. Fuyona said as he slowly stood to his feet, looking into Danzo's eyes. However, I have achieved more than any Mizukage has ever done for my village and its people. Going above and beyond to make the village hidden in the mist, as well as the land of water, thrive. He said before he turned to look back at the Hokage. I understand your hesitation about considering my offer. So I am prepared to wait for a response. Fuyona said, sitting back down as he crossed his legs. Why you? Danzo started. That is enough, Danzo. The Hokage shouted, causing him to go silent. I am the Hokage and this is my village. I decide what is right and what is within the best interest for it and my people. Not you. He said, glaring at Danzo. Danzo clenched his teeth in anger but held his tongue. You're a fool, Hiruzen. You always have been. He said before he slowly turned and left the room. I accept your offer, Lord Mizukage. In fact, I welcome it. The Hokage said as he turned to look at Fuyona, standing to his feet and extending his hand. Fuyona also stood to his feet, taking the Hokage's hand and shaking it in his own as the two of them sealed the offer with a handshake. Two great nations becoming allies. I never thought I would see the day. The Hokage said. It may prove difficult at first, with so much bloodshed in our past. However, with the two of us steering the ship, I believe we can overcome any hiccups we may encounter along the way. I agree. And with the Chunin exams not far away, it will prove a great start to our village's cooperation. The Hokage said. To peace. Fuyona then said. Yes, to peace. The Hokage then also said. Fuyona let go of his hand and took a small step back. I will have to head back to my village to begin the preparation. However, I will be back in time to watch how the exams play out. Fuyona said. Of course, I will do the same. Besides, There are now matters that will need attending to. The Hokage said, taking another puff on his pipe as he thought about what to do next. I believe it would be best if we keep this information to ourselves for now. Perhaps waiting for Obito to make a move would be our best bet in finding him. Fuyona said. The Hokage agreed, knowing the troubles it would cause, not only for his village but certain individuals too. Yes, I agree. All right. It has been a pleasure, Lord Hokage, thank you for the tea and your time. Fuyona said, giving him a slight bow. The Hokage nodded his head also, in a sign of respect, before he gave the signal for Kakashi and the others to enter the room. The door opened and the four of them walked into the room, blowing their heads as they did. All right, you two, we are going back to the village, Fuyona said to Kogetsu and Kaya. They nodded, surprised that he had dealt with business so quickly. Be seeing you soon. Fuyona then said to everyone, summoning an ice mirror as he did. The Hokage looked a little surprised as he stepped inside, disappearing before both Kogetsu and Kaya did the same, watching as the ice melted and dispersed into the air. Itachi was also surprised, seeing that he had completely disappeared. Kakashi on the other hand had seen this before. Sir, is everything all right? Kakashi asked, looking to the Hokage as he seemed a little tense. The third looked at Kakashi, knowing how much the news that Obito was alive would hurt him. Everything is fine, Kakashi. But there is work to be done. He said, taking his pipe out of his mouth and smiling. What work is that, sir? Kakashi asked. Peace between the leaf and the mist. The Hokage said. That's the end of this chapter, as always thank you for reading. Link in bio. Chapter 75, Chapter 75. Now that negotiations with the Hokage were over, Fuyona had returned to the hidden mist to start things on his end. He didn't waste time in summoning the village elders and higher-ranking officials, including the daimyo and other lords. The meeting would take place later that day. Thanks to Fiona's ice mirrors he could have everyone in the meeting as fast as they could get ready. Fuyona had already told Ao and Mei, who had reported to his office once informed of his arrival back in the village. Mei had of course given him an earful about him returning without telling anyone. She was, however, pleased with the idea of an alliance with the Leaf, with Ao being less so. I'm not disagreeing with you, Fuyona, I just don't trust those Leaf ninja, especially those Uchiha, and that Danzo. Ao said as he crossed his arms. I understand we have a long and bloody history with Konoha. But this alliance is the start of a better change for our village. Fuyona said, doing his best to convince him. Ao couldn't see how, considering how well the village was already doing under Fiona's watch. Still, he had never led them astray so far, and Ao owed his loyalty to him, never questioning him about the choices he made, even if they did seem strange at the time. Sometimes he swore that Fuyona could see further into the future than he could see with his Byakugan, always doing the strangest things that ended up resulting in great outcomes. Soon enough the rest of the elders and higher-ups of the village arrived, taking their seats in the meeting hall inside the Misukage's mansion. All but the daimyo had arrived, and everyone awaited his arrival patiently, chatting amongst themselves as they waited with Fuyona, who sat at the head of one end of the table. Soon enough an ice mirror formed, signaling the daimyo had activated Fiona's seal and was ready to enter. Everyone stood to their feet getting ready for his arrival, showing the proper respect. However, they were quickly surprised as a young woman walked through the ice mirror. She was dressed in a fine kimono, with her blonde hair tied up professionally, standing tall and proud. Princess Mizuko. Fuyona thought as he watched her walk through his ice mirror, not having seen her for a few years now. Mizuko made eye contact with Fuyona and smiled at him as she took his appearance in. Greetings, Lord Mizukage. She said as she gave a slight bow, locking her eyes with his. Good to see you again, Princess, Fuyona said, returning her bow. My father sends his regards, however, he is feeling a little under the weather and asked me to come in his stead. I hope that is all right. She said, not taking her eyes off Fuyona, something Mei noticed as she cocked an eyebrow at her. That's not a problem, Princess, I trust your judgment in our nation's matters, Fuyona said as he looked to everyone else, making sure no one had a problem with that. He then offered her a seat down at the head of the other side of the table, where her father would have been seated. Now that everyone is here we can begin. Fuyona then said as he leaned on the table, interlocking his fingers. I would now like to inform you about a recent meeting that I had with the Hokage of the Hidden Leaf. He said, getting the attention of everyone. We have both agreed that it would be in the best interest of both of our villages to enter a peace treaty, and by extension an alliance, Fuyona said, waiting to see the reaction of the others. It took a moment before anyone spoke up, the first being one of the elders of the village. The Leaf cannot be trusted. How could you agree to such a thing before consulting us? He said. Fuyona had expected this kind of reaction from some of them and was prepared to let them voice their concerns to him. Others slowly started to pipe up, some agreeing with the elder, while others defended Fiona's actions. Ao and Mei, who were also present for the meeting, both grew angry with the petty squabbling and Mei were about to speak up, however, someone beat her to it. Please tell me, elders. When was the last time you achieved anything for this village, or our nation? The princess said, causing everyone to fall silent. The elder slumped back into his seat, deciding to shut his mouth as he had no augment to lean on. I thought not. The princess then said. Lord Mizukic has the full backing of my father in the land of water. If he thinks this is the right thing to do, then who are any of you, who have not been able to accomplish anything close to what Fuyona has in only a few short years? Who are you to stand against him? She said, looking everyone in the eyes as she dared anyone to disagree with her. Fuyona smiled at her words and stood to his feet, getting everyone's attention. Thank you, Princess Mizuko. As Mizukic, I must protect the village and its people. Everything I do is in regards to that duty. I ask you to trust my decision at this time, and of course, I ask for your loyalty. Everyone nodded, knowing they couldn't disagree with his track record of strange decisions having paid off, speaking for itself. I know our history with the leaf is not tremendous. However, this will open up a new age of peace between the two of our nations. It is time to put the bloodshed behind us, and look to the future. Everyone agreed, remaining silent before the princess too stood from her seat. It's settled then. I shall inform my father of your actions and leave the rest in your capable hands. She said, giving him a smirk. Thank you, princess, and please give your father my regards, Fuyona said before he summoned an ice mirror for her. Princess Mizuko nodded and made her exit, leaving them alone before the ice mirror faded. Does anyone else have anything to say? Ao added, making sure there was nothing else. Nobody spoke up and Ao was happy to bring the meeting to an official close. Very well, that concludes the end of this meeting. He then said for the official end time of the meeting to be noted. Fuyona thanked everyone for their time, knowing that not everyone was happy with his decision. He only hoped that it was his track record that kept their confidence in him, and not his power. Although needed, he didn't want to rule through fear like the other Mizukic before him. Soon enough everyone left, leaving Ao and Mei alone with Fuyona. I'm glad that is over with. Fuyona said as he turned to Ao and Mei, breathing a sigh of relief. Mei suddenly walked up to Fuyona and pinched his ear, squeezing hard. What the hell, Mei? He said as he felt the pain explode through his face. And when did you become all friendly with the princess? She said as she let go, placing her hands on her hips. Fuyona gave a nervous laugh as he tried to defend himself. Wait, it's not like that, Mei, he said, waving his arms around. Ao could have slapped himself in the face as he watched the pair acting like children before him. If you two are done, he said as he cleared his throat, getting their attention. We should take the necessary steps to put this new agreement with the leaf in place. He then said. Mei nodded, turning professional once more as she turned to face him. Fuyona rubbed the back of his head, laughing a little before he too got serious again. Yes, Ao, you're right. I'll leave that to you though. He then said, getting a surprised look from both of them. I have some things I need to keep an eye on at the moment. Can I leave the details for you to oversee? Fuyona asked as he turned to Mei and then Ao. Mei couldn't stay mad at him when he looked at her with his puppy dog baby blue eyes. What on earth could be more important? Mei asked, giving in to his request. That's a secret. Fuyona then said, giving her a wink. Mei sighed as she gave in. Fine, but at least go and see the babies before you disappear on another of your adventures. Fuyona laughed before he stepped closer to her, kissing her. Don't worry, Mei, I'll stay out of trouble. He said, holding her. Mei nodded back to him, smiling as she hugged him before she let him go. I hope so. She said before she watched him slip into an ice mirror. Ao remained silent with his arms crossed before he turned to Mei. We had better get started, this could pose quite a lot of paperwork for us. He then said, getting an angry vein to appear above Mei's head. That man. I swear I'll make him pay when he comes back. That's it for this chapter. I hope you enjoyed it. More to come soon. As always, I hope you enjoyed the chapter. Remember, you know where to go if you want more. Chapter 76, Chapter 76. Welcome to the village hidden in the leaves. A hidden leaf ninja said to Kaga and the others. Kimimaro, Haku, and Koyuki stood at the gates of the hidden leaf, looking through at the village in wonder. The gate guard had checked over their paperwork, seeing they were here for the up-and-coming Chunin exams. Once approved, he handed them a map and a set of keys for the apartment they would be staying in. Kaga could tell the guard was a Chunin himself, and that he was nervous in dealing with them. Kaga understood. After all, the Mist and Leaf had been involved in many conflicts over the years and many still held a grievance over the bloodshed. So this is the Leaf Village? Koyuki said, seeming impressed by how bright and warm it appeared. Haku also took a good look around, seeming impressed by the number of people coming in and out of the village. Kimimaro on the other hand couldn't believe the lack of security around, thinking how slack the place seemed so far. Alright you three, let's get a move on and find where we are staying, Kaga said, leading the way. The three nodded, following him through the village. They could feel the strange looks they were getting from some of the villagers as they saw their headbands, but it was to be expected. After all, they were ninja from a foreign land. Still, they were guests of the Hokage and as such, they were left to their own devices. Though Kaga could feel eyes on them, knowing full well their movements would be under surveillance by the Umbu Black Ops. Kaga was sure that the others hadn't noticed and would keep it to himself, not wanting to worry them. The four of them made their way through the village, eventually coming to their apartment that was located on the far side close to the river. The place was nice and had 3 rooms, more than large enough for all of them. Kaga was also sure that the other teams from the Mist Village would be arriving shortly. After all, the Chunin exams started tomorrow, and he doubted they would be late. It was still early and Kaga didn't fancy sitting indoors all evening, deciding they should head out and get some food, even offering it as his treat before the exams. Haku and the others jumped at the chance and the 4 of them got ready and made their way out. They headed into the village, making their way to the center walking along the main strip. It was filled with all sorts of people and travelers, offering stalls and stand from all over, each selling something different and unique. Haku could smell meat grilling mixed with the scent of barbecue, while Koyuki could smell fried squid and grilled prawns. Kaga laughed as they tried to agree on what they wanted to eat, with Haku and Koyuki not being able to come to a decision. "Hey, watch it!" A voice suddenly shouted, getting everyone's attention. Kimimaro and the others turned around to see a small blonde-haired kid running through the street, not watching where he was going either as he was about to crash right into Kimimaro. The kid's eyes opened wide at the last second as he hadn't realized Kimimaro was standing in his path. "Look out!" he shouted as he closed his eyes, getting ready for the impact. However, no such thing ever came, and instead, the boy tripped over, opening his eyes in surprise to see that his face was hovering an inch off the floor, with Kimimaro holding the back of his t-shirt, stopping him from hitting the ground. The boy opened his eyes wide looking around for the item he had dropped, wriggling to be let free as he panicked he had lost it. Kimimaro dropped him once he started wriggling, letting him shoot back to his feet quickly as he stared down Kimimaro with an intense look. "Hey, watch where you're going," he said before he noticed Kimimaro's headband, realizing he was a shinobi. "Who the hell is this kid?" Koyuki asked, laughing at his appearance. I am Naruto Uzumaki. And one day I'll be Hokage," he shouted embarrassed. The 4 of them looked at him in even more surprise this time, not sure what he was on about. "Hey, you! Hold it right there!" a man suddenly shouted as he spotted Naruto from around the corner. Naruto almost jumped out of his skin before he looked into Kimimaro's eyes one last time. Kimimaro picked up the mask up off the floor and threw it to him, showing he wasn't so bad, even smiling at him. Naruto couldn't believe it and was almost lost for words at the kind gesture. "Whatever. I'm out of here," he shouted as he turned away and ran, leaving Kimimaro and the others standing there confused. "Who the hell was that kid?" Koyuki said as she placed her hands on her hips. Kimimaro couldn't place it, but something inside him was telling him there was more to the kid than met the eye. "Hey, come on Kimimaro, we're going to eat without you if you don't hurry up," Haku shouted from the distance, getting his attention. With that, Kimimaro headed off with the others to get some food, letting the thought pass out of his mind as the night grew late. The next day came quickly for the 3 genin, with the day of the Chunin exams finally falling upon them. Kaga had given them one final good luck before he escorted them to the building where they would be starting their exams. "Remember, you 3, work together and there is nothing you cannot overcome," Kaga said, wishing them good luck as he watched them enter the exam building. The 3 of them nodded and bid their sensei farewell as they walked into the building, heading inside and down the corridor where they eventually found their destination. "What do you mean we can't go in?" someone said. Haku could see 3 genin similar in age to himself standing before 2 larger-looking shinobi, who looked to be blocking their access to the door. "Sorry Pipsqueak, but no losers are allowed to enter the Chunin exams," one of the larger shinobi said, crossing his arms over his chest. Kimimaro and the others walked over seeing that the room they were blocking was the room where the first exam was being held. "What do we have here?" "Kiri Ninja. We don't want your kind around here, get lost," one of them said, causing Koyuki to grow mad. "Why you?" she said, making a first. Haku gave an awkward smile as he placed a hand on her shoulder to calm her down. Now Koyuki, it's all right," he said. Kimimaro remained silent as the 2 looked him up and down, getting a strange feeling about him. "Besides, can't you see the transformation jutsu they are using?" Haku then said, causing the 2 larger shinobi to look at him in surprise. The other 3 who were hidden leaf genin also looked confused before the other 2 smiled and undid their transformation jutsu. "You've got sharp senses, kid," one of them said with a smile as he stood to the side, while the other simply examined the 3 of them with interest. Koyuki was mad at herself for missing such simple things and swore she would pay more attention starting now. "Come on in," the 2 then said as they opened the door for the 6 genin, allowing them entry into the exam hall. Haku, Kimimaro, and Koyuki walked in to see that the room was already full of ninja hailing from all sorts of villages. All of them glared daggers at the three of them as they weighed them up, seeing whether or not they would make easy prey. Looks like this is the place, Koyuki said as she too glared daggers at them, also judging them based on their appearance, trying to pick anyone who she thought might be a threat. Shinobi from the hidden leaf, grass, waterfall, rain, snow, and finally mist were present and accounted for. And it had seemed their presence from the other mist genin had not gone unnoticed as they eyed each other up. Hey, look, it's Kujira Hoshigaki. Haku suddenly said as he gave him a wave of his hand. What the hell are you doing? Koyuki said as she slapped his hand down. You trying to make us look soft? She said, scolding him. It doesn't matter what the others think of us, all that matters is our own ability. Kimimaro then said, finally saying something. To their surprise, Kujira waved back before he headed over to them with his teammates. Kujira was large for his age, having a stocky build similar to that of a sumo wrestler. He was a member of the Hoshigaki clan and as such, shared their shark-like features, also having long black hair that was tied back. Well, if it isn't Lord Mizukage's favorites. He said as he walked over to them, speaking through his shark-like teeth as he stared at Kimimaro, not taking his eyes off of him. Chill, Kujira. No need to get all heated just yet. One of his teammates said as she took a sip of water from her bottle. Her name was Chika Hozuki, a bright girl with long black hair and blue eyes. Long time no see. Koyuki, she then said, as she looked her up and down, inviting challenge. Koyuki did the same as she too looked her up and down. Chika. She said, noting falling for the bait. Lastly, Haku and the final teammate whose name was Rokuro no exchanged greetings. Rokuro was a handsome guy, with short brown hair and green eyes. He had scored high in all of the final tests in the academy, even though he belonged to no clan, he was strong in his own right. It's been a while, Haku. He said, giving him a smile. Haku nodded. I hope you have been well, Rokuro, Haku said as he nodded his head. I hope you aren't thinking you'll have an easy time during the exam. You might be the Mizukage's favorite, but we won't lose to you. Kujira said. Kimimaro didn't say anything and instead turned to his own teammates. Come on you guys, let's go and find somewhere to sit. He said, walking right past Kujira, causing his blood to boil. Why you? Don't ignore me. He shouted, letting his Hoshigaki blood get the better of him. However, Chika flicked his ear, calming him down. Chill out. We will have plenty of time for that later, for now, let's not give too much away. She said, gesturing to the entire room of shinobi that was watching them at that very moment. Kujira realized what she meant and calmed down, doing his best to keep a level head. I hate that guy. He thinks he's so cool. He said under his breath. Rokuro smiled as he crossed his arms over his chest. Looks like the others are also here. He said as he looked over to the other team from the hidden mist. Kujira and Chika looked over, smiling as they saw them. Looks like the old class is back together. Suddenly the doors burst open as a large bald man with a large black trench coat entered the room, demanding everyone's attention. All right, you sorry lot. Take your seats, the exam is about to begin. Underscore. That's the end of this chapter. Until next time. Chapter 77, Chapter 77. Take a number and take your seats. The large man said, his voice booming across the entire room, getting everyone's attention. Everyone did as he said, taking a number from the front of the classroom and then sitting down in a free space wherever they could find. Haku could already see that the tables had been lined out in an exam order, already expecting some sort of written test. My name is Ibiki. He said, introducing himself as he crossed his arms behind his back. Kimimaro took note of the scars on his face, already being able to tell that this man had been involved in war, and his fair amount of blood shed in the past. Welcome to the Chunin exams. I trust each and every one of you has been told what to expect. Well, I'm here to tell you otherwise. He said as a large smirk on his face appeared. This will be your first test and first exam as part of the Chunin exams. There will be no battle or any fighting of any kind, without the permission of one of us proctors, is that clear? Disobey and you will be disqualified immediately. He said, watching each and every person's reaction in the room with his cold and calculating eyes. One of the other instructors suddenly pulled out a large stack of paper, giving them a wave as he smiled. You will all take one of these tests, also taking one's pencil and one rubber each. He said as the instructors started to hand out the test paper. This test will consist of 10 questions. You will not start the test until you are told, you will not write on your paper until you are told, unless you want to be disqualified. He said as he walked back and forth, explaining the rules, while the genin watched the large amount of instructors sat surrounding them, keeping a close eye on all of them. You will also be sitting this exam as a squad. He then said, getting a mixed reaction from all. If any one of your teammates scores 0 points, then your entire team will fail the exam. Another mixed reaction spread over the large group of shinobi in the hall, some more confident than others, with most starting to panic over the thought of letting their teammates down. Ibiki put his hands into his pockets, before he pulled a piece of chalk out and started to write on the blackboard. Here is how this whole thing works. You will each be given 10 points from the start of the exam. For each question you get wrong, you will have a point taken away. He said, letting the information sink in. As I said before, you will be sitting this exam as a squad. So the results on whether you pass or fail will be determined by the overall score of your teammates. However, if one person on your team scores a 0, then you all fail. And finally, if any of you are caught cheating, you will be deducted 2 points for each time you are caught. Therefore it will be possible for you to be kicked out of the exam before the time is up. Now I will say this. To be caught cheating as a shinobi is disgraceful and dishonest. Make sure you are not caught. He said with a serious look in his eyes. Now everyone was really starting to sweat, thinking how shameful it would be if they stopped their teammates from passing the exam because they couldn't answer the questions. Kimimaro could understand the pressure of the exam, but he had faith that Haku and Koyuki would be fine, knowing all he could do was trust in their ability. Thankfully, Haku and Koyuki had the same idea, with neither of them feeling worried. So, does anyone want to give up yet? Ibiki said, waiting to see if anyone would take the bait from the start. All right then. You have 1 hour to complete the questions, with the final question being given at the 45-minute mark. You may begin. He said, giving them the signal to start the exam. The entire room fell silent except for the sound of paper turning and pencils being picked up of the desk. Oh, and don't forget to write your name and number on your exam. Ibiki said, placing his hands back into his pocket. Everyone flipped their exam paper over, taking a good look at the questions. Haku did the same, taking a quick look around the room, seeing the instructors watching everyone like a hawk. Guess we shouldn't try to cheat unless we absolutely have to. Haku thought as he looked at the first question. Haku studied the paper, reading the first question and what it was asking him to do. Looks like a coded text. This shouldn't be too hard. He said with a smile. Kimimaro did the same as he read through the questions, having already deducted that the questions only got harder the further down the page you got. He was happy he could answer the first 5 with his own knowledge, however, the rest was beyond him. Knowing the only way he would be able to answer them would be to find someone who had already done them and cheat, the only question was how. 15 minuets had passed now, and the room was starting to get warm. Koyuki had answered most of the questions she felt able to answer. But now she was starting to get stuck. Not good. At this rate, I might have no choice but to. Number 44. You're out. One of the instructors suddenly shouted, cutting her train of thought off. What? But I didn't. The genin protested as he tried to argue his point. Suddenly a kunai flew across the room and hit his desk. Get out or you will be forced to leave. Ibiki said, only warning him once. After that both his squad members stood up and the 3 of them left the exam hall, setting an example for the others. Koyuki could see that someone had already been caught cheating and had been thrown out of the exam, along with his whole squad, deciding she would hold off on cheating for now. Haku had made his way through to one of the lower questions, having had no trouble with most of them so far. This one is an integrated problem based on predictions of uncertain conditions and dynamic energy analysis application. He said to himself, impressed by how difficult the questions had become. This really is some high-level stuff. Haku thought, already knowing he would be able to answer this, but was unsure if Kimimaro and Koyuki would be. Number 57. You're out. Another of the instructors shouted, kicking out another squad for cheating. Number 88. Gone. Another said. No way. I didn't do it. He shouted. This time 2 instructors dragged him out by his arms and he kicked and screamed, showing no pride whatsoever. The time had passed at a steady rate now, leaving only 10 minuets until the final question to be revealed. More and more had been removed for cheating and now about just over half who had started were left. Haku had now finished all of the questions and was sure he was right. All that was left was to help Kimimaro and Koyuki copy his answers without getting caught. However, if all of them got a total of 10 points each, take away 2 points each for cheating only once, they could still come out with a total of 24 points, meaning a pass was still highly achievable. All right. Haku said, happy with his decision. Haku slowly made a hand sign under his desk, allowing a small ice mirror to form above his paper. One which he had also created above Kimimaro's and Koyuki's so they could see his answers. Kimimaro was impressed and quickly copied the answers down onto his paper, already having clocked that one of the instructors had noticed their actions. Never mind. Kimimaro thought, knowing it was only 2 points. Koyuki looked at the ice surprised. That Haku should have known he would be able to answer all of these questions, she said as she copied them down. 33. Fails. 67. Fails. The instructors continued to shout while Ibiki smiled as he watched them all try their best to get the answers any way they could. Haku, Kimimaro, and Koyuki weren't the only ones who had managed to figure out how to cheat. Kujira and his squad had also managed to cheat, with each of them finding their own way to do so far being lucky to not have been struck out. Rokuro was smart like Haku and had no need to cheat, however, Kujira lacked in the academic area of study, with his strengths lying in combat. Thankfully Chika had used her Hozuki clan jutsu to help him and herself cheat, copying the answers from another shinobi who had already finished the exam. Alright, listen up. It's time for the 10th and final question. Ibiki suddenly shouted. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked up at him, waiting to see what he would say next in anticipation. But before that, I'm going to add one last rule for this final question. He then said. Let me explain. These are hopeless rules. He said, waiting to see everyone's reaction. But first you will have to make a choice. A choice on whether to answer the final question or not. What do you mean we have to choose whether to take the final question or not? Someone shouted, not sure what was going on. Ibiki simply smiled. Here it is. If you choose not to answer the final question, then you fail the exam, along with both of your teammates. He said with a smirk. Everyone in the room was shocked, including Haku and Kimimaro. But surely that means everyone here will choose to answer the question. Koyuki said, unable to contain herself. Ibiki smiled again, placing his hands into his pockets. The condition to the final question is. If you are unable to answer the 10th and final question, then you will never be allowed to take the Chunin exams again. He shouted, getting in complete and utterly shocked expression from everyone in the room. You can't be serious. Yeah, that's not fair. Some of the students shouted. Ibiki started laughing. You have two choices. You either test your luck and knowledge as a shinobi who is worthy of becoming a Chunin. Or you choose not to take the final question and come back next year, who knows, you might even have a different examiner who gives you an easier time next year. Ibiki said, toying with their heads. The room was suddenly split into debate as everyone started to wrestle with their own doubts and worries on if they would be able to pass or not. The pressure of them never being able to take the Chunin exams again, being stuck a genin for the rest of their lives added in for extra effect, also added to the weight of their decision. Now raise your hand if you do not wish to take the final question. Ibiki said, watching and waiting to see who would chicken out. A brief moment passed as everyone in the room thought about the outcome, not knowing whether to take the risk or not. I can't. Someone suddenly shouted as he stood up and raised his hand. Ibiki's eyes narrowed in on the first one to give in, watching as more followed in his stead. Me too. I can't risk that. Another said. Kimimaro looked at Haku and Koyuki, seeing that Haku was calm, however, Koyuki seemed a little flustered. He could also see that the other Miss Genin were in a mixed state, with Kujira looking like he was very flustered. But Kimimaro knew he was not one to back down over anything, knowing he would never be the first one to give up. Soon enough everyone who didn't want to take the risk had left, leaving only those who were brave enough to take the risk left. Very well. It looks like you are all ready for the final question. Ibiki said as took one hand out of his pocket. Everyone waited in intense anticipation, unsure what it could be, not even able to guess at how extremely complex it might be. All right. You all. Pass. Ibiki suddenly shouted, getting a surprised look from everyone. What? All right, that's the end of this chapter. I hope you enjoyed it and thank you for the support. Have a great day. Chapter 78, Chapter 78. You all pass. Ibiki shouted, surprising the hell out of everyone who was left inside the classroom. We pass. Just like that. Someone shouted, not believing it. Ibiki smiled as he placed his hands back into his pockets. As a shinobi, it helps to be smart. It also helps to be able to conduct covert ops without being caught. Even such an act as cheating on a test, for example. The students had figured as much, having only survived this far by not being caught too many times. However, a true shinobi must have the guts to endure any challenge that they face. Even if that means their life. He said, letting his words sink in. Ibiki could see that more than a few genin in the room had already seen and faced death, some more than once. I think this will make for an interesting exam this year. He thought as he liked the look of a few individuals. Anyway, report to this location for 1400 hours sharp. Your next test will be explained to you there. Ibiki said before he watched some of them slowly exit the room. Kinamaro took a look at the time, seeing it was currently 12 p.m. Meaning they had 2 hours before they had to report to the location. That being said, they had given no direction and no map. Meaning you would have to find the place yourself. Kimimaro regrouped with Haku and Koyuki, smiling at them. How did you both find that exam? Koyuki asked. It was hard, not impossible, but still difficult, Kimimaro said. Quick thinking on that ice mirror to help us. Koyuki then said to Haku. Haku nodded. Don't worry about it. I was confident in my answers and thought you could both use a hand. Even if they caught us, it was only classed as cheating once each, something we could afford to do. Haku said. Kimimaro and Koyuki both nodded. Glad to see we think on the same page, Koyuki said as she placed her hands on her hips. Haku nodded. We had better not waste any time and follow someone who knows the location of the next exam. He then said. Kimimaro agreed, having already targeted a group of hidden leaf ninja. It was a safe bet after all, with it being their village, they would know it like the back of their hand. Let's move out. He then said as they got ready to leave. Hey, where you three off to? A voice suddenly asked. Koyuki and the others turned to look who it was, seeing Kujira and the others on his team. Chika and Rokuro. Should have known you guys wouldn't have been outed so easily, Chika said as she stopped in front of them, sipping her water bottle. Haku nodded, happy to see they had also passed the first exam. We can all take the exam together. He then said, extending his hand. Don't lump us in with you lot, we won't help you pass, and we won't lose to you, Fujira said as he slapped Haku's hand away. Haku didn't show any expression and took his hand back, understanding why they wouldn't want to team up. Don't listen to him, Haku, we won't be helping you three either, Koyuki said as she came to his defense. Chill, Fujira, Chika said, getting his attention. Besides, these aren't the only three we have to worry about. She then said as she looked over to another group of 3 mist shinobi. Fujira looked over to them, noticing who it was he was looking at. Hattori Toyotomi. He said under his breath. Kimimaro and the others also looked at him and his squad, noticing he was with 2 fierce-looking female shinobi, all of who looked to be older than themselves. Chika took another sip of her water bottle, watching as the 3 Kiri ninja walked out of the classroom, giving Fujira and Kimimaro a serious look. See, we can't be making enemies when we already have so many. She then said, feeling to be wary of this Hattori character. Rokuro agreed. Rumor has it, Hattori is an excellent swordsman and even has his name down to be entered for selection of the new 7 ninja swordsmen. He said, getting a surprised look from the others. Whatever. We won't lose no matter who we face. Kujira then said, barging past Kimimaro and Haku as he made his way to the exit. See you at the next exam. He then said through his sharp teeth, before he walked out. Chika smiled, giving a wave before she followed suit. See you there. She said following her teammate. Rokuro did the same thing, giving a nod to Haku and the others, acting nicer than his teammates before he followed them and left the classroom. Do you know anything about the other 3? Kimimaro asked, after seeing the look in Hattori's eyes. Koyuki shook her head, not knowing anything, but Haku nodded. I have heard his name before. I believe he and his squad were held back from the last Chunin exam, due to their sensei being killed on one of their missions. Haku said. I believe others have already said they are all on or above Chunin level already, and that this exam would be easy for them. Kimimaro and Koyuki both looked surprised at the information before Koyuki punched him in the arm. Is there anything you don't know? She shouted, getting a small laugh from Haku. With that, the 3 of them decided it was best if they left and made their way to the next exam location. Sometime later. Haku, Kimimaro, and Koyuki had followed the others to the second exam location. The task hadn't proved too difficult, seeing as how quite a few other teams had passed the first exam. They had arrived at the outer perimeter of a large forest, labeled the Forest of Death. Everyone waited at the main gate that was sealed shut, locked with chains and seal tags, making it look even more foreboding. Everyone seemed to be waiting patiently for what was going to happen next, some looking more nervous than others. Everyone kept to themselves, staying within their own teams, not sure what the next exam would entail, deciding it would be best not to interact with anyone else. Kimimaro used this time to scan the others, trying to figure out who might pose a threat as he looked at the competition. His eyes moved from person to person before a strange shiver ran down his back, forcing him to spin around, a little too quick. Kimimaro looked up, seeing that it was Hattori Toyotomi, stood directly behind him, taking him by surprise as he had not noticed his presence at all. When did he? Kimimaro thought it. He took a good look at him. He was tall, very tall. Standing at 6'1", wearing a metal head protector, like the second Hokage, with black hair that had auburn streaks running through it. Kimimaro also noticed his eyes were each a different color, one being a light misty blue and the other being gray. So you are Kimimaro, Hattori said as he looked down at him. I am, Kimimaro replied. Haku and Koyuki both watched from the sidelines as the standoff between them began, not going unnoticed by others around them. But as quickly as it started, it finished. Be seeing you. Hattori suddenly said, breaking eye contact and walking past Kimimaro with a grin, leaving him wondering where he stood with him. It would seem that due to himself and Haku having been adopted by Fuyona, it had formed some sort of jealous notion from other genin who also wished to gain the approval of the strongest Mizukage and hero of the Land of Water. Meaning they had a lot of rivals who wanted nothing more than to crush them. I don't like the look of him, Koyuki said, feeling a killing aura surrounding him, knowing he was trouble. Don't worry Koyuki, Kimimaro can handle himself, Haku said, smiling at her to put her at ease. However, he didn't like the look of him either and would be keeping an eye on him from now on, he thought as he watched him walk away. Alright you lot, liven up already. A voice said coming from above them, snapping everyone out of their daydreams. Everyone looked up to see a woman with purple hair eating dumplings while sitting on a fence. Are you ready for your second exam, because you could die? She said with a menacing tone in between mouthfuls. My name is Anko. And I'll be your instructor for the second exam. Thank you for reading and your support of the story. I hope you are enjoying it. Have a great day. Link in bio. Chapter 79, Chapter 79. Anko jumped down from the fence, landing with cat-like elegance before she bounced back up to her feet, allowing her coat to swish for effect. Anko was a busty woman with purple hair and a cocky attitude, but Kimimaro could tell there was more to her than met the eye. Right then you punks, listen up. I'm only going to explain this once, she said as she picked her teeth with the dumpling stick before throwing it at a tree. Everyone watched and listened, waiting to see what the second exam would entail, already feeling nervous. Alright. For this exam, you will be working in your 3-man cells. Each squad will be given 1 scroll, she said, holding both a heaven scroll in one hand and an earth scroll in her other. You will have 5 days to acquire both scrolls and make it to the building at the center of the forest. How you get those scrolls is up to you. By simply gaining both scrolls, that does not mean that you pass the exam, that also goes for if you lose your scroll. Remember, the goal is to make it to the center with both by the 5th day, she said, allowing a moment for the atmosphere to change as everyone realized what she insinuated. You have all had to sign a liability waiver before participating in this exam. So death is not unexpected. The forest holds many danger and if you're not on your guard, then you will die. As I said. Reach the center of the forest within 5 days with both scrolls to pass the exam, and try not to die, she said, not seeming bothered if they lived or died. Oh, and one last thing, she then said, turning around before she placed her hand on the gate to undo the seals. You must not open the scrolls and look inside under any circumstances until you reach the finish line, that understood? She said, watching them all nod slowly. Good, she then said, finally opening the gate to the forest. Now each team come and take a scroll. You will each enter the forest with a 5-minute time between entries, only to give you all a fair chance. After that, the rest is up to you. Haku had already done a head count for the number of teams that were present. He counted a total of 20 teams, 60 genin in total, including his own. Meaning each squad would have 1 scroll, meaning only a maximum of 10 full sets would be available. That was if they even gave an even number of scrolls out in the first place. Koyuki was looked at the others with a serious expression, getting a nod from both of them as they too understood how dangerous this could be. With the nature of the exam and the scrolls not guaranteeing a pass or a fail, even if you lost your scroll, other teams could set ambushes around the finish line to steal them at the last moment, meaning you were not safe even up to the finish line. Alright, first squad step up, Anko said as she began to hand out 1 scroll to each squad. Once each squad had a scroll, some being quick to hide the identity of theirs, while others were less so as everyone tried to clock who had what. Alright, first squad enter, Anko said, allowing the first squad of genin, who was from the hidden grass village to enter the forest. They entered the forest, looking a little nervous but quickly disappeared into the thick tree lean and dark setting. The time seemed to pass slowly, yet it came fast all the same. Now only half of the squads remained, with another being given the go-ahead to enter, each of them trying to make a strong start as they dashed off as quickly as possible. Screams could also start to be heard coming from inside the forest now, as battles between squads, either with each other or the monsters within had begun. Kimimaro watched as Kujira and his squad were next to enter. Kujira locked his eyes with Kimimaro's for a moment, giving him a smirk before he entered the forest. See you in there. We won't lose, he shouted before the 3 of them disappeared into the forest. What's plan you two? What should we do? Koyuki said, not seeming worried but wanting to have a level head between the 3 of them. I think it would be best if we either went around, taking our time to assess the situation, rather than be dragged into a conflict that could involve more than 1 squad, Kimimaro said, coming up with a plan rather quickly. Haku agreed. The last thing we want is to engage in battle right from the start, he said, nodding his head. Koyuki also agreed. However, she couldn't help pout a little as she crossed her arms. I still think it would be easier to just kill another squad and steal their scroll from the get-go, but I'll play along for now, she said, wagging her finger. Haku couldn't help give a light-hearted laugh, whereas Kimimaro kept a serious expression on his face, watching as Hattori and his squad also entered the forest now. Kimimaro. Hello, you in there. Koyuki said as she waved a hand in front of his face. Kimimaro snapped out of it quickly, seeing Koyuki standing in front of him. Sorry, Koyuki. He said. We should keep our distance and head towards the center of the forest. I don't want to waste any time. Kimimaro said, getting serious all of a sudden. Koyuki was a little taken off guard as Kimimaro was usually so laid back. But this time he wasn't playing around. Haku also noticed his tone. Knowing he was right. This wasn't the time to be playing around. It's time to get serious. Haku said as he placed a hand on Koyuki's shoulder, agreeing. Koyuki looked into his eyes, seeing the determination coming from him, knowing the look well. You're right. Let's do it. All right, you three, it's your turn. Hurry up and get a move on, will ya? Anko said as she turned to look at Haku and the others. Anko couldn't help but notice the serious look in their eyes, almost getting a smile out of her. This year's genin seem very interesting. Especially these mist brats. She thought, examining the three of them. All right team, move out, Kimimaro said to the others, leading the charge as they burst forth into the forest at full speed. The Chunin exams have begun. Bit of a shorter chapter but hope you enjoyed it. Lots of action to come soon. Anyway, thank you for reading and as always have a great day. Chapter 80. Kimimaro, Haku, and Koyuki all charged into the forest of death, heading deep into the thick and dense jungle. They could already see that this was no ordinary forest and that it contained many dangers hidden beneath the surface. The screams of some of the other students could be heard as sounds of battle echoed in the distance. Yet, they did not waver in their mission to head towards the center, not allowing anything to distract them from their goal of passing this exam. Kimimaro led the charge, guiding them through the trees and darting off each branch. Haku and Koyuki followed suit, each doing their best to keep an eye out for any dangers that might come from their flank. So far so good, Kimimaro said as he came to halt, giving the signal for the others to also stop. No sign of anyone this far in, should we not set an ambush? Koyuki said. Not yet. We should keep moving forwards. Once we reach a certain distance ahead we will be able to take our pick of any others that come our way. Kimimaro said. Haku nodded, knowing it made sense. After all, if they could get there first, they would have first dibs on any other team that made it, being able to steal their scroll and escape to the finish line in an instant. However, that also meant the enemy could do the same, giving an equal risk to their plan if an ambush didn't work. Kimimaro took a good look around, feeling that something was off. He didn't have to say anything as Haku caught onto the feeling quickly, also sensing the danger. Look out. Haku suddenly shouted as a storm of kunai flew at them from above. Thanks to Haku's quick reactions, he was able to get a dome of ice up, shielding them from the attack and stopping all of the kunai in their tracks. Guess it's plan B then, Koyuki said as she pulled a kunai from her weapons pouch, spinning it around on her finger not being able to help smiling as she said it. Kimimaro nodded, knowing this was certainly a possibility. However, it was already something they had planned for. Haku let his ice melt away, giving the three of them a clear view of their surrounding as they tried to locate their attackers. Guess they don't want to come out, Koyuki said, keeping a ready stance. It's not that they don't, it's that they can't, Haku then said, having located them already. What do you mean? Koyuki said, not understanding. Suddenly a scream coming from a set of bushes not far from them got her attention. All fell silent not long after and the three of them waited to see what was going to happen. It's him, Kimimaro said, watching as the bushes rattled before a dark figure made its way through. Koyuki looked the person up and down, recognizing who it was as he slid his sword back into its sheath slowly, letting the noise get everyone's attention. Hattori Toyotomi. She said, keeping her guard up trying not to look shocked. Hattori looked at the three of them with a killer gaze in his eye, wiping a small splash of blood from his cheek before he disappeared. Sorry about that. He said, taking them by surprise with a sudden cheery smile. The bushes behind him rattled again as both of his teammates came into view, each of them with a large grin on their face, and one of them holding a heaven scroll. Well. Look who it is. One of the girls said, looking Haku and the others up and down. Our luck just got even better. She then said, licking her lips before she pocketed the scroll into her weapons pouch. Are we really going to fight with them after we just got the scroll we need to pass? The other girl then said, not seeming bothered in the slightest, crossing her arms as she yawned. She had long black hair that was tied up in a bun with two bangs hanging down either side of her face. She also had a blue scarf wrapped around her neck with the metal mist symbol on it, chewing on a strand of it as she looked unimpressed. Why wouldn't we? If we take them out now, it saves us a job for later. The other girl said, clearly having more energy than her teammate. She had shoulder-length red hair, sharp fangs, and a killer attitude to boot, something she wasn't afraid to hide. "Calm down, Miyako," Hattori said as he looked to the redhead. "Yuri is right. There is no need to fight them here and now. We already have what we need, and besides, I want to crush them in a more public setting," he then said as he stared into Kimamaro's eyes, inviting challenge. Haku couldn't help notice that the three of them seemed strong. In fact, he could tell that if they were to fight right here and now, it would certainly be a lengthy battle, with both sides taking serious wounds. "You think we will just let you get away?" Koyuki said, raising her weapon, not backing down. "Don't bother, Koyuki. Let them go," Kimimaro said as he placed a hand on her shoulder. Koyuki turned around and gave Kimimaro a pissed-off look. However, Kimimaro did not back down. "Now is not the time to fight with them," he said, getting her to settle down. Hattori also smiled at his words, itching to do battle with them himself, yet being able to control his emotions. "He is right, now is not the time nor the place," he said before he turned his back. "Besides, I think you have other things to worry about." Kimimaro had a puzzled look on his face, not realizing what he meant until it was almost too late. "Kimimaro, look out!" Haku shouted, only having seen the danger at the last second before a rain of explosive tags littered the area. "See you on the other side," Hattori shouted just before the kunai exploded, disappearing into the smoke along with his team, leaving Kimimaro and the others to deal with the new threat. "Where the hell did that come from?" Koyuki shouted as she burst out of the dust, landed on a tree trunk and using her feet to stick to it as she scanned the area. Haku did the same, but was now a bit of a distance from the others, knowing that whoever had attacked them had succeeded in splitting them up. "Look out!" Haku shouted as another volley of kunai wrapped with explosive tags flew at them, exploding against whatever they made contact with, further pushing the three of them away from each other. "Die!" a voice shouted, coming from behind Haku. Haku turned around, seeing a kunai swipe towards his neck as his attacker finally came out from the shadows to try and finish the job. However, Haku couldn't move fast enough and the kunai stabbed into his neck, cutting deep and getting a smile from the enemy. "That's one down," the hidden grass ninja said, watching as Haku's body fell to the ground. "You're right. That is one down," Haku said as he appeared behind the grass ninja, taking him completely off guard. "A clone," he shouted, trying to retreat as he had completely let his guard down. However, it was far too late for that as Haku returned the attack, slitting his throat just like he had tried to do to him. Haku landed a perfect blow, watching as his blood fired out from the gash in his neck, knowing that it would all be over for him in a matter of seconds. Meanwhile, Kimimaro's opponent had fancied his chances in a head-on battle, not wasting any time to jump out and attack him, clearly favoring his hand-to-hand combat ability. Little did he know, he stood no chance against Kimimaro's skills, with his attacks seeming to fall short, never quite going the distance to make contact. "Why you? Stay still," the hidden grass shinobi said as he tried to punch him again and again, feeling like a fool as he grew desperate to land a blow. Kimimaro was growing tired now, dodging another punch and ducking under a spinning heel kick with ease. "I'm sorry, but I don't have time to waste on you anymore," he said as he caught his opponent's punch in the palm of his hand. With one swift motion, Kimimaro pulled his arm, taking him a step off balance and closed the gap, thrusting a bone blade through the center of his chest, landing a clean blow in not even a second. The grass ninja was wide-eyed with shock as he coughed a large amount of blood out of his mouth, falling to his knees before he took his final breath. Kimimaro looked at him for a moment before turning back to where the others were waiting for him. "Any problems?" he asked as both Haku and Koyuki walked over towards him. "Yeah. They have the same scroll that we do, so all of that was for nothing," Koyuki said as she showed them the scroll. Kimimaro nodded before he looked at Haku. "No. They were not strong enough to pose a threat," Haku said as he crossed his arms. "Good. Let us continue with the plan and get to the center," he then said, turning around and jumping into the air. Both Koyuki and Haku followed him again, with the three of them kicking it up a notch as they jumped into the trees, moving at a much faster pace than before. Sometime later, the three of them had made a good amount of time up now, knowing that they didn't have much further to go until they reached the center of the forest. So far they had only encountered Hattori and his squad, and one squad from the hidden grass. Although, there was no telling how many of the others had either been killed or eliminated from the exam already. There was also no telling how many squads had already gathered both scrolls. All that remained was for them to now steal a scroll from another squad, something they didn't want to waste any more time with. "We should split up." "Really?" Koyuki said, not knowing whether or not it was a good idea. Haku had come up with the idea of having the three of them split up, that way they could cover more ground. Once they found another squad they would contact the others and wait for backup. "I agree," Kimimaro said. Koyuki frowned but guessed it wasn't such a bad idea and would help them save time. So far only 1 hour had passed, and even though they had plenty of time, the three of them wanted to do Kaga and Fuyona proud by finishing as fast as they could. All right. Let's move out. Haku said, giving the order before each of them darted off in a different direction. Haku headed north, Koyuki headed west and Kimimaro headed east, heading towards the center of the forest where the finish line was. The plan was a simple one, and one that Kimimaro hoped would not turn into a dangerous task. Haku jumped and darted around, moving swiftly through the trees, and he did his best to stick to the shadows and remain unseen. He knew they had agreed on reporting back to each other on their findings, but he was also sure that if he could take out a squad alone, he would do just that. As luck would have it, he didn't have to travel far before he came across a squad of hidden leaf ninja. The squad was comprised of 2 boys and 1 girl, all of who were sat around a small campfire by a stone bed that sat next to a large stream of water. Haku slowly got closer as he kept his presence concealed within the bushes and trees, not giving away his position as he waited and watched, trying to gather more information before he acted. How can they be so stupid? Not one of them is keeping watch for an enemy attack, they have an open fire and are sitting and joking as if they have no worries in the world. Haku thought as he watched, knowing that the 3-leaf ninja before him was a joke. If I strike quickly using the water to my advantage, I could easily take them off guard and disable all 3 of them in an instant, Haku said to himself, drawing a handful of Senbon needles as he went over the plan in his head. Now, he said as he was about to move. However, something beat him to it and he quickly commanded his muscles to freeze, keeping his position and not getting in the scene. Water style, crashing wave. A voice shouted, taking the 3-leaf ninja off guard, causing them to panic as the water from the large stream suddenly formed a wave that crashed down into them, smashing them off the rocks and into the bank. Haku watched as none other than Kujira walked out of the tree line, his hands on his hips as he gave the 3-leaf ninja a serious glare. Chika also slowly appeared from the water, having used her Hozuki clan abilities to become one with it before she took solid form again, walking onto the stone bank. My, that was way too easy, she said, brushing her hair from her face. The leaf ninja had gotten up now and had taken a fighting position, drawing their weapons as they tried to ready themselves. Give us your scroll, or you can die, Kujira said. I'll only say it once. He then added, giving them a moment to think about it. No way. The leader of the leaf ninja said, pointing his sword at Kujira before he spoke again. Us hidden leaf won't back down to you bloody mist scum. He then shouted. Haku could see the look on Kujira's face. He's going to wish he hadn't said that, he thought, knowing how much it still pissed some mist ninja off to be called that. Then die, Kujira said as he charged in towards the 3 of them, letting his anger get the better of him. Chika sighed as she watched from the distance. He always just charges in like he is invincible or something, she said as she crossed her arms. Rokuro dropped down, landing next to her, knowing there was no longer any point in remaining hidden now that Kujira had charged in. You know how he gets, Chika, he said with a small chuckle. I just feel sorry for those 3 now. He then added, watching as the fight played out. Kujira had charged head in towards the 3-leaf ninja, not even drawing a weapon as he raised his fist into the air getting ready to strike. I don't think so, the leaf ninja said, ducking under Kujira's punch and slashing through and across Kujira's large body. I got him, he shouted, giving the signal for the others to attack also. Take this, the other boy shouted as he jumped in and kicked Kujira in the ribs, trying to break them with a powerful roundhouse. The girl also attacked using her kunai as she jumped into the air, landing behind him before he stabbed it into his back. The 3 of them quickly jumped backwards to gain so space, waiting to see how their attacks had fared against their opponent. Did we get him? The girl asked, not knowing what was happening. The others were also on the same page as they were not sure either, seeing as Kujira was just standing there and not moving. Is that all you've got? Kujira whispered. Is that really all you have? He then shouted as he raised his head into the sky laughing. I'll kill you all without breaking a sweat, he suddenly shouted as his blue eyes became red and like a wild beast, he charged in for the kill. Kujira suddenly moved like a tank with a jet engine, grabbing the face of one of the boys before he slammed his head into the ground taking him out in one shot. No way. How is he so fast? The other boy said, jumping back as he started to make hand signs. Fire style, fireball jutsu, he shouted as he landed, skidding across the wet stone and unleashing his fire style attack. Kujira let go of his first victim and turned to look at the fireball that was heading right for him, simply smiling as it got closer towards him. The fire style hit, exploding on contact and creating a large black smoke cloud, blocking everyone's vision. I got him, the leaf genin shouted as he let his guard down. Haku was still watching from the shadows, seeing how the fire style had made direct contact and wondering how Kujira had dealt with it. He got his answer as Kujira suddenly burst from the smoke and slammed his fist into the boy's face. The power behind his attack was so strong that it broke his neck with a single strike, sending his limp body flying into a tree where it crashed through before bouncing into the forest like a rag doll. Kujira had a sinister smile on his face as he turned around to look at the last member of the squad he had just killed. "You're next," he said as he let his razor-sharp fangs show through his smile, putting such terror into the girl that she dropped to the ground, falling on her knees. "And no please. Her here. You want the scroll, right? Take it," she said as she pulled out her team's scroll, presenting it to Kujira, praying that he would take it in exchange for her life. Kujira now stood over her, his red eyes slowly turning blue again as his killer aura faded away. "Was that so hard?" he said slowly as he took the scroll from her hands. The girl was trembling, not even wanting to look him in the eyes as he took the scroll from her. But Haku could tell that was simply a front. "Did you really think I would just give you the scroll?" she suddenly said as her face turned to that of a twisted look for vengeance. "You will die for what you have done," she shouted as the scroll in Kujira's hand suddenly ignited, revealing that it was a fake scroll filled with explosive tags. "Kujira, look out!" Chika shouted as she started to form hand signs to make a water wall to protect herself and Rokuro from the explosion. However, Kujira didn't seem too bothered at the fact the scroll was about to explode, with the blast most likely killing him and the leaf genin at the same time. "You shouldn't have done that," Kujira said as his eyes turned red once more before he placed the scroll inside his mouth and swallowed it whole, getting a shocked look from the leaf genin. The scroll exploded from inside Kujira's stomach. But instead of his body being ripped to pieces, his stomach and belly simply grew very large, along with his checks before a large amount of black smoke burst out of his mouth and nose as he could no longer contain it. Slowly Kujira's body shrank back down to its normal size as he placed his hands on his stomach, letting out a large burp of fire unleash from his mouth before he closed his and pulled a funny-looking face. "That tastes awful," he then said, spitting onto the ground. Haku couldn't believe what he had just done, deciding to keep watching as he hoped to find out more about Kujira's abilities. The leaf genin was shocked as she had watched her final plan be broken into nothing. Kujira turned his attention back to her one last time, putting a serious face back on. "But how? How did you survive that?" she asked, having given up all hope. "That's my little secret. Now hand over the scroll," he said as he picked her up by the scruff of her clothing. The girl was already defeated and handed over the real scroll this time, having accepted her fate. Kujira took the scroll and threw her to the ground, not bothering with her anymore. "Thanks," he said, taking one last look at her. "If you hurry, you might be able to save your friend there," he then said, looking to the ones he had slammed into the ground. He then turned his back on her and walked over to his teammates. "Let's get out of here, the work is done," he then said, getting a nod from both of them. Haku watched as the three of them jumped into the trees, leaving the scene and the leaf squad behind. Haku was pretty impressed after what he had seen and known that Kujira would not be an easy opponent to defeat. "I guess I had better get back to the meeting point, hopefully, the others had more luck than I did," Haku then said, slowly disappearing into the shadows and leaving. Alright, that's the end of this chapter. I hope you enjoyed it, a nice long one for you all. As always, thanks for supporting the story and I hope you have a great day. You know where to go for more. Chapter 81. Kimimaro was currently heading east, hoping he could track down another squad who would have a scroll for them to steal. As he jumped through the trees, he couldn't help think about Hattori and his squad. Kimimaro could tell that he was strong and wondered just how strong he was, becoming excited at the prospect of battling him in the future. The sound of battle seemed to catch his attention as he landed on a large tree branch, taking cover behind the trunk before he took a good look below. From what he could make out, a squad of hidden grass genin were currently fighting the squad from the hidden waterfall, with all three of them engaged in what looked like an intense battle. Each squad consisted of 2 boys and 1 girl each. However, Kimimaro could tell that the hidden waterfall was gaining the advantage as their movements seemed more coordinated and their teamwork more precise than the hidden grasses squad. Kimimaro watched the battle play out, and soon as he had predicted, the hidden waterfall shinobi had emerged victorious, demanding the scroll from the hidden grass rather than just killing them and taking it. The genin from the hidden grass did as they asked, knowing it was better to live to fight another day rather than die. This could be my chance to strike, Kimimaro thought as he watched him reach for his scroll, eagerly awaiting which one their team had as he tried to formulate a plan that would allow him to take them all down and steal the scroll. The grass genin finally pulled out his scroll, tossing it to the hidden waterfall ninja and waiting for their response. Kimimaro could see that it was a heaven scroll, just what he needed. Alright, time to strike, he said as he got ready to go on the offensive. His plan was pretty simple, with the 3 hidden waterfall genin being solely focused on only the 3 grass ninja before them. He was certain he could attack the 3 of them at once with a surprise attack and take them off guard, giving him enough time to steal the scroll and get out of there. Alright, time to attack, Kimimaro said to himself, crouching down as he let his chakra flow into his feet to boost his speed. Man, you gotta be kidding, another heaven scroll. We already have that one. One of the waterfall genin said as he sighed, resting his hand against his forehead. The one in the middle and the one who looked like the leader studied the scroll for a moment before he too sighed. A deal is a deal, get out of here, he said, looking at the 3 defeated grass shinobi, allowing them to whimper into the forest and escape alive. Should we really have let them go? The girl asked as she took a step forwards, having both of her hands behind her head seeming relaxed. She had long black hair with 2 bangs on each side of her face. She also wore her headband around her neck. They aren't a threat to use anymore, Hina, the leader said, pocketing the scroll as he turned around to look at his squad. Besides, it might come in handy to have a spare scroll, he then said with a smile. Suddenly Kimimaro appeared in the middle of the 3 of them, seeming to have moved much too quickly for any of them to be able to react. Sorry about this, Kimimaro said as he suddenly allowed blunt bones to fire from his body, hitting all 3 of them at the same time with his surprise attack. His attack hit Hina dead on, resulting in knocking her out with a single strike. The other boy had been able to react at the last second, managing to let the attack hit a non-vital spot and rolled back, recovering. The leader of the group thought had seemed to move much quicker than the others, even being able to draw a kunai and block Kimimaro's bone attack, jumping back and getting space from him. Hina, he shouted, looking to his teammate before he shifted his focus back to Kimimaro, keeping his kunai raised. Who the hell is this guy? The other boy asked, looking at Kimimaro like he was a freak after watching his bones retract back into his body. Keep calm, Akio, the leader shouted, knowing that Kimimaro could have killed both of his teammates at that moment if he had wanted to. I take it you want the scroll? He then asked, knowing there was no other reason he would be here. Let's get him, Boten, Akio shouted from the other side of Kimimaro. However, he was quickly hushed by Boten as he raised his hand for him to stop. I don't want to kill you. Just give me the scroll and I will be on my way. I know you have too, Kimimaro said in honesty. Boten had black spiky hair, wearing a black jacket with green cuffs and outlining. Kimimaro could tell he was stronger than the other 2, knowing he had already assessed the situation as well as his battle strength from only a few moments. Boten lowered his kunai and smiled. Take it. I don't want any bloodshed today, he said, tossing one of their heaven scrolls to Kimimaro without putting up a fight. What the hell are you doing, Boten? Akio shouted, not understanding. Kimimaro caught the scroll, taking a quick look to make sure it was real. Thanks, he said as he slowly reached into his weapons pouch, taking out his squad's spare earth scroll and tossing it to Boten. Really, you're just giving us an earth scroll? He asked as he caught and examined it. Kimimaro couldn't help smile. It's a fair trade, he then said before he suddenly vanished, dashing off into the distance. Akio rushed over to Boten, not believing what just happened. Why the hell didn't we attack him? He then asked, watching as Boten pocketed the scroll and headed over to check on Hina, who was just coming back around. Come on, Akio, you must have been able to tell that kind of a fight would have resulted in one of us dying right there, Boten said as he slowly picked Hina up, letting her come to on her own. Akio was pissed off that he wasn't strong enough to do anything in the situation, clenching his fist in anger before he helped Hina up too. What happened? Hina asked as she finally woke up fully. Don't worry, Hina, we got an earth scroll, and no one got hurt, Boten said. But who the hell was that guy, Boten? She then asked, the memory of what had just happened to flash in her mind. I'm sure we will meet whoever that was again soon, and hopefully we get another shot at him in the future. But for now, let's just get to the finish line without anyone dying, Boten then said, flashing both of the others a smile. Meanwhile, Koyuki had gone west, also in hopes of finding another squad with the scroll that they needed. So far she had made quite a bit of ground and she was getting to the point where it was time to turn back. How have I not encountered another squad yet? She said to herself as she jumped from tree to tree, using her chakra control to easily traverse the terrain. Hopefully Kimimaro and Haku have had better luck, she then said, landing on a branch that suddenly snapped, not being able to take her weight. Koyuki fell through the air, dropping down towards another tree branch. However, as she did, a sudden sense of danger washed over her, noticing a huge snake that had suddenly appeared, waiting for her to fall into its striking distance. Koyuki didn't like the look of the snake and quickly pulled out a kunai and rope, throwing it at the tree before pulling tight, catching herself and swinging out of the way of the large predator. That was a close one, Koyuki said as she watched the snake sliver off into the forest, wondering why it had given up so quickly. Erfk. The scream sounded from the direction the snake had traveled to, most likely having already sensed an easier target. Looks like another squad is fighting that thing off, Koyuki said as she jumped higher into the tree so she could get a good vantage point. Maybe the snake will do my work for me, she also thought as she finally laid eyes on what was happening. A team of Hidden Leaf Shinobi were currently doing their best to fight off the snake, however, struggling in their attempt as the creature was rather large. Koyuki, Haku, can you hear me? Kimimaro's voice suddenly said, coming through the small earpiece they had on so they could communicate with each other. Koyuki placed her hand to her ear, pressing the small button on it so she could talk. Koyuki, reading you loud and clear. A moment later, Haku's voice also came through. Haku, also reading you loud and clear. A moment passed before Kimimaro spoke again. I have both scrolls, I repeat I have both scrolls. Meet back at the meeting location. He said before he cut the transmission. Koyuki smiled as she slowly stood up, suddenly no longer interested in the squad fighting the large snake below. I should have known he would have found another scroll. Ah well, time to get back then. She then said, watching as the snake suddenly swallowed one of the ninjas below as his teammates screamed in horror. This exam really is no joke. She said, not taking pity on them before she turned her back on them. Okay, that's the end of this chapter. More coming soon, hope you enjoyed and have a great day. Chapter 82, Chapter 82. Not long had passed after Kimimaro had contacted the others before they had regrouped. They each reported their findings with Haku telling the others about Kujira and how he had defeated a whole squad with relative ease. Koyuki said she didn't have anything worth reporting and was happier about them having acquired the remaining scroll they needed. Let's not waste any more time and get to the center, I'm sick of this forest already, Koyuki said as she placed her arms behind her head, resting it on her hands. Kimimaro agreed. Let's get going then. He said not wasting any more time. Haku also agreed and with that they started to make a move towards the center, aiming to finish the exam in good time. Only 4 hours had passed since they had entered the forest, having been given a total of 5 days to complete the assignment, something that seemed like too much time to the three of them. However, after seeing some of the other squads in action, they could understand that not everyone was as strong or as skilled. Soon a large building at the center of the forest came into view and the three of them quickly headed towards the large doors at the front of it. Haku was on full alert as they approached, knowing that if another squad was going to attack them it would be now. But no attack came and the three of them entered the building without any challenge whatsoever. Well, that was easier than expected, Koyuki said as she took a look around. Haku also agreed, doing a quick scan of the area. It would seem so, however, we are not alone. He then said as he sensed others inside, not having to wait long until the sound of footsteps could be heard. The three of them looked over to where the sound was coming from, seeing that none other than Hattori and his teammates were walking over towards them. Well, look who made it. Miyako, the one with red hair, said as she placed her hands on her hips. We still beat you though. She then said as she crossed her arms over her chest. Like that matters, Koyuki said, not letting her get one up on them. What did you say? Miyako suddenly said with a snarl. That's enough, Miyako. Hattori suddenly said, cutting her off before he looked at the three of them. I expected nothing less of you three. After all, everyone expects big things from the two adopted sons of the Misukage, as well as the daughter of Lord Forth. Haku could sense that the three of them were not the only ones here already, being able to detect 6 others. Along with 2 Jonin-level shinobi. Were you the first squad to arrive? Haku asked, wondering who else was here so far. No, Hattori answered. But I think that is enough chit-chat for now. Perhaps you should open your scroll, everything will be revealed then. He then said as he turned around to walk away. Yuri, who had remained quiet, also turned around and walked away. However, Miyako remained in front of them, eyeballing Koyuki with serious intent to kill. See you around, daughter of the monster. She then said, referring to her father. Koyuki suddenly drew a kunai and was about to attack her in a blind fit of rage. However, Miyako had been expecting such and was ready for it. Come get some. She shouted as she was about to counterattack, drawing her own short blade as the two of them were about to go at it. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, both Haku and Hattori had appeared before both of them, each stopping their attacks before they went too far. Hattori had half drawn his blade, blocking Miyako's attack, giving her a serious look as she told her to stand down. Haku, on the other hand, had formed a layer of ice around his hand, allowing him to grab Koyuki's kunai and stop it. Calm down, Koyuki. Now is not the time. He said with a rather serious expression of his own, not a look he usually displayed. Koyuki bit her lip before she turned around and stormed off, leaving Haku and Kimimaro alone with Hattori and the others. Whatever. Miyako then said as she took a step back, laughing as she watched Koyuki walk away. If you ever say that to her again, I will kill you. Haku suddenly said, slowly turning around to look at the three of them, a deadly feeling washing over all of them. Even Kimimaro had to admit, this was very unlike Haku, and he knew when he became serious like this he was extremely dangerous. Miyako could feel the killing intent coming from Haku, cleaning her teeth as it almost made her feel afraid. However, Hattori didn't seem fazed at all, simply smiling as he looked into his eyes. Whoa there, big guy. A simple misunderstanding. Hattori said as he put his sword away. Besides, I would like to see you try. He then said, also getting serious, and the two of them locked eyes for a moment. "Be seeing you," Hattori suddenly said as he broke eye contact with Haku, turning around before he gave a small wave. "Don't forget to open that scroll," he also shouted from the distance as Haku and Kimimaro watched the three of them walk away. Haku calmed down before he turned around and started walking off to go and find Koyuki, with Kimimaro following him. "Are you okay, Haku?" he asked. "I'm fine. It's just, you know how she gets about her father," he said, looking at Kimimaro. "I know," Kimimaro said, deciding now was not the time to talk about the subject. Both of them found Koyuki, who still seemed pissed off at what had just happened, deciding to ask if she was okay. "Are you all right?" Kimimaro asked, seeing that she was still worked up over it. "It's fine," she said, knowing it would do her no good getting any anger over it. "We should focus on the mission," she then said, looking up at both of them, getting a nod. "I believe the orders were to open the scroll once we reached this location," Kimimaro then said, taking out their earth scroll, letting all emotion become forgotten as they each looked at the scroll. Haku and Koyuki also nodded in agreement, remembering the briefing they had been given from Anko. "Very well, let's see what's inside," Kimimaro said as he undid the clip on the scroll with his thumb and gripped the paper, getting ready to open it. Koyuki and Haku seemed a little nervous, with Haku already thinking that it could be a trap. But they also knew that orders were orders, having been told to open the scroll only when at the finish line. "Here we go," Kimimaro said as he quickly pulled the scroll fully open, waiting to see what was inside of it. A sudden burst of white smoke took the three of them by surprise as they waited to see who or what the dark figure was that had emerged out of it. "Kaga-sensei," the three of them suddenly said, seeing who it was that had emerged from the smoke. "That's right, you three. Good job on passing the second exam. I had no doubt you would succeed," he then said as he gave them a thumbs up. Koyuki looked confused, not knowing why their sensei had been sealed inside of the scroll, to which Kaga simply laughed. "You see, Koyuki, the aim of the exam was to get here with both scrolls. However, if any squad was to break those orders, giving into temptation and open a scroll before that, then their sensei or another jonin like myself would appear and knock out all three of them, resulting in them failing the test." Koyuki nodded in understanding. "And look at the time, I hardly had time to get comfy with the three of you finishing so quickly," he then said with a smile. "So now what?" Haku asked. "Now we wait for the rest of the squads to finish the exam. The only problem with that is we still have another 4.5 days to wait now," he said with a sheepish expression on his face. "So we won't find out the next stage of the exam until all the other squads make it here?" Kimimaro asked. "That's right. However, teams of jonin have been sent out into the forest to keep tabs on teams who have either been killed or rendered unfit to carry on with the exam, meaning we might not be waiting the full 5 days," Kaga then said. "We also can't leave this place. After all, the next part of the exam will be held here, so you had better get comfy," he then added. The three of them nodded in understanding and agreed with their sensei. "I guess all we can do is wait then," Haku said. Kimimaro agreed. However, a large rumbling sound took them by surprise and both of them looked to Koyuki, who had a surprised look on her face. "Oh no," she said as she placed her hands on her stomach. The four of them started laughing as Koyuki grew more embarrassed by her stomach rumbling. "I can't help being hungry," she yelled as she crossed her arms. "Alright, going to end this chapter here. We are starting to get towards the end of the exams now, time to start finding out who the others will be. Hope you enjoyed and have a great day. Remember, you know where to go for more. Merry Christmas to everyone." Chapter 83. Chapter 83. The rest of the time seemed to pass by slowly as another 3 days went by. Slowly but surely the rest of the remaining squads made their way into the building with both scrolls in hand. Kujira and his squad made it not long after Kimimaro and the others had. Kujira was pissed that they had arrived before them, but after throwing a small tantrum he soon changed his attitude once his squad opened the scrolls, being reunited with their sensei. Haku and the others had never seen the men before, hearing Kujira call him Ryo-sensei. Kaga seemed to know him and exchanged a few words before they went their separate ways to focus on their own squads. Haku had counted 10 teams in total from the original 20 that had started the exam, and from what the instructors were saying, that was all that would be making it to the final phase of this exam. Now that everyone was present and accounted for, with the instructors having combed the forest for any who had been unable to complete the exam, dead or otherwise. With the information being confirmed, they could now move on with the exam, being asked to move into the large hall, lining all of the remaining squads up in formation. The hall they now found themselves in was very large with a lot of open space, with the most notable thing being the large stone statue of a hand seal right in the center back. Haku, Koyuki, and Kimimaro took a good look around at the other squads, seeing who had made the cut. 3 squads from the Hidden Leaf Village had made it through, no surprise there as they had the most genin taking part in the exam, meaning they had to at least have some worthy genin among the ones they had come across so far. One squad caught Kinemaro's eye in particular as he noticed the symbol for the Uchiha clan on the back of a boy's clothing, knowing he would make for a challenging opponent. After all, the fame of the Uchiha was known throughout the world of shinobi. All three of the Hidden Mist squads had also made it to the final without struggling against anyone they had come across just yet. Haku had been able to observe some of Kujira's abilities that he had reported to the others, just in case. Hattori's squad on the other hand still remained a mystery, but he was sure he would find out soon enough. Kimimaro could also see that the squad from the Hidden Waterfall had made it, seeming unscathed. Two squads from the Hidden Rain had also made the cut, with the last squad being from the Hidden Grass, all of which they had not encountered as of yet, knowing nothing of their abilities or jutsu that they could possess. That meant that each village had genin that had made it to the final exam, with their jonin sensei all standing by the sidelines also weighing each other and their students up. Such was the nature of the world they lived in. Anko, who was the head instructor for the second part of the exam, stood at the front with the other instructors. She couldn't believe how many had made it through the forest to this stage. She had thought for sure that only 3, or maybe 4 squads would make it. She took a good look at the genin that stood before her, studying each of them to see what they had. This year's genin are certainly interesting indeed. She thought before she cleared her throat. "All right, quiet up," she yelled, getting their attention. Everyone looked to the front to see that Anko was about to speak, standing at attention and waiting patiently. "All right, you brats," she started. "It looks like that many of you passed the second stage of the exam, that we have too many of you for the finals," she said with a smile on her face. Everyone broke out into whispers, confused as to what she meant. Suddenly a shadow appeared from the back of the hall, getting all of the instructors' attention as the figure came into view. "Lord Hokage," Anko said in surprise as she suddenly bowed her head, not expecting him. Everyone else in the room bowed their head, with the genin squads following suit to show respect. Now, no need for that," the third Hokage said, giving a wave of his hand before he placed his pipe back into his mouth, taking a good look at the genin once he got to the front of the hall. Anko and the other instructors made room for him and Anko gave him the floor, moving to the side so he could address the genin. "Well done on getting this far. I know that it wasn't easy, and you have become a credit to your village and your sensei for getting this far," he said, giving them words of praise. "However, the exam is not at an end as of yet," he said before blowing the smoke from his pipe out. "As Anko has just said, there are too many of you who made it to this point for the finals. Therefore, we have decided that we shall hold an exhibition match beforehand," he shouted, getting everyone's attention. "Now I want you all to give it everything you have got. Remember, even if you lose, that does not mean you have failed the exam. Now you have made it this far, it is no longer about passing or failing. It is now time to show us what you are made of and if you have what it takes to become a chunin." Everyone took in his words, thinking on them hard and becoming fired up at the thought of being able to show their true skill and power. "Now everyone, if you will look to the large screen that is hanging above us," the third said as he pointed above them. Everyone looked to the large screen that was hanging down, seeing that it displayed all of their names for a short moment. "Now, this screen will show the 2 that are picked at random to do battle. I wish you all the best of luck," the Hokage said before he passed them over to another instructor from the Hidden Leaf. The Leaf Jonin stepped out, thanking the Hokage before he looked over to the genin that was standing before him. "My name is Shibi Aburame. I will be your instructor for this part of the exam," he said while everyone got a good look at him, seeing that he was dressed in a large cloak with his hood up and a pair of dark glasses on. "Now allow me to explain the rules," he then said. "During this exam, you will be allowed to use whatever jutsu and fighting ability that you wish. You may even kill your opponent if you so wish," he said with no emotion. "The only rule you have to follow is what I say goes. If I stop the match, then that means the match finishes. One loses when they are either unable to fight, give up, or I end the match having decided on the winner. Is that understood?" he asked, getting a swift nod from all. "Very well, let's get the first match underway," he then said before turning to the large screen. Everyone else did the same as names started to spin in a lot, moving too quickly for anyone to see until they both stopped, revealing who would be battling first. Everyone started whispering as they read the 2 names, everyone looking to see who they belonged to. "Very well, the first match is Haku Yuki of the Hidden Mist versus Akio of the Hidden Waterfall," the instructor said. Koyuki looked at Haku, punching him in the arm before giving him a thumbs up. "You had better win," she then said with a smile. "Can everyone else move to the spectating area, with the 2 fighters stepping to the front," Shibi said. Kimimaro nodded to Haku, who returned the nod knowing what he meant. With that, Haku walked out to the front, getting a good look at his opponent. He had long brown hair with a cream-colored robe on and his headband side around his forehead. Koyuki and Kimimaro made their way to the standing area above with Kaga. The others also did the same as they waited to see what was going to happen. All of the other instructors and the Hokage also took their spectating area, also eager to see how the fights would turn out. Sarutobi took a good look at Haku, knowing that he was one of Fiona's students and adopted sons. He had also learned that he was a member of the Yuki clan and possessed the ice release. He couldn't help but smile as he felt excited waiting to see them both in action. "This will be over quickly," Kaga said with a smile as he crossed his arms over his chest. "Are you both ready?" Shibi said as he looked at each of them, watching as they stood face to face. "Yes," Akio said, looking a little nervous. "Yes." Haku also said, flashing a friendly smile at his opponent. "All right, take your positions and await my signal." Shibi then said, letting each of them take a couple of steps back to prepare themselves. "Come on, Akio. You've got this." His teammates shouted from the spectating area, their cheers not going unheard from both him and Haku. "All right, you two," Shibi said as he raised his hand into the air. "Let the battle begin." Chapter 84, Haku vs. Akio. "Let the battle begin." Shibi shouted, slashing his arm through the air as he gave the signal for them to begin. Haku stood still as he watched his opponent, standing with a smile on his face. Akio on the other hand pulled out two kunai, twirling them around before holding one in each of his hands, as he got ready to fight. Kaga and the others watched from the standing area above, all three of them excited to see how the battle would play out with Kaga being most excited of all. "Is everything alright, sensei?" Kimimaro asked, noticing that he seemed a little tense. Kaga smiled, not taking his eyes off of his student. "Kid doesn't miss a thing," he thought before giving him an answer. "I'm just looking forward to seeing Haku go all out," Kaga said, getting Kimimaro to also smile. "He won't need to against this opponent." Kimimaro then said, turning back to the fight. Kaga knew how strong the three of them were to a point, having seen them in action on multiple missions and training exercises. However, Fuyona had told Kaga that Haku tended to hold back due to his kind nature, always saying that his true ability was indeed amazing, and once he shut off his emotion he was a force to be reckoned with. "I'm done standing around." Akio then shouted as he charged forwards, crossing both kunai in front of his face. Haku didn't even flinch as he waited until the last second, not even blinking as Akio sprang into action, aiming across X/ with both kunai at Haku's face. At the last possible second, Haku ducked under Akio's right arm, spinning around with a perfect sidestep, getting clear of him. It all happened so fast that only those with a very keen eye had even seen what really happened. "What's he doing just standing there? Come on, Akio, get him." Hina, another of the hidden waterfall, shouted, unsure why her teammate wasn't doing anything. "It's already over, Hina," her sensei said as he watched with his arms crossed, not seeming happy. She looked at him confused before turning back to look at Akio. Akio stood still with his hands by his sides as Haku turned to Shibi. "It's over," he said before he started walking away. "So it would seem," Shibi said, having already seen what had happened. Akio suddenly dropped to the floor, landing face first as he dropped both of his kunai onto the ground. Everyone who hadn't seen what happened was shocked, however, so was everyone who had. Shibi walked over to Akio, taking a good look at the senbon needle that was sticking out of his neck, noting the perfect placement of it. To hit the pressure point with such speed and accuracy without killing him. Remarkable indeed. Shibi thought as he pulled the senbon needle out with one quick motion. Akio's eyes suddenly opened wide as he jumped up to his feet, shocked at what was going on. "Settle down. The fight is over," Shibi then said, announcing the winner to be Haku. "What the hell was that? He didn't even touch him. Look at him, he thinks he's so cool." Kujira shouted, clearly pissed off. "Didn't you see what he did, Kujira?" Their sensei said, giving him a hard look. "Make sure you don't let your guard down against him," he then said through his sharp teeth. Kujira and the others nodded, seeing that their sensei was being serious. Everyone else was also talking about what had just happened, seeing how it had ended so quickly and without warning. Even the Hokage was impressed at the demonstration of such fine skill. My. It would seem the Mizukichi has trained his students well, he thought as he watched Haku from a distance. Haku had walked up to the standing area, regrouping with his own squad. "That was amazing, Haku," Koyuki said with a big grin. "But just wait till it's my turn," she then said with a cocky grin. Haku smiled as he rubbed the back of his head as he replied. "I don't doubt it," he said. "Good work, Haku," Kaga said, knowing he didn't even have to try in that last fight. Kimimaro also smiled at him, knowing he would have no trouble. "All right, let us announce the next fight," Shibi then said once Akio had also returned to his squad. "Don't worry, Akio, we aren't done yet," his sensei and other teammates said, giving him a pat on the back, trying to help him not feel so bad. Everyone turned their attention back to the large screen as the names started to be shuffled at random before two were picked out. The second match will be Chika Hozuki of the Mist versus Mushi of the Hidden Rain. Chika didn't look bothered as she continued to sip on her water bottle. Come on, Chika. Time to get fired up. Kujira shouted, hating the fact that she never let anything bother her. Yeah, I got this. She said as she walked away, lifting her hand up to shut him up. Don't worry about her, Kujira, Rokuro said, trying to calm him down. Mushi of the Hidden Rain also walked down towards the fighting area. He was tall with black spiky hair. He had a breathing apparatus on his face, like Hanzo. He also wore a full-length cream-colored bodysuit with his headband around his forehead. The two of them now stood face to face as Shibi announced the two of them, allowing them some space now to prepare for battle. Alright you two, let the battle begin. He shouted, giving them the signal. Mushi didn't waste any time as he quickly started to form a bunch of hand signs. You never had a chance. He then said as his body started to phase in and out, becoming all wavy. Chika was very surprised and watched as his body sank into the ground, seeming to melt into it before he vanished altogether. Well, that's not right. Chika then said as she placed her water bottle onto her belt clasp. Suddenly 10 copies of Mushi solidified out of the ground, surrounding Chika with their kunai drawn. Nowhere for you to run. Mushi shouted as he threw the kunai at her, aiming for vital spots. Chika didn't bother moving and simply yawned as the kunai hit her body, sinking into her flesh as if they hit water. That won't work on me. She then said as she only counted 5 kunai, while noting 10 copies of Mushi. Also your genjutsu is way too obvious, she then said as she let the kunai fall out of her body, allowing it to become solid again. Why you? I'll make you pay for that. Mushi said as he suddenly charged at her from all directions. Chika didn't bother looking and instead closed her eyes while making a hand sign, focusing on her flow of chakra to break the genjutsu. Done. She then said as she opened her eyes again, seeing that the 10 copies of Mushi had become only 5, as she suspected. Chika suddenly let her legs turn to water as she dropped to hip height, avoiding all of the attacks from Mushi. Mushi was surprised and shocked as she broke out of his genjutsu and dodged his attack all at once. But not as surprised as when his clones were all disposed of by one quick circular swipe of her own kunai, bursting all 5 of his water clones. Chika stood back up to her full height, licking the water off her kunai, tasting it before taking a look around. Come out wherever you are. She then said, looking for her prey. Mushi had to be careful about revealing his exact location while he tried to formulate a plan on how to attack her. He wasn't sure how she had negated his kunai attack, allowing her body to turn to water, but after seeing that he had devised that physical attacks wouldn't quite cut it with her. Mushi decided to create more clones, hoping that he could devise a plan while he watched them battle her, trying to figure a way to beat her. However, Chika smiled, showing her pointed teeth. Found you. She said as she pointed her finger right at where he was hiding. Water pistol jutsu. She shouted, firing a shot at blinding speed that hit Mushi in the stomach, breaking his invisibility jutsu he had been using to hide. Mushi hit the ground hard, rolling a couple of times until he fell onto his back. All of Mushi's clones also burst and vanished, unable to take solid form any longer as he fell unconscious. The fight is over, Shibi shouted, announcing the winner. Chika smiled before unclipping her water bottle and taking a sip. Yeah. Go Chika. Kujira shouted as he flexed his bicep. Chika sighed as she watched him from a distance, continuing to sip on her water. Mushi was dragged away to the medical bay, leaving Chika to slowly return to her squad. Once clear, Shibi gave the announcement for the third fight with all eyes falling once more to the large screen as they waited to see who was next. The names started to slow down again and 2 were picked, showing who was next to do battle, getting a surprised reaction from everyone. Next we have Hamoto Munito of the Hidden Grass versus Isito Uchiha of the Hidden Leaf. Alright, that's the end of that chapter. Thank you for reading as always. Chapter 85. Alright, next up is Hamoto Munito of the Hidden Grass versus Isito Uchiha of the Hidden Leaf. Shibi announced, waiting for both fighters to come down from the standing area. The Hidden Grass shinobi had a straight face, not giving any form of expression or emotion away as he took his place on the fighting stage. Good look, Isito. Both of his team members shouted as they watched him walk away, blushing as he turned to look at both the girls. Thanks, but I don't need luck. He said as he gripped the railings with his left hand before vaulting over it and dropping down to the ground, landing in a superhero pose. He's so cool. They both shouted, acting like groupies rather than ninjas. Alright, are you both ready? Shibi asked, watching as the Uchiha took his place. Yes. They both said. Alright, take your positions. Shibi then said, giving them the chance to move back and prepare for battle. Kaga watched the Uchiha kid closely, having done his research on all of the genin in the exam this year, as were the instructor's rights to see the candidates entered in the exam. His name was Isito Uchiha. 13 years of age and of course could use the fire-style jutsu that all Uchiha were blessed with. Other than that, his grades had been good, top of his class, and his mission record had been steady. His opponent on the other hand was also 13 years of age and was also proficient in fire chakra transformation. However, Kaga had not been able to find his grades or mission log. This should be an interesting matchup. Kaga then thought as he waited for the battle to start. Alright, begin. Shibi shouted, announcing the start of the match. Neither of them wasted any time in making the first move as each of them started by throwing a volley of shuriken. The metal ninja stars cut through the air at great speed before the sound of metal crashing against metal rang through the air. Fire-style fireball jutsu. Both of them suddenly shouted as they made the hand signs at the same time. Both of them unleashed their fire-style jutsu, letting the flames roar against one another, fighting and battling for dominance over the other as the fire tried to consume itself. They were both equally surprised at what had happened, as well as realizing that their jutsu was also equally matched. The Uchiha wasn't happy and instead broke off his jutsu, quickly jumping into the air as he reached inside of his weapons pouch. Hamoto watched as Isito leapt into the air, his fire style taking full control and crashing into the wall behind where Isito had been standing. Isito quickly threw another round of shuriken at his opponent before he flipped in the air and threw some more. Hamoto quickly jumped back and pulled a kunai from his own weapons pouch, using it to deflect the incoming shuriken. However, he had not seen the shuriken that Isito had thrown behind him, assuming that he had simply missed and had not given it a second thought. He had not missed, he had in fact done this on purpose and with excellent skill, used another shuriken to alter the trajectory of said shuriken to re-aim it at Hamoto from behind him. Not take this, fire style. Hamoto started. Got you, Isito said, taking Hamoto's attention as he landed on the ground. Not even looking up at his opponent. Hamoto was too slow to react as he turned around, with the shuriken hitting him in the center of his forehead, deflecting off of his headband as he did. The force of the blow, however, had knocked him to the ground, having been strong enough to end the fight, looking as if he had been killed by the blow. Winner, Isito Uchiha. Shibi announced, as the medics quickly ran over to Hamoto to check him over. Isito flicked his long black hair out of his eyes as he smiled. He never stood a chance. He said, acting cocky as both the girls on his squad cheered for him. With that all done, Shibi was about to start the name generator for the next match. However, a hidden leaf ninja ran over to him, whispering something into his ear. Shibi nodded and turned back to the audience before he made his announcement. Alright, you lot, listen up. We still have a total of 11 matches to get through, however, we will be taking a short break after the 5th match. So let's begin the next round. He then said as he turned to the screen above that started to shuffle through the names at random. Everyone looks at the large screen above waiting to see whose name was next. The names came to a slow until finally, they stopped, revealing who would be combating. Alright, next up we have Show of the Hidden Rain vs Hattori Toyotomi of the Hidden Mist. He said, announcing the next fighters. Hattori smiled as he crossed his arms, turning and making his way down to the stage. Guess you don't need any words of encouragement. Miyako shouted as she watched him walk off, cool as a cucumber. Show of the Hidden Rain tilted his large hat as he frowned a little, knowing this was going to be a tough match as he watched Hattori make his way down. Kimimaro and the others were also eager to see Hattori's skills firsthand, watching him as he made his way to the center stage. Now both Sho and Hattori had taken their positions, with Shibi getting ready to announce their battle. Both ready. He said, watching as the two of them readied their weapons, with Hattori simply gripping the hilt of his sword. Begin. He said, not expecting Hattori to move as fast as he did. Sho gripped his large umbrella tight as he raised it above his head, about to unleash a jutsu of some kind. However, he didn't get the chance as Hattori was already standing behind him, slowly resheathing his blade after he had flicked the blood off of it. How? Sho said as his chest suddenly opened with blood spraying out onto the ground before he collapsed. Hattori finally put his blade fully back into its scabbard, allowing the clicking noise to ring through the hall. Quick draw style. He said softly as he turned to look at his downed opponent with pity. Match over, winner, Hattori of the Mist. Shibi said, looking at him in interest. The medical team was on show as quickly as they could be, already getting the bandages ready to try and stop the bleeding. You won't need many of those, his life is not in danger, Hattori said as he walked past them, letting them know that he didn't go for a killing blow. Something the medical ninja were astounded by due to the amount of blood. Kimimaro and the others were also impressed, noting Hattori's impressive speed and skill with a blade. Kaga especially, noting the skill and technique he had just used. Did any of you see what he just did? Koyuki asked, looking at Haku and then Kimimaro. Haku nodded in response, with Kimimaro turning to look at her. Could you not see his movements, Koyuki? He asked, surprised. What? You're telling me you could see what just happened? She said. Haku gave a light-hearted laugh, not realizing Koyuki couldn't see the movement. Don't worry too much, Koyuki, it's one of those moves that if you blink you miss it. Kaga then said, helping to make her feel better. However, Haku flashed a serious look at Kimimaro, one he noted before he looked back to Hattori as he now recognized him as a full threat. Once the medical team had taken Sho away for treatment, the stage was ready for the next matchup. The names started to spin at random until they finally stopped once again as they revealed the next matchup. Alright, the next match will be Hana Inuzuka of the Hidden Leaf versus Gogi of the Hidden Rain. Gogi was a member of the second team of Rain Ninja. Unlike Sho's squad, Gogi's squad had yet to be chosen for a battle, as now Sho and Mushi of the Rain had been defeated. Both shinobi took their positions on the stage, looking each other in the eyes as they prepared for battle. Haku took a good look at the two of them, noting that Hana was a pretty girl, looking to be around 13 years old. She had long hair tied back in a ponytail, and two red fawn-like markings on her cheeks. Gogi on the other hand had a yellow jumpsuit with a rebreather that had only one outlet on. The Rain Ninja seemed to look older than the Leaf Ninja, however, Haku knew that age didn't always mean one would be stronger. Both ready? Shibi asked as he looked to both Hana and Gogi. Yes, Hana said as she got ready. Gogi said as he placed his hands into his pockets, seeming very calm. I'll take that as a yes, Shibi said as he lifted his hand into the air. Begin. He then shouted, giving them the signal to start the battle. Gogi didn't move much as he kept his hands in his pockets, simply watching to see what Hana did. Hana on the other hand jumped back to clear some distance, pulling a scroll from her hips. She did. What you got there? Gogi asked, seeming only slightly interested. You're about to find out. Hana shouted as she pulled the scroll loose, summoning whatever it was holding inside it as a large amount of white smoke burst forth. Come on out, Haimaru brothers. She shouted as the smoke cleared to reveal 3 large wolf-like dogs. Time to rip you to shreds. Hana then said as the dogs surrounded her, with the dogs standing in an aggressive stance with one on each side of her and the last one behind her, all 3 of them snarling at Gogi. Well, this is going to be more entertaining than I thought. Gogi then said as he finally took his hands out of his pockets. Okay, going to end this one here. Hope you enjoyed the chapter, more to come soon. Chapter 86, Chapter 86. Hana Inuzuka stood proud, surrounded by her 3 wolf-like dogs as they glared daggers at the Hidden Rain Ninja. Gogi, the said rain shinobi, stood with his hands by his sides, having taken them out of his pockets as he glanced half-heartedly towards his militarist. This should be a little more interesting now, he said as he tilted his head to the side menacingly with his voice sounding robotic through his rebreather. The crowd watched in apprehension as the 2 shinobi stood in a fierce face-off, both of them waiting for the right moment to make a move. Let's do this. Hana shouted as she commanded her dogs to attack, quickly joining their ranks as she dropped down low, charging like a wild animal towards Gogi. Gogi remained still, seeming as he watched Hana and her wolves charge towards him, not seeming distressed in the slightest. Well, I guess I had better make a move, Gogi said as he flicked his wrist, allowing a purple ball to drop from his sleeve into his hand. Hana noticed it in his hand, seeing that it was a poison smoke bomb, and quickly orders her dogs to retreat to safety as she tried to throw a volley of shuriken at him. Your poison can't hurt me if I don't breath it in, she said with a smile. Gogi didn't move as the shuriken flew towards him, simply tilting his head to the side as he let the ninja stars pass his head by mere millimeters. Hana watched as he dropped the smoke bomb onto the ground, bouncing twice before it burst and released the poison gas, causing Shibi and the other exam invigilators to also take a step back away from the poison smoke. Gogi raised his hand slowly as the poison smoke rose around him, making a few hand signs very slowly before his body seemed to disappear into the smoke. Hana and her ninja hounds waited and watched carefully as the smoke cleared, revealing no trace of Gogi's location. However, Gogi did not know that the Inuzuka clan had a tremendous sense of smell and could track their prey by scent alone. Behind us. Hana suddenly shouted as she got a whiff of his scent from behind, quickly jumping out of the way of a volley of kunai that was headed right towards her. Not bad, Gogi said from behind her. Hana quickly pivoted in her heel as she spun around to counterattack. Her ninja hounds had already done so, having 4 legs they had been able to counter much quicker. However, Gogi quickly dropped another poison smoke bomb, fading back into the purple mist as he disappeared again. Hana took another low stance as she and her ninja hounds waited for the fog to disperse once more. He seems to be able to hide in his poison smoke, making getting close to him to attack difficult, Haku said as he watched from the spectating area. Yes, it seems that the only way to track him is by scent. Kimimaro then said, watching as Hana dodged another flurry of kunai, landing back onto her 4 limbs like an animal. Ninja art of beast mimicry, all fours jutsu. Hana said as her chakra seemed to flare to life, letting her features become wilder and her chakra more intense. Alright then. Time to do this. Hana said as suddenly all of her ninja hounds transformed into her, mimicking her perfectly as the 4 of them quickly jumped around and mixed their positions trying to confuse Gogi. Her speed has increased drastically, Koyuki said, almost impressed at how animal-like she looked. Kaga agreed, having fought against the Inuzuka clan in the past. The Inuzuka clan are a clan that specializes in canine combat, forming an inseparable bond with their ninken from an early age. They also share similar traits to that of the dogs themselves, having an extremely keen sense of smell, sharp claws and even sharper teeth. He said, enlightening his students on the subject. I see, Kimimaro said, not taking his eyes off of the battle. Hana was darting around as she continued to dodge round after round of kunai, seeming to prove more difficult to hit than intended. Fong over Fong. Hana shouted as she hopped onto the back of one of the clones, the other set doing the same with all of them suddenly turning so fast that became a blur of razor-sharp claws headed towards Gogi. Now. Nice doggies. He shouted as he dashed across the battleground avoiding the first attack, watching them crash into the wall behind him. The second was now headed right for Gogi, forcing him to jump into the air only just avoiding her attack. Hana and her clone stopped rotating and landed on the ground skidding to a halt. Now. She shouted as the clone jumped into the air with Hana using the ninken to boost her ascent, allowing her to catch Gogi while he was still falling through the air. Nowhere to hide now. She shouted as she readied her claws for an attack. She caught him, Koyuki said, impressed at her swift movement and planning. Not quite. Kaga then said, having seen something the others hadn't. Gogi watched as Hana came hurling towards him as she flew through the air. You fell for it. He said, knowing that she would try and close the distance between them when he had nowhere to go. Gogi pulled what looked like a gas canister out from his weapons pouch, holding it in his hand as he extended it to meet Hana's attack. Shit. She thought, realizing all too late what he was doing. However, the damage was done as she hit the canister with her claws, causing it to burst and covering her in a poison cloud of smoke. Everyone waited to see what would happen as the smoke cloud covered both of them, restricting visibility for all outside of it. Movement suddenly caught everyone's eye as Hana flew out of the poison cloud on one side, landing a little rough as she skidded along the floor. Gogi dropped out of the other side, also landing on the floor and looking a little off. Hana tried her best to stand up to her full height, knowing that she had breathed in some of the poison. This isn't good. She thought as she started to stumble until finally she dropped to her knees. Her ninken knew something wasn't right and quickly all rushed over to her side, their transformations wearing off. Looks like the poison is taking effect, Gogi said as he watched from a distance. But I have to say, you put up a better fight than I expected. He then said as he looked down at his chest, seeing the claw marks she had left. Still, in the end, you never stood a chance. He said as he placed his hands back into his pockets. Hana could feel her vision going blurry, knowing that she could black out at any moment. Hana looked at her ninken, seeing they were worried about her, whimpering as they could sense she was in a bad state. It doesn't matter if I black out. You three can take him. She said to them, giving the three of them one final command. The three ninken all nodded as they understood their master's final command before she dropped to the ground unconscious. All three of them turned to face Gogi, snarling and baring their fangs at him. Gogi seemed surprised as they turned on him, getting ready to charge even though their master had become unable to fight. I don't like hurting animals if I don't have to, but I won't hold back, Gogi said as he slowly took his hands out of his pockets once more. That's enough. Shibi suddenly said as he appeared between Gogi and the three ninja hounds. Gogi waited for a moment but noticed that the dogs had backed off a little at Shibi's presence. Hana Inuzuka is unable to continue, Gogi of the Hidden Rain is the winner. He shouted, annoying the end of the battle. Medics. Shibi then shouted as he knew there would be a limited window for an antidote to be used if she was to survive. Kneeling down beside her as he allowed some of his own inserts to crawl into her body and go to work on extracting the poison. Gogi placed his hands back into his pockets seeing that the match was over, turning his back on them as he started to walk away. However, the ninken were not happy with the result and as their master had commanded, they were going to try and finish him for good. The three of them suddenly charged towards Gogi, snarling as they were about to try and rip him to pieces. Gogi turned around as he tried to react in time, not expecting the dogs to lung past the instructor. Whistle. That's enough. A gruff female voice that demanded respect shouted. The dogs suddenly stopped dead in their tracks, looking scared as they didn't dare move without a command. Everyone looked over to who had given the command, seeing a wild-looking woman who also bore the same marking as Hana on her cheeks, showing she too was a member of the Inuzuka clan. She whistled once more, this time getting the three wolfhounds to turn around and retreat with their tails between their legs without so much as a grunt, clearly being feared as the alpha. Everyone was surprised but also impressed as they watched the whole thing happen. Noting that the woman did not look impressed in the slightest. Even Sarutobi giggled to himself as he pulled his hat down over his face a little. That's some. She never changes. He thought as he watched the ninken return to her side before the medics carted Hana off to treat her. Seeing that she was already improving thanks to Shibi's intervention. Once everything had calmed down, Shibi returned to the center of the hall so he could give his announcement. That concludes the 5th match, and as stated before we shall hold a small interval before the next match is announced. No one seemed overly bothered by having a break but welcomed the chance to rest regardless. Alright, the next match will be held here in half an hour, Shibi said, letting them all know. With that, all said and done, everyone seemed to go about their own way, with others simply remaining in their current spot, not seeing the point in moving. Others used the time to stretch their legs or head to the bathroom. However, Kimimaro used this time to inspect the behavior of the other, making mental notes of things they did so he might be able to use it against them later. Haku wasn't all too bothered as he had already won his match, earning himself a place in the finals. Koyuki on the other hand used this time to eat something, not realizing how hungry she was after watching all of the matches so far. Kaga remained with them, however, soon took his leave as he had a small task that needed completing. "I'll be back soon," he said, taking his leave. Haku and the others didn't seem bothered and simply nodded as they watched him leave. Kaga headed into the back of the hall until he came to the entrance of the building itself. He headed outside into the forest, all while making sure no one was watching or following him before he pulled out a small scroll from his weapons pouch. Kaga took one more look around to make sure no one was watching him, and once happy he opened the scroll and placed it down on the ground. The scroll had lots of writing on it, containing a seal of some sort. Kaga started to make a few select hand signs that unlocked the seal and activated it before he placed his hand onto the scroll. Slowly the air around the scroll grew colder and colder until it started to freeze, forming what looked to be a mirror, growing and growing in size until it was large enough for a person to walk through like a door. A moment or two passed as Kaga stood up, waiting patiently by the ice mirror's side until finally, it started to ripple as a foot passed through first, followed by the rest of its owner body. "Good to see you, Lord Mizukage," Kaga said as he bowed his head ever so slightly. Fuyona stepped fully out of the ice mirror, placing his foot onto the grass beneath him as he adjusted the tip of his Mizukage hat with his thumb and index finger, allowing him to look Kaga in the eye. "So this is the Forest of Death," Fuyona then said with a smile on his face, taking a look around in awe as it looked just how he had imagined. "I'm looking forwards to watching the remaining matches in person, now that I have taken care of business back in the village," Fuyona said as he turned to Kaga with a smile on his face. "Of course, sir, allow me to show you inside," Kaga said, offering to lead him to where the matches were being held. Fuyona nodded. "Lead the way." "Thank you all, until next time."